Hello. Hello and welcome, everybody. It is me, Once in Love, joined by Mr. Bonnie Rain.
Hello, everyone.
We are here at Ascent Toronto, the first Ascent in Canada. Very excited to be here. Very excited for everything that today that's going to be going on. But how do you feel? It's your first time here?
It feels great to be on the caster table. Hopefully we'll see some great matches. I'm really excited to see what everyone brewed for the new set. No one's really sure what's really going to be great. A lot of people have ideas. We'll see if they're right. We'll see if they're wrong.
I see a lot of Vanitas out there.
Yep.
There's a lot of Vanitas in the room.
It's the comeback for the guy.
He's making his grand entrance. One set late, but he's here. He's here and he's kind of ready to slay. Actually, like it's scary. There's a lot of it out there.
We really need a champion to just punch people.
He's not even the punch people scary build though. Like so basically today what we were going to be seeing a lot of, I think, is there's going to be a lot of Razor Gale calling. So Razor Gale calling is a clerical spell. It's a cleric spell, Fantasia, and it says whenever you activate a wind element card, deal 1 damage to target champion.
Yeah. So there's obviously some counterplay available to the card, but it's still a lot of value. So we'll see how much people thought about decking against that card, if they are playing side counterplay, if they expected to see Vanitas as much as we probably will be seeing them. So really looking at all those tech cards will really define how the day is going to play out.
Yeah, but that's definitely the boogeyman in the room, right? There's a lot of decks that are really good with current meta. We're going to see a lot of Merlins, I think. Merlin's always going to be a deck that's really good. Merlin level 3, allowing you to draw a card on even level counters from her ability, as well as gain +2 to attacks this turn. That's basically a deck that will never leave, I think.
And Merlin got a lot of new cards, new toys to play with in the new set. All the new Empower keyword works really well with a lot of the things Merlin wants to play, mainly Fireballs and Incarnate Majesty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then on top of that, being able to now find a better finisher on other elements of Merlin, right? We have Water Merlin being able to use Imperial Seal for a Fireball, same with Wind Merlin. But Wind Merlin actually has a lot of those things that we're going to see in the Boogeyman deck with Vanitas, right? We have cards like Cyclical Breeze, we have cards like 3 Visits. We're going to see a lot of reuse of things like Veiling Breeze. If you guys watched the Yeti cast a couple weeks ago, Caven brought out what he likes to call Wind Diana Crux, which was basically pull out the Framework sidearm and then return it and then banish the lineage to bring it out again and return it a second time, which is kind of crazy. When you think of that, you have the gun out, you go 2 down for Pendragon, send it back, attack with Pendragon, you play Disorienting Winds for free, pick up your Pendragon, draw a card, that's 3 draws, you lineage release the gun for free, then you play it again, swing for 3, and get 2 more. So you drew 5, and you swung for 6.
It's really great that both of the other elements got some extra value to compete a bit with fire. That was the dominant Merlin build. Likewise, Water Merlin is probably running the new Eventide Spear that does a bit the same thing. It's free value for your Pendragons. You can always play it from your material deck in the main phase if your enemy has 2 rested allies. So you can play it, Pendragon it, play it again, Pendragon again, and get all your value that way.
Yeah, I know we talked about like how I keep saying Vanitas the Boogeyman deck, but honestly, it might be Merlin at this point. Merlin has a lot more answers, a lot more tech. You know, Mnemonic Charm is fantastic for being able to cycle and then use later on for the Empower 1. We have just a whole bunch of different things that kind of enable, like you said, Incarnate Majesty, right? That level scaling, like Heightened Spellcraft, I think is a really good example. It's a skill that gives you power, so it actually stacks without using it itself, and it's a floating memory, so you can use it.
Just play it in Recollect and still get your full value for the turn after that.
Yeah, super, super good. And then alongside with the water ones, you know, we have cards like Stratagem of Myriad Ice. We have cards like Burst Asunder is another one.
Yeah, Burst Asunder is a
Rising Tide.
Rising Tide really helps Water Merlin to level up.
Yeah. And then with that, we also have like new options too, right? Kongming into Merlin is viable. Kongming 1 into Merlin, people leave it west and just use Coriolis Ward, and then like...
Or they leave it east for the efficiency on the stratagem.
True. Efficiency on the stratagem is also a good option. Like, there's so many new techs and new builds we can get in this season, and it's just really exciting. As you guys can see there, we have Gule on his artist booth area. Sadly, we do not have the mats in person, but they will be shipped out to people, which is super cool. Also, that art's fantastic. The Honshu art there of Worlds. Some cool stuff.
Grand Archive really got some very talented artists.
We do. We're so lucky. And the artists are cool, too. They, like, enjoy spending time at events and just spending time, you know, content-related. Like, I was just recently at Ascent Singapore. Pinakis was there. And he actually pretty much hangs out in our streams all the time. Like, we were streaming some box openings, and he was there the entire stream, just hanging out. Like, it's so cool to see that they're so integrated in the community, and they actually care a lot about the game on top of just doing work for it.
And yeah, it's worth to mention that the 2 artists here today, Gil and Hanshu, are both Canadians.
Yeah, both Canada Pride. All your casters today will also be Canadian.
Yes.
As you can tell by our flannels and other assorted red-colored things. Also, speaking of which, Canadian stuff.
Yes.
Would you like to tell us about?
Yes. We have Chunkers here today. It's, let's say, the champion's belt of the Canadian community. So we just pass it around. You can challenge the current champion to win the right to hold Chunker, travel around the country with it. The highest ranking Canadian player at the end of Ascent tomorrow will walk away with Chunkers.
So the Chunkers challenges is
have
fun.
to defend Chunkers.
Me never compete for Chunkers. Too weak. But you've actually had the honor of being the protector of Chunkers for a while.
I have been protector of Chunkers for a decent while, yes. I lost it at the last Canadian regionals.
To the Squirrel Man himself.
Yes.
Some of you know him as Big K. Others know him as the Grand Archivist of Canada.
One of the pillars of the community and where we get all our singles.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, we also have the baby green slime.
Yes,
this is going to be like an integral part of the Razorgale calling
We
deck.
mentioned almost all the Boogeymans in the room. Obviously, Slime is still there after terrorizing everyone for the past season.
Slimes. I hope more of you guys main deck Blanche. Main deck Blanche is so good. Safeguard Amulet is good, but main deck Blanche is hard to deal with.
Yes.
But yeah, outside of that, what kind of decks are you most excited to see today? Like, what do you want to see, whether it performs or not?
I'm curious to see what will be the definitive Jin build. Because we've seen some people try out a couple of things, but no one's showing their real tech 2 weeks before Ascent. So we haven't really seen what Jin is capable of. So I'm really excited to see how Jin will end up playing. Because obviously you can go very aggro, you know, you play a bit like Diana, say you turbo to level 3, and then you
Double
get your
DG.
you get your big attacks out, and you get your value in being immortal. But I feel like you can also make some really great control decks with Jin. You have some great healing, you have obviously the immortality, you have some decent damage that's versatile in a way that can help dealing with boards. I'm thinking of stuff like Hula Gate, the domain that damages
Hula
every
Gate is
attack.
sick.
That gets double value in Jin, because not only you can kill off the enemy attackers, but you damage yourself, and you can get your damage breakpoints that way when you swing.
Yeah, you actually can force yourself to take damage when you attack with that. It is pretty good. It's like a little bit harder to keep upkeep on it is banish 1 fire from your
One
grave.
fire from your graveyard. But fire has a lot of ways of putting fire cards in the graveyard.
Especially if you're playing Turbo Fire, you know, Hasty Messengers, Creative Shocks, Increasing Danger, etc.
One deck we won't see today, obviously, is Erupting Rhapsody. The card was banned with the release of AMV.
My boy Matt G. Actually, that's what I'm most excited to see.
Oh,
What
yeah,
is
what
Matt
Matt
G
is on?
playing at this event?
We'll
So,
see. We'll
I mean,
see.
we have all the big names, right?
Yep.
We have TCG, which recently has
Yes.
Mr. Mullen, who joined from Chess Club. We have a ton of Chess Club members here, including Crown, Unsung Crown, creator of Luxera's map.
Yes.
We have, what other big groups do we have here?
Noximus
We have
is a big
Noximus,
team.
true, true. We also
Um,
have Lineage Break, including
yes.
Mr. Lineage Break Cam, who I believe will be our first round match.
Very possible. Hopefully, we'll get him on stream. I saw some modern tabletop gaming shirts.
Well, oh yeah, final cut and final
Cut,
turn. We have
yes.
a lot of NorCal guys are here. A lot of the SoCal guys are here as well.
The whole Canadian competitive complement is here today. Except me, I'm taking a break for casting. But we
Thank
have
you.
the
Bless.
winner of the Canadian regional is here today.
Sinadril?
Xanadriel is here today. So yeah, every Canadian competitive player is here today. You have to represent Canada at the Canadian Ascent. Hopefully
True.
win it.
True. We have a lot of big names, so I'm really excited to see what kind of decks are out there. So you're saying what you're excited to see is the definitive Jin deck. I'm actually on the other side. I'm excited to see what the definitive Kongming deck is that performs and makes it to day 2.
I don't think we're seeing the definitive calming deck. The thing with control decks, whenever there's new cards in a new card game meta, it's always aggro that wins at the start because aggro is essentially easier to build. Control, when you build a control deck, you need to know what to tech against. So you need to wait a little bit and see how the meta shapes up before you can make a good control deck.
So you don't think there's going to be an aggro Kongming deck?
There might be an aggro Ming deck. There's the very interesting what is it called? Not the Adept Sword Master, that's the other one that has a Kong bonus, but there's the Wind Ally that has extra attack when you're north and gives
Axis Gale Scholar.
the Gale Color, yes.
Yeah, Axis Gale Scholar
that gives 1 health to your whole board if you're south.
Yeah, so two power north, 1 life south. So that's interesting. That's one of the cards I think are going to be the ones that I want to watch out for. I really hope we can see some deck lists with that. I'm also interested to see if anyone plays Eminent Commander, which is the 5-cost human from the Jin deck.
Starter deck, yes. I don't think that's going... Maybe if there's a good Wind Jin deck. Wind Jin deck might be interesting because the polearm seems really good. But you need to build essentially something closer to the old Wind Allies list where you just try and build and control a board and use the polearm to get the value that way.
Yeah, I guess talking about Wind Allies, right? Big conversation in the room. Always people are wondering, what champion do I play for Wind Allies now, right? I think there's a good conversation to be had here, right? You play allies, I play allies, Roland plays allies. I'm less allies nowadays, but Wind Allies is always my favorite deck. Right, so when we talk about that, 3 main champions here, we have Lorraine and Jin as the 2 warriors. We have Tenoris, and then we have Tristan and Xander as assassins.
Yeah,
right, those are like the main ones.
And then Kongming now maybe.
And now Kongming as well. Yeah, now Kongming. But specifically with the wind aggressive allies, mostly like warriors or humans, a lot of people are debating between Lorraine, Tony, and Jin. Now between that, I guess I want to give my opinion on this first. I actually think Jin is not very good for allies. I think Jin is the value warrior where he gets so much more value from being level 3. Whereas, Lorraine 1 is just probably one of the best cards in the game. Level 1, free sword.
Again, it really depends how you build your deck. There's a big difference between a build that will be slightly more aggro, trying to rush for damage, and Lorraine's probably better that way. And something like the new unique ally build that came up that runs, all the different unique allies, even those that have very little synergy like Percy, just to have more unique allies.
Purse and what's her name? The
Parsenet?
Parsenet, yeah,
yes,
Parsenet. I just kept thinking Happy Tilt, my bad. I just kept thinking of Happy Tilt because he cosplayed that at Worlds.
So yeah, the unique ally build is really interesting, and Lorraine is probably the best choice for that, because Lorraine gets so much value.
Oh my goodness, is it him? Handsome caster man?
There he is.
Lineage break Cam? Oh my, I'm so excited to see what his deck
have the
list.
opponent?
I heard he's playing Arsana. Oh, he's playing against Kadus? Wait, that's crazy. That's a spicy matchup. So Chess Club Kadus versus Arsana. I think Chess Club is probably also on Vanitas. What do you say, Vanitas or Vanitas? I'm a Vanitas sayer.
I'm a Vanitas sayer.
Okay.
A lot of my
That's based.
A lot of my pronunciations will be influenced by the fact that I'm native French.
True.
So like Parsenet and
True. So the new Mortal Ambition names maybe.
yeah, obviously those my French will have nothing to do there.
It's actually I don't know
Nice.
what Cam's Omnidex number is. I'm actually not sure. Oh,
Well,
it's
there we are.
it's
We have
definitely that one.
Yes, he
Whoa.
is on Wind Arisana.
Fragmented Wind, spicy.
Orb of Glitter is a favorite of Arisana's everywhere. Cosmic Astroscope, the new Polaris, Twinkling Cauldron.
Speaking of the new Polaris, Ascent Toronto has
Yes.
the Polaris proxies.
And the updated Stone Scale Band proxies.
True, and the crowd was going wild behind us. Holy, that was loud. Something
Not
exciting.
for the proxies, though they probably will be.
But yeah, I'm very excited to see how this deck performs. Lots of new cards, lots of new availabilities.
Yes.
Wow, we have 194 players here in Toronto. Actually, quite a bit more than I expected. I was kind of
A great
expecting around the
number.
150
Yeah,
range.
traveling to Canada is obviously harder. A lot of the Ascent US obviously have the advantage that a lot of players don't need a passport.
Honestly,
for
a lot
it.
of people don't have a passport. As a big one, or people like rush the passport and it doesn't get it in time, and it's unfortunate in that situation. But
Remember, plan in advance for the next few cents, wherever you're planning to go. Get your passports now. You don't want to miss out on the cents just because bureaucracy is slow.
Nationals are coming up in the early season. Worlds.
Nationals will be April, right?
May.
April,
May. Worlds is June, end of June ish. Tentatively, as of last Worlds is what they announced. But I like this deck list. I think it shows a lot of respect for, Vanitas. I see Blanche in the sideboard. Blanche in the main, I think, is probably better for this, but when you play Arson, it's very hard to fit everything in the deck, right?
Yes. Oh, that's not. Yeah.
Should be KYL.
The problem is I can't control Affit because.
Oh. AN. I think his name's Anson? Exposing myself for not remembering my good friend's name. I know everyone's screen names. It's too hard.
Yeah.
It's too hard for me. But yeah, 194 players at an Ascent is a good number. Like, we're not as big as Singapore, or not as big as Chicago, but I'm pretty content. 200 is a great number of people.
200 is a really great number.
Yeah, so we're going to be playing 8 rounds today and 4 rounds tomorrow, top 8.
Yep.
Be pretty good. Pretty good.
Well, I can find it like this. We'll get that soon.
I'm pretty sure it's
what
Vanitas.
what deck haven't we mentioned?
What deck haven't we mentioned yet? Oh man,
Diana has fallen a lot out of favor. There's still
Diana doesn't exist because that card exists.
End of last season, some Wind Dinas were making a couple of progress here and there. The famous Park Ranger build, as I've heard some people call it.
So the winner of the Scrub Out event at Chicago was a flawless Wind Diana, 7-0. That's the only Diana I've seen perform in a very long time. But I don't think we're going to see very much Diana, as much as I want to see, like, there were some really cool water cards, like Slipstream Vault, I think was a fantastic one that we saw. But overall, I just don't see Diana. Like, the gun mechanics, I think right now in the game are a little bit too easy to interact with. And there's not enough, like, you can deploy Gun Shield to protect yourself, and that's, like, about
That's a very fair assessment. Tristan has also fallen a lot of favor.
Tristan's interesting to me because, to me, Tristan will always be, like, the baseline of Tier 1. It's like, if you can't beat Tristan, your deck is probably not good enough. Because Slice and Dice is a card you have to respect in the game. Yes. Slice and Dice is, like, potential first materialization lethal.
I don't even like Slice and Dice. I prefer building my Tristans, going for the long game, definitely full control. Even, hopefully...
You are a control player.
Yes, I'm a very control player. I don't want to win. I want to make it so my opponent can't win and then just close the game out from there.
That's so, like, toxic almost.
Some
people
would say I'm mean, but it's a very nice playstyle. It's something I like to play.
Yeah, for sure. The thing with having, like, Slice and Dice available is it makes people who are playing things like the Vanitas kind of forcibly respect you. But, I mean, you said, what's the deck we haven't talked about? I think Luxem Xander, if it comes here today, might be one of the best performing decks.
Luxem is very interesting. It's also a deck we were talking about having to choose your tech options for control decks earlier. Luxem is a deck that will take a while to find the right cards to play for the meta. Luxem fell out of favor because it had a very hard time dealing with slimes.
Is that Serene Spirit of Fire? Wait, is Kadus actually playing Luxem?
I think he might be on Luxem.
Oh, I guess he's not playing Vanitas.
Mm-hmm. Pass. All right.
Oh, he's actually playing Jin. So he is playing the Serene Fire Jin that we were talking about the other day.
That's interesting.
Excited to see
It
this.
is. That makes Jin very, very hard to kill. Jin with the Man's Flesh that heals for 8, that's a very, very big help pool that Jin has access to.
That's nice. So we're going to see a Fragmented Spirit of Wind here on Lineage Break Cam side. I see Cosmic Bolts. Can't really quit. Scry the Stars.
Yes, so he is going for the infinite combo. That's a 3 visits.
With 3 visits.
Scry the Skies.
Putting the 3 visits now. Keeping the Scry, though. Scry's good. I didn't quite couch what the other 3 cards in his hand were, though.
And draw 4 turns.
There's a Nascent Barrier in his hand. Nascent Barrier, really, really good card.
That's the promo Empowering Prayer I saw, I think.
I think so, yeah. Mnemonic Charm opener is good, too. Mnemonic Charm is just such a good card. Pay 2, draw.
It's the Mage and Cleric cake.
Yeah, having like more cakes available all the time is really good.
And I will pass over to you.
Ooh, interesting. So drawing straight into memory there with the Scry the Skies. Waiting, most likely going to use the Mnemonic Charm next turn, get 2 cards down.
Sure.
We're going to see Kadus fast cure at end step, get that level up.
A very legit play. Arsene would probably not apply a lot of early pressure.
So in this matchup early on, what do you think? What do you think it's favored towards?
It's the matchup as a whole is not something I have a lot of experience in. It will really depend. I don't know the list for Kadus, but given the Serene Spirit, he's probably going for something much slower, not an aggro deck. So we're probably seeing both decks just trying to keep as much value as they can in the early game, and trying to get to the late game in the best state they can. There's not much use in chipping for damage given the healing on both sides. The 3 visits for Ayasana, so...
Yeah, 3 visits is really good. Getting that heal. A lot of people forget about that too. It's right. Rest your champion, or rest target champion, or rest your champion.
Yes.
And then recover 2, or if you do, recover 2, glimpse 2. But a lot of people forget that it has the recover mechanic, which makes these 3 visit decks a lot harder to deal with. People are like, oh, I can just chip Vanitas down. It's like, sure, you can chip Vanitas down, but can you deal with 3 visits and Cyclical Breeze, and also can you deal with, you know, going through the Serene Spirit of Wind there, right?
I think a big decision point for Vanitas deck will be every turn, do they heal or do they attack with Vanitas?
True. But that's only Vanitas level 2 that has the attack stat. I think a lot of people actually aren't running their Vanitas level 2 anymore. They've actually taken it out for more material deck space. Yeah, so we're going to see the Gloamspire there. Gloamspire, as you guys know, I love that card. I think it's fantastic in Fire. I use it in my Merlin all the time. It's really good in this, right? It allows you to regain influence, especially when you're against these wind decks. A lot of these wind decks play for value now, where you draw and cycle cards. So they're going to be over 7 influence, right? He's not going to be able to get any benefit from the Gloamspire. If you're able to activate it twice and gain benefit without your opponent getting anything, you plus so hard on cards.
Vanitas, and very, very few decks actually run any kind of domain interaction. So it will stay there until you draw too many cards.
That's a big one there. So we're going to see the Empowering Prayer into an Indolent Leisure. So the Indolent Leisure is going to allow him to draw a card and draw a card into memory because of the level 3 bonus.
2 for a Mnemonic Charm.
Very, very few actual cards in Grand Archive that give you +1 influence. There's a lot of cycling, a lot of losing 1 card to gain back 1 card.
Yeah.
But cards that actually increase your total influence are very rare and so very powerful.
Yeah, a lot of them also are like pseudo +1s, like Creative Shock, discard a floating is like a pseudo +1 because you get the floating memory. This is like a direct +1. You just immediately get the card there. We're going to see 2 banished here and Under Fire. Couldn't quite catch the second one there. We're going to see Jin level 2. Is that a Fractal of Insight in Kadus' hand?
That is, yes.
Interesting. Also, Gentle Respite. Interesting. Gentle Respite, draw a card into memory, and it's also a floating there.
So his deck is really, really built purely to level up to 3.
Yeah, pretty much. I like the concept of that. So he's going to have the 28 health, but he's also going to have his Serene Spirit available to him. So he's going to go up to, what, 34?
34, yes.
Plus the potential Berserker Plate to 41.
And then the Man Flesh for 8 recovery each.
That's huge. That's a lot of life to deal with, right? You know, we worried at times that Nico was too hard to deal with in terms of life, but now we have Nico on extra health.
A lot of people this season should consider running Morgan, the unique back from MTC that prevents opponents from recovering. It might be good this season.
it's probably good into a lot of different things as well. Ooh, the custom token spirits there. So I remember at Chicago, I handed Lineage Break Cam a stack of the like empty
herbs,
blank
yeah.
tokens, and it looks like he's made a ton of different cute drawings on them. So those are fantastic looking. So we're gonna see Arsana level 2 here. I believe that's a beautiful CSR B version.
I can't tell if it's A or B.
See 2 down, potentially 3 down. So what's the play here for Lineage Break Cam? Do you think he's trying to stall the game out for the infinite combo on the Scry, or do you think he's going for something else?
Well, we saw the Astrolabe in the deck list. I'm pretty sure that's the only game plan for the deck. We saw the Scry Scars in his opening glimpse.
Middle one.
So I think that is his only win con now.
Nation barrier.
So Empowering Prayer and Ace Bear banished there for the Dungeon Guide. Level up into Astral Zenith.
It's the Star Calling one.
Described as the Star
For
Calling
a
one.
big one.
A
First
classic.
blood.
Oh,
Maybe.
first blood in here. 1 damage from the Dungeon
One
Guide.
damage.
Holy. Never forget that. Never forget to swing with the Dungeon Guide, guys.
Harvest herbs.
And never forget to level up before.
Also true. Do not miss your Dungeon Guide trigger. Do not fail to find.
Thank you.
We've seen too many times. In Singapore, that actually happened. Player
Yeah.
playing Sylvie failed to find, and game was over
And
almost
after
immediately
that, I'll just
afterwards.
ship it over to you.
We're going to see 1 down for an Harvest Herbs there, and then pass the turn.
I will also go to level 3.
Sure.
Holy,
Is
the
there-
even level 3s.
Is there anything that the deck really wants to do with herbs, or do you think he's just getting value with those?
Polaris. Just Polaris.
Cast your under fire.
Killis doesn't seem to be running many allies. Obviously, you want the Cosmic Bolts to be able to do enough damage to get your lethal that way.
Fire check.
It's probably actually an Orb of Glitter next.
Draw for turn.
Using the floating memory from Harvest Herbs, right? Orb of Glitter allows him to glimpse one every turn, so pre-recollection he can basically
You're
look towards finding
Probably
it faster.
you're probably getting the Astroscope before the Orb of Glitter.
Oh, true. Astroscope. I forgot Astroscope costs 1.
Yeah.
Always forget it costs 1. I'm interested to see what the Fractal of Insight is for here.
It's essentially a neutral card to help him level up. I don't think it has any use, really. Yes, it's good, but it's just there as another card that lets him go influence neutral to level up, I think. And works better than
We'll fractal it.
draw into memory cards with regard to Gloomspire.
Yeah, I guess technically all fractals are good with Gloomspire because they lower your total influence, but they keep your pseudo influence higher. So it is pretty useful there. Killus in the slow game is Jin level 3. He's now immortal.
A real one.
Moved past the end phase.
That is very scary for Arisana, given that the goal of the deck is the pseudo-infinite combo. For the viewers, Stratus Cars lets you give Star Calling to all of your cards, and the Elysium Astrolabe in the material deck will allow you to glimpse when you Star Call a card, and that allows you to cast your whole deck and thus
Pay one. Play a barter herb.
kill your opponent.
Yeah, so you'll be able to glimpse through. You'll be able to
5.
glimpse 5 every time you Star Call, and your Star Callings are all free.
Turn them
Yes.
into
So
eight.
it is actually
I'll have 2
like, it's an infinite combo as long as you were able to, as long as you actually declare the Star Calling. Because if you don't declare the Star Calling, then
Yes.
it kind
The
of
big problem is that Stratus Cars
scary
is
one.
slow, if I'm not mistaken.
it is. So you have
Which
to play it
means
on your
that
turn.
And then I
you
would like
need
to
to
go to the end
do
of turn. I do have
enough
to-
damage to kill Jin through healing,
Sack 2 of these.
but you can't
Then
overkill him
draw
by
a
too
card.
much because Jin scales off of the damage he has, and he's immortal, so you need to keep interaction up for the possible Jin retaliation while doing 60 damage to him.
Yeah, it's a very scary, risky, I guess, way to play into this. So we are going to see the barter herbs there. He's going to be sacrificing some things. Sacrifices are good. Losing the what is that? Oh, he's bringing out the Berserker Plate. Sorry, my apologies. Bringing out the Berserker Plate is good. So he's going to take the 3 damage. He's going to go to, what is that, 5 now? You're going to see 5 damage on Killidus. So he's going to have to draw a card. Berserker Plate is really, really strong. The availability to draw a card every turn in your recollection phase is huge.
It's also very risky since the extra HP is part of the ability of the plate, so if something is done to it, even just a Zephyr, it doesn't have to be permanent removal, it could be a Fracturize, but it could be a Zephyr. That means you're losing 7 HP in your end step, and you could die right there and then.
Yep, because Jin's level 3 effect is a state-based effect. It's like the moment things go on the stack, you just instantly keel over you. But the thing that's a little bit on the scarier side is,
my recollection, I would like
you know, like you said, not a lot of these players are running Morgan. Right? Morgan has fallen out of meta. People used to run it for Luxem because Luxem was the big boogeyman for a lot of these decks. But everyone's kind of forgotten about that as Luxem has fallen out of meta, so has
Yeah.
Morgan. But now she might be back.
Yeah, Jin heals. All the cleric decks will heal off of the revisit. Kongming heals off Leeching Bolt. So there's a lot of not just big healing, but also incidental healing in the meta right now. So Morgan might be a good pick.
We're gonna see a creative shock end step here. Almost put down the floating memory by accident. Do you think we see Shongji sacrifice now?
I think that will wait. Probably. I think it's the kind of card that you get out on your kill turn.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, we don't quite know what is in Kadus' material deck, but I can only imagine. Oh, there we go. It's cool. Quicksilver Grail in there. We're gonna see the backup charger just has the floating available for later.
It is 7. Okay.
Influence of 7 means no draw there for Lineage Break Cam off of the Gloamspire.
We saw the Relentless Outbursts, and how many, let's say, extra win cons do you think he's running? Do you think he's running Enrage? Do you think he's only running the Polearm? Relentless Outburst is obviously very good because it's not combat damage, so it skips a lot of the other kinds of interaction that many decks are running.
It is straight countered by
Safeguard Amulet,
Safeguard Amulet, though.
And Veiling Breeze, which probably will be
also
very
Veiling
popular
Breeze.
because of all the win decks.
I'm interested to see if any of these players are running Varrock to kind of deal with Veiling Breeze. Because you know
Yeah,
Veiling
that's
Breeze is going to be
interesting.
out, right? There's
Yes.
so many people playing Bonnie Toss. There's so many people playing the Kunming version of Razor Gale Calling as well. And they're all running Veiling Breeze, right? Even the Wind Merlins are running Veiling Breeze. Varrock just hard counters that. If you stay on a Fire Spirit and you deal damage with anything from your champion is considered one object. So your champion has access to fire
Well,
sources
I don't
by
think
any attack.
Jin is interested in Varrock because the
I don't think that's gonna matter.
damage prevention is not big enough for Jin can swing you for easily 40 damage. So the Veiling Breeze is not really relevant to you, and
It only matters for Relentless Outburst, really.
the Relentless Outburst deals the damage, not your champion, and Relentless Outburst is Exia, so Varrock only
Oh, true.
prevents the damage
So it
from
only applies with
cards.
Enrage setup, essentially. The Enrage setup. Second Fractal of Insight coming out here. I'm interested to see if Cam can make it to kind of his end game point, right? If he was playing the Negate version of Ahri, I think it would be more likely to make it there. He'd be able to like actually set up and protect himself against these bigger combos that Kadus has. But, you know, we're gonna see
The
it.
advantage of being a deck that essentially does nothing. You know, it's a deck that tries to stay on the board, keep up with what the opponent is doing. But if you're not doing much, that means you're not scaling up Jin, so he doesn't have his win con.
That's true. So we're actually getting to the point here where we're going to start seeing like the potential push for lethals. So we're going to see the 3 visits with the Polaris there in end step. So we're going to see that glimpse. We'll see how things go. Lineage Break Cam's got those new Cosmic Bolts on the deck, so he's actually able to start pushing towards Kadus to find lethal. Kadus on the other side is starting to gain an influence that is scary enough to pop a double combo, so double Relentless. If he has the Enrage plus Strong of Sacrifice is a ton of damage if he manages to take enough of his own damage first to proc it all.
Did he have a card in hand to play, or will he be forced to sacrifice? No, he's at 7. He's fine. And
So-
he can let the Gloamspire trigger resolve and then draw from backup charger.
Yeah, exactly. So you can choose to order those things. So Orb of Glitter is coming out. The beautiful CPR version there is Redemption from 2024 Nats, which actually you top 32 for that.
Yes, I've placed 15. Very happy about that. Sad that I couldn't make Worlds, but we'll try again
Whoa.
this year.
Orb of Glitter into the, I believe that's a Comet Fall.
Yeah, this is Glimpse 1 draw card.
That is a Comet Fall,
So I revealed it
SP2
off of
Comet
my
Fall.
Trigger with the Glimpse. So I cast this.
So he star called the Astrocyte off of the Glimpse one.
Stars are weird.
Now he is resolving the Astrocyte.
You're gonna
This is just
get to a
explaining that to
scary
the
thing
judge because the
covered
judge
over
just
anyway.
might have
Yeah.
missed what was going on there.
I think
Very
I will
important
also
to remember
use,
to resolve all your
I'll
star
call
calling
this
and
Astrocyte.
glimpse
I'm
in the
gonna
right
choose the
order.
option to use
You-
ability for it. Draw
When
card,
you
Astrocyte,
glimpse,
and I'll put this on
you
the stack for 4
put
at
the star
just
calling on the
2
stack.
in this case.
You finish all of your glimpse. You finish resolving the card that gave you the glimpse. So if, for example,
And then
Astrocyte,
I would like
you
to
draw,
collect.
and then you resolve the star called card.
Yep. So he's going to draw the card from the Astrocyte and then resolve the Comet Fall after that is finished. And he's using the ability, so Comet Fall is going to be star called for free. Look at that influence, though. The Niche Break Cam, lots of cards in hand. Does have the Scry the Skies, or Scry the Stars, sorry. So he's that available if he gets to that point.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to get to that point. I don't think this is a
Cascade,
best of one
Scry
game.
the
I think this
Stars
is a
for
definitive
its
2-0 on
cost
one side.
by banishing this. So everything has Star Calling equal to its reserve
Whoa.
cost, and then all
Oh.
glimpse 3.
Well, he's doing it.
Oh.
Going for it.
I will
Everything
deal
has
a
Star
Cosmic
Call.
Bolt while I'm glimpsing. That one I'm going to have to pay
Glimpsing
for.
the Cosmic Bolt, so he's going to pay 2.
I will pay
So Scry the Stars allows
1.
everything in your deck to have Star Calling. I believe it's equal to the reserve cost.
It's on stack.
Yes.
I believe it is just 4, but let me double check. Make sure there's none anywhere else.
So first Cosmic Bolt of the game.
Just
Yep.
4 coming at you.
Then you just break cam, just double checking to make sure it's only 4 and not 6. So Cosmic Bolt says every single Cosmic Bolt you have in Banishment or Graveyard will increase the damage by 2. So we're going to see the first one come out here.
Pay 4 and play a Peaceful Reunion.
Whoa, paying 4 for the Peaceful. Peaceful good. I do like Peaceful. Peaceful will
I'll
banish
pass
on
it to you.
resolution here. All right, so Peaceful Reunion means no enraged kill, but the opportunity for Relentless Outburst does still exist.
Yes.
However, you need to be taking, I believe, 35 damage plus for the combo to work, where you deal plus
Correct.
1 damage.
Plus
to
1
your
damage
opponent.
from every source of damage. So at 35, at 36, you are dealing 12.
We'll grab Chalice.
Yeah, and right now, so we're going to see Killa describing Chalice of Blood here. So Chalice of Blood will be a great combo. He'll be able to take the 3 damage.
Take 3 and draw.
So he's probably going to resolve the upkeep of the
The Gloam Spire, then the Berserker Plate, then he's able to draw with Backup Charger, draw with Chalice of Blood, have
influence of 11.
Prereq.
That's a lot. That's actually a lot. He's kind of going crazy with it right now. Backup
he
Charger.
might be going for the kill this turn. Cam is essentially shields down. The 1 card in hand, you're probably not doing much with that. Nothing on the board to interact. You do have 1 glimpse to Star Call something, but
Yep.
Spell Shield doesn't have Star Calling.
He actually has 2 glimpses because he has the 3 visits available to
He
him,
does
and he
have
can
the-
still rest. So whatever damage, plus 2.
Yes. Can he do 27 damage?
Oh, Meltdown on the Astroscope.
Meltdown in the main board is very interesting.
I am a big fan of Meltdown in the main. I think that's fantastic.
I will show you a Bolt. I will use RE to cast it for free. This one will be for 6.
Using Arasana's ability here, Cosmic Bolt comes in
and then after that,
for
I'm
6. And goodbye to the Cosmic Astroscope.
Let's see if that damage ends up being relevant this turn.
Cards in hand.
I
It-
think
it would be- I
might be.
don't think-
26 is kind of scary.
I don't think it will be the decisive thing this turn, but it would be very sad if you used your glimpse because your Astroscope was getting destroyed, and that damage you're dealing is the thing that ends up killing you.
I don't like that, man.
31, 33.
Oh, I see the counting. He's thinking about all the damage. I think it's going to be attempted double Relentless without the combo. Or I don't know if he has anything that actually deals damage to himself.
I don't
can't
think
quite
double
see it.
Relentless is enough to kill.
I think this is a next turn combo for kill here. It's a little bit difficult to tell what he has in his hand just by the way he shovels. So he's
And he just
holding.
passed.
I'd like to cast a 3 visits from a graveyard.
3 visits from the graveyard.
Glimpse 2, this will go to my banish.
Recover 2 from 0. Big. Too bad we can't go
Ship
minus.
those to the bottom.
Bank some health there. It's
Ah,
not
if
available
only.
for lineage breakdown. It's exciting though to see Arasana. Arasana is like one of those decks that, for so long everyone's been like, Arasana's a meme, Arasana's a joke, but she's finally in a place where she's good. And
Yes.
Safeguard Amulet comes out. This is very, very good for lineage break cam. He heard the math counting from Kadus and he was afraid of the Relentless Outburst.
It's also, you feel a bit safer playing it out just after your opponent played the Meltdown.
Yeah, the first Meltdown is gone. Hopefully no reduce to ash. That would be pretty tragic. Kadus and end step reduce to ash on the Safeguard Amulet would be heartbreaking. Truly heartbreaking. I see, what is that, 2 Cosmic Bolts. I see a...
Lunar Sphere?
I see an Astrocyte too, I think.
I think there's an Astrocyte.
Or maybe it's a Scry the Skies.
There's a Skies, there's the Nascent Barrier.
Ace of Barrier, good.
Are those peaceful reunions? Yes.
Well, Peaceful Reunion would keep him alive and save him here, but we're going to see the Scry first. Scry for 3. Do we see another Cosmic Bolt? We do see a Cosmic Bolt.
We'll reveal the bolt.
Indolent Leisure going to the bottom.
I will cast it for free. Finish resolving scry. So draw
This
memory.
is the free
And I'll
call
put this
here,
on
so
the
he's going to
stack
finish
for
the
8.
resolve of the Scry, and then on the stack will go the Cosmic Bolt for 8 damage.
So this puts Kadus in lethal range, so he either has to heal next turn, or find the win.
I believe he has the potential for it. He's going to crack the Chalice first. In response, draw 2, kind of see what's available for him for this next turn. Looks like 2 Exia cards open. Does he go for it?
I'll take it.
So he's going to take the 8, going to go to 34. If he goes for a Shang-Chi of Sacrifice, takes the on-enter for 5, goes to put him to 39. Puts him over the 35 threshold.
42 with the Berserker Plate.
Plus 42 with the Berserker Plate, which puts him even further because that is also a multiple of 6.
Okay.
There's a lot of damage potentially coming out.
Peaceful Reunion, so the polearm will purely be there for the 5 damage and draw a card.
The 5 damage, I believe, is optional. It's you on-enter, you may.
Yes.
So he
but
might, he might actually
would
not
take
go for it.
I think you would, because it gives you more damage on your
Quicksilver
outburst.
Grill. Is that Quicksilver Grill on a...
I didn't see what card he pulled out.
I want to guess that it's a Safeguard Amulet, but I'm really not sure. But we're going to see the sacrifice of Gloamspire. Gloamspire upkeep does not check. Influence of very scary. Too many cards in hand here for both players. Less for Lineage Break Cram, more for Kadus. It almost looks like he has 14 cards in his hand. I think he does have 14 cards in his hand.
That could be correct.
13 or 14 is a lot. It's scary.
Men Flesh
Oh, Men
healing.
Flesh.
I'll heal 8.
Yeah, it's like you said, damage 25 plus, so it costs nothing. So just recover 8 for free. Can be very good here. So go down to 29. Will he mend flesh again? Needs to find one less.
No, he's fine because of the Berserker Plate.
Ah, Berserker Place plus 7. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Past turn, all cards in hand is kind of spooky though.
So I don't think there's any automatons in Kadus list. He's probably running the cheeky 1 turbocharge that everyone is running.
One of Turbocharge is always nice. I think that power cell's actually awake too. Not that it matters in this situation, but it's there.
Yeah, the backup track the previous turn.
Alright, so we're gonna get an Astrocyte.
Oh, if that hit,
Glimpse 1.
if that hit Cosmic Bolt, that was lethal. In the end step.
I think that's Safeguard Amulet underneath the Quicksilver Grill.
10, 39, 35. That would still be lethal. I don't think Safeguard is enough.
It's 10, 29, yeah? 35, yeah, it's exact.
So I don't think that's Safeguard, because Safeguard is useless currently.
What else does he have in his hand that can protect him from that? I don't think he has anything.
I'm just really curious what he
Oh,
got.
wait, he has Serene still.
Oh yeah, he does have Serene still. You're correct.
Serene. Serene is good. A Lunar Seer?
We'll do that. Pay for it.
Gonna pay for the Lunar Seer, here.
Then I'll just recollect.
Recollect and draw. Necklace Foresight's nice. Being able to get that extra glimpse there. It's a one-time usage Cosmic Astroscope, essentially.
Are we cracking it right now? I think it's the
I'm
kind of
thinking
cards
about
you
it.
hold for his end step.
I think he's doing it now. Yeah, he's gonna go for it now. So there's the 3 visits down there.
There's the Astrocyte.
And I think a Lunar Seer as well. Is
No,
that-
I see an Indolent Leisure.
Was it? Is it Indolent?
I see Indolent, Astrocyte, 3 visits, and I didn't see the 4 card.
Tough decisions to make here. Cosmic Bolt needs to. I mean, save the Cosmic Bolt, right? He's looking for find it on like the exact lethal moment. You go end step, you go for it.
I think you go the Astrocytes. More influence is always good.
Astrocyte is good. Yes, he also has another Scry of the Stars.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. I will reveal this one. We'll glimpse 1.
Here's the glimpse. What do we see from glimpse? Nascent Barrier. He's gonna keep it and draw the card and resolve it. Move on. So still in main phase here for Lineage Break Cam. 25 minutes into the round, it's looking like lethal could be presented on either turn here. What do we see?
How many cards are we at?
Did he
left
put
in
down a
Imperial
Cosmic
deck?
Bolt? Don't tell me he put down a
That might-
Cosmic Bolt.
That might be a Cosmic Bolt.
I think he did put down a Cosmic Bolt. Oops, Scry. Oh, Scry into a Cosmic Bolt.
Yes. 2 Cosmic Bolts, maybe? I think
We'll reveal this.
that was a second Cosmic Bolt that he put
We'll
at the bottom,
choose
and
Scry
another
for free,
Lunar Seer.
Draw for Scry.
All right, this is going to be done for free here. So this Cosmic Bolt for free for 10, putting Kadus at 39.
Yes, 10.
Takes the 10. Whoa. It's so cool seeing the damage numbers go
Then
this
I'll
high.
pass over to you.
All right, turns being passed over.
7.
7 influence available for Cam. Does have the glimpse from the Lunar Seer still, and the Safeguard Amulet on the field. Can also crack the Orb of Glitter for a draw card,
Yeah,
right?
the Mnemonic Charm is still there to give you more protection from your Nascent Barrier.
So we're going to see 25 direct. Lineage Break Cam does not have the Serene Spirit. He's running the Fragmented Wind Spirit here
There's still a 3-visit for the limps and for the healing.
for the recovery.
So Kadus needs to find 32 damage now, I think. Plus whatever gets blocked by Amulet.
Should
Or-
only be 27, right?
I'm gonna activate Shang-Chi.
We know there's a Nascent Barrier in Cam's hand.
True. But
And there's
Kadus doesn't know that.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the Shang-Chi of Sacrifice using the Gentle Respite.
Now that we didn't see a Peaceful Reunion this turn.
Yeah, you mind
Whoa.
if I read that one?
Ooh.
Double.
Yeah.
Double Enrage?
Would take damage.
No, it's Proof of Life.
Take
Oh,
damage.
Proof of Life. It's
He's
hard for me
using
to
it
tell.
to double the damage
Yeah.
from the
I'm gonna take,
Shang-Chi of Sacrifice.
Yo, this is spicy. Holy.
So he's up to 59?
Draw for Shang-Chi.
Yeah, so he'll pay 2 to wake up his champion, basically. So he'll attack, what, 3 times?
59.
He can attack 3 times. For
Silly Jin things.
it's 1 per 6, so he's swinging for
For 10?
10 3 times. Yeah.
10 3 times is pretty spooky.
I think he forgot the damage from Berserker Plate here.
No,
And-
we're in materialization phase right now. That was end step.
Oh yeah, yeah right. Okay, yeah, that was from the
Yeah,
Deep
he was just forcing the Proof of Life into his graveyard. Well, he has
No fast attacks.
Seeking too. That's so funny.
Draw.
So he's gonna go to 62. So it's actually gonna be 11.
So if he's running sort of Seeking, he's probably running Enrage.
I would think so. This is kind of scary. You know what are you thinking here, Lineage Break? Do you just scoop? Do you have the answer to deal with this much combat damage?
Do you think? I don't remember seeing him run the Spell Shield Wind, and I don't think that's enough
I
anyway
see
because there's 3
three
attacks coming.
relentless outbursts, but it's not gonna do anything into.
Yeah, 'cause
so
the-
it's a
the
+1 for every
Amulet-
4
Safeguard
damage
Amulet.
counters? Is it
Enrage
this
is coming
attack or
out.
is it until the end of the turn?
This attack.
Yeah. So Enrage is 1 attack, right?
So I'm gonna take 4.
Yeah. Next attack
The
is
next
+1 for
attacks.
every 4 damage counters. So he's gonna deal.
Every 4.
What is that? Shang-Chi of Sacrifice gives him. He's at 66. So Shang-Chi of Sacrifice will give him
16 plus the 12 damage from the Shang-Chi.
Yep.
I'll take
Another
another.
Enrage?
double Enrage. Okay. He goes to 70. Okay.
That is more damage than Cam can block if he doesn't have Spell Shield Wind.
Yeah. Spell Shield Astra?
Yeah, yeah.
Also an option? How does
But then what do
Kadus
you do?
deal with a Spell Shield?
The big problem is how do you deal with the second and third attack?
That's true. That's true. The Enrages are only for the first attack.
So the second and thirds are not
I'm gonna attempt to
as big,
attack
but they're
with
still
Shang-Chi, swinging with a blazing lunge.
Oh, Blazing, Lunge.
making damage unpreventable.
Unpreventable damage. Yup.
And
Blaze,
yeah.
Blazing Lunge, unpreventable damage, and Cam goes,
Bolt
"Yo,
on
it's
Bolt
it's
after.
over." And that's, I mean, that's the one. So let's see, well, how much damage is that? 70 damage. Blazing Lunge is 4.
Yes.
He banished two Fire Element cards for unpreventable, so it's 4 plus the Shang-Chi at 70.
So
Shang-Chi is damage every
11
5, right?
12 from the Shang-Chi.
Is it damage every 5 or every 6?
Every 6.
Every 6.
So you get 11 plus the 1 base from the weapon.
So 12.
And then you have 2 Enrage, which is every 4.
Every 4, so it's 68,
Yes.
which is 20, or which is 17.
Yes.
So 17, 17,
34.
34 plus 12 is 46.
You know what the number was?
They're asking the same thing. They're like, do you know what the number for damage was?
16 plus 16. Oh no, 70, right? So. So 16.
We'll let Kadus do the math
17
for us
cents.
here.
So 34, 46.
+4 from the Blazing Lunge.
Yeah, I think 50 is the number.
That's big. That's really big.
I think that does it.
50. They're counting 53. Is 53 correct? 12 plus.
52, where's the 3 damage coming from?
That's what I'm wondering. Where's the 3 damage coming from? So Blazing Lunge is 4. Each of the Enrages was 14. We said.
Yes. I think. It's every 4.
I have to double check. The easiest way to remember is whatever the card's damage you take is also the equivalent to what
No,
the scaling is, isn't it?
No, I think Shang-Chi is every 5. Relentless Outburst is every 6.
It's fine.
Shang-Chi of Sacrifice is every 5 you get +1. So that means it was 15 from the Shang-Chi of Sacrifice.
Yes.
4 from the Blazing Lunge, so that's 19. Enrage is every 4, I believe, because you take
Yes.
4. So it's 70, 68 is 17, right?
Yes.
40, 20, and then 8. So 17, 17 is 34, plus 15 is 49,
and 53.
plus
Yeah,
the
that's
4, so
where we are.
53. That's a spicy meatball. That is a hot, blazing meatball thrown at your face. Jin is so cool, man. Exia is like conceptually the most like cinematic anime-esque thing. For me, like Grand Archive is like so fantasy anime focused. So when I think of Jin is like the coolest fantasy anime character for me, and I love the concept. I am net decking this and I'm playing it, and I'm probably never gonna get to play it against anyone, but it's gonna be fun.
So, do you think Nullifying Lantern is the play to beat Jin? Because that way you can make the Blazing Lunge preventable.
I don't know how well it's gonna do because you have cards like Reduced to Ash now, and like I
Yes.
mean, Kadus is showing main deck Meltdown, right?
Yes, but Meltdown is slow.
Meltdown is slow, but Reduced to Ash
you
does.
can always Grail your Lantern.
That's true. At that
Or-
point, you would melt down the Grail, and then hopefully they hope they
Yes.
don't have a Reduced to Ash, right? I also don't think Cam is running
And obviously in other decks you can
a
Fracturize the
Quicksilver
Lantern.
Grail. That's true. That's true.
I don't know if he's running Fantasia removal.
Probably not. I think he feels pretty safe. I mean, he feels safe into the Razor Gale meta,
Yeah.
so he might actually be running it. Like some people are running Mystic Purifiers,
Yeah.
4 Mystic Purifiers, and so we actually saw a deck list that had the ultimate I hate Razor Gale sideboard. It was crazy. It was like all Fantasia removal. If you're playing the Wind versions, I mean, a lot of people, we saw everyone buying Verdigris Decrees.
Dust-like Communion is doing double duty this meta. You can run it to get levels down by 1 for the Slime deck, and you can use it to remove a Fantasia. for
The
Razor Gale deck.
-1 level from Dustlight is so unbelievably underrated. And in the same conversation, I want to bring up
Yeah.
Beast Bond Ears in Lorraine Sakura allies is actually really good
Yeah,
because
the
it enables
horse-
so many
yeah.
things, right? It enables Trotter. It enables a lot of the level 2 bonuses on your champions. And, I mean, you get, what, Parsonet bonus, for example?
Yeah. Way back, I was seriously considering running Dust-like Communion to get levels down by 1 to turn off Banner Knight.
Put
That's
3 on the
gross.
bottom.
The Banner Knight hatred is so sad. Banner Knight, though, new Banner Knight art in the
Yep.
Jin starter deck, beautiful. Sadly, you need 2 Jin starter decks to
Yeah.
do that, but, you know, we accept it either way. We pay for the beautiful cards that we want. Sadly, that's going to be a Sapphire pack card, which means I am
I'll play 8
going
cards.
broke.
I really want the Sapphire Pack Shifting Current token.
True. True. Harvest Herbs,
pass it.
as Cam says at the beginning here. I saw an Indolent Leisure in his hand, so that's going to be kind of nice. He's going to be able to, once he gets Polaris out, being able to like sacrifice for levels for Indolent Leisure is a really, really nice strat if you're playing Arsana.
Yes.
Barter Herbs is actually probably like the best combination card for
I'm really
Polaris,
curious
right?
if there. I don't think it's even going to be a tier 1 deck, but I'm curious if there's going to be an Arisana deck that tries to stack level herbs. You have barter herbs to make sure all your herbs are level herbs, and then you go like weaken resistance into Fireball.
Weaken resistance into Fireball would be crazy. Or even weaken resist. I've seen some people that are playing level-based weaken resistance into Sparklight.
Yeah.
I think that's
But
a really
the
neat
Fireball
concept.
lets you double dip.
After I pay costs.
The Fireball feels like a win more condition. It might be a little too much, but
I mean,
sometimes you can cheese some good stuff.
How many levels are you getting out of your herbs? Like 5, maybe, if you're lucky. So 5 levels.
If you're bartering, probably 4, maybe 5. Right, because you can change them over into things you want
Yeah.
to like double dip for your Polaris as well.
And a Razor Leaf.
But you're right. It's
Razor
like
Vine,
there's only
Razor
so many that are
Spring
going to be
Leaf,
available.
you know.
Razor, Spring, Vine, Leaf, as Lineage Break Cam's calling it.
Reckless?
Yes.
Those are beautiful. I actually think those are gorgeous,
yeah, they're very
gorgeous
well run
tokens.
tokens.
Really, I'm gonna have to take a look at those later. I'll ask him to post them on Twitter so you guys can see. Make sure to follow the Lineage Break Cam Twitter. It's a wonderful, beautiful casting man. Also, the TO at Webway Games.
Yes,
Fantastic.
I might end up going there next season for
Whoa.
the regionals.
That's pretty cool. Indolent Leisure here.
I can't complain.
Pretty good.
Whoa.
It's always
No,
feels
it's
nice to
awesome.
draw 2 in the early game.
Yeah.
Indolent Leisure, so good.
Yes.
But also
Creative
means,
Shock end
again, he put himself out of range with Lumpspire.
Ooh, there it is. The Creative Shock end step's going to get the fast cure. So Killidus is also out of Gloomspire range now.
No fast effect.
You go second, and you Creative Shock into a floating.
Well, you can always Fractal Lumpspire.
7.
It's true. You could Fractal Gloomspire from here. He does have the Fractal in his hand as well.
I don't see the Lumpspire, though.
I see 2 Gentle Respites.
That's a dungeon guide. New art.
Oh, maybe I'm mixing up the Dungeon Guide with the Gentle Respite. I think that it's 2 Dungeon Guides, right?
Yes. Yes. That is a gentle respite, though, I think.
Would you ever double DG? I feel like there's no reason to, right?
In this matchup, there's
matchup?
no reason. In this matchup, there's no reason. But
But
there's
like,
definitely a line.
in this deck, what does double DGing do for you? Like, you know, in Diana, you're able to taser lock people. In Merlin, you start drawing a million cards. In this, you also kind of draw a million cards.
It's mostly there for if you're scared of your opponent killing you next turn and you want that immortality. I think.
That's very fair. That's very fair. Honestly, double Dungeon Guiding on this deck into the Razor Gale is actually probably pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, they can still try to kill you in end step, but you start drawing cards really fast with your Berserker plate, and then you can just take out Chalice of Blood earlier.
But again, the problem is that your Outburst kill con is defeated by Veiling Breeze.
That's true. That's true. But I mean, we did see the Blazing Lunge, so
Yeah,
we do know he
yeah.
has an answer to that at least.
But that requires a bit more setup.
I'm gonna level up. I have 1
True.
floating
I mean, it's
energy.
mostly 1 in rage, because,
And 1
well, maybe not, because of Serene Spirit
More,
of Wind.
less in the amount of cards in hand, but more in damage manipulation.
Yeah,
being
finding
able
the
to, like,
actual right cards for it.
A
Oh,
Volt.
Cosmic Bolt banish. That's actually not bad here.
Level up.
Now, you know, now with Polaris, banishing Cosmic Bolt kind of feels good.
Yeah.
Like, you just start
Definitely.
the damage a little higher.
Cam
getting
has
lots of
shied away
places
from
that-
doing it, but I also think that putting down your 3 visits to paying for cost is very good. 'Cause
Yes.
You're recycling them anyway.
Yes, putting your 3
right,
visits down at the beginning
it's
to level up
Kind
is
of the
fantastic.
same as putting down your floating memory to level up. You don't really care.
I'd argue it's almost better. Because you can just activate, being able to activate it out of anything else is just so much value. Because even if you don't need the recover, you can just take it and then be like, cool, I'm going to now Glimpse 2.
2, please.
Dungeon Guide,
Give me this one.
or as some people call it, Dungeon Guy, whatever
Culture
floats your
Level,
boat.
Master Sage.
What do you like more, old Dungeon Guide art or new Dungeon Guide art?
Honestly, I think I'm the kind of
Big one.
weirdo that likes putting different arts in his deck.
Hold on. Is that too far?
You're just like me, brother. You're just like me. I get flamed so much for that, though. I used to do
Sure.
2 different arts, one
Yeah.
foil and one
Yeah.
non-foil of each, and then everyone was like, what are you doing?
I'm,
What is
I'm
wrong with
fine.
you?
I'll let him have it. I let him have it. I know his intentions.
Said I wasn't gonna do it on.
So I'll need to trade
Oh.
myself for a dungeon guide.
Whoa.
I'll let you have
Ooh,
it.
dungeon
Whoa.
guide
I'll
level
let
3.
Take one.
Cam actually made the mistake of swinging with his Dungeon Guide, and Killida said, I'll let him have it. It's fine. I know his intention. He's playing Arasana. It's good. That was almost a round 1 heartbreaker. I'm never letting him live that down.
I don't think I've ever seen that line of play. You know, the intentional dungeon guides not level up. It's useful technically in Rise sometimes to get 2 more arcane in your banish, but I don't think I've ever seen it in person.
Oh, normally if you're going to do that, it's in a win deck where it plays Reclaim, and you play it turn 1
Yeah.
because you can't play anything else, and then
Yeah.
you just reclaim it.
Yeah, but then you don't level up with it.
No, but you level up with the Reclaim. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You don't banish. Oh, you mean just straight banish?
Yeah.
You just leave it? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Rai can,
That's
late game
crazy.
Rai can just play dungeon guide and banish 2 just to get 2 extra levels.
Surely there's a better way to get 2 extra levels, right?
No, why not? It's
All right, we're going to see the Dungeon Guide on the other side here. So we're going to see both champions level 3, Jin level 3, and the Arasana level 3. Level 2.5, I'm going to call her because she was almost forgotten about. Here it is. Jin, Undying Resolve. Beautiful Jin.
All right.
I was really hoping that Killidus would have a
Battle
Jin
of the Dungeon
CSR to show on stream because that card is gorgeous. That card's actually gorgeous. A and B cards look so good. I'm so excited.
I don't think we've seen an ingredient pouch from Cam, so his Polaris is pretty much capped at like 5 counters.
Nah,
You know,
I'll just
a
move to
harvest
my
herb
turn
somewhere?
and trigger.
Yeah. Well, it depends. If he gets a barter herbs, it'll go up higher because he
Yes,
can
true,
sacrifice them and then get new ones. So he'll just automatically get 2 for free, basically. So that's the end step. I believe inherited effect here is going to get rid of 2 copies of that. I can't tell which one it is, but one of the herbs is going to draw a card for
That's Phrasia, number 4.
that. Whoa. Oh, I see now because you can see the dice on the bottom. You're so smart.
Yeah.
Canadians. I wish I was smart like the other Canadians. It's a pretty good hand for Cam, though. I believe he has a Scry the Skies, 2 Astrocytes.
Yeah, meanwhile we see
Dealing more damage to
Alexia and
yourself,
Killidus'
and
hand.
I'm dealing
Killidus
with-
just being chilling with his Berserker played out.
All right, that's fine.
They pass the turn there. Slowly start racking up the self-damage. Become the ticking time bomb.
Beginning
Cam, we
of
did
the
actually
session,
see the,
I will
what was it, the Grand Crusaders ring there, so we know he doesn't have a Quicksilver Grail.
a tapped power cell. And then recollect. Drop turn.
Lots of things available for both of these decks here. Coming up to the 20-minute mark. Game 1 did go to Kadus.
I'll take
Currently in Game 2 right now, if you're just tuning in here for Ascent Toronto.
20 minutes is enough to find
Think.
Yannick for the game.
Sure,
If
get
Cam
some
wins
stuff.
that game, though, I don't think there's time for Game 3.
Put a
It's going to be
card
tough. This
on
game
the
is
bottom.
like very difficult. It's a long game for both players, and it's very difficult to find lethal. Like if Cam could find lethal very soon here, that'd be ideal because Kadus doesn't have the influence to push for lethal.
Put a counter on play.
Oh, he's Polarising. He's doing the Polaris
However you
thing.
want. Put a
He's
counter
doing the Polaris thing. He's taking away everything.
on- I am plus
We
one
get to
double.
5 counters on the Polaris. He
I'll
did swing with the
practice the
Dungeon Guy to
Lucy
remember to
Fund.
do that to get the damage in
Fucking
before
darn.
cracking the Polaris and killing his own DG.
You have climate control?
I don't
5
think he's
colors
running.
will come
I
out.
don't think he's running Foraging Servant, but I really like Foraging Servant with Polaris because you can. Usually people don't kill them because it's a 1/2 is floating memory. You don't want to give the float.
You
But-
get your flow for free.
Yeah, you kill them with Polaris and then you have your float.
Yeah, it's pretty good. There's some really cute things you can do with Arasana's Polaris now. Like, I played, this is just like to mess around, but like Polaris Arasana into Merlin, and then it's like you just have 3 herbs, and it's like you sacrifice to kill their board, or if you don't need to, you just Pendragon it back, and you're like, cool, free Pendragon. It's like goofy because it works, but you wouldn't expect it to work in that kind of way. Because like one of the bigger issues of Merlin is getting swarmed, right?
Yeah.
If you don't play hybrid, like sometimes you just get ally swarmed. And in the current meta with all the unique ally decks, like playing, a lot of people are playing Dilu, Guan Yu, Liu Bei, and all those things. There's also like the Sakura allies, and then on top of that, there's just people who just flood the board with, swarm allies in those senses. Like that gives you a good answer to it, to be honest.
I didn't see what he chose from his first cry. I saw a lot of damage preventions. There was a Resolute Stand, a Peaceful Reunion. I think he probably took the Peaceful Reunion.
Probably the Peaceful Reunion. I don't think Resolute Stand does anything in this matchup.
I'm surprised he didn't sideboard them out, in fact. Maybe he just didn't have enough cards to put in.
It's too bad because Blanche doesn't really do anything in this matchup.
Well, that helps against Relentless Outburst.
It helps against one of them, but it still makes, if you still have the 35 damage, it still makes you take it on the extra +1 on the next one. Because
Yes.
most people are going to Relentless Outburst are going to double
Yeah, but then
play
you can,
it twice.
then you can play second Blanche.
Okay, I respect it. If you have second Blanche, there's not much you can do, right? You gotta just eat it. Hopefully that's not the case. Also, I think that's a custom Power Soul token there. I think it's a Luki Yuki one.
Yes, yes.
Is that the Nico one?
That might be Nico.
Nico. I miss Nico. I know people really hated Nico, but I loved watching people play Nico.
Nico might have a place in this meta because the Magebane Lash is very good into Razor Gear Calling.
Really, really good. Yeah. You have Magebane Lash, and you also have the Vapor Jet Shield.
Yeah.
It's also Nico's kind of good into Jin too, because
Yeah,
you can kill. It's the only way you can kill him.
And also, all your interaction is very good because Jin, as we've seen, the game plan is build up into one very big swing.
Yeah.
And
Song of Frost, Fracturize the Plate,
Fracturize the Shang-Chi.
Ravishing Finale him for 100 cards.
Yeah.
There's actually a good amount of answers to it. And I think that's something that might come back a lot.
Play Blaze War.
Whoa! That is a card I really, really
That's
like.
No, that's not the Conduit. That's the one that draws cards, right?
So this is
The-
Bloodsworn.
Yes.
Or
No,
Bloodbond
yes, that's the
Bladesworn.
Bladesworn, yeah.
Yeah. So this is really nice because if Cam chooses to clear this, he's gonna push Kadus' damage up faster and faster,
Yeah.
right? But this is already hitting for 4.
I don't think he has any way of killing it.
Or not 4. It's hitting
Except-
for 3.
except
It's 10
the-
damage counters,
yeah.
right?
Put this on the stack. Glimpse one. I'll reveal this while I'm glimpsing. That one I'll cast for free.
Whoa.
Draw.
Casting the Cosmic Bolt
Do you
for
think
free.
that's that obviously is aimed at Bladesworn because that
I
kills it
think
and
so.
you still deal the damage. There's no reason to not kill it, right?
Turn.
Did he go
It looks like he
face?
just went 6 to face.
He should have aimed at the ally.
Interesting. So we're still in end of turn here.
Yeah.
We're gonna see 3 visits, resting, glimpse 2. He's gonna star call another. Oh, okay.
Very, very lucky glimpses.
Paying for the star called Cosmic Bolt. I mean, you can. The thing is, at any point you can hit the.
Yeah.
23. Interesting.
Is
Choosing
that-
not to kill it.
I think he was looking at the Safeguard Amulet.
Maybe he kills it on its next attack declaration instead.
Maybe he knows he's playing Peaceful Reunion anyway, so there's no reason to kill it.
Well, okay. He's playing Peaceful Reunion. That's why he gets the Grand Crusader's Ring instead of the. Well, no. Wouldn't you still get the Safeguard Amulet here?
If you're planning on playing Peaceful, I think you get the Safeguard.
What if he has a Veiling Breeze?
Maybe he has a Veiling Breeze.
I think I saw a
didn't see
Veiling
one
Breeze
yet.
in
Maybe
hand.
he sideboarded them, but I didn't see one.
Is that a Veiling Breeze right there behind the Peaceful Reunion? Card number 5 on the right.
I couldn't see, but at the same time, he's playing, except for 3 visits, like what win card have we seen him play?
There's the Cosmic Bolt. Okay.
This one is +6, so it'd be for 10.
Cosmic Bolt for 10. Coming in. Goes to 33, which will be 36 after the plate.
Cast a
Peaceful Reunion.
Yep.
He has how many cards in hand?
1 in hand.
1 in hand, so no Veiling Breeze available.
So he could die to like...
Thank you.
Relentless.
Very relevant.
Relentless, he's not there yet because of... Yeah, the plate will get him to
When I play
35.
locals, I don't even
Plate gets him to
play
36,
design
double
or
Relentless
reason.
kills?
Yeah, I think he's led to double Relentless.
Because
If Kadus
Relentless,
has it.
36. Relentless is every 6 damage counters?
Every 6 damage, yes.
So 1 here and 3 here. So it'd be
So they're just
4
counting the
and
Cosmic Bolts to make sure damage here. So until end of turn, target damage or target champion takes 1 extra damage. So if he plays 2 of them, it'll be what? It'll be
Like-
you have to resolve the first one.
Yeah, it's
first
like
one. So he'll take
12 and 18.
12 and 18, so 30. So he will die.
Yes.
So if he has enough for double Relentless,
And
which
he had 1 card in hand, so the Grand Crusader Ring didn't do anything this turn. So I
Safeguard
think he should have
Amulet
gotten
would've
the
been
amulet.
Yeah. So if Kadus has what is it? 8 cards in hand.
Yeah.
8 cards total. Well,
I-
7 because he has the Fractal of Insight.
I think he goes Castle Blood here.
I think he's counting it right now.
We're just gonna tally.
Plus two damage because of the
First play trigger, I take
what's it called? The 3 visits.
Yeah, yeah.
So he'll rest and heal 2. So he's gonna Chalice of Blood. Breastplate trigger, take 3, draw.
reflect. Go for turn.
Whoa. 2 Gloam Spires in hand. A lot of Gloam Spires in hand. His deck has so much Exia. This feels very much like the Luxem deck where it's very, very, very advanced element heavy.
I compare it more to the Ride deck.
True, true. That's very understandable. Yeah,
It also
Ride deck
plays
is
a bit more
very
similar.
Heavy.
It's drawing cards and then getting a big
Ooh, Men
kill.
Flesh.
Number 8.
And flesh for 8.
Interesting, so he doesn't have the kill.
28, 7 damage.
I guess we don't see any outbursts in hand.
I mean, no upper, so he's just chilling right now
Yeah.
because he knows he can't die. Cam has 1 card in hand.
No glimpse on the board.
Yeah, no glimpse
Well,
until next turn.
there's the 3 visits, but there's still 1 available, right? Did he have one in hand? I think the 1 in Banish is gone, but he might have kept the 1 in hand. I think he had 1 in
Oh,
hand.
I thought he played 1. Interesting. So I guess he could kill him here.
We're gonna hope we're better lucky than good.
Oh, it is here.
Right,
Yeah,
he
it
has
is. It
the
is here.
grave
So,
site.
yeah, so he played 1. Yeah, I thought he played 1 last turn in Instep. So here it is. If he glimpses the Cosmic Bolt,
Not
GG.
lucky yet.
No.
Not lucky today.
That was
Gonna
a barter
bottom
herb
those.
and empowering prayer at the bottom.
Oh,
I'll just-
unfortunate. Does get the recover too, though, which is nice. And Kadus will live to see another day. That could have been it, though. That could have been the 1-1 going into 11 minutes left on the round.
Get a
But
necklace.
looking kind of scary. Necklace of Foresight.
No, obviously you don't go amulet here because you know he doesn't have the outburst because you'd be dead if he did.
That's true. That's true. So you can play a little greedy. He has an Astral Seal in his hand, too.
Yeah.
Astral Seal is pretty good right now. Astral Seal available to him. Casting another Peaceful. I'm fairly certain he has a Veiling Breeze in his hand. Might be crazy. I really thought he had one.
But even if he has a Veiling Breeze, does he have a second win to actually do anything?
I actually
with it?
don't think he has enough
I don't
win-
think he's
enough
running
win
Veiling
cards.
Breezes because I haven't seen any win card except for 3 visits and Veiling Breeze.
Just gonna pass.
You know, you're probably right. You're probably right. I think I'm just too hopeful because Veiling Breeze is so good, and I think it's like one of the best cards in the game.
Oh, definitely so.
What are we going to see here from Kadus? Whoa, Safeguard Amulet.
Interesting.
The new Safeguard Amulet. What do you like more, art-wise? The new or old Safeguard
New,
Amulet?
definitely new.
New. New is nice. New is nice. I
think
can't wait
I'll
to see it in
follow.
foil. Sadly, it's going to be a P24 card.
Oh yeah.
I do like the FTCA ones. The armament cards are nice. But mostly the texture. I think the art is much better on the new
Gonna be for
ones.
12.
Cosmic Bolt for 12 here. In Kadus's...
Still not killing the Bladesworn.
12.
It's almost BM at this point, right?
Well, he played a Peaceful Reunion, so he doesn't have to kill the
Safeguard.
Bladesworn.
Yeah, but it's almost BM at this point because there's no reason to not kill it. But
Interesting, though. So we're going to see that Cosmic Bolt is in response to the materialization of Safeguard Amulet. It's going to take the Breastplate trigger. Oh, words are hard. Take 3 damage, draw a card, go to 43.
Meltdown in Kadus' hand is currently useless. He has like 3 Gloam Spires in hand, I think.
He's a lot of cards he doesn't want to
2.
have. But he still
There's
does
a
have,
lunge.
he does still
I
have
see a
Serene
lunge.
available to him.
Was that a Pierce the Heavens I saw? Or
Mind
a
Flesh.
Savage Swing? I'm not sure.
Probably Pierce.
I'm not sure which one he's running.
Maybe Indiscriminate Gyre.
How
That's a
many cards
Pierce.
in
That's a Pierce.
4 in hand.
So the thing we forgot about on the other turn when we were talking about the Cosmic Bolt lethal was, again, Serene.
Yeah.
So he didn't quite have lethal there, even if he did hit it because of the Serene release. But it would force him not to be able to play a lot of these fire cards, which means he wouldn't have access to the Blazing Lunge, which
Correct.
is really important, I think, in this matchup for Cam.
That puts you
Men,
to
35.
Men to
so he'll have to
35.
release.
Yeah, we're going to have to see the release, I think. The question is, does he play any fire cards first? So he doesn't have any targets that are relevant for the Meltdown.
There's what, the Gloomspire and the Lunge? and the
Gloomspire seems
Meltdown.
kind of useless.
So I don't think there's any reason to play any of them because they're not doing anything.
Yeah, he's basically throwing away that lunge. So yeah, he's going to release.
Range release.
Sure.
Goes down to 29.
And I'll pass.
And that's end step.
And step.
End step, here we go. 3 visits. Let's go. Does he have the damage?
Do we hit the kill?
I'll recover 2
Bottom of the deck.
and glimpse 2.
No, Nascent Barrier and
I believe that's
Harvester?
actually
No good.
incorrect. You have to glimpse the 2 and then put the 3 visits on the bottom after, right? You resolve the entire effect of the card and then put the card down.
Yes.
Ah, Lineage Break Cam.
Reflect.
Not doing it right. Interesting. That's okay. I think a lot of people make
Yeah,
that
it does-
mistake
it
because it's most
doesn't really
decks.
matter.
Most decks can't go through their whole deck.
Yeah.
But I've actually seen a couple decks that do go all the way through.
Yeah, Arizona can.
Wind Merlin does fairly often as well, just due to all the cycling cards. But yeah, so it's important for you guys who don't know this. When you do your 3 visits, when you do it from Banishment, you have to resolve the whole card and then you put the 3 visits on the bottom. So if you glimpse 2, put them to the bottom, your 3 visits goes underneath that at the very bottom.
Yes.
Okay, am I crazy? Is that not a Veiling Breeze? That looks like a Veiling Breeze.
Which one? I see a Leisure, a Narvisturb.
A lunar sea.
Don't see a Veiling Breeze.
It just looks
Pasty.
so green.
No, that's Harvesturb.
That's
Harvesturb.
Harvest Herbs?
Yeah.
Man, I am losing it. I'm losing it.
I actually cycled my whole deck with Nico last month. I scried a tile sweep at the bottom and had to find it.
A title sweep?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mage Bane Lash title sweep is good. So do we see it? Is the Shang-Chi of Sacrifice coming out yet? Is he going for the big lethal? So we're not going to see a Peaceful Reunion. We're going to see Quicksilver Grail.
So he's expecting to.
What's scary to me is he didn't double check what he put underneath there, and he had all the cards in his hand still. I guess he, you know what it is, but still. I triple checked this. One time I accidentally put Assassin's Rippers underneath when I meant to put a Poison Dagger. It's not a good feeling. Not a good feeling going -2 on my level up. But let's see. Does he have the answer? Does he go for it? He's wondering if he goes for it.
I think
Thinking
he
about
has
it.
to, right?
Also, those new Chess Club jackets, fantastic. They look
Yeah.
beautiful. It's nice to see the teams kind of representing themselves a little bit more now, right? It's a very good way to get your brand out there. We have 6 minutes left in the round here for round 1. Currently, Kadus is up 1 game on the Serene Fire Jin.
Well, we'll make it
This
a
is
turn.
Exia OTK, basically. And then Lineage Break Cam here is playing the Infinite Loop Cosmic Bolt Arasana on Wind Fragmented. We
Doesn't
are going to
seem-
see Shang-Chi of Sacrifice.
On the step.
What was the reason for the Grail here, you think?
Try to read that one more time. That's so much deck.
It doubles.
It
Sorry, what was your
doubles,
question?
and then you
What was
can
the
make
reason
it-
for the Grail? Was there a reason to just
Yeah.
not get... Oh, because he didn't have a card down, right? He didn't have a card down. He needed to cast something.
Yeah.
Draw for Sean.
Yeah, he didn't have anything down, so he wanted to be able to take it out at the right time. So he said on the stack,
And then
he
I
was going
will-
to activate, I believe, Proof of Life,
Yes.
right?
To double the damage from the pole arm.
Double damage from the on-enter of the pole arm, so he's going to go to 32. Or, sorry, 42.
42, yeah.
He's going to take 10 from that. Proof of Life is so interesting. Being able to, on the stack, take more damage for yourself is really, really quite
Attack for
an interesting
I'll
setup.
take 7.
Ooh. Bloodsport attack for 7,
Starting the
kind of big.
damage.
Lineage Break Cam, I'll take 7.
So Cam has 4 cards in hand, so basically 1 interaction. He's safe from Relentless Outburst because of the Safeguard Amulet. So the question is, how many attacks can he block? How many does he need to block?
He probably needs to block. Oh,
Oh.
Attack for 7.
okay. Another attack for 7 here. We're going to see another Blood Bond Blood Bond Bladesworn. It's a mouthful. I always
So-
get it backwards. I always think it's Blood Sworn
Yeah.
Blade
yeah.
Bond. Oh, he's totally backwards. Did he play a third one?
Is that it?
You
Might
going
be.
for it? Their third one? Third one for 7, and then swing with the polearm?
Polearm swings for 9.
So that's 8, 9.
Yep.
Yeah.
9 is 23.
He's close. I think he does have a third one.
Rage.
Oh, he's enraging.
Oh, and
Okay.
Rage.
Enrage. Enrage is good here. So,
So
enrage,
Enrage an
he's going to
extra
get 11 damage.
He's not hitting, hitting any breakpoints, so Shang-Chi is still hitting for the same damage. No, he is, yeah. 1 extra damage from Shang-Chi, so that's a plus 12, technically.
So this is 11.
Enrage
this
is
is
11,
plus,
and then Shang-Chi is
9.
going to
So
be
20.
for 9, so 10, so he's swinging for 20.
We'll see if we find
21, he forgot the 1 damage from the polearm, I think.
Oh, yeah, and the base. Yeah, base damage.
He's glimpsing into 3 visits and Harvest Orb. He has 1 card
He's
draw in
gonna
hand?
bottom them, I
Yeah, he's
think?
bottom down.
Okay.
Is it better
Yeah,
to
11 plus 8.
put the 3 visits down to dig 1 deeper, or to keep the 3 visits
this is plus
up
1.
and get it with the Astrocyte?
The
and-
Astrocyte, -2. I don't think it's enough for him. I don't think it...
yeah,
I guess he can use it to glimpse, so it's, like,
Yeah,
decent.
And also heals for 2, but that's not enough.
Okay.
So here's the Astrocyte.
This one. Well, it's
Glimpsing
a
into the Cosmic Bolt. He's looking for a Spell Shield Astra, I think.
Give me more damage.
Probably.
Draw card. Yeah, you got it.
Just drawing the card. And
And
then there
that
it
is
is.
the
There's
win.
the concession. So
Exia.
Killinus is going to be taking it.
Yeah, I forgot about your
I wanted it.
stream.
I
You
wanted
have
Exia
second
to make a good
left
showing here. Everyone told me it was crazy because Exia is like... They're like, oh, man, Exia is not the deck you want to bring to Toronto. But Killinus manages to find the deck list that does well. I mean, given he is playing into Arsana, it looks pretty good.
It's a very interesting. Like I said, it's close in gameplay to Rai. It's about going to level 3 and getting your 1 win gun. You do
Yeah,
have,
it's a
you
big-
do
it's a
have
big
some
combo deck.
You do have 2 win guns now. You can play Outburst and you can play Big Swing.
I mean, for him, he almost has 3, right? He has the Blood Blonde Blade Sword.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, the Blade
being
Swords are
able to
pretty
do more damage with that is nice. Having the allies option
Yes.
is always nice in a deck, and I think that's something that a lot of people kind of forget about. But yeah, overall, I mean, I think it was great. It looked great. I loved seeing, that big OTK turn, and it happened in both games, right? The first one we saw, it was the double enrage into the swing with, unpreventable damage for 53.
From the Blazing
That's-
Lunge.
It's kind of it's a big spicy meatball, like I said before. But Relentless Outburst does have the counterplay of Safeguard Amulet. Cam respected that, and Killinus had to find another way to get the kill. And it was just a single enrage. It just
Yep.
didn't need too much more.
So we're just seeing more water decks for more Song of Frost?
Maybe Song of Frost is pretty good. Well, there's also Tactical Retreat. It's also another one.
Yes,
It's
yes,
basically
tactical.
like a pseudo Song of Frost in that sense. But yeah, being able to stop the combat phase. I mean, we have things like Cry for Help, being able to target other things. But in a deck like this, a lot of damage is going to be
Hymn of-
cleared.
Hymn of Gaia's Grace from Slime.
Guy's Grace.
That
Guy's
you
Grace is
used,
good from Slime,
Slime
as well.
used to put that in the side for Tristan. Now probably putting that in the side for Jin.
True. I mean, if Jin gets popular, then a lot of people are going to have to show
Yep.
a lot of respect for those things. But, I mean, looking at this matchup, I think the most important thing for me that was really interesting is Arasana is actually a pretty good competitive, I think it's a viable
Yeah, the
competitive
core
deck.
of the deck is very solid. You have your answers to many different situations. You have the Polaris to wipe out a big board. You have Peaceful Reunion to buy you extra turns. You have the 3 visits to prevent the chip damage from.
You also have a
decks that go a bit
viable
smaller.
kill condition now, right?
Yes.
Being able to get the Polaris to give you more Cosmic Bolts. And feasibly, most games, you will get 4 or more Cosmic Bolts, right?
Yes.
Getting 8 or more is kind of crazy. You're probably, resolving 2 barter herbs at that point. But
Yeah,
before
exactly.
that,
Polaris
4
is less
too
about
reasonable.
less about the damage cap and more about the consistency of the deck. It's about making sure you see more Cosmic Bolts in the game, not how many you need to kill.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, you only need 4 max Cosmic Bolts to kill someone.
Depends the deck you're facing, but yes.
Yeah. Exactly. But thank you guys so much for joining us. This is round 1 of Ascent Toronto. That was Lineage Break Cam and Chess Club's Kadus on the Fire OTK Jin. I'm so happy that we saw Fire OTK. I need to go thank
it's a fun-
Kadus
it's
for
a
that
fun
game.
deck.
It's great. But that's the end of round 1. We'll be coming back with round 2. You guys will be joined with Bonnie Rain and with Genghis Kwan.
welcome back to the stream. We have our new caster for today, Genghis Khan. So, what do you think? What do you think of the first match? So, Exia, it's obviously a very fast deck. Do you think it does well into other things? You're mostly a wind ally players. What do you think? How do you think the matchup compares?
The matchup compares. It's pretty interesting. I mean, Exia's got a lot going on. You can extend all the way out to late game. You've got like a good bunch of great self-damaging tools, lots of card draw. With wind ally specifically, it's always a game of cat and mouse because you always want to hit. You never want to put them into critical range too soon.
Yeah. So, do you have any cards you're thinking of, especially for the matchup? Do you think you just like play your normal game, play your normal cards? Is there any specific sideboard tech you're thinking of, or?
I would say the biggest one and the most obvious is if you can fit it in Safeguard Amulet.
Yep.
Buys you an extra turn to try and fish for that Zephyr to clear the plate, assuming you push them high enough. But yeah, it's a little bit of a gamble sometimes because you never know when they go low enough or like they sink enough cards in to just land a fast cure or two in the perfect spot as well. So hard to say.
And we mentioned earlier, there's a lot of variety of Wind Allies decks right now. So
Yes.
which one's your favorite for now with the new meta? Do you like the new Unique Ally build?
Oh, I really like the new Wind Unique Ally build because I mean Dilu is just such an efficient body itself, and say you just lay it out turn one. They're not really sure what to do with it exactly.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to clear for most decks.
Yeah,
Unless you're playing a very, very focused aggro deck yourself, Allies deck, it's hard to find 4 damage.
it is, and I mean there's also Guan Yu is kind of the new lurking assailant where you can just leave it standed there, matchup dependent, of course. You just leave it standed there, and they don't have a great answer to it. They can't exactly like swing into you because they get clipped for 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what would you think Wind Allies is scared against in this meta?
In this meta, I would say like Wind Vanitas. I just learned about the deck super recently. Just anything that controls the board well or buys time, which like Wind Vanitas very good for. Also, just extra health, anything with a lot of healing, Serene Spirits, fighting through like just a lot of mitigation, recovery.
Yep.
And like anything that just stalls the game out long enough, because when you play Wind Allies or when you play any aggro deck, you have to think of yourself on a timer. How many materializes do you have to like go through before like the game is or like the game falls off for you? Like basically you've passed your power spike.
The other deck we saw in round 1 was Arisana. Have you played a lot against Polaris? Are you scared of that card?
That's a great question. I haven't played into too much Arisana myself, but usually I would say I respect it. I'm not too scared of that card. I know how to space around it, or I specifically really love Ace and Protector, so if I feel it coming, or like if I feel like they're going to wipe for 3, I don't mind picking up a guy to save it just for later. You know what I mean?
Obviously, we see Ascent as a cost most of the time, but the utility you can get from it is very good. Obviously, some people picked it up last set because of Windmill Engineer.
Yeah.
It's by far the best thing to pick up with it.
It's up there. It's up there. I don't know. I don't really know any better feeling than going second, opening Windmill into Ace and like hitting for 4 and then picking up a card. So
we saw the Polaris. So you mentioned Vanitas. How do you think Wind Allies is into Merlin? Merlin got a lot of new tools this set.
Yeah.
Which of those scare you? Which of those do you think don't really affect the matchup?
Which of those scare me? I think specifically Thunderclap is a pretty good one because it's a fast speed tool and with like heightened spellcraft and new mnemonic charm and so on and so forth. It gives them like a toolbox card where you can fast clear 4 health allies.
Yeah,
it's a big deal.
Yeah, Thunderclap 4 damage at fast speed is something that was not very accessible. Obviously,
correct.
Only fire has the good removal. It's part of the identity of the element.
I guess the other on the flip side of that coin, right? Because we're talking about Merlin in general.
Yeah.
There's also the fact that if they're playing pure Merlin now, we don't see any more hybrid variants so much where they level into
That is true.
Blade
Most
Master.
people dropped off of the hybrid
Exactly.
list.
Yeah. Hmm.
So, are you usually? How do you feel about it, Luck? So, as we mentioned, there's Hide and Spellcraft and Mnemonic Charm. The main goal of those cards is, well, either to get a kill with Fireball or to get Incarnate Majesty out as fast as possible, because it's very, very hard to tier 2. Usually, do you think you have the luck to beat the Majestic Spirit, or do you think they will drop it out before you can close the game?
I think usually I find I have the clock to beat the Majestic Spirit, but this new variant I've kind of been testing with some teammates. Obviously I'm not playing this time. Yeah, the Unique Allies list can output a lot of damage, but
Ode of Sakura is a very, very scary card.
it is a super scary card. Yeah.
You can go from a 4 damage board to something like a 16 damage swing.
Exactly, but I mean, I guess with the new lists, or like what I've commonly seen out of Wind Allies lists posted on Luxera's map, what have you, Fractal of Insight, a lot of them have moved away from like the traditional cards we used to favor, as in they've moved down a little bit on Dream Fairy sometimes.
Yep.
Like commonly we only see 2 Zephyrs out of the main, or sometimes they're in the side, not even in the main. So-
Zephyr, very interesting
Yeah.
for the Gen matchup too, as we saw. If you have a big pole arm, just getting off the board for a turn is probably all you need.
Oh, true. I mean, I generally like to save Zephyr for the plate because I know I'm like if I know I'm
the
only
plate for the kill, as we mentioned
Yeah.
earlier in the game, if
Yep,
you deal with
exactly.
the Berserker plates, the opponent will lose their HP and so be at a lower total, so they probably will die in the end step.
Oh yeah, or the other thing is if you push them, if you push them far enough, like they will die due to state-based effects on their end.
So we have probably the next matchup. We are probably seeing Wind Allies and the Boogeyman's Room, Vanitas.
Yes.
So, any take to that? Do you think your Blanche is obviously a bit better in the Unique Ally decks because, well, it's a Unique Ally. It's actually very funny to swing it with a Blanche.
Yeah, as in basically it's kind of a good curve.
We will
Okay.
see the start. We have both of our players.
You as well.
Spirit of Wind.
So we have Clem and Valkyrie, 2 casters that you might have seen at previous events. So we will have Clem on the Wind Ally list, going Lorraine 1 into... No, going both Lorraine 1 and Tonerist 1. So there's the option depending on how the game is going. Not something we see often, and Valkyrie will be on the Vanitas list.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that Clem has favored this hybrid path variant of Unique.
Otherwise, it's the Unique Allies list. You got all your Unique Allies. You got Dilu, you got Guanyu, you got
You want
Diubei,
another
uh,
here?
Parsenet, Purse.
What the?
You have the skirting step that's played now because you need to find a way to get distant on your purse to get some value.
Yeah.
Finish my opening 6,
Mhm.
and then I. go
Yeah,
second, so
there's
I'll
yeah. As we're looking over the deck list, some of the quantity here are very interesting.
2 in hand, 3 in
Which
hand.
which one is interesting you? The favorable win it too,
Oh
or
no,
the
the 4 Mortal Ambition.
oh the
really-
4 Mortal Ambition
That's-
is very interesting. Yeah,
that's
it's
spicy.
it's a great card into the ally matchup.
Yeah.
It's not very useful in all games, but
Yeah.
we'll see what that can do.
Exactly.
So there's also Phalanx Captain. Most of the allies in the deck are human, so that gets some good value. Ghost side last in the sideboard if the opponent is running stealth. Let's look at the other deck list.
Yeah.
I'd like to pass the turn to you, Clem.
Alright.
Of note, the Vanitas is on Serene. It's very good on Vanitas because Vanitas himself is wind, so you can afford to run Serene and not
Correct.
lose access to any of your kit.
Yeah.
Vanish before recollection.
Yeah, I got some cliff notes on the Vanitas deck, courtesy of courtesy of Sean earlier, and the more and more I think about it, like Vanitas is kind of like this
Nice thing.
secret juggernaut.
Yeah, it seems to be the most popular deck for most of the big teams.
Oh yeah, but I meant it more in the sense that he hits a point where he becomes so tanky,
Fortunate.
and like basically
So of note, the deck,
yeah.
and I think that's the most popular variation, they're not running Vanitas 2. They stop at level 1.
Oh, they stop at level 1. Okay, that's good to know.
So they don't get that value. They're running Cleric Robes, which is a card we hadn't really seen much.
Yeah.
It's a cost 1 draw 1 in a material deck if you're Cleric.
Mm-hmm.
You can pay 1 to
It's so
protect
hard
1
to get
damage.
five from.
Do you think that's just overall they needed another card to cycle, or do you think there's something specific they want to block with that?
That's kind of an interesting question. Like I mean the prevention aspect is always great. Like 1 damage can matter in certain spots, even though it seems rather innocuous.
The only matchup I can think of where it's really good is probably Fire Zander, because blocking
Yeah.
1 damage is essentially blocking 2 damage because of the Poison Dagger.
Yeah, I would say it's more so to help fuel larger veilings when needed,
One.
right? Because it tucks a card in for you. So
So what else is in that deck? We see the Baby Green Slime
I'll
for
target
both
her.
removal.
Piston. I draw
Is
card.
there any item to... Well, that's part of why the Cleric Robe is played. It's probably
Yeah.
your cycler of choice to bounce with Baby Green Slime and get back and draw another
I
card.
will
Yeah.
take 3, and I will draw a card.
Cyclical Breeze, a card that lets you
Wonderful.
get back a spell from your graveyard. Probably used to bring back the Veiling Breeze, the main defensive option in the deck.
mm,
He's running Diablerie at 2. We might or might not be able to see that played this game.
right, yeah. Diablerie is a spicy one for sure.
Diablerie able to steal the opponent's Divine Relic the turn they play it.
Yep.
We see Dominating Strike, the free Vanitas Punch,
Mm-hmm.
Favorable Winds, Razor Gate Calling, the very scary, the 3
Okay.
visits, Windmill Engineer. Otherwise, nothing too spicy in the deck list. 1 more Dream Fairy in the sideboard.
Yeah, 1 more Dream Fairy in the side.
So we've seen the Liu Bei again, because that was bounced back to hand to skip on the dodge the Dream Fairy effect.
Yes.
Still, only 1 ally on board. Turn 2 for the ally deck is kind of slow. Do you think that's too bad a position, or?
It's not the worst position, but like I wouldn't be I would be a little bit concerned in this position. You wanna establish a board for sure.
So Vertigo Decree was used to buff the Dream Fairy and kill the
Mm.
ally.
Yeah.
Man, the
That-
Albury is a terrifying card.
Still, not a lot of and we see we hear the players being able to be
Yeah.
scared of the Diablerie. It's a the Vanitas special. I don't think any other deck is running
I'm
it
so
because
lucky.
without the floating memory, it's not that efficient. Yes, it's a big psychological blow, of course, stealing the Divine Relic. No one comes back from that.
Yeah.
But it's not too bad of a value loss when you
Oh,
think
yeah,
about it.
I
It's trading
mean-
1 card for 1 card.
It's trading it's a 1-for-1, right? But like yeah.
And draw for
As
turn.
we like to term it, tilter or mental damage adds up a little.
Yeah,
What a
man,
hand.
your mind state is very important while playing a game like this. You don't want
Absolutely.
to do that one big mistake that will cost you the game because you weren't completely locked in.
Yeah, we've squared off at Nats and Chicago before, so we're no strangers to matching up and finding that one moment that tilts us in a match. A little bit.
One more unique ally, a different one.
Oh,
Fei.
okay, Zhang Fei.
Thinking.
Okay.
Still on Spirit, so still no effect on the ally.
Result?
Imbues Critting Tap to prevent 1 damage and draw. Purely cycling.
Yeah, purely cycling, just trying to find more of your premium cards.
Yeah, trying to find probably the Razor Gear Callings.
Another favorite?
Exactly.
Go for it.
What card are you really digging for here as Wind Allies? What if you had to choose your next draw? What do you draw?
If I had to choose my next draw as the Wind Allies player here,
Is it just the next good ally? Is it Guan Yu?
I would say I'd probably want something kind of sticky. Guan Yu's not bad in this case because Guan Yu's pretty difficult to swing into. Not that easy to clear with like the Verdigris Decree lines, as in even if they like make a Baby Gray or something or make some 1/1, they'd have to add something on top of it to clear. Like
Clem will keep the Parsenet, which is kind of sticky.
Yeah.
1/3 is probably kind of hard for the Vanitas to clear.
yeah,
And it helps give stats to your other units, so you can help blank more than 1 attack. So that
Vigor trigger?
On
yeah. I mean, I will say that.
Okay.
What do you think?
Wait,
What do you think about like say
Bless you.
typical lines of play in this matchup? Are there points where you as the allies player are comfortable with going hands down, on going second, if you get powerful enough of an opener, say for example, you get like well, I mean, the easy one would be Windmill Asen,
Yes.
but
Yes,
like
Windmill
say if
Asen,
you
obviously.
get, say if you get like
Well,
Dilu-
any line like
Yeah.
we see,
Yeah.
Clem is basically shields down with Dilu
Right.
and an ally. I think that's a
Mhm.
very reasonable line. Dilu, as we mentioned, is very
Yeah.
hard to clear.
Exactly. Yeah.
For toughness is a very, very hard point to get for most decks, especially when there's vigor. So you will lose something trying to swing into it.
Oh, absolutely.
Though Vanitas is not a deck that really cares about their board presence. I feel we do see the first Razor coming, so the damage will start stacking up now.
Yes.
Swing one.
Take off.
So it's dead of the 1,000 cuts from here on.
Basically. yeah.
Pass, so we're keeping things up. We have 2-3 visits in hand, I think I saw.
Yes.
Oh, Reclaim.
Lorraine from the Rick.
Okay, no, Reclaim from the, yeah.
Lorraine on
Okay.
enter, get
Yep.
ornamental.
Sword, Ornamental.
Oh yeah. Also of note in this matchup, Blessed Clergy
And draw for turn.
does host the Lorraine player. If you go to Lorraine level 1 and pull out a weapon, you're done playing cards for that turn.
That is correct. However, Vanitas is not playing Blessed Clergy here, not even
Interesting.
in the sideboard.
All right. But yeah, I mean of note for other matchups, every list varies a little. So.
Yes. Again, we are at the very start of the meta, so while everyone might have seen that maybe this deck is good or this deck is good, there will be a lot of variations in the deck list during the day because everyone kept their deck list secret, trying to have that little edge.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't, you must be pretty confident.
But yeah, it's not exactly a big surprise either. Every team has discovered the deck, and every team has been hinting about it here and there.
Yes.
So we'll see how it really performs in an actual tournament. So
Oh, yeah.
Parsenet is good. Probably won't block that many things,
Yep.
but at the same time, just glimpsing one every turn is also pretty good.
Yeah, and as we can see, Clem's opting to go very wide here.
Very wide. So she has turned off the Oath of Sakura,
Yep.
the additional effect, because
Yes.
you need to have exactly 3 allies.
Exactly 3.
Veiling Breeze.
I guess the other question is how passable is just a base attune without obviously like
Wind allies has always been attuned with the winds.
exactly. Yeah, it's always played attune with the winds.
You
and-
never feel bad playing attunes
Correct.
on 4 allies.
I mean, attune on 2 is already pretty acceptable
Wake up.
as a rate, but like
We mentioned how hard 4 damage was to clear for an ally. If
exactly.
you have to go to 5, a lot of decks simply cannot deal with that.
you just ignored and find an alternate win condition at that point. Yeah, or an alternate line there.
So one of the side effects of the Vanitas deck being only level 1 is they have a lot of room in the sideboard, and most of that is card draw, because all you want to do is cast more win cards and do more damage with Razor Calling.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean just being able to cycle a lot. I mean just to make
Razor Girl will trigger. I'll get
Just to
back
make a
going.
reference to another game, I mean, I know like you and me have been longtime Magic players. Imagine if you gave Turbo Fog all these tools: damage, card draw, a storm payoff, essentially.
Tap
That
for
is
one.
a very good comparison. Yeah, Turbo Fog that just pings you for every spell cast.
Exactly. Except it's a whole lot scarier in this game because you're not you use your hand, but in a different sense. You're not restricted to missing mana
Yes.
flood or mana screw.
Card draw is very, very powerful.
Yes.
And since all your deck is cycling, you always stay at a very high influence.
Yes.
Okay.
And obviously for Wind allies, you do go very wide, but that means you don't take that many damage. And Veiling Breeze is pretty much always a complete negation of your turn.
Yeah, Veiling Breeze is equivalent to Time Walk
Safeguard
Yes.
in this matchup, so.
Recollect.
Sounds good.
and drop.
Safeguard Amulet is pretty good. It does block out a turn of Razor Calling.
Yeah.
It's the disadvantage. It's only a turn. You can play a lot of your cards at fast speed as Vanitas.
Mm-hmm.
So the big question is, we see again, nothing is dealing with the board. It's growing and growing and growing.
Yeah.
So it's how many
Use skirting step.
damage prevention effect can you start getting
Get first dish.
and
Yeah.
recuperating
Don't get distance.
to be able to survive all of those turns.
Yeah, as the allies player here,
Attack you for 4.
what,
On attack.
like, when do you think you would be incentivized to use your protection or use the amulet? Would you want to kind of sink it in once you see the second or third Razor Gale calling, knowing that they could go for that burst angle, or like it becomes very real when you see 2?
Yeah, obviously, it's not that. If you only see one Razor Gear calling, it's that big balance on how long you think you'll have to kill the opponent, right?
Right.
It's never. It's always a question of how long you think you have to kill and how much damage you can soak up. Damage is a resource. Taking damage and saving your cards
Yeah.
is often the right choice. So
Usually.
you don't have any healing in the deck, obviously. You don't have. You rarely go to level 2.
Yeah.
So you are stuck with that 20. How fast can 20 go?
How fast can 20 go exactly?
Obviously, pretty fast.
Yep.
Yeah.
We get the Veiling Breeze again.
True. Yeah, it's a difficult. I mean, it's a bit of a loaded question to ask yourself sometimes, whether you're on the casting desk or whether you're on you're playing on screen, as we see, because yeah, sometimes it can be difficult to gauge how much value you can get out of a protective resource.
So that is in the deck list for Cyclical Breeze for Veiling Breeze, so that's blanking out 8 whole turns if you're able to find all of them.
Exactly.
It is a bit easier to get all of them because you do cycle and limps with the 3 visits so much.
Yes.
But it's always the luck of the draw. Can you get the cards? The new Art Fairy Whispers. There is one big attack in the Vantas deck, the Domineering Strike.
Yep.
Do you think it's worth it to keep the Mortal Ambition that we saw glimpse at the bottom there? Do you think it's worth it to keep it to maybe surprise the opponent and get that maybe kill when they're not expecting to have to cast a Veiling Breeze on their own turn?
That's a very valid point. I think it might be worth surprising your opponent with that, especially if they go for a clear on a larger health ally like Dilu, right?
Yeah.
Like that's going to hurt. Like just randomly having 3 that you didn't expect hit you.
So we
Yeah. Could cause you to release slightly earlier.
3, 4, 5,
hypothetically.
6, 7,
Yeah.
8, 9.
On the attack, I'll activate.
So there's 11 power on the board.
Mm.
Plus, currently we have the bonus from being distant on the Liu Bei.
Yes.
Veiling Breeze comes out again, obviously pretty required. The Vanitas deck is all wind. There's no need to try to place your hand out correctly. All your cards will be wind, so whatever you have influence is what you're going to protect.
Yeah. I mean, we typically don't see that with all wind decks in the past, or like typically issue in the past is when we had a smaller set size overall.
Yeah.
You'd have to figure out, or you'd have to do some Veiling Breeze math in the sense of how do I both min-max my win count and also have like the correct defensive measures in case someone goes all in on me.
And make sure to not
Show that you have more
accidentally
Veiling
put the
Breeze.
thing you want to keep in hand and not
Ex-
play it with memory.
Exactly, yeah. You want to keep the right cards in hand. And there's also the issue is like, oh, what if I have to show them I have another Veiling Breeze? That's not good either. Because sometimes you want to leave that for a surprise if you don't have that many.
So how many decks this season do you think are, well, at Ascent here, how many do you think are main decking, how many do you think are sideboarding Crimson Protective Trinket?
That is a great question.
It was played a bit past season because of Tristan.
Yeah.
It had some great utility, not just in reducing influence. You know, it's a +1 if you're able to pay 1 but remove 2 from your opponent. Crimson
Yeah.
Protective Trinket, revealing 2 cards at random, banishing every win card revealed. Again, Vanitas is all win, so you're always hitting 2.
Yeah.
And it's also great because it reduces, since it takes the cards from memory, it reduces the protection that Veiling Breeze gives you.
Yes. Yeah. It plays more roles than it used to, and in this case, we're looking at we're looking at deck lists that would normally have some difficulty fitting it in the
That
side.
deck is great. It's fun. That deck is
Playing
fun.
it in the main now, but I think the most common place you'll see it is maybe you'll see it in something like Nico, where you have a lot of you can take advantage of your floating far easier because you generate so much of it.
Paying a memory cost for Nico is more an upside than a downside.
Exactly, and say with something like
Prefer
in a
having
Vanitas
fun.
mirror, or if you're Wind Allies, or like basically a deck with
Generally
much tighter slots, or like just doesn't generate that much natural float.
So many good players.
It's a bit
here.
harder to justify, but I think it's worth mentioning because you do see a lot of additional upside in this, or like based on our specific data right now. If we continue to see a lot of Vanitas, if we continue to see a lot of Wind decks, it's probably worth it to consider.
So
For your
do
side.
you think you consider Wind Allies to be something that has a hard time fitting in the Crimson Predictive Trinket?
I think so, or like I think it might be a little tough to side in because like you always you're always going to value having that additional bauble in the sideboard, or like
Yep.
whatever whatever it might be. You might sometimes you might see Eye of Argus, sometimes smoke bombs.
I see Clem has in her sideboard the Ghost Sight Lass,
Oh,
which seems to have replaced Eye of Argus for a couple of decks. Obviously, there's upsides and downsides. I
Yeah.
think something like Nico will probably keep the Smoke Bomb
Yeah.
and the Eye of Argus, depending on what they need. Ghost Sight Lass also, I see a lot of decks running in a defensive manner. It's very interesting. For example, Tristan, they can run Ghost Sight Lass to give True Sight to the attacking thing. Say if the opponent is trying to Smoke Bomb your Shadow, you can give them True Sight,
Yes.
and they have to strike the Shadow.
That's very interesting.
So there's no Crimson Protecting Cricket. Do you think Ghost Sight Lass, Magistrate, Stifling Trap, Veiling Breeze, and Verdigris Decree, there's nothing that specifically deals with Vanitas in the Wind Ally list? Do you change any of these? Do you go Verdigris Decree just for the extra damage? Maybe be able to go over the Veiling Breeze?
I think Verdigris Decree is definitely a necessary side in this matchup because it answers their primary win condition, which is it breaks
yes,
Razor Gale
yeah,
Calling.
true. It breaks the Razor Gale Calling. Yes, yes.
And I mean the additional utility is also great because sometimes like you might suppress an ally. Say if they really do commit, they commit several resources like an attack plus a card plus something else, or like activation of a regalia or something to try and clear off an X4. You could always just like suppress it, bring it back, and then they're back to square one and trying to kill it.
As Clem, do you put in the Stifling Trap just for the Dream Fairy? That's pretty much the only... Well, Dream Fairy and Windmill Engineer are the only two real targets in the Vanitas deck. Do you think the Stifling Trap is worth to put in? No. Or do you think you prefer just running more allies? Do you think there's anything that you would be okay clearing from the deck
Let's see.
in favor of Stifling Trap?
That's a great question. That's a great question as well. I mean, the extra card off of I would say it's probably worth it boarding in. I don't know if it's all three, but I would say two. Two probably.
Stifling Trap? Choose your call?
Two Stifling Trap would be my call because if I think about it objectively, right, like you've got a lot of 4-ofs, or like this is your very typical like list where you just scroll down and it's all 4s, right?
Yes.
Like there are things you can definitely take out. Say for example, Guan Yu is a great card. I don't think it's a 4-of in this matchup though.
True, because Vanitas doesn't attack much.
Exactly, and like basically, it's a big body that's hard to clear, but it also takes up your whole hand. So you only want to see Guan Yu sometimes. Like I guess if you were a bit more down on it, you could even honestly cut it to 2.
Game 2 is starting.
Yeah.
Allies, Clem, having lost the first round, will go first. It's probably the right card. You can get your board out faster. I know some allied decks in the mirror like going second because that allows you clearing the first ally and getting the momentum that way.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I mean.
And we see the horse turn 1.
Oh.
That is a much faster start than she had game 1.
Yep.
Hopefully that will be able to go under the protection.
Yep.
So Valkyrie was running the Crimson Protective Trinket in the sideboard, probably for the mirror, but it's also obviously useful against Wind Allies.
Yep, very useful.
Something will probably come out rather early because, again, he only goes level 1, so he doesn't have much to get from the material deck.
Yep.
What do we see? Skirting Step, Dream Fairy turn 1.
Dream Fairy,
on
alright.
the horse, probably?
Oh, the horse.
On the
okay.
horse, clearly.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's less in this deck, but sometimes when you're facing against horse and unique ally, sometimes you kill the horse.
Yeah.
How often do you think is the right call to kill the unique ally and hope they can't just trigger the horse again?
That's a great question. I think in this case Valkyrie made the right decision in putting the horse back
In here, yeah.
because the horse just represents more damage here.
Yeah.
Hey, it's the first
And
time we get
here
to
you're
play
just
three
looking to
games.
stall. You're not like really fighting for a board or anything. You're just trying to drag the game out as long as possible, get inevitability.
Do you think he brought in anything else from his sideboard? I see an extra Dune Fairy that probably goes in.
Yeah,
Do you think he brings in the Tempest Falls
yeah.
for some damage, maybe some removal?
I think he brings in Tempest Downfalls because that is super good against the bigger guys like Ace and Guan Yu.
Let's start again.
Yeah.
Let's come on. Let's calm down a bit there.
We play Gildus,
First.
Yep.
and we have 3 allies. Do we see
Oh.
out of Sakura next turns? I didn't see it in hand yet.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Looks like Clem is at least feigning an
Getting
oath of the
ally
Sakura.
treatment.
Lucky would have been dead if it wasn't for that Dream Fairy.
Going to Vanitas here.
Classic.
The Dominating Strike
Yeah.
goes to
Enter.
the Banish.
We've all been no strangers to getting doubled or
Oh, I see 2 Razor Gale Callings in that Lamps. And the
Oh.
Tempest Downfall.
very good.
So if he has ways of surviving, he has some good damage. I see a Veiling Breeze.
And then everybody's playing the same deck.
It's the secret everyone said out loud.
Yeah.
But Veiling Breeze is...
What was like,
How much damage are we getting
I'm
from
gonna
out of
be the
Sakura next
only
turn?
one, and then everyone's
The
playing that.
Gildus will swing for 7.
Top one on the bottom.
How much do you think he's able to reasonably put
I'm going to
into
ask you
his
how the
memory
mirror
to
matches,
block that?
but-
Swing 7
See.
is a lot.
All right. Well, we see a reclaim in hand in addition to the veiling.
Is,
So
like
if he needs to, he can
Gander.
he can pick up that Dream Fairy.
It is
Oh,
not.
I can't wait for untimed Vanita's top 8.
Yeah, I think if I don't make day 2, I'm just gonna be chilling out, exploring Toronto.
We
A little
see
attack for one.
obviously the
Go
free
bungee
damage.
jumping.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you think I didn't see in which order he placed the? I think he got the
hate
Tempest
heights,
Downfall,
that's
so
my
the
final.
Razor Calling will have to
Yeah.
wait.
probably. Okay. Let's see what.
Tempest
Oh, okay.
Downfall.
Tempest.
Oh,
Downfall.
Tempest Downfall right now to kill the
Yeah.
ally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hoping that she doesn't have another one to play. I think I
Correct.
might have
Pass.
liked to see it kept for.
Oath.
Well,
Specifically?
Yeah, you can fizzle the second oath trigger.
Yeah, you can fizzle basically the anthem or the stab attack trigger on oath.
luckily, it's not that great.
Grand Crusader Ring, always a staple,
Yep,
always
very
will
good.
be.
Turn.
Yep.
Do we see another unique ally in there that can combine with Out of Sakura?
You are on 19
All right.
life
I
and
mean, if we
7
get a
damage.
Nothing
third
a big
no.
See at the hand, I don't think we see.
Is
Yeah,
it,
there's only the horse.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
wait,
there's
the
Parthenon in the back.
Yeah, yeah.
So do you go Parthenon out, or do you only balance Gildus and see what
I-
might be hiding? In
I think
Valkyrie's
I'm
hand?
always going Parsonage Oath here because as you can see, like, yeah, Valkyrie's only got 2 cards left in hand, and we already know one of them's, yeah, probably.
Oh.
And we see the out, yeah.
Yep.
Which means there's no way of balancing Gildus this turn. It will be balanced next turn probably.
That's fine. Yeah.
4.
Four's good.
4 damage. We
Yep.
see. Oh, interesting. So
Four.
Valkyrie is taking this full attack,
Yep.
knowing he's
Four.
surviving.
Well, I'm gonna do a
Yes.
little trick here and release my
We
spirit.
see
Yeah.
the
I will
lineage
cover
release,
Yeah.
healing
Go
for
down
6,
Yep.
not
Take
disabling
4.
any of your cards. Again, Vanitas is winning
Exactly.
herself.
Yep.
Has
That's
to
just a
heal.
free heal.
So there's
No cards
6
on
HP remaining on Valkyrie. We know there's a Veiling Breeze.
Yep.
I will join
Do you
on the-
think Clem can win this?
Hmm.
Wow.
At this point, Clem is still.
Fairly ahead.
Yeah,
Has
fairly
not
ahead.
taken much damage.
No,
True.
you get to draw first.
Oh my god.
But I mean,
can't
like,
believe it.
yeah, as you said.
Oh, Gildus is not the best draw we could have gotten here. The problem
no.
with playing unique allies is if you're very unlucky,
I'd like to draw.
you draw all of the same and you can play them.
We are all unique until
I would like
until you
to
draw
activate
3 of
a
us.
razor claw.
There is, however, the very funny play of swinging for 2 with the buff Gildus and then playing
Like Stream
Gildus
Fairy to hit
to
you
swing
for
for 4.
Yeah. You can. That is true. Don't forget.
You can always replace your ally and get the
You-
swing with both.
Yes, you can always
I like
unique
the
rule your own ally. So.
Oh,
So
everything
Razor
is
Gale Calling
going
and
easy
pass,
for
we
him.
will see probably a Veiling
I
Breeze.
would like to.
Is there the 3 visits can heal?
Mm.
Is there anything else to raise your influence?
Yes, true sight.
Let's see
Oh,
what
yeah,
we
yeah.
got in.
Yeah.
Valkyrie's
Recalling?
in right now.
You're good.
And draw.
See another Razor Gale? See another 3 visits. Is
This
that
is a
dominating strike or?
funny hand.
Can't quite tell.
That could be. We already see one gone. Do you think you keep all of them? Do you think that's the kind of cards you sideboard out?
Ah,
Yes.
Attack the Dream
great
Fairy.
question.
Oh,
think he's
Clearing
taking the-
Dream Flare.
Okay,
Trying to claim the Dream Fairy, so it's
Interesting.
gonna get back, but that does give you dealer for this turn.
yeah.
I take one.
Ghost Eye Glass. Ghost Eye Glass is kind of interesting in itself because
Dealer?
if I'm reading the card correctly, that is a slow speed activation, right?
Ghost Eye Glass is,
Deal you one.
I think it's fast. I'm
Yeah?
pretty sure it's fast.
Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look.
You're going
Because
overboard
if
here.
it is in fact fast, that goes kind of
That's so
crazy.
much information for me.
Yeah, it has to be fast because you're using it in the opponent's
Love
step
see that.
to
Revisit. Another Razor
Alright.
Gale. Alright.
give.
Doing it 'cause you're trying to
Yeah,
kill
it
me
is
if you're,
fast. It
like,
is fast.
Oh, it is fast?
Not the
Okay.
biggest thing I have is
Oh.
It had to be
You're
used
giving
first
me a
here,
lot of
obviously,
info
to allow
That's
the
all I'm saying.
the
True.
Ascent to swing at the fairy.
Fast
Oh,
forward.
and I guess also note as an allies player, you can balance a Gildas you played out previously if it lives on a 6-card hand using
Yes.
Ghost Eye Glass.
And I think there was a misplay here from
Oh, okay.
Clem, right? Because the oh no, because the Veiling Breeze was the Veiling Breeze was placed. There was no reason to swing at the Gildas.
Yes.
It was played for
Yeah.
3
You will
though.
sacrifice it?
Release my spirit.
No. I'll draw. I will recollect.
Yep.
All right.
I'll draw.
So we still the matchup will depend on how many protection Valkyrie is able to draw here.
Right.
So we saw Veiling Breeze. We don't see currently any Cyclical Breeze in hand.
No, we don't.
There is some digging. There's Enhanced Hearing, which is another spell that just looks at the couple of top cards of your deck.
Oh, is that the spell that digs for a reaction?
Yes, the Enhanced Hearing. The
Enhanced
not
Hearing.
often played.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, when I saw it in
The
his hand,
Ranger bonus is not quite useful, but again, all the deck wants is to dig further.
yes, and dig for cards like Veiling Breeze specifically, so.
And Razor Recalling, but we already
Yes.
saw 2 of those. So it gets
it's
a win
around
card
one.
or a reaction.
Oh,
Yeah,
a
he's
Well,
gonna
the deck
win
is all
or
win
reaction.
if I
cards.
do
It's
it.
it's essentially Fairy Whispers.
Oh, okay. It's Fairy Whispers. Nice.
A little Razor Gale.
Another cards we don't see in Valkyrie's deck is Ventus, Staff of Tempest,
Yeah.
Okay.
the old Mage Regalia that I've heard some people are trying out because a lot of your cards are actually mage spells, like
Yes.
Fairy
We'll
Whispers,
go ahead
like Zephyr.
and-
So you can get some incidental value from that staff.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely, for matchups such as this, yeah,
Visits?
sometimes you might find yourself suppressing an ally on critical turns.
And
Suppressing an ally is also very powerful.
Yes.
4 counters is a bit harder to get in Ventus, especially if you're
I'll
not.
put those on the
Oh.
bottom.
Not all of your cards are mage.
Yep.
Because yes, it's only mage spells. So for example, Veiling Breeze is not something that will trigger the staff. So
True.
Cyclical Breeze is, though.
Exactly. Yeah.
we see Valkyrie counting the damage facing him, seeing if
Yeah.
what he has to clear.
Skirting step.
Skirting step prevents
May I
1
read it?
damage
Like the exact wording.
and gives
Okay.
distant.
I'll ping you for 2.
Because
Distant in here is not relevant. It does have a draw card.
3 visits off the top.
Hoping for a 3 visit to heal
Activate 3 visits.
Mm-hmm.
Delete.
that.
And it was a 3 visits off the top.
I
You
did
visits off the top.
You're so lucky.
Heal that 2 more
I can't
damage. So
believe you.
hopefully, well, that allows them to survive this turn
Oh,
and
no.
be able to find the
I
extra.
would have 100%
extra Veiling
believed
Breeze
you
next
if it
turn.
was.
Right. Clem
Because
is,
he is
Or you're
he is
just
shield on right
waiting.
now. Maybe
Yes.
is there
Nice turn.
anything? Next turn
We'll
of the
see.
Sakura would probably be
Pick
able
one, I'm
to
going to 1 second. Lowering level 1.
push the board a bit more, because we
Oh.
have again 2, 3, 3, and 2
Ornamental?
plus maybe the balance.
Mhm.
Plus
Extra
one
damage from
protection.
ornamental.
Yeah.
So do you think Clem is able to find it this turn?
That's a great question. I mean,
Recalling?
can Clem find it this turn?
Lilo has the 1.
Let's see.
Probably. Yeah, I
Let's
mean, the
see what.
barring,
There's many Parsenes in hand, which
Thank you
are
for 4.
completely useless.
yeah, I mean, but you can treat them as you can.
And
Okay, there.
that is
Bamboozled.
game. Let's
Yeah,
go to
that's
game
game.
3.
Yeah.
I was also bamboozled. I drew it. I'm like,
Doubly.
no.
Do you?
Maybe.
How bad do you think
If
it is to
only.
not start for the last game as Wind Allies.
Like, at least it's not ult
You do
too.
get the first swing, but that means you don't build up your board as fast.
Yes.
You do get the extra card, which allows you to
I
maybe
am
get
the
to
best
your
of
Psycho
player,
faster.
I believe.
Did you take the oath?
Yeah, I would say generally, yeah, you want to go first as Wind Allies, but it is
thinking that turn to how to kill you.
considering that Valkyrie's on Serene
I did
Spirit,
the
it
math
really
as well,
isn't the
I was
worst
like,
thing to let him go first because
no way.
sure he gets first action, he might
That's super
he
short
might
because it's not
like
dead, and I have a board.
he might like
Maybe
Windmill
if I
Engineer
thought
Acclaim,
about
grow
it,
his
like,
influence a little bit,
instead of
or
trying to
like
make you
just
for
kind of
those
curate his hand more with Fairy
3
Whisper
visits to
type
events,
effects, or
put those
maybe
events
even
here,
get
step
like
draw,
a
that's
early
That
early
just,
Razor Gale setup.
It's like
But it's not so
there's
it's
one
not so
time
bad for
in
the
my
fact that
famous
like
deck,
he's
I
he's
will
only got
add
6
Fairy
cards, so
Whispers.
less
And
cards
it's
to begin with.
terrible.
We saw basically both
Like,
Yeah.
but what are the
opposites
most
of
this deck
the Vanitas
is
lines
there's
Yep.
in these games 1 and game 2.
8
So game
stolen
1
cards on
was
the
the
main board.
very grindy single Razor Gale
So I was
calling,
like, the odds
but
are in
all
my
of the
favor.
Veiling Breezes you stall for so many turns.
The odds were not
Here
in
we
my
had 2
favor.
Razor Gale callings, a lot of
I
cycling,
revealed
a lot of
the
damage
Gillis
was
of the
very
Palm,
fast,
and I needed the one
but
card to
almost no
play
protection,
my
and that
hand.
wasn't faster than the Wind Allies. Wind
Yep.
Allies was able to find the
So
damage.
Correct.
happened. Unfortunately not.
We might expect something between the two this game,
Yeah.
depending on how the draws goes.
Maybe that means I win. Who
Do you
knows?
think there's,
maybe
since
they
Veiling
found the,
Breeze is your
Veiling
main win
Breeze,
con,
you know?
do you think there's, and you start
that-
6 because of the
You see
Serene
one
Spirit,
less
do you
card,
think
so how-
there's
Type with the
an
bid, the 3
option,
visits
a
on
reason
top.
to go second
It's
as
like,
the
it's one of
Vanitas?
those
Obviously he
hype
chose to go
moments.
first here, but do you think there's a reason to go for that extra
6
card?
for my glimpse.
As Vanitas,
Because you're not trying to go to rush fast to an early level.
right.
5 to the bottom.
Yep.
I mean, as Vanitas, there are reasons to go for the extra card because
3.
6 instead of 7, or like basically being able to cure or like fix the top 6 or scry 6. Have that option on top of drawing an additional card does open up a lot more lines in terms of like setup or
Razor
just
Gale.
like being
Ooh,
able to farm
Razor Gale
influence.
turn 1.
Okay,
and that
there
is
you go.
that is the only card
I
he
have a
kept from
frog.
his lips.
Frog.
Draw
Mm.
1, 2, 3.
Per se Gildus will be very hard to balance going second. 2 Gilduses.
Yeah.
1 for a turn.
I've noticed that Clem's list runs for Zhangfei and
Yes.
Yeah.
I know that's one that's usually run a bit lower because it's not as
Yeah.
useful in deck list. Though she is running
Yeah.
2 full source of distance. She's running the 4 skirting step and the 4 back step.
right.
So can still it's an ally that can push a lot of damage.
Yeah.
More than your usual 2 3 for 3. Can even be more than Gildus.
Thank you for 2.
I'll take that.
Thank you for 1.
I'll
So
roll it.
playing 2 allies here
Yep.
will help in balancing Gildus next turn.
Mhm.
It
Oh,
presents
no.
some early damage. Let's see what we can remove. Zephyr. How do you feel about Zephyr's Vanitas
enter.
here?
Glimpse.
Mm.
It's obviously not as good as Veiling Breeze. Do you think it does cancel of Sakura?
It does, yeah. That I mean, like it's a decent interruption to a loss because you're.
Reflect.
I guess as the Veritas player, you're mostly scared of the turn where they go off on Oath because that's a permanent damage buff to the whole board, even
Yes.
after the plus attack bonus wears off if it's valid.
Razor Gale will deal you 1.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and
Windmill Engineer, drawing a card,
And
doing
then
1 damage with Razor
Your
Gale.
trigger.
Again, Razor Gale is any win card, even your allies. The deck does not
Correct.
claim any allies, but all win cards. So Dream Fairy will do damage.
Take 1.
yeah.
I'm racing you. Go ahead.
Ring. Sorry. Wake up first.
Yeah.
Materialize ring.
All right.
Recollect.
So the Wind Ally deck here also has, I think, no cards with any. Oh, except for, no, correction. The Zhang Fei has class bonus warrior,
Yep.
but I think that's the only card with class bonus warrior in the deck. So there's not much reason to level up except the extra HP.
I believe so, unless we have this. Yeah, this variant doesn't seem to be running rallied
One
advance,
check on
correct?
that.
No rallied
Sorry.
advance, no.
There's-
Okay,
there's
yeah.
another
So
one.
that would be the only warrior card.
There's the Phalanx Captain.
Oh,
My bad.
oh, there's also Phalanx Captain. That's an interesting choice considering like with uniques, you'd want like you'd figure you want a higher density of like cheap human allies.
There's
Staff
still 2 3 for 3s, most of them around that
Yeah.
value range.
Oh,
Sometimes
yeah.
there's conditions, but it's still around that value
Oh,
range.
yeah.
And they're most of them, except for the horse, humans.
Wake up.
Oh, true, but like I mean, when you're playing with
Going
uniques, right? You want to avoid like the bricking issue, where if you draw us
utilize
the same unique, it is
Windows
much
in this
harder to
bubble?
get the discount on the captain.
Yeah,
So
which is the reason some
I
must
will
go a
sacrifice
bit
Yeah.
wider on the variety of allies to be
Yeah.
to prevent that bricking.
Correct.
3 recollection.
I haven't seen many people running
Step
Andronica
times.
Mhm.
because she does
Risk
not
all
trigger the
trigger.
horse and would require putting other automatons to
I'll
be
look at
really
the
good.
top 4, rearrange
Some people
them.
are running some more of an hybrid list. You mentioned the rally events. I know some players are, at least one player I know is playing something closer to the older deck with the old buffing a unit using rally events to swing for a lot twice.
Yeah, just casually sneak an OTK in there sometimes if they're not ready for it.
We see
4 on top in that order.
some
Draw for scout.
nothing too
Good
important,
report.
I think, in the scouted land.
Yeah,
And
we've even seen some variants of this list
Same
run
one?
like interesting choices like the other horse, the Trotter, the one that
Yes,
puts a
yes,
buff
the
counter.
Trotter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the Trotter is also great.
I could actually
Sorry.
see that played, yes. Again,
Yeah.
because putting buff counters is seemingly innocuous, but being able to go past
raise
those
the
break
guard.
points where they're able to kill your allies
Yeah.
can be very, very important.
Correct. Hmm.
What is getting bounced
4.
by that Dream Fairy?
Yep.
That's a great question. I think
I think he was considering Gildus, but he's saying that it
we
might
will
not be
give it
balanced
8,
next
play
turn.
1, give it a Lou.
Getting rid of Liu
I
Bei.
mean, getting rid of the Liu Bei. Okay.
Fairy Whisper?
Liu Bei.
Fairy Whisper digging for a reclaim, probably. And we see the reclaim. Other two will go at the bottom. Bottom.
Yeah, bottom
I think
one.
that was a Ganyu.
Yep.
So reclaim here, obviously, it's to
Dream Fairy
prevent the
Ascent
Dream
one?
Fairy effect, so you'll be able to replay the Liu Bei even if you are currently losing
And I'll
it.
pass it.
Right.
Wake up.
I did not yet see a note of Sakura, but
Yeah.
Get Lorraine
open
on
for
from
next
Luca.
turn, maybe?
Yeah, I think in this case, having thought about it a little just now, I might have opted for the Gildus because it makes future Gilduses
Yeah,
difficult
thinking
to
on
balance. Gildus is one of those funny cards like that.
Yeah. Gildus is very strong if you're able to stick to your game plan of
Yep.
balancing it every turn.
Yep.
But as soon as
Here's a
you're
double Dylan.
off kilter,
Yep.
it can be very hard to come back.
Exactly, and there's also the issue of you have to use a reclaim on a Gildus, which further exacerbates the problem of balancing it.
Yes.
2 on top, 1 on the bottom.
And yeah, I think also one thing to touch on, right, that is just kind of a good note for matchups in general. Like this would apply more when someone's going from Spirit to level 1, whether they're playing like Lorraine, Tony, what have you. I find people don't try and like balance their balancing their Gildus enough by just like randomly banishing a card and leaving some float in the drop, if you know
Yes,
what I mean.
that's some. I explored some very interesting lines playing Water Allies before,
Yeah.
including one of my favorites was using Backup Charger in the main phase. If you end up stuck at 7 cards with no way to balance Gildus, you can use Backup Charger in the main phase to pay 3, draw 1, that puts you at 4, and you have 4 left in hand. Gildus is balanced.
Right.
It's not the most efficient play, but
No.
sometimes it pushes the extra 3 damage.
That you need, yeah, exactly. Like that extra 3 damage does add up, so. And it's also less cards to commit onto the board, so they're never ready for. Oh my, okay.
Yes.
This looks like
For 3.
Yeah, Phalanx Captain
3,
will be a
4,
lot of damage.
yeah.
3 damage on the per se because the Ornamental Greatsword was put there to balance out the damage as much as they can.
Yep.
So 3, 3,
4 3.
2, and 1.
3, 16. That's good.
2.
On that swing, I'll lineage release.
All right.
I'll heal
lineage
6,
release.
going down to 10.
Yep.
And 2, going up to 12.
So we are 1 turn away from
1
lethal,
going up to
depending on the amount of answers that Valkyrie can find in hand.
1 with Great Sword.
13. Going to 14.
Pass.
At the end of your turn,
Yep.
There is no way for
Razor Gale will
for
trigger.
the Vanitas deck to find lethal this turn, though. With a single Razor Recalling, you're looking
Absolutely
at
not.
like at best like 3 damage plus the 2 you
Yeah.
have on board.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like
We did see
Setup.
Veiling Breeze. The
Turn
remaining
into
2 cards in hand was the Fairy Whisper he ended up playing at end of turn, and the Veiling Breeze he was keeping in case more damage was hiding somewhere.
right.
But he said, I'm not dying this turn, I can keep the Veiling Breeze
2
for
on the
next
bottom,
turn.
1 on top.
Yeah.
Reveal a Dream Fairy.
Yeah.
Dream Fairy is not enough to save him this turn.
no.
Turn. Untap.
It might be. It might get played just to put some
Materialization.
influence down. Something is in memory to make sure
Right.
Veiling Breeze is big enough. You do need
will
it to be
get
big enough because you're looking
True.
at maybe like 7 from Gildas if you
GCR?
play Sakura balanced.
I will sacrifice it now.
Yeah, but also worth noting that Clem has deployed enough allies on board to turn off the attack bonus from Oath of Sakura.
That
will
is
recall.
correct. True.
Yeah.
I will drop
You
it
could
down.
always reclaim something
Oh, that's
and
true.
Oath of Sakura. You could
I'll say
reclaim
150.
Phalanx Captain,
That would
play
be
Oath of Sakura,
Face?
and then
Oh, yeah.
replay the Phalanx
Everything.
Captain for cheap because you have humans on board.
that would actually be so spicy if we saw that.
So there's a Zephyr, there's a Veiling Breeze, a single Veiling Breeze. I don't think I see a cyclical breeze either. There's a Scout the Land, a Favorable Wind. Favorable Wind is not that useful here. It's mostly wind cards to put down.
Razor will do one.
Looking, digging, as always, for more answers. Fairy Whispers. There's a 3 visits there. That helps a little bit.
Yeah.
The great thing with glimpsing with 3 visits is that it helps fix your Scout the Land. Scout the Lands keeps all cards on top. So even
Right.
if you see cards you don't want, they're stuck there. So having
Damage.
other sources to be able to fix that, put them at the bottom, can be very useful. And 3 visits is that.
Yeah, I mean, clearing the top of your deck is definitely necessary at some point because you do need to finish the game at some point, or you just need to find your next tool to further progress the matchup.
I see a cyclical breeze in the top 4, so that means Valkyrie can probably survive for at least 2 turns.
Yep.
2 turns is starting to be a decent amount of damage.
And at that point, right? Like at that point, like he's coming close to a critical mass, right? Where Clem's only got 20 health for the most part.
Do you think Clam should have gone 1 damage fewer on her last swing and sent the Phalanx Captain at the Windmill Engineer just to save herself 1 damage?
That's also an interesting question because say if she's not finding lethal, I think it is worth checking a random unit
on
on
top, 2
board
on the
because
bottom.
that one damage can be the difference sometimes between on your amulet turn if you make it that far.
In a deck where everything is 1 damage.
Yeah, that can be the difference between life or death.
So we're looking at something like 4 more damage this turn from our Valkyrie. And so
And I will
the
pass
2 allies on board, and then Veiling Breeze, and possibly 3 visits.
Yeah.
The damage from Razor Calling. We will see
Safer?
Safeguard Amulet, which helps prevent a turn of Razor
Oh,
Calling.
safer on the stack iron.
On materialization. 3 visits.
Alright, so we are securing damage in before the amulet comes in,
Cover 2.
Exactly.
making sure that damage comes through.
Physical.
And yeah, that's going to assist Valkyrie's allies currently on board for possibly finding a lethal this turn.
I don't think there's any lethal this turn, unless he finds a dominating strike.
Yep. But you never know, right? Like
Yeah.
the deck can dig super hard.
Yeah,
so-
but he was running
2 on top.
3, I think. He might have sideboarded some out.
12 to 13.
Let's see.
We have it. Materialization is good.
Results.
Alright.
Recollection?
What can we see played from Clem here?
That is good.
There are indeed 3 dominating strike in the Vanitas deck.
Yep.
So there's Dilu. Dilu is not passing to Veiling Breeze. There's an extra Gildas.
Dilu?
So Dilu is played, just stacking that board, making sure like a Zephyr is not enough to save him.
He's not a human, so 3, 2, 2.
I also don't see a Mortal Ambition
That's
in
it.
Clem's hand.
Thank you for 3.
So does Veiling Breeze come out right now? It seems to be.
Attempt to veil.
yeah, this would.
So that's 4
Razor Veil will
damage.
do you one.
Okay.
Well, 4 prevention, I mean. There's 4 cards down.
Yeah.
Dream Fairy, Windmill, and Baby Green Slime,
Baby
which
Green
is
Slime.
not... Baby Green Slime could bounce the amulet and force it out. Force either the activation or guaranteeing your damage this turn.
Yes.
That could be very interesting next turn. We'll see if he goes for that line.
Yeah. As in, basically, it forces it. In this case, he doesn't have access to class bonus, but it's a slow speed activation saying
It's essentially Zephyr
thinking
for
Monteiro.
only
Sorry,
Regalia.
bigger
it's
turn.
Zephyr for only Regalia, saying you gotta go for it, otherwise I get to go for it.
Is that Veiling Breeze I see in Clem's hand? There's a lot of shuffling cards to go around.
Yeah.
The bane of every caster is the tendency of every player to just shuffle their cards all around all the time.
Yeah. I mean, as most of us know, like from other card games, it is just kind of a mental thing most people do. That
Yeah,
helps them
I'm
focus.
I'm a culprit myself. I do that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've started doing it. I try not to, but like I picked it up somewhat as a habit.
Instantly popping Safeguard at the start of the turn
Okay.
is a very interesting choice.
Go to draw.
It
Yeah.
does make sure it can be Zephyred. There is also no damage passing through. There's no like spell that's cast in response to
Swing
Valkyrie to
one.
go from that one damage. So let's see what decisions can be left to make. Another Razor Gate Calling is very scary to see.
Yep.
If you're
Where's
Clam,
it go?
because that means you're probably dying next turn.
Yeah, so that definitely prices Clem into either needing to survive the next turn or just needing to go for it and hoping she gets it.
Yes. We did not see the Cyclical Breeze played from Valkyrie.
Yeah. So what's he got in hand? He's got Dream Fairy, Windmill
And
Engineer.
it is slow. So does he have the other another Veiling Breeze? I did not. Oh well, he has the Terrafring. I guess he's pretty safe with
Yeah,
that.
he has a Terrafring, so he's okay.
Fairy Whispers?
Is there a way? I guess you can
Oh, okay, you were right about that. so-
balance. Can you balance Gillis? Sometimes. Obviously, you need to pop it here, but it's also very funny being able to play around Terrafring with Gildus and
Yeah.
using those pay twos to balance yourself.
All right, I mean, we'll find out when we see. I mean, how many cards does Clem have in hand right now? Total
Is there
influence.
3 left in hand or 2 left in hand? She's drawing 1 from the Fairy Whispers.
Yes.
Her deck is almost all wind. It'd be very funny to choose not to draw to balance, but no,
Yeah.
the Fairy Whisper is balancing her. She is balanced right now.
Okay.
I will heal 2.
Heal 2 from 3 visits, dealing 2 damage with the
Comes
Razor Gate Calling.
Yep.
So a single other spell is lethal.
Spell.
Or was that
One on
damage
top,
already
one on
marked? No, that damage was already
Yeah.
marked. So we need 2 more spells from Valkyrie
yeah.
to get lethal in play.
2 more spells or 2 more wind cards. So. Yeah.
There's a Favorable Wind and a Zephyr, but not enough cards in hand to cast both.
Yes.
Materialization is good.
So the Wind Bubble
Kraken?
cracked. Yes, so Clem will be going to 8
Golem?
On recall.
with the draw from Bubble and the draw for turn, which means the 2 swings from, say, Dilu and Gildus will mean Gildus is balanced.
Yes.
And then you have 2 more swings after that.
Mm-hmm. All right, so.
Counting your damage, counting what you are able to play, what you're able to put down. There are 2 Veiling Breezes in Clem's hands, so she's safe from the Razor Calling for a bit.
We're a little.
Backstep?
Backstep is interesting.
Isn't
So we see
interesting.
backstep on Percy.
They're both distant.
Yep. Oh.
Probably 2 to swing with Gildus.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here. There's a lot of different lines,
Yeah.
Attack you for 4.
Was it?
but
Yeah.
there's also no Veiling Breezes in.
Yeah. I didn't catch that. Was the backstep just top decked or was it sitting in hand previously?
I don't remember seeing previously. It might have been just updecked,
Yeah.
which would obviously change your line. It gives you a lot of different options.
Oh yeah, because I was gonna say like if backstep was sitting in hand previously and not top decked, there was like a window of opportunity where he could, where Clem could have responded to responded pre-recollection and gotten rid of the Terrafring. Right? I believe.
True.
Yeah.
There is. You could, you could respond to your own materialize by going backstep and bling the Terrafring.
And
That
right.
is a line that can happen.
Yep.
So yeah, the backstep was probably just, or
take
maybe
the
it was
seven
already in
minutes.
memory.
Yeah, it was likely already in memory. So.
So favorable wind for 2 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, take 2.
Saying, I'm just saying here, you don't have the other spell,
Yeah.
and he indeed doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you gotta play with fire just a little bit.
Let's see. What is left in that material deck that would? Cleric Robe is not enough.
No.
The Necklace of Foresight can get you an extra Veiling
In
Breeze.
response?
Smoke
Oh,
Bomb.
pay for it. Pay for it, price, yeah.
Pay for
Oh,
Breeze?
okay.
Alright, yeah. So
Yeah.
Veiling Breeze here to prevent all the damage this turn, and you have the second ones to prevent any fast speed shenanigans on your next turn.
Interesting.
So you do. Clem is surviving until her attack phase. Is it enough? So Smoke Bomb is not that useful
In
here. It's
response,
probably
I
just
will
for the card draw.
attempt.
Oh, there is. Oh yeah, right. There was the 3 visits in the.
I,
My
The 3
Veiling
visits in the
Breeze
graveyard.
was first.
Yeah.
So 2 Veiling
1,
Breezes.
2, 3,
Right.
4, 5.
fine.
There is a note of Sakura in Flam's
3
hand,
visits
so
from
she
And then
can
another
push
5.
1 more
Ooh, five
damage
on
with
the
all of
after
her
that.
allies,
So
depending
I'll
on
heal 2.
what can.
12, you'll prevent 2.
But
I'll
having
against
to
two.
use both Veiling Breezes here means that
Yeah. No shields for.
your shield's down if there's anything that can be cast at fast speed at the start of your next turn.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And I
this
do believe
will
there is a Veiling
I-
Breeze sitting in
deck,
Valkyrie's
Veiling
hand
Breeze
right
will
now.
Resolve.
Also
I'm
5.
no,
this
but there's a
will
cyclical breeze and he can bring the Veiling Breeze back.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
sacrifice it. Dream Fairy
So
uses
that
favorite
is,
spells.
I'm
Yep.
pretty sure game.
draw
I
a card
don't
off of
see
it.
any way that you can
Go to
survive
the collection.
as the win ally player here.
Yeah.
Go to draw.
Yeah.
So too.
Draw a card. Swing is useless, they're Veiling Breezes. Alright, so we see them materialize and probably just in response 3 visits win. There's not much to get here,
No.
I'm pretty certain.
On materialization.
Yep, on materialization,
Exactly.
Zephyr,
Yep.
and that is game.
That's game.
Yep.
Valkyrie, win Vanitas, wins the
If I
round.
with the Gildas,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
then you would have been dead. And I'm so
So
mad at
now that
myself
you've
for
seen the
that.
deck in action, what do you think about Vanitas?
That was
Yeah, I
close.
mean,
going,
I can see why so many people are on it. Like,
That's
it's got,
an ultra
it
loose
employs a
matchup
lot
to
of,
this deck.
it feels like you employ a lot of Wynn's best all stars.
Yeah.
Yes, in a way, I
if I
feel it's
played
very
Ridiculous, but
close
it's still
to the to Tristan. How they played is just
I would have won. I messed
cycling,
up.
stacking value. Obviously, it doesn't go for the one big kill turn at the end. It's not swinging
Yeah.
for 20 with the Shadow Strike.
Mhm.
But how the game develops, it's in a way very close, I feel. Obviously, you don't have the same tools because you don't have dungeon guides. All your Veiling Breezes are better. But you're also not playing... I'm not sure if... This one obviously wasn't, but I'm not sure if any decks are playing Innervate. It would kind of require going to Vanitas too, because once you release your Serene Spirit, you cannot de-level down from your Vanitas 1. So if you're only Vanitas 1, Innervate is not that good. But being able to both recover 5 and, say, give you Stealth or give you Spell Shroud. Spell Shroud is also very interesting. One big interaction to note, Razor Gale Calling says target champion.
Yes.
And it is mandatory. So if you ever get Spell Shroud, the opponent is forced to target the Razor Gale Calling on themselves.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's some line that could be seen.
It's a-
Maybe you tech in Innervate just for the merit.
Yeah, and to explain that further for the folks at home, because it's worded a bit differently than normal, right? Because say for Storm Slime, Storm Slime specifically says it does damage as a spell, and Razor Gale Calling, you'll notice like in the type line itself, it's a Fantasia spell, so that's why.
Yes. Razor Gale Calling is a spell by itself. Most Fantasias are either fractals or spells
Usually,
by
yeah.
themselves.
But like if the wording seems a little off to you, or if the interaction doesn't like click immediately, that's why.
So yeah, Spell Shroud, very good. Obviously,
Very good.
it means that there's some interesting tech options for other decks.
Yeah.
Things like Slime maybe will up their count of Twilight Slime as it gives Spell Shroud to yourself. Incarnate Majesty, as always, very, very good. Merlin would run it anyway, but it's even better in this context.
Oh yeah.
Because it makes it so that every single win card they cast deal damage to themselves. So trying to deal with Incarnate Majesty, even if you just Zephyr it, will deal you 1 or 2 damage depending if you have Razor Gale Callings on board.
Right.
So what else gives Spell Shroud? Again, Sylvie also has access to boots.
Yep.
Any deck can possibly run the boots, depending on what card they can tech it.
This
And
is
the
true.
Unique Ally probably should run the boots because it procs off Delu.
Oh, that's actually pretty clever. I hadn't thought of that at all.
Some deck already were maybe saying I'm running Scavenging Raccoon to either deal with Floating Memory or specific cards in the graveyard. You know, Raccoon might be good playing
Right.
against Jin because you get rid of their Proof of Life that on tap, you cast it from the graveyard. Fire Aggro is maybe playing the new Source Saint of Everflame, a ally that you can banish from your graveyard to give +2 attack to a weapon or fire ally you control.
Yeah.
So Scavenging Raccoon is possibly a very decent option. And the Raccoon is an animal, so it lets you proc the boots.
That it does. Yeah.
What other animal could be played? What else is like water does not have much. Well, water allies will probably play the other horse.
Yeah, the
Jerry.
Trotter can also proc the boots,
Yes,
right?
the
Isn't it?
Trotter in wind is interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like some decks might want to try the new Unbroken Mustang. It's
Oh,
the
yeah.
4-cost horse.
We've talked about that card
maybe you
so
get that horse
much.
synergy.
Yeah.
That destroy a 0-cost Regalia.
0-cost Regalia, or I
It's-
believe it was also a
it's like-
3-cost item too.
Yes, it's
right?
the 3-cost, 3 memory cost item.
Yeah,
So I don't think there's that many items to hit this set,
not this set. Yeah.
but the Regalias are always very useful to hit, and being an animal, being a horse, is some value for the boots. We have yet to see any equestrian card played.
Yeah.
But apart from that, there's some very interesting synergy to delve into. So yeah, there's the other horse in the water. I don't think most people would be interested into what other horse are there. There's the ghost type horse that has kind
oh
of
yeah,
a
the
norm
true sight
terrain
horse.
bird.
Yeah, the
The
true
true
sight.
sight horse.
Yes.
All right, we
Alright.
will switch over to Once a Love, going on the scene to do a player interview and talk about the decks.
Hello guys, welcome back. We're here for player interviews. We just saw Clem, also known as Froge, versus Mr. James C. Valk on the Serene Wind Vanitas versus the Sakura Ally. So, Clem, how's the match for you? What do you think?
It was very tight. It was very fun playing Val for the first time. Like we casted together in Chicago, but we never got to play. The matchup itself, misery. It was my both games today were against that deck, and I have to say that it's very very long and very very sad to play against with my deck. Honestly.
So my question for you, James, is knowing you brought this deck here,
Yes.
how do you feel going into a mirror matchup?
Oh, that's a good one. The mirror match is a tricky one. We assumed that a lot of people were going to be on this deck anyways, so we teched into it. So I'm pretty confident in like the deck build itself for the mirror matchup, and that's just going to come down to who sees what cards, and then at the end, player skill. I feel like this deck is very linear in the aspect. It's not enjoyable to play as much as other decks. But it is probably the strongest deck right now after 2 weeks of the set coming out, so that's why we have a lot of people on it.
So knowing that you feel like this is the strongest or the best deck in the format currently, what do you feel like is the number one key card in here? Like, is it Razor Gale? Is it Cyclical? Is it Veiling Breeze? Like, if you could only pick one card, what do you think is the most important card in the deck?
Razor Gale 100%. Without that card, this deck would not operate. It would be an actual like wind deck that would function normally. Razor Gale makes every other wind card deal 1 damage, and if
It's a wind burn deck now.
Yeah, it's wind erupting is what it is.
For sure. And then, so one more question here for you, Clem. Looking at your matchups of this, so you were playing the Sakura Allies, which is very unique ally focused. It plays Dilu, it plays all those, new unique allies. We have Loewe, but it also brings back cards like Parsonet and Purse from those Raptors, things that weren't seen so much before. So knowing that you're probably going to have to play against potentially 6 more rounds of this, I'm just kidding. Knowing you're going to have to play against a lot more of this, do you feel more confident going into the matchup, or do you feel like it's very, very difficult and a really hard uphill battle?
I feel like generally it's very uphill, but the more experience I have against the deck, the more I know when to do my timings and what to put focus on, right? Because sometimes you want to just cycle a card that gives distant, and then sometimes you do really just want to push as much damage as you want, but they recover and prevent so much damage that it's very, very rough.
Yeah, 3 Viz is definitely a very strong card in this deck here. Being able to rest your champion, recover 2, and then glimpse is a lot, and it deals 1 damage. Plus
Or
you can cycle it
minimum
multiple
1
times.
damage.
Yeah, minimum at least one damage in a lot of these senses. But so yeah, very last question here. Take time from you guys. Looking into this, what do you feel like for the players at home who are looking to kind of like deck build against this? I want each of you to answer this. What do you think is the one card that is the best to build in your deck against it if you're playing water?
Against his deck?
Against the Vanitas deck. Because this is like the
Water?
puzzle piece a lot of people have been thinking about. They're like, can I play water into this? They're like, I can negate things, but it's like, Wind has a million cards. So like, if you have to pick a water card, what do you think is something good that people should keep in mind?
Nico.
Just Nico straight
Just
up.
Nico straight up.
Mage Bane Lash is pretty good. The
Yeah.
access to Vapor Jet Shield's also really good.
Yep.
James, what do you think about that? I know this is your deck, so don't
Yeah.
be too much.
No, Clem stole my answer. I was gonna say Nico, but it's in all honesty, Vapor Jet Shield and Mage Bane Lash. Either of those are just deadly, and if you don't like Vanitas, just play Nico right now. Honestly.
Nico making the great return, but thank you guys so much for joining me for this player
you.
interview after. Thank you guys so much for playing round 2, and everything was fantastic. We will see you guys soon. We're just finishing up round 2, and we'll see you guys back for round 3. Toronto. I am joined with Mr. Genghis Kwan.
Alright.
So, looking at the last match, how do you feel about that?
It was definitely something. It was definitely something to behold, and yeah, now I understand why this Veritas deck is so scary, and you've got the best of both worlds. You've got like a great toolbox. You can dig lots, and you've got a ton of inevitability and so much protection to fight through.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage you can deal too, right? Like multiple Razor Gale callings is something to behold and something very difficult to actually overcome.
It's actually so nasty.
Right? The first game, double Razor Gale calling, game's over. It's absolutely wiped the floor. Allies, I mean, you can't deal with that, right? Even the intercepts don't really make any difference because it's target damage to champion.
Yeah, exactly. You don't really have effective tools to answer most of what they're doing because they're kind of just in a sense they're kind of just gold fishing.
Yeah, you're basically finding lots of different ways to either cycle a card, glimpse cards, but the whole deck is concept around cycle cards. So skirting Sept to draw another card, playing Scout the Lance to draw another card, Fairy Whispers, reveal a win card, pick up that card, put it into your hand. Anything that allows you to maintain influence while still digging through your deck is going to give you a lot more damage. It's going to help you find another Razor Gale. It's going to help you find another Veiling Breeze. It helps you to find a cyclical breeze so that you can return a Veiling Breeze if you need defense.
Yeah, I mean, just knowing what to glimpse or like kind of navigating your turns to get the most out of this deck and see as many cards as you can or as many options. That's a real skill set.
Yeah, and then the big one there is like that I think a lot of people overlook is when you play Serene Spirit of Wind with Vanitas, you were essentially glimpsing 10 in your first turn or two, right? Because you get 6 from the Serene Spirit and then 4 from Vanitas if you're playing a Wind Spirit within your lineage. So it's just really difficult in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're seeing a sixth of your deck in just between your glimpse and your initial level to 1.
Yeah, there's just so much difficulty in getting around that because the deck's going to be really consistent, right? If you can glimpse up to 10, you're very, very likely to see at least one of your main like openers. You're either going to find that Razor Gale calling, or you're going to find the defensive cards, where you're going to be able to play your Windmill Engineers, your Baby Gracelands, your Baby Green Slams, all these other things.
Your deck was designed to make it impossible for you to brick, or as difficult. It's just solely centered on minimizing variance as much as you can while also progressing your win condition.
Yeah, that's the big thing in GA as well. GA is very much about your first turn or two, finding the consistency, having that really, really solid start. So when people are building their decks, going to Goldfish, they're trying to figure out what is my best opener, how do I find the exact kind of deck that I'm looking for, and how many different openers do I want? Do I want to see this card every game that I open? Do I want to see this card later in the game? And you kind of build and adjust your ratios alongside that. When you look at a deck like this, you can kind of be a little more flexible with that because you're able to put down those 6 cards and kind of figure out whether or not, do I need these now? Do I need these later? Do I not need these at all in the matchup? And then looking past that, it's like you have so many filter cards that it feels almost impossible, like you said, to brick.
Yeah, I mean, basically you see so much of your deck just naturally activating Fairy Whispers, activating Scout the Lands. Also your allies. Your ally package, like a decent chunk of it is used to trigger a card draw, and just see lots of options. And incidentally, say if they go into their safety turn, right? Say you're in an ally matchup, it's game 2 or game 3. They bring in or they materialize the Safeguard Amulet. You can kind of plan around that. Like the moment they go for that materialization, if you've got 2 Razor Gales out, maybe you chip in 1 to 2 spells of damage, say we're good, resolved. And then if you want to force a breakpoint, you add an additional Windmill Engineer, Dream Fairy, or what to the board. Just like push them ever closer to 20.
Yeah, it's a lot of way to chip in, simple damage, which is why,
Exactly.
in that last game, we saw Clem bring in the Veiling Breeze. Veiling Breeze is actually a pretty effective way to stop the chip damage, both from the allies as well as from the Razor Gills. So that was an option. Verdigris Decree I saw also was brought in. That was fantastic, being able to remove the Fantasias. But it also helps you push damage too, right? So you can play it on your turn if you want, give an ally +2, I believe, when you view it, and then also destroy target Fantasia. So we've talked so much here about the Vanitas deck. Let's look at the Sakura deck. I believe this is a deck you've been playing as well, so you're a little bit more insightful on it.
Yes.
How did you feel about the last matchup and how it played out? Did you think there were any like significant things that should have been changed in the way that the deck was built? How do you feel about the overall gameplay there?
I felt the overall gameplay was pretty good. I guess there were definitely some spots where I think the choices of were I mean personally, I guess I am much bigger of a fan of than I should be of going hands down, as the kids say. Just sometimes the correct answer is when you don't actually have the reactive spell and you just draw a handful of allies. What are you gonna do, right? Sometimes you want to just sometimes you just want to max out your damage, or like say if you draw an opener, like going second, right? If you draw an opener with like two Gildises, you have to turn them online at some point. And that means one of those turns, you're going to have to play 2 3s or 2 Lurkings. Like, just kind of get that influence down, make Gildis far easier to balance.
Yeah, it's definitely playable in that sense.
Yeah.
I think that's actually a very discussable point, though. You said, you know, if you don't have any reactive like skills or spells available in your
Right,
hand, do you
yeah.
go hands down? I think that's very much a player choice thing, right? Like
It is a player choice
your personality as a player will define what you choose to do there. I'm a bigger fan of holding on to cards regardless if I have it, because if I have to force you to think about what I might have,
Yeah.
you as a player may choose and assume that I have it so you don't make the play. But it depends, right? Like you're playing Fire Zen or Egg, or you're playing a burn deck. You force the opponent to have it every single time. You do not respect
Correct.
any
Yeah.
cards. You don't respect any Frostbinds. You don't respect any Song of Frost, whatever it is. You put down every single card. You put down all the damage you can in the game. But when you're playing Wind, it's a little bit, or even against Wind, it's a little more flexible in that sense, right? Wind has
Always, yeah.
the kind of flexibility between a more aggressive like fire style versus a more controlling water style. And people have to kind of figure out what you have or what you want to play and what your play style is. So it's interesting watching all these players, because you could give the same deck to like 6 different players in the room and they're probably all going to play the deck differently.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree on that. I guess when you get to super high levels, like the differences or like the gaps in playstyle start to close sometimes. But yeah, everyone's got a different way of piloting.
Yeah,
for the
looking
most
at the Sakura deck though, I think, you know, I didn't give enough credit to Dilu. I thought Dilu was going to be like okay. I've changed my mind. That card is fantastic. I think it's amazing. I think that playing Wind unique ally deck is very, very thematic in a sense. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of the A and B set. It's like we play the 3 sisters, so now you play all the 3 sisters
Right.
and the old sisters,
And
the
the old
DOA
sisters.
Camelot, not
Yes.
sisters. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot more interesting things that can come out with that. So we are just setting up here, looking for the beginning of the round, trying to figure out who's going to be our feature match here. But yeah, I mean, let us know what you guys are interested in looking for in chat. But actually, I think we just heard it in, but it's going to be a Water Allen versus a Water Nico.
I believe that's what I heard, yeah.
I wonder if it's Canadian Nationals champion
Oh.
Zenadriel on the Water Nico. He is.
Zenadriel, yep.
I mean, it's Zenadriel and Herman are the 2 that I know of that play Nico in Canada, and Herman's our head judge. So
Herman is indeed our head judge.
but I'm interested to see, is the Water Allen a 3-0? Because Water Allen at 3-0 at the beginning of, or 2-0, sorry, going into the 3rd round, would be very interesting to see.
Yeah.
A well-performing Water Allen. Because there are like a couple things that I think are good in that regard, right? Geldis is a great option.
Yeah.
Machine Monstrosity was like kind of an option in the past year, but I think looking at what we have now available for Tamer, we have cards like Fractal Polar Depths. We have cards like Relic of Sunken Past. We have, you know, Stratagem of Myriad Ice. We have all these cards available for these decks to play a little bit more aggressively. Like Mill Allies kind of fits more. Aqueous Stallion kind of fits in there as well.
Yep.
And then Juying, right? Juying the Shadow Mare is like,
Yeah.
that card's
Juying.
crazy.
Juying is certainly one of the cards of all time. Stealth True Sight.
Stealth True Sight is a crazy combination.
Yeah.
Because even if you don't have like a ton of protection, you can play things like Nia if you want to.
Yeah,
right?
correct.
Like that's available for you.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah,
7.
and Nia's I guess once we got look at deck list specifically, but Nia would be a spicy.
So it looks like we actually have Atka versus Brightwing here. So this is the matchup here, Water Allen versus Water Nico. So Brightwing's going to be on the Water Allen. He did tell me he was playing Sylvie. I didn't realize he was playing Allen.
And then I'll go Cerulean Decree, Stratagem for another Fractal Brain.
Opening Fractal of Rain, double Fractal of Rain in view
double
opener is
Fractal of Rain.
fantastic. Showing the double Cerulean there and the Rippleback. I can't. I Rippleback Turtle Pin?
Yeah.
Terrapin? Rippleback Terrapin?
Yeah.
It's a scary ally.
It's a
Spell
pretty
Shroud
scary
ally
one.
spooky.
Spell Shroud very spooky, and I mean, with that class bonus and float in the drop, we could see honestly, I want to call this guy, little guy Blastoise.
He does have the fantastic opportunity to
Yeah.
use that on enter, banish a floating memory, draw a card. It's great.
It is
Right.
pretty good, and
It's the,
yeah.
the Frostborn Paladin for Tamers.
Frostborn for Tamer, yeah, and with that Sylvie 1 bonus, he scales all the way up to a big ol' 3/6.
Yeah, 3/6 is really, really big. It's a very strong Tamer animal there. That class bonus Spell Shroud is super, super, super important. We're going to see the opener on the other side, a Forest Cake here.
Sure.
Recollection.
I do like this, though. Water Nico. Water Nico with Forest Cake is interesting because it's basically, at this point, it's essentially a pay 2, draw 1, and then it's a fracturized target. Or because you can't sacrifice it for class bonus if you're not playing, unless you're playing Sylvie into Nico. But I'm not quite sure what I would want Sylvie into Nico for. But it is possible. So,
Yeah.
you know, I can't knock it till I try it. So I'll have to see what Akka has here available. And we're going to see the Grand Crusaders ring come out from Brightwing. It's going to activate both of the, oh, so he does have Primordial Ritual from the mill there. That's really nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Icebound Slam.
Icebound Slam.
Icebound Slam's coming out. What is the
Ooh.
response here to the Icebound Slam? We have Song of Frost. Song of Frost. So Song of Frost will actually not banish the Icebound Slam because it is
Correct.
not on the stack of the attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's response to the on attack trigger.
Yeah, so that's what they're discussing right now between the judge call here. He's saying, why isn't the Icebound Slam banished? Icebound Slam's not banished because it is an attack card.
Right.
It actually doesn't go on the effect stack for the attack as part of it. So
Yep.
it is just going to go to the... So it is actually Sylvie. So it is Sylvie into Nico in this situation. So there it is. I'm going to lose the Geldis.
Yeah, we see one of the deck's trademark cards.
Oh, I see a Bestial Frenzy there.
Oh.
Bestial Frenzy in hand. A lot of interesting things here. I believe I see an Engineered Slime as well. Capricious Links.
Comes with the counter.
Yeah, this is a card we haven't seen for quite some time. Just super effective body.
Wait. I've just realized. Maybe it's Brightwing that's playing Nico.
Oh.
Why did I think it's the other way around? Why did I think it's the other way around? They're both. Wait, are they both playing Sylvie? Wait. Sylvie into Alan and then Sylvie into Nico is crazy. I thought Brightwing was going to be the into Alan because he told me he was playing Sylvie. And I realized just now Icebound Slam could technically go in either deck. But looking at what Akka has in his memory, he's definitely playing the Alan here.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. Lots of water matchup is always unique to me. There's a lot of things that can happen in this matchup.
Yeah.
But a lot of floating available for Right Wing. He's in very, very comfortable position so far. Gonna see that Lost in Thought in hand. It could actually Lost in Thought for 2, draw 2. Is actually not terrible. Plus he cycles to floating.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about this matchup in specific, being that, like, obviously looking at some of Akka, or what's in the Water Allen package, we have some allies that are quite tall and beefy, and are difficult to clear.
Yeah, it's definitely a scarier thing. The only downside to that is that for Brightwing here, he has the availability to Snow Fairy those things. Should he have the Snow Fairy in the deck? You wouldn't mind checking the deck list to make sure that before I sound a little too goofy.
Yeah.
Ooh, there it is. There's the turtle coming in with 2 buff counters, like you said. So it is going to be the 3/6.
Okay.
3/6 Rippleback Terrapin is kind of spooky. It's going to swing for a lot here. I banish the Fracturize. It's going to come in as a 4/7 now. That's a big watery meatball. Very, very spicy.
This is a big watery meatball.
Rippleback Terrapin is just reminding me of like when people were playing Giant Tortoise, but this is like a significantly better variation of that, knowing you have... So first you have on enter, banish floating, draw a card, get a buff counter, but also having Spell Shroud. Like Spell Shroud is just something that is so underrated. And a lot of people are going to want to try to deal with things like Tempest Downfall, right? On entry, Tempest Downfall for 6. You actually can't do that to Rippleback Terrapin. Like, what are other ways to get rid of it? Dream Fairy, Snow Fairy?
Dream Fairy, Snow Fairy, yeah.
And combat damage is pretty hard to get to 7.
Okay.
It's definitely a more difficult one here. Oh. Yeah, so here it is. I believe, is that a Capricious Lynx in for 2? with 2 buff counters.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, looking at this hand, do we see him put down? Does he go for the Engineered Slime? What do you think he's looking for here?
I think he's looking for. Let's see. Might be might just be looking for another big body like the turtle. Just something super sticky. Yeah, engineered slime is also decent here because you can make use of
Making use of the power cell from Engineered Slime is decently good value.
yeah.
He also has the 2 Bestial Frenzies in hand too, which allows him for the cleave plus level, or if he just wants a little bit more damage there.
Oh yeah, the cleave might kind of go. The cleave could go a little crazy here eventually.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get it up to 7 for the damage. We do see the Beast Spawned Ears though, so Beast Spawned Ears is going to unlock a level 2 class bonus here. Ooh, that's an interesting one. So Serpent comes out here. It's going to be the Sea Fletch Serpent. So this is actually an ally that can also be loaded into a bow.
Yes.
So on hit, you can load this into target bow weapon you control, as long as it's unloaded. But this is a Pride too, so it's a 3-cost 2/2 that is like essentially a. I mean, it's basically an infinite cycle arrow if you want it to be.
It's an infinite cycle arrow. Yeah.
And then we'll go
I mean,
so first one.
So we're gonna mill. Whoa, those are 2 fantastic mills here for Brightwing. So he's gonna need a Seaside Ringleader and a Floating Memory available to him.
Oh wow.
He has influence of 9, going up to 10 here with the 2 fractals. So influence available total with 12, and he has a 4/7 body on the board with Spell Shroud. He's in a very, very commanding position right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's honestly I can't remember the last time I've seen a water Nico player with this many cards in hand.
Right, at this point, it doesn't even look like Brightwing's playing Nico, right? If Atka doesn't know that he's playing Nico, he might actually think this is a convinced Icebound Sylvie.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If he manages to find the win in the first game without going up to Nico, without going for that attempted Ravishing Finale here, like Brightwing could very well just show him just this and surprise him in game 2. So he's gonna get the I believe that's the Bovine. Whoa, Tidestone Bovine comes in. So on attack, he's going to mill the 2 cards there.
The Hasty Messenger of Water.
Yeah, it's quite nice. Being able to mill the top 2 from your deck. He does actually hit 2 more floating.
Oh, wow.
So he's in an even more commanding position with the floating. He has so much available to him. He's able to get that Lost Stop for 3 if he wishes.
Brightwing, I know. Brightwing's got to take that luck to the casino later, eventually. It's pretty good.
It's another 4 into Sylvie, so Atka's going up to 9, showing pretty equal.
4, 5, and 6, and I'll play a stratagem.
Whoa, 6 for stratagem.
He's just going all in.
Oh, banish 3 or 4. So this actually could be the big finisher here. There's
there's a Frostbind.
Frostbind. Ooh, Frostbind again. So when Atka going down for another influence. The thing that's scary here is Brightwing, even though he's losing like these bigger cards, he's losing the stratagem, he's losing the Icebound Slam.
Right.
Atka goes down in influence while Brightwing is still maintaining so much due to that Fractal of Rain. Fractal of Rain allowing him to level up or materialize other cards basically for free.
Yep.
Because he has so much floating due to how effective those Fractal of Rains are.
Exactly.
But Atka is falling behind. Every card he uses to negate, he loses too much influence and too much value.
That's right. I mean, at this point, like, Brightwing is more than happy to go 1-for-1 with Atka on cards. Because,
yeah, I mean, at this rate, he could even go 1 for 2.
1 for 2, exactly. Yeah.
Additionally with that, we did see the Seaside Ringleader was one of the cards that was milled from the Tidestone Bovine there. So Brightwing has another card that he can pay to, banish this card, draw a card into the memory, and then until end of turn, any animal or beast that you activate this turn will come in with an additional buff counter. So that's like really, really big if he wants to go wide on the field here.
Oh yeah, it's so big in this case.
1 bottom.
A Seaside Ringleader.
So we're going to see level up into Allen 2 here. He's going to get the Glimpse 3, and then he's going to reveal a Harmony or Melody and add it to hand.
Draw for turn.
Oh, that's a Frostbind. Drew into a Frostbind here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. Brightwing, if he has another stratagem, he's going to be able to actually go for this combo pretty early here. Yeah. Brightwing reading the Allen. Not many people familiar with the Glimpse mechanic on that, but if you, as long as you control 2 or more animals or beasts, Allen does get +2 levels, so you'll be able to unlock things on level 4.
Attack for 5. Yep.
Young Beast Barter comes out. He's going to add the buff counter. He's going to swing in for 5.
Yeah, that's also
swing in
another
for
card
5
we
again.
haven't seen in some time. Wow, yeah.
And that's game.
Oh, wow.
That's exact. That is exact lethal there. So it's going to be Young Beast Barter comes in, puts a buff counter on another target, swing for 1, swing for 5, swing for 5.
Yeah.
That's I mean, just game right there. Losing the stratagem, Brightwing essentially went all in on the stratagem setup, trying to find lethal there. If Atka didn't have the Frostbind, that was game, right?
Yeah.
But Atka did manage to come back, finds the answer, and takes game 1.
Takes game 1. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty easy to forget since we haven't seen this card a card in a while, right? Young Beast Bonder does when you have class bonus, it's active. If you target a beast with it, that's 2 buff counters. So
Yeah, it's pretty big.
it's a big break point for sure.
Pretty big break point. That Serpent is really nice. I was actually a really big fan of the Sea Fletch Serpent. I think that was really cool. Sea Fletch Serpent being a beast, right? Being a beast is really cool there.
Yeah, being a beast is pretty cool, and yeah, I remember when this card came out, like we were all super curious as to how it actually worked in regards to being both an ally and an arrow.
Yeah, so when it's in the load zone, essentially it's just a stat line card. So you're just looking for the power of the card. So when it's shot out, it'll deal 3 damage. On champion hit, it still gets the effect. You may load it in. So on champion hit, you can load it in again. So essentially it recycles as long as you have durability in your bow.
Oh, okay.
So
I see.
it's a really neat one. But the big thing here is that it's a 3-cost Pride 2 ally. That's 3/3. Being Pride 2 at that lower breakpoint is really important for this matchup because it allows you to, I mean, first of all, you can use the ears to unlock it at a lower level.
Right.
But you also get such a strong ally, right? A 3/3 trades very favorably compared to, like, you know, the standard 2/3 is difficult to remove off the board. There are not that many things that have 3 damage stat line without being 4 memory cost or higher.
Right, yeah.
So the Sea Fletch Serpent, great thing in the matchup here for Atka. Looking at the sideboards here, when we look at Brightwings versus Atka, Brightwing has a couple things that are interesting. Beastbond Boots for the spells. Blinding Orb is actually something that a lot of people really like in Nico. I think it's fantastic. Being able to Quicksilver Grail into a Blinding Orb is really strong.
Yeah.
But looking into this matchup specifically against Atka, do you think that anything he has in the sideboard is like super impactful or important for him?
Let's see.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I mean, I think it's interesting that that the finales are in the sideboard. That can kind of be a double-edged sword, as in, like, say if Atka's inflicted enough like self-mill, that clock also gets faster.
So we are going to see the game starting here. So we're going to get an
Yeah.
opener again of an Imbued Fractal Variance. Great opener here for Brightwing. He's going to just pass the turn there. So he did reveal a Seaside Ringleader and I believe a Refracting Missile.
Yeah. Yeah, you always love to see that Fractal Rain in the opener.
Yeah, especially these new ones. These new ones are really pretty. The Sabrina promo ones from Ascent Toronto here.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful promo cards that'll be coming to you guys for all of the A and B season.
Yep. I'm already having separation issues for mine because I just got rid of the foils.
It'd be like that.
It'd be like
So
that,
Atka
yeah.
opener here. What is he going to go for? Seeing cards in hand. A little bit difficult right now, but we're
Okay,
going to see
that's a
Blissful.
blissful calling. Yep. Okay, so what do we got at the top? So looks like a Frostbind, Song of Frost. It's like a Frostbind, Song of Frost. What does he pick ultimately?
Song of Frost,
That looks like
he's going to take the Sea Fletched.
Yep, good choice.
Yep, that's going to be that Pride 2 ally, 3-cost, 3/3. Very effective, very easy to use.
Is that, let's see, is that Academy Guide coming out?
Couple more down here. We most likely going to see the Academy Guide. Does have the Frostbind to try to protect it, but it kind of depends.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Academy Guide.
I'll materialize a backup charger.
Interesting. Academy Guide, no swing is what's most interesting to me. So I guess
Yeah,
he's maybe
that is
thinking
very
that
interesting.
Brightwing is playing a bunch of 1/1 allies.
Yeah.
A little bit strange to me that you wouldn't attack with the Academy Guide here.
I mean, throughout the day, right? Like, throughout the day and a lot of previous large events, I've seen a lot of players be prone to forgetting to swing with Dungeon Guide, Nia, and Academy Guide specifically for whatever reason. They are actual allies with bodies, so.
Yeah, missing the 1 damage a lot of the times does make the difference. A lot of times that 1 damage is actually what will or does lose you the game. So I think it's really important to keep that in mind. If you play an ally and there's nothing else on the board available to play at the time, you probably should focus the attack.
Exactly.
Fracturize on the power cell from Brightwing. Most likely going to lean into that Frostborn Paladin, I believe.
Yeah.
And I'll go 3 down for a Frostborn Paladin.
Yep, and we see the Frostborn Paladin come out here.
Okay, on enter.
Interesting choice, Brightwing not using the Fractal of Rain, but instead using all cards from hand.
That isn't.
I don't know if there was anything super important you should have held onto, but
Yeah.
usually you would want to use your Fractals in this case first.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, sometimes sometimes it's intentional, but oftentimes, sometimes the players can just forget the fractals there.
Having exactly enough cards with the Fractal and the one card in hand to pay for the Frostbind into Adka after playing Frostborn Paladin, though, was really important, because if not, he wouldn't have been able to punish the Academy Guide, right? He played the Academy Guide only holding up a Frostbind, so he didn't quite have like a good answer to protect it, but it was decent if certain conditions were met, but Brightwing just kind of had exactly what he needed available to him. So the Banish level 1 Sylvie here. Atka's going to pick up his cards, draw. What do you think we're going to go for? Do you think he's going to play that Sea-Fletched Serpent immediately?
I mean, it is a pretty good. Yep. Okay, looks like he's going for it, and it does come in with a buff counter, so like it's gonna be pretty good. Oh. Okay. Smack with Flute.
Smack with Flute, level up. He's going to get the temporary 1 level and be able to swing Pride 2 with that Sea-Fletched Serpent. Smack with Flute, very old school card, but it is available in the Sylvie Recollection deck. It is a floating memory, so it's pretty decent overall.
Yeah.
But something I don't think I've ever seen someone play Smack with Flute in a competitive tournament, and I'm feeling pretty good about that. I actually really like that opportunity. I think it's a great combo.
Recollection will trigger Fractal Brain.
But I'm going to be passing turn over to Brightwing here. But looking into like the options that Atka has here, I'm kind of curious if the Glacial Evocations came in or not in this matchup.
Glacial Evocation. That's a card name I haven't heard in quite some time. Are we talking about
Glacial Evocation is the A and B card. So this is deal 2 damage to target ally, and then if the ally is rested, deal 3 damage. It's a fast spell, 2 cost.
Oh,
it's actually very good in the control decks.
Yeah,
right
I think I was thinking of Glacial Guidance.
Glacial Guidance is it is an eco card though.
It's an eco card.
I remember when I was in Singapore Pro and was talking pretty highly of Glacial Guidance as a card. We're going to see the Fractal of Rain here from Brightwing. It's going to use all 3 Fractals for a Bovine.
All 3 Fractals for a Bovine.
Bovine kind of big.
Bovine's pretty huge here, yeah.
Attack 2, Tidal Lock, and a Song of Frost getting milled. So he's going to get Water in the Grave, but no floating, which is a little bit more on the unfortunate side.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one that cost 2.
It's a good old 3 cost 1/2. It's a very cute card.
1/2.
Does have the floating memory though.
Yeah.
5 cards in hand here for Brightwing.
And then I'll pass to you.
Bing chilling. He's going to pass the turn. Waking up that Sylvie after the Smack with Flute. Something you don't often see is Sylvie waking up at the beginning of a wake up. We're going to see the Recollect and draw here. Ears come in, so level 2 Sylvie online. That Pride 2 requirement on the Sea-Fletched Serpent is met. So if you're Atka here, knowing what he has available in his deck, what do you think his next turn or 2 is, looking into Brightwing? Like, what does he want to do here, right? He has the Tidestone Bovine on the field, but no other allies. He's not quite into the Nico yet, so what's kind of the game plan here? You also don't know that he's Nico yet, so do you try to kill him with, allies? Are you going for, that same kind of combo as before? What do you think we're going to see here?
I think in this case, with the fact that he doesn't have information on what specific champion lineage Brightwing has, it's a pretty safe play to, naturally I think he'd progress into building a tall ally, or just building a board that's pretty difficult to deal with, chipping in lots of damage.
Yeah, going tall could be pretty relevant here. Something neat as well in the deck list, since we are playing the Sea-Fletched Serpent, is Intricate Longbow. So Atka is running Intricate Longbow, which is the class bonus and level 2 effect. So sadly, he does not have the class bonus, not a ranger. But level 2 being also part of the requirements, which he did hit. Sadly, he's not going to get it. It is a 1/4 bow, so he would be able to load that Sea-Fletched Serpent repeatedly and shoot with Sylvie.
Correct.
Sylvie with a bow is the new meta. No longer Sylvie with a gun.
Sylvie with a bow is the new meta, correct. Yeah, we've also seen, speaking of the bow, speaking of this bow, we've also seen that new arrow with floating memory typically played alongside this bow as well in certain Nico and Sylvie builds. So
yeah, there's a couple neat ones. Was that Savage Arrows, the one you were talking about?
Savage Arrow?
Zach, there are other options, but that's
there are other options for
here.
sure.
So we're gonna see 2 mills. It's gonna be, I believe, a I think that was a Tidal Lock and a Frostburn Paladin, which is unfortunate here.
Yeah. Just finding plenty of water density, but really not seeing that floating. Yeah.
Yep.
Kind of tough sometimes. The mills do just be like that.
Oh, Tidestone Bovine milling, and
Yeah.
still not quite the things. Brightwing, you can see it. The look of distraught, not quite getting the mills that he's looking for. Needs more floating memory. Hopefully, plays a little bit more conservatively this time. You know, all out a little too hard last time against Atka, playing that stratagem and losing.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. It was a water arrow with float. Not Savage Arrow, but this one, I believe this one is also a main deck arrow.
So we're going to see the Scepter from last turn that was materialized is actually just going to be 5 down for Banishment. Draw 2 cards here. So the alternate effect of Scepter of Lumina. No need for the level up here from Atka. He's going to get all these cards available to him right now.
Yeah, I guess that's also a good distinction to make in some matchups where you like, what's the correct point to pop your Scepter and not go for that level damage, or is like basically in terms of min maxing, is one hit enough?
I think in these matchups where you're not necessarily trying to burst down your opponent, and you also know you're only a level 2 deck, I think Scepter of Lumina is less valuable for trying to get it for the level up damage and more valuable for having higher influence. The earlier you have higher influence, the more negates you have available to you while still being able to build out your board.
Exactly.
Right? That's one of the biggest things here for Atka against Brightwing is he was always able to play a negate against Brightwing, but he wasn't always able to deal with the larger board state. It's just that Brightwing went a little too aggressive all in and then got punished for it.
Yeah.
Do see the Forest Cake in hand there. Forest Cake, always spooky to see on the board. He's gonna draw one.
Always draw one. You don't know who's getting swole. So
yeah, someone's definitely getting bigger on that side.
Yeah.
Sea-Fletched Serpent can come in for 4 here against Brightwing, bringing him to 9. He's only on Sylvie 1. There's no Serene Spirit, I believe.
oh,
for
that's
the
true.
release.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like with the stat line check regarding when it gets loaded into the bow, that is additional arrow damage.
It's gonna be tough here.
Yeah.
Ooh, Capricious Lynx comes out. Capricious Lynx. This is a classic. Capricious Lynx is always the classic Sylvie card. A lot of people play this Sylvie level 1, then Bestial Frenzy it for the cleave. In this case, because the on-enter removes the pride, it'll be able to swing immediately.
For refracting missiles for 4.
Ooh, we're going to see Refracting Missiles for 4 into the Sea-Fletched Serpent. So Sea-Fletched Serpent will be going to the graveyard here. That's a very good response from Brightwing. He's going to get the floating memory available to him.
Yeah.
And actually also feign the damage.
Mm-hmm.
I had to really have to think about it. I'm interested as to why he played the Capricious Lynx before just attacking outright.
In response.
Yeah.
Choosing to potentially protect his Tidestone Bovine instead of having it go into the graveyard here when he already has 2 Fractal of Rain is interesting.
That is very interesting.
2 Seaside Ringleader imbued, and the Give Bath. Give Bath is a classic. It's a classic card.
Yes, get Bath. Oh man, like back in the early days of the game, where when we were just set 1 and set 2 meta, like sometimes you would just see someone at your locals with a giant baby blue slime and Ocean's Blessing, and then give Bath.
So the Cerulean Decree will resolve. You draw a card into memory, -3 on the Capricious Lynx. Capricious Lynx will deal 0 damage to the Tidestone Bovine. And Atka does not have a lot of cards in hand available to him still. He's only got, I believe, 4, maybe 5.
Yep.
Losing that Sea-Fletched Serpent was a lot of the kind of momentum he was hoping to keep in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Brightwing does have more floating available to him. He's going to go for a Terraframe.
Terraframe. Okay, that's a very interesting choice, but I guess makes some sense knowing what he's up against, because so the allies are they tend to go pretty tall, but they also cost a lot of cards out of hand.
Yeah, it's a really tough mill here for Brightwing. He hasn't actually, I don't think he's milled a single floating this game.
Yeah.
He's actually only milled non-floating this game, which is very, very unfortunate.
Oh.
He's going to get the on-attack trigger here for the... Oh, there it is. There's first one. Lost in Thoughts coming down.
Let's
the Tidestone Bovine finally
There's a
paying off a
float.
little bit.
Yeah.
Could optionally play... I believe he has a Frostborn Paladin in hand, or he definitely has the Rippleback Terrapin.
Yeah, he... Oh, there
it is.
Here comes the turtle.
4 for the Turtle.
Yeah.
Turtle on enter trigger.
On enter...
What is he going to banish? So he has 2...
Yep.
Maybe
those are
2, maybe
missiles.
3 total.
see.
And then I'll attempt to go 2 into the Lynx.
2 damage into the Lynx. So Lynx is going to be cleared with the Tidestone Bovine and the Rippleback Terrapin here.
All right.
Very safe, wide board for Brightwing.
Yep. And Brightwing looks to be nice and comfy now. Like big, wide board. Good chunk of stats on those guys.
I don't know if it's that big of a wide of a board. It's a 1/2 and a 2/5 with Spell Shroud. It's, 3 fractals are pretty nice though.
Oh, I mean, I guess the wideness went into all the units.
Yeah, having
2/5.
lots of objects on board overall is pretty good. The refracting
Yeah.
missiles for 4 is kind of scary. Like it's low key reached the point where that's actually quite a bit of damage, especially knowing that it's only going to be for 3 cost, right? 3 memory cost for the, or sorry, 3 memory cost, 3 reserve cost.
3 reserve cost.
For
yep.
those refracting missiles. It's be tougher here. So Atka is going to be regaining influence. He does have the backup charger to Grand Crusader's Ring, so he's got a lot of cards to work with now.
That he does. And
Fracturize in hand.
I guess as
2
you
Fracturize in hand.
2 fracturizes in hand. Wow. Yeah, as you just said with refracting missiles, it's gone to a break point where at a lot of Atka's allies, save for the really beefy ones like Kadus, all get wiped out by these missiles.
Yeah, missiles pretty strong here. So we're going to see Force Gate come out, 2 down, draw a card.
Yep.
Atka just trying to cycle, find the right allies to get the damage to come through. Thinking here, does he play the Young Beast Bonder? Nothing to target with it, so he's putting a lot of cards down. Does he have, I believe that's a Kadus in his hand? I can't quite tell.
I can't quite make that out either.
It's a little bit on the dark side for me to figure that out, but he is running 4 Kadus in the deck, so.
Oh, okay. That's
Cards in hand? 3.
that's a Fervent Beastmaster.
Huh, interesting. Fervent Beastmaster is pretty cool. Fervent Beastmaster does require you to have a Beast ally for the +1/+1, but it is a 5 cost 3/3, so it's not that. It's actually pretty good, right? Class bonus Vigor is decent. It makes it harder to remove from the field at least.
Yes.
Holy bro. Materializing the Tideholder Claymore is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, this is a card we've seen a lot less of lately due to like the prevalence of people respecting Nico and playing nulls in main now, or just more readily being willing to just make it an early materialize.
Yeah, so Tideholder Claymore does swing for 5 here. Atka is on a Spirit of... He's on Sylvie 1, so 17 health available.
Yeah.
Let's see. Tideholder Claymore can come in for 5 plus the Icebound Slam for 8, which is 13 plus 2 on the field.
Yeah.
Which would be 15, putting Atka at 17. It's not quite enough damage for lethal. Atka does also have a Fracturize in hand.
Yeah. Also, if paying two float from your drop isn't a power move,
Swing 5 into Sylvie, no cost. It's kind of crazy.
Oh man.
Oh, I got
So Sylvie going to 7. So he's just verifying he has enough cards here for water. We are at 13 water cards in the
That's
graveyard here. So the Tideholder
crazy.
Claymore is free to attack with.
Yeah. It's not often you get to see that.
First we had Sylvie with a gun, Sylvie with a bow.
Yep.
And now we have Sylvie with a Tideholder Claymore.
Mm.
Sylvie with a tide. Soon we'll have Sylvie with a whip. We'll have it all.
Yeah.
You know. Magebane Lash does exist. It is indeed a card, but it's very interesting. Brightwing is playing this very slow and calculated. Doesn't want to overextend and make any mistakes like he did last game. So we are going to see the level up here from Atka into Alan 2. I believe he has no floating available, so he's going to have to lose 2 from memory.
Yeah.
See him shuffling up.
I mean, as an animated sequence, just as an aside.
We're going to lose a Frostbind. Didn't quite catch what the other card was there, but the Song of Frost on the Glimpse means that he can put that on top to pick it up. Not bad. He's going to be able to get to reveal.
Yeah.
Revealing Song of Frost is good. It's a little scary for Brightwing, knowing that he has the he's trying to do combat damage here, so it's going to be tougher.
It's going to be very, yeah. It's,
the Recollect and draw 9 cards available for Brightwing.
Yep.
3 fractals on the board still. 3 fractals are
fractals.
forever scary.
Forever scary.
And Fervent Beastmaster still in the field. Does enable a lot of things. It is going to go up to a 4/4
True.
if a Beast comes on the field.
Yeah. Both players still with a ton of ammo in hand.
Yeah, the tough part for Atka right now is that because he'd have to play both allies if he wants to meet a Pride 4 requirement, but we are going to see Engineered Slime. So
There we
Engineered Slime He's going to banish the Force Cake, give it a buff counter here. If he sacrifices the Power Cell, he also will have a choice to give it another buff counter.
Right.
On the stack, Brightwing could Refracting Missile it for
True.
3 before it gets the extra buff counter.
That's true. Or like he could also opt to leave that Power Cell open just in case.
I'll tap 3.
Yeah, just to protect
Missiles for 4.
the slime.
Ooh,
from-
Refracting Missiles for 4 in response to the attack on the
Oh.
Fervent Beastmaster. Another one here
Very
for
good.
Brightwing. Is swing for 3. Brightwing, another response in hand. What are we going to see here on the Engineered Slime?
2 Ringleaders, a Chilling Touch for a Decree.
2 Ringleaders and a Chilling Touch.
Okay.
Cerulean Decree -3 and Drawn to Memory.
Okay.
Cerulean Decree showing very well for Brightwing. Brightwing milled a lot of his negates and a lot of really valuable cards for him, but he's still able to find things, right?
Yeah.
Surely, even if you mill half your negates, you'll find the other 2, right?
Oh yeah, always. I mean, if you mill half your win cons, you'll still see your win con.
I mean, that was still fantastic, right? He basically fogged 7 damage.
Yeah.
He killed the Fervent Beastmaster, and then he was able to reduce all the damage from the Engineered Slime.
Yeah.
He's gonna pop the Power Cell, give it a buff counter, so he's actually gonna deal 3 still, even with the Cerulean on there.
Oh. Yeah. Good.
Yeah, so he's gonna get the 3 damage initially that was coming through won't be there. The buff counter gives it 1 more, and then 2 from the Power Cell, so those 3 will go through. A little bit more chip damage into Brightwing. Atka, a bit of what I consider this. It feels like he's behind right now.
Recollection.
Yeah, it feels like Akka is very behind right now. Like, yeah, even with variance not going in Brightwing's favor so much, right? We discussed earlier how, like, with these mills, he's generally been getting pretty unlucky with how much of his deck he's milled. We've seen a lot of water cards in the drop, but we only saw the first float recently.
Yeah, a lot of it really comes down to like playing the control game. You know, both of you are playing water. You have to play for long-term value.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that you don't overextend because
Between 5 and 6.
traditionally water decks were not as like kill fast, but with MRC, like Ravishing Finale is a very, very scary thing that you have to keep in mind. Icebound Slam is a very scary thing you have to keep in mind.
Yep.
And now with A and B, we have Stratagem, we have Burst Asunder. Like,
Yep.
Brightwing could pop a Stratagem, he could pop a Burst Asunder. Both of those things would be fantastic in this matchup. You can have
Yeah.
Fractal Wall or
Fractal
you
Ball.
know, Goodbye Floating and Goodbye You.
Goodbye floating, goodbye you.
It's gonna be.
Sounds like a hit single.
It's definitely a tougher situation. Atka has to play this a little bit more calculated.
Mm.
He's holding on to the Bestial Frenzy, being chilling. Brightwing, with many cards in hand, does have, I believe, the Chilling Touch there is available.
Cards in hand?
Song of Frost while attacking with the Tideholder Claymore. 3 cards in hand. Does he go for the negate to force him to put all the cards down? It'd be a decent combo if you know you have a stratagem. Oh, he's not going to go for it, though. So no
Oh,
stratagem
no.
available for Brightwing.
2 into Engineered Slime.
Yep. Engineered Slime takes 2.
2 swing into Engineered Slime. Probably going to see a Seaside Ringleader here.
For a
Oh, I'd expect that's an option here.
Yeah, Ringleader's going to come in, kill the Engineered Slime. Brightwing choosing to clear board is good. Song of Frost used on the Tideholder Claymore means that the Tideholder Claymore also doesn't lose the durability, so it's even more value for Brightwing in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, he got a card for just trying to progress game state, and it didn't even cost him anything in terms of cards. So
Yeah, the Fracturize on the Lantern early on is really, really good value. We saw the tons of value from the Refracting Missile, but even now, like
yeah,
he just used all 3 of those Fractals as reservables, played the Seaside Ringleader, and held every card in his hand. Now we're going to see a Terrafring on the other side here. Atka Terrafring into
Yeah.
Brightwing. I think Brightwing also has a Fracturize in his hand. I'm not 100% sure, but if he does, then end step Fracturize on that Terrafring could be very, very, very bad for Atka.
yeah. I mean,
Atka's kind of running out of interaction, right? He doesn't have many other things left. Not as many negates. We've seen a
No.
couple Song of Frosts. He's putting a lot of cards down.
and like Brightwing doesn't
5.
have. Yeah, Brightwing doesn't have the biggest, scariest board, but it is a board. And in a control game, you have a board, your opponent doesn't have a board. You just go trade for trade. The person with the board gets there eventually.
Ooh, Brightwing response onto the Fervent Beastmaster. So I believe it's going to be a Cerulean Decree. Yeah, so it is going to be
Oh,
Cerulean
okay.
Decree.
Yep.
0 damage in. So he's going to get Vigor on the Fervent Beastmaster, which is really nice here. And he's going to fuck even more damage on himself. Sylvie surviving like crazy. And it's going to be a pass turn here from Adka. Adka only, I believe, only has the Fracturize in hand. So the only thing he can really stop is the Tideholder Claymore. So Icebound Slam coming in right now would be pretty devastating.
Oh, definitely.
If it's available. So he's going to mill 2 floating there.
Okay. All right. Finally starting to see
I will recollect.
all that float.
A Recollect and Draw coming in here.
Yeah, you're good.
The draw for turn is a Lost in Thought. Ooh, Lost in Thought for like 5 would go crazy right now. So you attempt to swing with the Claymore.
Yeah, sorry, into Alan.
So into Alan. So Alan's going to take 5 here, go to 14.
I'll swing for 2.
Take 2.
All
Go
right.
back Terrapin for 2.
Okay.
Swing for 2.
14.
Seaside for 2.
Yep.
All right, we're seeing 18, I believe, here. It's pretty
18
good.
damage. Not bad.
It's 4 off lethal. A lot, very close to finding the damage. Not enough to kill the game. So, I mean, Refracting Missile here is enough for lethal. Adka doesn't have any answers in hand. Also, chose not to use his Terrafring this Recollection, which is kind of strange to me.
Yeah, that is pretty strange when you see that much damage represented on board, for sure.
Yeah, especially knowing that, you know, Sylvie is swinging with the Tideholder Claymore, you have to do that. So Brightwing's actually going to pass all cards in hand, all fractals available to him. Probably wants to play that Lost in Thought to cycle and draw, look for something else in there available to him. 9 cards in hand, 3 fractals, influence, total of 12 here. We're going to see a Viridian Trinket, nothing in response to that materialization.
Yep.
And we're going to pop the Terrafring here.
Hmm.
So Adka's going to have to pay a lot. So I see a Lunette. So he did bring that Lunette in from the sideboard there. Finally sees it. See some cards down. Astral Frenzy does not work on the Fervent Beastmaster. It needs to be a beast.
It does need to be a beast.
It's a little unfortunate he couldn't get that in on the turn that he had the Engineered Slime. But I guess at that point it was only... There was no Seaside Ringleader.
No.
Yeah, that's good.
Seaside Ringleader going to die here. He's going to be able to pay 2 and actually draw a card into memory with that too later if he wants to.
Is it 2 or 3 for Seaside?
I believe it's 2. So he's using the Seaside Ringleader's effect end phase, which is interesting to me. Normally you would use that in response to your materialization so that it can be on your turn.
Yeah.
But maybe he's not too worried about that. Ooh,
Yeah.
Scepter of Lumina.
That's true. Maybe he's just looking for the cycle in this case, right? Or just to get a card out of it.
Yep, Scepter of Lumina is going to trigger both his Fractals of Rain to mill.
Pay 5 to pop Scepter.
Sounds good.
And he's popping the Scepter.
All right.
Draw 2 from Scepter, and then mill 2. Mill an Icebound
Ooh.
Slam, mill a Lost in Thought.
Okay.
And then I'll recollect.
At this point, it would actually be pretty cool to just
And then draw.
to do your Lost in Thought for like 3 or 5, and just
Oh, yeah.
draw all of
And
them.
draw. That works.
Yeah, just...
I can do stuff and draw. No priority. Okay.
So Actor is wondering if he can do things before the draw. So have to do them in Recollection. There's no opportunity on the draw. You would draw and then immediately goes to main phase.
Right.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Brightwing does have a lot of cards. And he's gonna swing with the Tideholder Claymore. Atka has no answer to that.
Okay. And
No answer to that. So we're gonna be going to a game 3 here. Brightwing does take the second game. The stratagem did not work out in the first game.
Nope.
Has the potential to work out in the second game here, but I don't. He might have actually taken it out of his deck. I really don't know.
yeah, that's a good point.
I didn't quite see if he did that, but it didn't look like he put in the Ravaging Finale. So I imagine the stratagems are still in the deck. Because he was looking to just, continue milling. As much as this is a Nico deck per se, this is way more of a Icebound Sylvie, play Rippleback Terrapin kind of deck, right?
Icebound Sylvie. That's, yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's good though. I mean, watching this, like, I do see the power and the strength of Water Sylvie in this situation. I think Water Sylvie with the potential to go into Nico is very viable. It's a different type of floating package. It's a little bit more allies heavy, but I mean, the allies are pretty good for it now, so
Yeah.
I don't really see anything wrong with that. Having like a secondary Frostborn Paladin, even though you don't have the intercept, being able to banish the floating for the draw is quite effective.
That's, yeah, it is pretty good. And I guess you can sit on... If you build it this way and you're more ally dependent, you can sit on Sylvie for a little bit longer. It's not like playing Nico, you never really feel the need to rush to Nico, if you know what I mean.
Well, the thing is, when you play Nico, you don't even have to Ravishing Finale as Nico to kill people. You can Icebound Slam, turn to
Yeah.
Ravishing Finale as like Tenoris or Spirit, because
Right.
the only requirement is that you banish the 2 floating, right, to play the cards. You can just deal 6 with that, and it's a lot more than people kind of expect, right? They expect you to go for the big Milla numbers, but sometimes just raw damage is more than enough.
Yeah.
This would be the bottom card.
Yeah. I mean,
you want me just to reshuffle?
Did I tell you how Ko won the Manta Store champs? He actually just raw slammed someone, or not slammed someone, but he finished the game with a finale, dropping 2 Lost in Thoughts for 0 with a Bulwark Sword.
Oh, that's beautiful. Big damage there. So Aka actually accidentally, I believe, had 8 cards out, and then they couldn't determine which card was the 8th card, so they just said, let's just reshuffle and go again.
Okay.
4 and 3, so there's the 7 here. So Aka's going to take first turn.
Yeah.
Spirit of Water does have, I believe, 2 Force Cakes. 2 Force Cakes, pretty good opener.
Yeah.
Might just hands down for it. Wait, 3 Force Cakes? Does he have 3 Force Cakes? Am I crazy?
I see 2 for sure.
1. Is the card in the far... No, the card in the far left is not a Force Cake. It's something else.
I'm pretty sure that's something else. Yeah.
Yeah, I really thought he had 3 Force. 3 Force Cakes would be a terrifying opener. Like, I'd be scared to play against that.
3 Force Cakes, as we like to call it, is straight scam.
If someone played 3 4, maybe it's like a...
Oh.
Maybe... I guess it's not a Blissful Con. I thought it was at first, but...
Nope.
We'll have to see here. Brightwing, does he get the double Fractal of Rain opener just like the double Forest Cake?
Oh, I mean, it could have been that... It could have been that new Blissful Calling on an ally that we have in A and B. That's class bonus.
I believe we don't have a Fractal of Rain opener, so we're tough on here.
Oh, no.
Icebound Slam!
Icebound Slam.
Going for the big Icebound Slam. Here we go. Does he mill into it? So 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to get 5 and 2 floating available to him. 1 extra floating once the class bonus come in. So we're going to see 8 damage on the board against Act. This is a fantastic opener for Brightwing.
Yeah.
How much float did you mill?
It hits,
Much better spread of mills than last game. Right.
One class bonus, 2 non-class bonus. It's
Yeah.
fantastic. It's forcing Act to level up. He has to go into Sylvie 1 here. There's no choice. So he's going to lose the Blissful Calling. Brightwing with a big start there. Because the interesting thing with the big start here is that, like, you can threaten Tideholder Claymore, like, so early on in the game.
Yeah, you can.
And he has the ability to level up for free at this point, right? He has the ability to go all the way into Nico for free, should he choose to.
Yeah, I mean, being able to save that many resources on just progressing to the best part of your lineage.
Yeah, so looking here, we're going to see, I believe that's a Lynx or an Academy. No, it's an Academy Guide. Academy Guide with a buff counter. Sacking both is really important here.
6 Academy Guide, wow.
Yeah. Academy Guide 3 buff counters is like a really gas opener. So he's going to be able to push a lot of damage, but also be able to level up into Allen for a lot more of a comfortable setting.
Yeah.
So Brightwing's going to take the 4 here. He's going to level up into Sylvie 1, paying free floating, Lost in Thought, or Primordial Ritual.
Recollect.
Yep.
Yeah, what's going through your head when you see a 4/6 Academy as Bright?
Icebound Slam the Academy Guide. If you could. Sadly, I don't think he can, but
No.
that would feel so good in this setting.
Icebound Slam and pray they don't have Song of Frost.
3 into the Tidestone Bovine. It's going to be
Okay.
a 2/5 Bovine. Needs to find 4 damage elsewhere. Keeping the Song of Frost for the Academy Guide, potentially. So
Yeah.
attack 2.
On attack.
It's going to be 2 more damage.
Oh, wait, hold on. I believe that's a 2/3 Bovine. The stat line.
2/3, 2/3. Sorry, my apologies. I was thinking of the Terrapin.
All good.
Oh, Seaside Ringleader Milled, though. That's pretty good
That's
for Bright.
pretty good. Yeah.
I'm gonna level 2, 4, 6.
So here's the level up declaration here. He's going to be banishing the middle card. Academy Guide pays 1 cost here.
Yep.
Bestial Frenzy goes away.
Frenzy gone.
Alan?
Allen comes out in the Glimpse 3.
All right. Wow.
Blissful Calling, question mark?
Blissful
It needs to be a harmony or a melody, though, if you want to be able to take it. So he reveals the Blissful.
Nice.
Wait, is that a Blissful?
That is a Blissful.
Recollect and draw.
Blissful good.
It's because we're in the boss battle of the Academy Guide.
The
Yeah.
boss battle with the Academy Guide.
Academy Guide spooky.
Funny
Very,
one.
very spooky.
Yeah. 3 buff counters. Academy Guide just kind of an end boss. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you end up just picking up for your draw. So whatever you put on top, you are going to draw if you decide not to put it all the way down.
Yeah.
Well, the reduction of glare here. You can finally see the cards, be able to understand what's going on here. So Academy Guide, no longer the white block on the screen that we had to guess what it was. Appreciate that. It's, we're going to see the Sea-Fletched Serpent coming in for 3 into the Tidestone Bovine. Do we see the Song of Frost? Is the Song of Frost worth it? Is it worth it at this point? Refracting Missile is not going to be enough damage. So take the 3 here. Take that.
3, take
Swing
4.
4 to Champion. Do we see Song of Frost?
Hmm.
Song of Frost. Is it worth it?
Oh,
Song of Frost
yep.
going for the Song of Frost.
Song of Frost.
Reduce the damage. I mean, you kind of need to, right? Like, at this point, you've taken a decent amount of damage. You're kind of a little bit on the scared side.
A little bit, yeah.
Yep, so Brightwing does have a lot of floating available. Will we see him level up into the Nico 2 finally in the third match here? Is he going to give Atka the jump scare and be like, I'm actually playing Nico, by the way? Nope, we're going to see GCR.
Okay, just sitting.
Recollection of
Probably looking still for the stratagem attempt for lethal. Stratagem is pretty spooky. A lot of damage comes out from that.
And then I'll
Oh,
reflex
yeah.
and draw.
So Stratagem's going to be banishing cards, dealing 3 for every floating that's banished.
3 cards.
6 cards for that. He's afraid of the Frostbind, but he might just go for it anyways. If he does have enough available to him, he might go for it.
I'll
Yep.
show,
Needs to find 4.
Chilling Touch
Oh.
Needs
for
to find
Fractal
4.
Fractal Brain
Practically
imbued
very
here.
good.
So Chilling Touch next turn into a Stratagem could work as well.
Oh, yeah. That could also work.
You can also pay for the Seaside Ringleader at some point to draw the card into memory.
Yeah, yeah.
It looks like a pass turn here. So we have Atka sitting here with a current 7 damage on the field, cards in hand. Brightwing has to play around that, knowing that he can take only 8 more damage after that. It's going to be a little bit on the spooky side here.
Sure.
1, 2, 3.
Looking for Float in Grave. There's 3 Float in the Grave. So Brightwing actually has the opportunity to pay 1 for Chilling Touch, 6 down for Stratagem, and it would be lethal against Atka. Banish 4 floating. He's going to get 3 damage for each of them. If Atka doesn't have an answer to that, he's debating whether or not he wants to go Safeguard Amulet right now. A backup charger is probably what he wants to go for.
Yeah.
I think he's worried it's too greedy.
Yeah. That seems like the hesitation in Akka probably just came from the fact it's like,
And I will recollect.
if I go for this extra card, I don't have my safety option in case I need it.
I think he's also worried that maybe the damage will come out and kill one of the allies on the
Oh,
board
that
here.
too, yeah.
So Brightwing's going to take 3 from the Sea Fledge. He's going to take. Is he going to take 4? He's going to take the 4 as well, so it goes to 11. He will be 8 off lethal here on Sylvie 1. What answer do we see? Atka, lots of cards in hand.
Yep.
Does he have the big damage for it, though?
Oh, okay. There, I believe we also... Okay, he put down the Geldus, but there is, in fact, a Geldus in hand.
Is he going for the Lunette? That is what is interesting to me, going for the Lunette. He plays balance. He needs to hold up 3 cards no matter what. He needs to basically protect himself and make Brightwing think he at least has the Frostbind into the Stratagem,
okay.
but I
Looks
don't
like-
think he does. I think he only has Song of Frost available to him.
Oh, there we go, yeah. Looks like he was kind of palming the Geldus.
Geldus going to be available here.
Yep.
It looks like he's going to be choosing
Taunt up?
most likely Taunt.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to choose Taunt and pass with 3 cards in hand here.
Yep.
Brightwing and End Phase. Oh, he does have the Icebound Slam. Oh, interesting.
Pay 2.
Pay 2 for the Seaside Ringleader. So he's going to get the card into memory.
Yeah.
Cycling.
At 9 right now. Where did the extra damage come from?
Came from the turtle that was on the field.
I thought it attacked.
Yeah,
It did attack twice?
It looks like the players are clarifying game state and just checking damage totals.
Yeah, checking damage totals. We were correct.
That's what I
We were correct here
Yeah.
on stream.
Just want to make sure.
Yep.
Yeah, he miscounted the Rippleback Terrapin with the second. Oh, we are going to see level up into Nico level 2 here.
Okay, it's time.
Interesting. So maybe a Snow Fairy in hand into a Ravishing Finale, but that would be really tragic because of that Song of Frost that Atka has.
Yeah. Time for
Ooh,
the...
Icebound Slam getting milled out is pretty rough.
Oh.
Nico for health
is
is good, though.
Yeah.
Recollect and draw here
All
for
right.
Brightwing.
Let's see if the jump scare is enough.
So he used 2 floating, so he actually doesn't have enough to use Stratagem for lethal.
Yeah.
So he doesn't quite have that available to him.
Nope. That is a freezing steel.
Float and grave.
Brightwing is palming on top.
Float in Grave should be 1 only, maybe 2?
Just 1.
Just 1, yeah. So
Yeah.
1 float for Brightwings, all cards in hand, and passes turn over to Atka.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So we're seeing, Geldus is a 5/8, right?
Geldus is in fact a 5. Oh, okay.
So as a 5/8, we're seeing 12 damage
All right.
on the field, which means Atka
Yeah.
only needs to find 2 more damage, assuming that all of these
And-
attacks go through.
Yep. Viridian Protective Trinket has been chosen as materialized for this turn, so we kind of know what that means, right?
5 damage coming in from Geldus, goes
He's
to
just
16.
going. He's just doing the full court press.
19 goes to 23.
Okay.
Cerulean imbued.
Yep.
You have to reveal the extra card cards off of.
Imbue plus Cerulean does require you to reveal all cards imbued.
Yeah.
Minus 2 here and draw a card.
So that is slightly incorrect. Judge Call, I believe he does have to reveal. Oh, he's explaining to him now. So the way Imbue works is that you reveal all cards, and then the Imbue has to match the number of cards that were based on that.
Right.
It should be 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Imbue requires you to reveal all the cards, which is really important there.
Yep.
So the Viridian Trinket actually does give you more information against Imbue required targets, which is
There
kind
you
of
go.
cool.
Yeah.
Big fan of that.
I am. Yeah.
Waiting for the officialized judge ruling here. But for those of you at home who didn't know the trivia on it, he does have to reveal all cards, and then only 3 of them must match Water Element for the Imbue to be completed. Yeah, looking from this position, do you think Brightwing has a chance to come back here? Because it's looking a little grim to me.
It's looking very grim to me. Like, you got 3 massive bodies on board.
And then I'll take 1.
Yeah, so there's the Seaside Ringleader and the Give
Yeah.
Bass, so he did have to reveal it. That's correct. And then drawing into
And
memory.
yeah,
and he'll take the
Atka
1
still
damage.
has access to his full rip, so.
Engineered Slime coming out.
That's fine.
All right.
Crack Power Cell. Give it a counter.
That's also fine.
All right.
Engineered Slime cracking the Power Cell swing.
For 5.
And that's game.
Yep.
That's game. Atka's going to take it over Brightwing here with
Oh
9 minutes
my.
left in the round. If Brightwing had a Refracting Missile available, not enough cards available to him, but a Refracting Missile there to kill the Engineered Slime on the sacrifice of the Power Cell token would have saved him and punished Atka at the same time. But
Wow.
that
Yeah.
Viridian Trinket was just perfect. Exactly what he needed.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough match. A tough match for both these players. Both these players playing what they believe to be Sylvie in this situation. But, I mean,
Yeah.
Brightwing here has the availability to... Brightwing has the availability to go into Nico as well. He has the Ravishing
Yeah.
Finale in the sideboard. And then,
Yeah,
like, there's a
that's
lot
a
of
good point.
flexibility there
Yep.
for him to play and really deal with all his other options, right? Ravishing Finale for the mill finisher is, like, really, really big, right? There's a lot of things that people... don't expect. Like, you see someone playing Sylvie, there's Seaside Ringleaders come out, they're playing this ally package, and then suddenly you go, Nico, and then they're like, wait, and you're like, Ravishing Finale for game. They look at you, right? I thought Brightwing had a better chance. The first stratagem opportunity did get frostbinded, he lost the game from there, but I really
Right.
thought he was able to come back in the next one. When you look at this match, knowing that what we just saw, do you think that the stratagem setup that Brightwing had was favored overall or not?
Looking at this matchup, I think honestly I do think the stratagem setup was favored. Sometimes you honestly just have to go for it. You get like sometimes those incidental big spikes of damage, you can't always play around it either, right? Say typically young Beast Bonder, good good meta choice because like no one's going to play around a card that they haven't seen for ages, right? Like, where did that card go?
Yeah. I mean, the big thing is with Tamer, there just weren't many cards that could utilize all these older cards, right?
Right.
Young Beast Bonder was a
Exactly.
DOA card that came out with DOA Alter specifically.
Yep.
Tamer wasn't really in a place where it was competitive at the time, but now looking with, the Slime Recollection deck, so for Sylvie Slime Tribals, and now with all the cards from AMB and MRC, there are so many more options for Tamer. Tamer is a viable competitive deck now.
Yep.
And I think people need to respect that. And
And,
seeing
like-
cards like Young Beast Bonder is just a fantastic, it's a way to say, like, this game's come really far, and it's still
Mhm.
going really far.
Exactly. Yeah, and say like if you were to talk about a variant of Tamer that like ran Icebound Slams in that Kai shell, like it's not obviously you wouldn't want to see that during your initial drop of an Icebound Slam, but like if you mill it on later on, it's not so bad. Like sure you miss on water, but it also has float.
Yeah, you also get the floating.
Yeah.
I think it might be a little too risky to bring it if you're playing an Icebound Slime build, because if you're playing Icebound Slime not
definitely,
as
yeah.
Guardian, you have to, like, and you're putting 7 cards down to play this, you really want to hit the +5, right? The +5 is really important to you. The floating memory later on is probably less important to you than getting the
Yeah.
+5 damage, because you need to threaten that lethal immediately, and that's really what Brightwing did, right? First turn Icebound Slam, he said, all right, let's go for it. All cards down, Icebound Slam. And Atka said, okay, I guess I level up. And then he said, cool, I drew an Academy God, I guess I level up again. And, sometimes you just, as they say,
Exactly.
Chonkers would understand this, but you just draw the nuts.
You just draw the nuts.
You just
Yeah.
draw the nuts.
Well
Sometimes
played,
the
sir. Well
opener
said.
is really, really important there. But Atka played it really well. I thought the way he played Control in the first game was fantastic. Being
Yeah.
able to show respect for this, like, really aggressive deck.
Yep.
was really, really important, right? A lot of people don't show enough respect for things like stratagem, things like Ravishing Finale, but Atka had a great opportunity with that. I also really liked his deck building style. I really like the concept of the intricate longbow with the Sea Fletch Serpent.
Yeah, I was a
But-
big fan of that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of like really cool things, and honestly, a lot of really cool things to come as well. There's going to be a lot of interesting matches. We're only in round 3 right now.
We're only in
have
round 3, exactly.
5 more rounds today, 4 rounds of Swiss tomorrow into the top 8. And I mean, we've seen 3 sets of completely different decks so far.
Yep, and like they're most of them, they're all super viable, which is the cool thing.
Yeah, definitely. I think the second match is probably the most like quote unquote meta that we're going to see in terms of
Yes.
decks. We saw the Razor Gale and the Sakura allies, Sakura Wind allies. Those are like probably the more like commonly seen like decks. I think today actually I believe Vanitas has the highest representation or close.
It's very close. It's very close. Like
yeah, we'll be able to get those stats for you guys for sure later on.
yeah,
throughout
I
the day.
mean, both decks are like just with Wind's package in general, it's got so much consistency. You're able to dig
yeah,
so
it's,
much.
it's big. It's big.
It's big. Like I guess on the opposite side, on the ally side, you just have a lot of good generic 2/3s with additional words on them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, some of those additional words are really crazy too.
Exactly.
Like Guan
yeah.
Yu is my favorite crazy additional words unit there. Having
exactly.
ambush and retort, fast activation, and a lower cost if a human ally has died this turn.
Guan Yu is Guan Yu is so menacing. Like if you go first and have nothing to do in your hand, or like depending on the matchup, you actually just put it out for 5 and just look at them.
Yeah, it's definitely on the spookier side for that
Yeah.
for sure. But yeah,
Okay.
so thank you guys so much for joining us for round 3. We're going to be moving on to a 1-hour break here. This is going to be the lunch break at Ascent Toronto. But when we come back, we'll have more great action for you guys, more Canadianisms, and
Yes.
hopefully some new decks. I mean, we're still early on in,
Alright.
but thanks. What's going on? Welcome back, everybody. I am joined here with Mr. Bonnie Rain. It is Ascent
Hello again.
Toronto. We are looking at the start of round 4 very shortly here. We are just back from the lunch break. But before that, we have something interesting for you guys. I did promise you earlier the stats on the champions and the elements. So let's get that in.
Very useful information. First time I'm seeing the numbers. Vanitas is, as expected, the most popular, played by most of the big teams. Sylvie is at number 2. Again, all the people that still had their Sylvie deck from past season that still think that she's very strong. She is still very strong. Still playing
Sylvie's
that.
actually higher representation than I thought she would be.
Yeah, a good 17%, 30 decks. We've seen a couple of decks running Sylvie that are not the usual slime. We'll probably see the Element Breakup just after that. Lorraine can mean a lot of things. Some of those are going into Merlin. There's a lists of different elements that play very differently. I'm not sure if we're going to see some Fire Lorraine aggro. I'm not sure how much that will keep up, how many of those people are more in Zender now, how many people are trying Jin aggro instead. So
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility with that kind of option there.
the Fire aggro archetype is played in many different ways.
I did think we were going to see more Merlins. I'll
Yeah.
be honest. With knowing Imperial Seal is a thing, I thought we were going to see more people playing around with the Wind Merlin, especially. But, Water Merlin is something that people have always wanted to play, but never really put focus on. But it's hard. I mean, Vanitas is so baseline
I
good.
think a lot of more people would have played Merlin if Vanitas hadn't been a thing.
Yeah, for sure. It is nice to see a good representation of Jin, though.
Yeah,
That
a
first
lot of-
round we casted together was fantastic.
a lot of people like the deck. A lot of people like the archetype. So there's a lot of appeal there. A card game, yes, a lot of people try to play what is the strongest, what they think is the strongest. Well, also you need to play something that agrees with you. So a lot of people just play their favorite thing, and that's really great to see.
Yeah, personality is really important here. It's nice to see the other champions, Nico, Tenora, Xander, Kongming, and the other champs. As
17 others pretty good.
It's a pretty good percentage there. Yeah, so looking at the Spirit meta breakdown here, we actually kind of have what's expected here. I did expect to see way less Lost Spirits, which is
Yeah.
the equivalent of Slime Spirit
Yeah.
as well in this case. But Wind only seeing 40%. I actually expected Wind to be closer to 50%, and I know that's a very
50?
aggressive.
50 is very aggressive. Yeah,
It
I'm
is
not sure
really
if I would
aggressive.
bet on that at the start, but yeah, obviously there's a fair amount of so 40 something of those are Vanitas. We know there's some Wind Lorraine Ally list, so that covers most of that probably. I don't think there's a lot of variety in the rest of the Wind list. Fire is Jin. Fire could be aggro.
Luxem. There's Serene
there
Fires for
are
the Exia.
There are some Luxem maybe. Water is much better than it has had in the past. It's nice to see the elements being more in balance like this. I've just walking around in the room, I've seen more than a couple of Kongmings, mostly on water.
Makes sense. Coriolis Ward's fantastic.
Amazing card. And the Hydro Guard Retainer is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. But a big shout out on the statistics here. Big shout out to Super Mitch 8. Owner of Merlin's Marketplace does these statistics for us, both on the Yeti streams as well as here on the Ascent stream. So big shout out to you, Mitch. We love you. Thank you so much. All the love from Canada. But yeah, we're going to be getting pairings very soon here. Anything you saw when you were walking around that you're super excited to see played?
I didn't see any very spicy deck. I hope to see maybe a Kongming on stream. I hope someone is doing well with the deck. I hope to see what they're playing so I can finally build my own. I've been trying stuff here and there, but I haven't found the right balance. So I saw a couple of Park Rangers, as I mentioned earlier.
Park Ranger Diana. Let's go.
Wind Diana might be playable. I think it was more on the lower tables, but you can always make a big comeback,
It's true. That's true. The submarine is real. We saw it with world champion Mr. Glenn.
Yeah.
Glenn Williams there, barely making it to day 2 of Worlds, coming out from the bottom, actually winning the whole event. So the submarine is always alive. If you're down a couple of rounds, you can always bubble in. You can always just win in. So a lot of flexibility. A little update on some of the games earlier. I did talk to Kadus, who was the one playing the Fire Exia. He's actually 3-0 right now. Just had a team kill, though.
Pretty good.
Just had a team kill, took out one of his teammates in the 3rd round. It's a little unfortunate there. But
I know at least one Canadian is 3-0, keeping the Canadian dream alive.
Whoa.
Overall, though, the Canadian group hasn't been doing too amazing, unfortunately.
All the Nikos are matching into the other Nikos, and they're like, guys, where are the Vanitas players? We're waiting for the Vanitas players. It's pretty funny how that works out.
Yeah. You never get the matchups you expect. You prepare for something, you tech for something, and then you see everything else that you end up playing.
But we should have pairings very shortly here. The round is looking to start
Yeah,
I
there
think-
should completely be up.
I think what I want to see. What do I want to see?
What?
I'll be honest, this is weird. I want to see Slimes play against
Yeah.
some of the newer decks.
Yeah.
Just to see how the matchup plays. Because a lot of people are like, Slimes are still scary. Storm Slime's OP. What do I do? And it's like, there's a lot of things you can do and a lot of things you can play into it now.
I've heard a lot of Slimes complaining about the Vanitas matchup. In part because they're still playing more or less the old list. You probably want to take some different things in. I've heard some players say they would have liked to come back to the Vampiric Slime that was played a bit more in the past, since the healing would help tide over the Razor Calling. Playing more Twilight Slime is always good.
Twilight Slimes, that's a perfect example.
Yeah, we mentioned the interaction earlier about Spell Shroud and needing to hit yourself.
I actually don't know if we talked about that on stream. We did talk about that over there.
I feel like we mentioned this on stream, no?
But
Maybe
basically,
we had,
if
maybe
you have a Twilight Slime, because Razor Gale Calling targets a champion,
Yeah.
if your champion has Spell Shroud and is not targetable, you would actually just Razor Gale yourself every single time, which is hilarious to me. But I don't know, maybe Twilight Slime stonks. Maybe Twilight Slime's the new meta.
And Vanitas is really running very few answers to cards like those. You know, you have Dream Fairy, and that's pretty much it. Zephyr, if you do manage to be very lucky and get
Tempest Downfall's not bad.
Is Tempest Downfall a spell? It's a spell.
Tempest Downfall's a
if you have
spell.
2 Twilight Slimes on board,
If you have the second one, though. But you can
Yeah.
play it in response to the second one coming out as well.
but if
so
you have 2
options.
Twilight Slimes on board, the only answer Vanitas has are like
A
Dream Fairy
Dominating Strike?
and Dominating Strike.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all they're running that can actually affect double Twilight Slime.
Yep. Or you can just play spells, deal damage to yourself, and then increase your swing on level 2.
Most Vanitas are not running level 2.
Yeah, most of them took it out because they didn't need it, which
Yeah.
is very scary. as
It
a
might
thought.
see a comeback depending on how many people are taking the right thing. Because again, if the aim of Vanitas is casting 3 spells a turn, that's 4 damage every turn if they go level 2.
Mhm. Mhm.
So that's still a viable strategy that some might explore. We'll see. Obviously, there are probably not that many today, but as the meta develops, we still have many more months, many more tournaments, many more ascents in this Mortal Ambition format. So we might see that in the future.
Yeah, it's really interesting seeing which players have swapped over to playing this Vanitas decks, because I come into these ascents, I know a lot of these players. I've spent a lot of time talking with them, knowing like what they're known for and their deck styles, their archetypes and stuff. There's a lot of people playing Vanitas that I never would have expected to play Vanitas.
Mm-hmm.
So like some people that I know are like diehard Nico players. They
Yep.
played Nico since like day one. They're like, nope, Vanitas, gotta play it. Or people who are like, I love playing Vanitas. Now that everyone's on Vanitas, they're like, I'm not playing Vanitas, I'm playing Wind Allies. And it's just so interesting to see the shakeup that Immortal Ambition has brought to the game. But it's actually fantastic. I think that the amount of flexibility and creativity now in the game, like a lot of people will look at the
Mhm.
results from this and be like, Razor Gale's not creative, everyone played it. But it's like so many new cards are being
Yep.
brought into these decks in all of the decks.
And
Right? The
it-
game we just saw was 2 Sylvies versus each other. One of them goes into Nico, and the other one goes into Alan. One of them plays like all allies, and the other one plays like a full mill package with stratagem and stuff. So it's interesting too, because if he played Fractal Polar Depths, that could have been a totally different game on the other side as well. So there's like a lot of flexibility in what you can play, and even within each champion right now.
That's the deck we want to see. A Arisana Mill Fractal deck.
Oh man,
I-
Arisana Mill
I've seen some
Fractals.
people, I know one went 3-something at the Yeti this week. Mill Arisana is actually a very viable deck right now. It's looks very fun to play. It's, well, control-y, kind of combo-y. It's, for those that don't know, Fractal Polar Depths, so Mill's a player for the number of water cards in your graveyard, and the best interaction is you can take the first Fractal to mill yourself, put more water cards in your graveyard, so the second Fractal is bigger.
To mill out the other person. It's true. It's even funnier too when you like have mill cards available and you see them like scry or like scout the land. They set up their cards. You're like, cool, just mill all of them now. And they're like, wait, my cards, my Verticurse decrees. How do I stop this now?
So yeah, it will be also, a lot of people probably didn't respect the Razor Culling enough. I don't know if we're going to see in future tournaments more Mystic Purifiers that just destroy
Main
Fantasia.
deck Blanche. Where are the main deck Blanches?
You don't need to main deck Blanche if you just main deck Fantasia removal.
It's true. Also, I want to see more decks running Beastbond Ears. There's so many cards that are so good on level 2. And you just need to be level 1 Ears, and like everything's unlocked.
The horses make the ears very, very viable.
Horses are
in
spicy.
many more decks.
Horses are spicy. It's like there's a lot of flexibility in the game. I also really like the concept, like the rework kind of like level scaling by making Empower
Mhm.
a mechanic. I think Empower is like fantastic. I really want to see a Merlin game. I like seeing the new styles of decks, especially since Mage has so much support in this set specifically. We basically have like a whole new version of Merlin. Like it's no longer the focus on playing like a Fire High Roll. We play Allies, Hasty Messenger, Creative Shock, Cremation Ritual with Library Witch and stuff like that.
From
Now
what
we
I've-
have like all the charms and stuff too.
From what I've seen, most of the Fire probably keeps it, but most of the Water and Wind Merlin have dropped the whole Ascension Prismatic Edge package.
There's no way that's like the best package.
No,
Ascension is crazy.
because you just rush more Pendragons and more Incarnate Majesties with Empower to get the Majesty out earlier.
Interesting. I think Ascension is still like really good value because it helps you stabilize really well, and a lot of times. Ooh, we're actually just got word on the match. So there were a couple people who declined the match, but I believe we are gonna get the OTK Serene Exia deck again. It's gonna be Kadus versus Sean Liftersill. So it's going to be our Chicago champion versus the old Water Gone Kadus on the not water deck. But it looks like we're going to be taking a little bit of time to get it set up. So we'll just talk about these lists for now. So Liftersill, Sean, is going to be on the, you guessed it, Serene Win Vanitas. Yay! The big surprise. I mean, it's hard not to. I mean, the deck is so good. Hey, why wouldn't you play on it, right? I mean, there's so many good opportunities. Something that I think is really interesting in his deck that I like, Scavenging Raccoons.
Yeah.
Scavenging Raccoons works really well in the mirror because it picks out key cards that you would want to use for things like Cyclical Breeze, right? You want to return these cards to your hand, but you can't when they're banished, right?
I don't think we're on the Jin side. I haven't seen any. I don't think we're going to see any Seize Fate, the card that flips your life total around. That says that every damage starts healing. It would require building a completely different style of Jin decks, maybe more ally focused, since all your big cards in Axia are based off of your damage. If you run that, you need to find other kinds of win con. So you probably would build something like maybe the Wind ally deck goes to level 3 just for Seize Fate to double the life pool. That could be interesting to see.
True. Banner Knights get a lot of effect out of that too. A lot of effects. Banner Knights, Phalanx Captains. Basically any form of like Anthem-based damage is like really, really effective in that when you double the life pool.
So let's see what is different in this Vanitas list. Well, there's Slimes, first off. There's Baby Gray. If they're running Baby Gray, they're probably running a...
Baby Greens. Baby Grays, Baby Greens, Escape the Wreckage are like the core key
I
win
don't
setups
see
there.
any. They don't have. So the Baby Greens are purely for removal on the opponent side. There's no like cake or charm that they're using themselves to get extra value by blinking it with the Baby Green. Escape Wreckage, Scavenging Raccoon, Turbo Charge. One of people like playing that. It's always fun to just draw
The
a
one
draw
on Turbo
two.
Turret is good.
Ascent Protector to blink the Windmill Engineers and the Baby Slimes. Blessed Clergy is a really great card. It's
Yes.
if you imbue it, the opponent is limited to playing 2 cards next turn, so it stops a lot of decks right in their track because the Materialize counts as 1, so they only have 1 card left to play.
And like opting not to materialize a card in your early turns is very, very crippling. So it's not something you would want to do in most cases unless you absolutely needed to find lethal or to live. Something I do find interesting though is the Slime Shields.
Slime Shield, well, it's first off a very good card by himself. It means you need 5 damage to kill a Baby Gray, so it stops a lot of ally decks right in their tracks. But also, it's just you need some other slime cards so your Baby Gray actually draws a card.
Actually, Slime Shield makes way more sense. I thought the buff counter was a class bonus, but it's not.
No, only the cost reduction is a class bonus.
Slime Shield's pretty crazy.
I see Dematerialize in the Vanitas main board, which is probably tech for Merlin. Really scared of the horse.
Dematerialize is good for a couple things. It's good for a couple of things. It's
Eh.
really good if they go Safeguard Amulet and you go Dematerialize and they have to just banish it right there or send it back.
It's good into Nico probably. They're scared of both the shield and the Magebane Lash.
Mm-hmm.
So Dematerialize main board makes sense. It's not a card you've seen often, but it makes sense in the deck.
Dematerialize into the Poison Dagger is also really funny.
That is indeed very, very funny. Apart from
That
that,
actually happened in the game. So Sean played against one of my friends
Yep.
last round, and he goes, Sean just came up to me and dematerialized my poison dagger. I'm like, what do you mean he dematerialized your poison dagger? He said he played dematerialized. I said, why didn't you pop poison dagger? He said I couldn't kill him. He showed me Veiling Breeze. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess it makes sense. I mean, Veiling Breeze is like the death of Firezander, basically.
Yeah.
That card is fantastic against it. So it's a very tough situation. This deck has like everything. I really like the Ascent Protectors. I think Ascent Protector is like so good in these decks, even if it's not like an allies focused deck, because it allows you to pick up your Windmill Engineers, pick up your baby green slimes, baby gray slimes, but also on top of that, even without being an interceptor, it's just a 3/4 body on the board. That swings for a lot over and over.
3/4 is very big. I remember the old days of FTC where you just play Frostborn Paladin and win beating that. So Kadus is first. That's seems to be a lot of Exia in his hand.
Exia, I love Exia.
Bottom 5.
Bottom 5 here off of the Serene Glimpse.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A lot of flexibility. Sean enjoying his material deck. Going through, figuring out. There's a lot of draw cards in these material decks.
Yeah. Any kind of low-level deck will always just fill their deck with draw cards because you have the room. Why not?
Gloamspire. Gloamspire spicy. Gloamspire. I really like the Gloamspire opener. I'm a big fan of it.
It's always fun to use those those equal draw cards, like increasing danger in Gloamspire turn 1, because they stay in memory, and since you skip your recollection on your first turn, you don't. Well, your opponent doesn't have access to it until their turn 2, which is very far away. So the drawback is not as bad.
Well, technically 4 back and then draw. And then draw.
Let's see what's in that opening hand. I saw a Raccoon. I saw a Slime Shield.
Ooh, the flexibility here. So Slime Shield.
A Reclaim.
That's not
Blessed
bad.
Clergy.
Oh, he's got the
Windmill
baby gray too?
Engineer. Windmill Engineer Reclaim. There's your turn 1.
Yep.
Well,
Windmill Engineer imbued. But he won't be able to reclaim it and play it again, right?
Reveal Slime Shield, Blessed Clergy.
He.
Wait, so
Yes.
baby gray
not
actually should
this
work
turn, but
fine. Either way. So you can reclaim this and then play the baby gray, right?
Do you have 2 slime cards? You have the Slime Shield?
He has another baby gray, I think, and a Slime Shield, right?
I didn't see a second Baby Gray.
Oh, I thought I saw 2. Man, I think maybe I missed.
You might have mistaken the Raccoon.
Yeah, I think I did mistake the Raccoon.
Okay. 2.
Yeah, it looks
You
like
can
that's it.
decide
So he's
to
just
order
going to get the
all
damage
dice.
there.
So the Jin deck will rush its level up. It's required to be able to survive the onslaught that will soon come from the Vanitas deck.
Yep, and it's going to be like that.
One big disadvantage that the
all I did was attack a
the Jin deck has in this matchup is that since Vanitas is Death of a Thousand Cuts, they never will really overkill you in the way that helps you stack your damage very high to go for that kill.
Yeah, pretty much. They just chip you to like exact when they're ready for it. Yeah, we're going to see 1 damage here against Kadus. Kadus taking the 1 from that Windmill Engineer.
Ooh.
We're going to see Gentle Respite. Gentle Respite pretty good here. Sean thinking. He's surprised by the Gentle Respite.
It's a card that
I'd have to
people
go
are
on
not
5.
used to seeing.
No, you're good.
I mean, genuinely.
It's a card that I need to
common
start
card.
playtesting more into like Merlin decks.
Yeah, response.
Yeah, it's pretty good though.
It
Losing
is-
that one Relentless Outburst is kind of rough, right?
Yeah, well, no, because it's of your win cons the one you care the least about because Veiling Breeze. So it's your less reliable win con.
True, and a
into
Veiling Breeze
Vanitas.
shown there as well off of the Fairy Whispers.
Yeah.
So this is in response to the activation of the Gloamspire. I think Sean, Mr. Lifter here, is looking to potentially lower his influence to get the draw. Potentially looking to.
8, so he'd need to go down 2. I don't
Yeah,
think it's
would need
possible.
to.
I don't think it's possible.
1 top, 2 bottom.
You would need to whiff this.
Resolve Fairy Whispers, show you Veiling Breeze. Sure.
Okay, so he's not
Yeah.
going to whiff the Fairy Whisper. I think he's going to reclaim
and
anyways.
That is good.
He's going to let it
He'd
resolve.
probably wait. You know, maybe there's an attack coming that way. You
base
never know.
reclaim.
It's true. There's the reclaim and step.
My turn.
So here it is. Do we go
Level up
into
to
the level
Venus.
1 immediately?
Venus
Yeah,
on
there
the
it
top.
is. Venus level 1.
Goes for.
Playing with the reclaim. He's going to glimpse 4. Glimpsing 10 on your deck. Pretty good so far.
Yeah.
First materialization. We've
helps
seen,
getting all the cards you
we've
need.
seen a quarter of the deck. Pretty
I'll
good.
put
2 top, 2 bottom, it looks like.
Saw none of
2 on top.
those.
And then 2 bottom.
Veiling Breeze again.
Yeah,
Veiling
and
Breeze
then
at the
bottom
bottom.
of Veiling Breeze. So he has 1 in his
Yeah.
hand for sure. He might have another
I
one.
think
Might
he
have a
has 2.
cyclical as
Ye-
well. So you see the Windmill Engineers come back. Does he have a Razor Gale? I don't think he has a Razor Gale in hand, right?
I did not see a Razor Gale yet, no. That's a 3 visits.
Yo, low-key, 3 visits being a full art makes it so easy to tell what card it is. It's actually like super, super nice.
It's very helpful. Thank you,
play
Weebs.
Scavenging
You're
Raccoon.
helping us casters.
Scavenging
Ooh,
Raccoons.
Ooh, getting
to take out the
little-
Gentle Respite.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Gentle Respite.
Swing your champion for 1.
Take one.
Scavenging Raccoon's good. It's good. I mean, anytime you
I
take away their
will
floating
play an
memory,
Ace
you
Protector.
slow them down, and it's a very,
Pay
very
4.
comfortable place to play from.
On enter. Target.
Makes Raccoon
Aeson,
essentially a +1.
Aeson.
Ooh,
Oh,
ooh.
that's
So
a big Aeson turn.
and so now Kadus knows he can't put more floating memory.
Yup. Yeah, so yeah, basically forces him to play it fast in Recollection. Or, sorry, fast in End Step, so that he can use it for Materialization.
Pick 2.
Well, he's just going to hard level. He's going to go for it. 3 and 4. What do we see? Enrage and
Proof.
Blazing Ledge?
Was that Enrage or was that Proof of Life?
I couldn't tell.
Go 2. Don't check.
I'm going to say Exia has a little bit of that Arcane problem where all the cards kind of look the same a bit. Arcane is all blue with lightning. Exia is all red with blood and flame.
Yeah, they're all just so... They're so similar in the way that the actions look from far away. It's
That's
harder to
the
tell until you're
Blade
closer.
Sword and the Mant Flesh in his hand.
Yep.
Can
So we're
we
going to see the Dungeon Guide.
go to
Well,
level
that-
3?
That was tossed so fast. So efficient here.
He was ready.
is ready. So Gentle Respite's gone. Jin level 3. No missing that Dungeon Guide trigger.
Attack for 1.
Take 1.
Dungeon Guide for 1. 1 is good. 1 connects. Killadus is on the board. And then activate that Gloamspire.
More Gloamspire.
Gloamspire value is pretty good this game. He's resolved it 3 times now.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 times with no draw is pretty good.
Considering-
But it's looking scary here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Pop. Draw card.
Do we see it? What do we have in Recollection here?
That was another Ace and Protector that was just drawn.
Another Ace and Protector is kind of good.
Recollect draw.
Raccoon not useful now, but
No, but
know.
you can go Windmill Aeson.
Yep, Windmill Ascen's pretty good here. Hold on to the Raccoon for later. Maybe
Oh,
just pay it with memory.
Dematerialize is really good because of the Berserker plate.
Dematerialize, remove the Berserker plate is so funny.
Influence.
It forces him to bring it back out again.
10.
And he has to pay for it too, right? So
Yep.
it's like, it's kind of rough.
And he can't play any floating because of the Raccoon.
You know, the Veiling Breeze is so good here. Veiling Breeze in hand, just available, knowing that he can protect himself for a lot of damage.
That's 4, 6, 8, 9.
He just loses 10 right now, for Sean.
No, I'm counting the number of normal cards that Lefter still has in his deck overall.
Oh, I see, I
Because
see.
we were missing the other rounds about all of the Vanitas deck being wins, so we always know the size of the Veiling Breezes.
Okay.
It's the size of the
Oh,
memory.
I will
But this one
go-
has a lot of norm. Well, not a lot. It's 9. It's very small, but it's not
Razor Guard
always a
going
full memory
2.
for the Veiling Breezes.
I will go.
Yeah, makes sense.
Windmill
Maybe
Engineer.
Gray's good.
Um,
Oh, he got the
in
Razor Veil?
cost, show you
Or Razor Gale
Dematerialize,
calling.
Life Shield,
So he's online
Razor Gale on
now.
Stack, ping you for 1.
Here it is, the activation of every wind card.
Memory.
Oh, the 1 damage from the Razor Gale's coming in. Windmill
and
will
then
draw
we
to the on
will
entry trigger now.
go A second one.
Second
show
Windmill.
you Clergy and Ace and
That's
Protector.
pretty good.
All
Razor
right.
Gale, ping you for
Ping
1.
for 1 more.
And then
Draw
on
another
enter,
card into memory.
Draw. I will. clear
That's a
your
lot of
Dungeon
damage.
Guide, And I'll send 2 at you.
I'll take 2.
It's going
Whoa.
pretty fast.
ahead.
Oh, killing the Dungeon
to
Guide.
9.
Interesting.
He doesn't want to be able to kill the Windmill Engineers. He wants to be able to keep pushing him with the chip damage.
That makes sense. That makes
I'm
sense.
gonna materialize breastplate.
Sure.
So declaring materialization here of the Berserker Plate.
Evens.
We're going to lose a Fast Cure. Fast Cure.
That's okay to lose. Although you do always get the heal 4 out of it. Maybe you would like to keep that.
I'll take 3.
Fast heal 4 is pretty useful in a matchup, probably.
And they get Scavenging Raccooned again.
Draw.
It's pretty funny. Like, the thing with this Razor Gale deck is it just goes online so fast. Once you get one, if you get 2 Razor Gales on the field, your opponent needs to be very, very careful of what they play for the rest of the game because it is looking scary.
Hold on.
Ooh, Blood Bond into the Aeson for
For
4.
every 10 damage, it gets +1 power.
Oh, that's
Yep.
pretty good.
It's pretty good. Sean understanding card is also pretty good. Now he's like, damn, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It's a good one. So Aeson's going to be taken out.
The Bloodbound, however, is a very funny card.
1, 2, 3.
Since it also deals
4, 5, 6,
all the
7,
damage it takes to you.
Activate.
We've played a all Jin starter deck tournament at one of my locals, and a lot of games
That's pretty
ended with two Bloodsworn on the field and the opponent just sweeping for 75 damage because
That's
of that.
so funny. Oh, sure, because if you
That
sweep
is
into each of them and it does damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really funny, the way the damage is linked. And what do we see here from Liftersill? What is he going to bring out as the materialization? Is he going for a bobble? Is he going for a power? The backup charge doesn't really do
One
much in this certain situation.
The
Safeguard amulet, maybe?
lantern is useless in the... No, the lantern, right. We have the blazing launch, so the lantern is pretty useful in the matchup, actually.
True, to stop the unpreventable damage. See, it makes your Veiling Breeze better. But even then, like, if you're attacking for physical damage, or for like, combat damage, Veiling Breeze is probably not going to save you in most cases.
Oh, sorry.
I feel like it's
Again,
not quite going to be there.
My bad.
But again,
Reckless
even
Drop.
in the sideboard, I see all of these Vanitas rely on Veiling Breeze to prevent a reasonable amount of damage from every source every turn. But none of them even sideboard in any cards for big amounts of damage. So no one's scared of like Merlin Fireball or... So there's no Spell Shield, there's no... Even Vainglory Retribution, the Vanitas only card.
So
I'll go
Vainglory
one
Retribution is
at
interesting because
and
it
then I
only
think
goes
then
up to a certain amount. I think Spell Shield Wind is a lot more viable in this situation.
and
Like, I
then
mean,
I'll
you
go
brought
in
up the
one
Spell
at
Shield.
two.
I think actually Spell Shield Wind is actually just good.
It's a very great card. Putting a buff counter
I
onto
will
your Dream
give
Fairy
you a
makes
Blessed
for a very
Clergy,
threatening
show
unit.
you
Fantastic. So
Dematerialize
Blessed
and
Clergy is
Sun
coming
Shield
out.
cost,
Dematerialize
and
with
then on enter,
a
and
Slime
also
Shield.
The Razor Gale.
So the on-enter trigger and the Razor Gale. Killo's going to take one more there.
And then I will go one at this guy.
Oh, he's just chipping in. Just wants to take out the Bloodsworn.
And then
Even
I
if
will
he's not
play
killing it,
an
there's no
Ace.
reason to not swing at it.
Paying 4.
Aeson.
He is
Razor
killing
Gale
it.
you.
So is he going to take back the...
And then on
He's going to take
trigger,
back
I will
a...
Yeah, I
the
think
Clergy?
the Clergy is the right pick.
swing
Because
3,
Blessed Clergy is on-enter doesn't
Same
require it to be
complicated.
on the field, right?
and I think that should be enough to clear.
The on-enter, no, it doesn't
It's
require.
just a
You can
timestamp on
reclaim it,
enter.
and yeah.
Yeah, that's
you are
fantastic.
20
That's
now. Okay, cool.
really strong. So he's gonna get the Razor Gale, he's gonna get the Aeson to take out the
you.
Bloodsworn, and he's gonna get the extra damage in because of the linked HP. So this is actually a pretty good position to be in. I believe Sean does have the Veiling Breeze in hand still, otherwise he wouldn't have 3 cards up. But one of them is gonna be the Blessed Clergy, and then 2
And
others.
because of the Blessed Clergy, I think it's very hard for Jin to be able to win with just one card.
Chalice of Blood. Chalice of Blood Raw is pretty good here.
Stop.
That's gonna be the first one. Everything is good on the stack here. Gonna draw a card from the Berserker Plate. Go to 23.
That was a Relentless Outburst.
Thinking.
I think his one card is gonna be Men Flash, right?
That would make a lot of sense.
I'll reflect.
Sure.
Because there's no kill line, it can't be a Fractal.
Blessed Clergy makes this matchup a lot better as well, because what you can do is, if he completely plays out the cards, you can just kill him in his end step, because he can't respond to anything.
Yep.
So if you had like 2-3 visits in hand, in end step, and he doesn't Men Flesh here, you just kill him.
It might honestly be Manflesh and then a Faster in Liftersill Skirn.
Fractal
That
Insight.
would make sense. Fractal of
Sure,
Insight as his second card. Is that a Potion of Healing?
Yes, and Under Fire?
Is
Yes,
he's right,
that's Potion of Healing.
That's spicy.
And Under Fire.
Spicy, I like that.
He is running Hemorrhaging Rend in the main board, the
I
sleeve.
like Hemorrhaging Rend. Yeah, that's a good card. Hemorrhaging Rend, it's a 4 damage
see.
cleave, requires damage of 25 taken for cleave.
For cleave, yes.
Yeah.
I've taken
I like the
one.
damage requirements on Axia cards. I think it's a
That's
very
kinda
neat
lame.
concept overall. Razor Gale set up here. So we have what is 5 damage on the board. 3 cards holding for the backup charger. The opportunity does present itself. What are we going to see as the material?
Well, there always will be. We know the turn is over, so there's pretty much no reason to... It's not like he can
Okay, my turn. Wake
pop
up
anything
everything.
else.
I will
Yep.
go Terrafree.
Interesting Terraframe. He does have the
And
Nullifying
then-
Lantern in his
He does.
in his material deck too.
Activate backup charger. Hit you.
So the attempt to activate backup charger here is going to draw a card into memory, get a Power Cell token.
Parcel. Recollect and draw.
Recollect and draw.
A whole lot of cards in hand. Still the
It
baby
looks like I
gray.
see a Zephyr.
The Zephyr would make sense. He is... That's 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. He can probably just Zephyr Berserker Plate in kill his hands up, and that...
Your champion how much?
+7.
Oh, he's counting for the
Yep.
Berserker play, so he doesn't have
Looking at
Zephyr.
the-
Exactly what you're
that-
talking
that's
about
exactly what he's going for.
there. Yeah, so he's going to look to chip the damage in, and then he's probably going to activate the Zephyr and 3 visits.
That is 30.
It's probably not lethal because of the
Med
Serene
Flash, right?
Fire and the the fast cure.
Men flush as well?
Man flush is slow.
True. Sorry, I was thinking just the amount of total healing he was going to be getting likely this turn. Remind me, is Blessed Clergy until the end of your opponent's next turn?
It says your opponent can't cast more than 2 cards next turn.
Next turn. Okay, so he can activate as many cards as he wants on Sean's turn now, though.
Yes.
Which is where it's a little bit on the scarier side. So that fast cure will resolve, most likely.
There's no way to bring your influence down enough to cancel the opponent's fast cure there.
Yeah, the wind extra draw too many cards. That's great.
Slime Shield. For Blessed
Another Blessed Clergy. Ooh, yeah. I mean, that's basically how you got to do it, right? You just keep replaying the Blessed Clergy.
You keep
force him
replaying
to
it
play
again and
one,
again and again.
maybe 2 cards, and you force him to slow down.
My next turn. Okay, that's fine with it now.
Killer's just trying to figure out if he can play cards this turn, basically.
Yeah. Alright.
That's one of the big debates in card games. You know, do you bring... It's value in tempo. Do you bring the Windmill Engineer to draw more cards, or do you bring the Blessed Clergy to slow the opponent down? It's not changing the number of cards, but if they can't actually use them...
We're now at the position, though, where Sean is debating keeping up the Ascent Protector for the Intercept.
Yes.
Which is honestly a very good idea, a very comfortable idea. Playing a Baby Grey Slime here, though, is not bad.
The Baby Spray, for even without a card, would indeed be pretty good. I don't think you need to keep the Interceptor here because both the Terfing, but also the Blessed Clergy, the win condition for Jin probably needs more than 1 card played. And even if you go Shang-Chi into Enrage, I don't think that's lethal.
Yeah.
So you need more than
True.
1 card. So
True.
the Blessed
You're actually
Clergy,
a little bit too
the
far
Blessed
away from it.
Clergy means you don't have to keep the Intercept up.
So Creative Shock and End Step on Sean's turn. He's going to discard a Pierce the Heavens.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
Yeah, 4 damage attack. 3 damage attack? 3 damage attack is not enough just by itself if you don't have if you level up this turn condition on it.
Yeah, it's not going to be quite enough there. It's not going to be the 5 damage. He's going to get the Fast Cure.
Cover 4.
1 second.
Fast Cure, he's going to recover 4 because he has influence of 8, whereas Sean has influence of
so
10.
you are 8.
Yes.
So I need to get rid of 2 cards.
Yes.
So Sean is saying he needs to get rid of 2
Two
cards. He
cards
does have a
is
3
doable.
visit, so
Three
he's getting
visit.
rid of 1 of them.
Take 1.
So he'll
then I'll
rest his
heal my
champion.
1 and glimpse 2.
He's going to recover 2, glimpse 2.
Diablerie.
Diablerie.
and- Was that Fairy Whispers, I think? The new art?
Here,
I couldn't quite
advantage
tell.
pile.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's checking to see if he has used his GCR. He's going to keep the Diablerie, I think.
He might. He might.
I think he's going to keep the Diablerie, right?
But Kadus is actually running Chalice of Blood. Not Chalice of Blood, like Quicksilver
Quicksilver
Grail.
Grail. Taking the Quicksilver Grail is kind of funny, though.
What was the best thing to put under Vanitas? Obviously, you steal it just to
Safeguard
steal
Amulet.
it.
You
but
just put the Safeguard
yeah,
Amulet on
Safeguard
it for
Amulet's
fun.
pretty good.
Yeah, because then you don't have to use the Brailing Breeze anymore, right? You have more options.
Oh, we mentioned that earlier. I just saw Electricil is actually running the Ventus. Staff of Zephyrs.
Yeah, so we have 1 on the bottom, 1 on top.
And then I will
And then he's going to play 1 more card
Play
to
another
lower
3
his...
Three visits
Playing another
again.
3 visits, so you're going to 32, and then that's going to be
and
equal, so
then
there's going to
I
be no
will
recovery
allow
here.
Your fast cure to resolve, holding up 6, 2 here, 8 and 8.
Yep, so that's going to be equal influence. Fast Cure's going to resolve with no heal. It is going to still be available as a floating memory.
And then we're losing the Lone Spire from having 8 cards.
Yes, unless he materializes something that costs 2 or takes something directly from memory, which I think theoretically the most thing that would make sense here would just be to use the Fast Cure. I think he's going Shang-Chi of Sacrifice, but he can only activate 1 card after this, so the combo without Enrage is not enough, so Safeguard Amulet is probably a better choice right now. The only problem with Safeguard Amulet is that Sean does have the Zephyr in his hand, right? So if he brings out the Safeguard Amulet, plays around it, hoping that that will keep him alive, it just might not. It might not
Yep.
be available for him.
There's still so many cards available in hand to Electricil.
Because we talked about the state-based effect of how Jin's level 3 works, which is essentially the moment we go to end phase
yep.
and the end step triggers go on the stack, you have died.
Yes.
The moment those goes on the stack.
Nothing resolves, you just
Nothing
immediately
resolves.
dead.
You just die because state-based effects. So it's like unfortunate here for Kadus. Blessed Clergy is fantastic in this matchup, but I think it's also one of the cards that makes the mirror matchup a lot better and a lot more comfortable. It forces your opponent to play cards on your turn instead of their turn, which is really, really proactive.
It makes for some interesting interactions.
Yeah, it's definitely proactive. Do you think would you be a 4 of Blessed Clergy player if you were playing this deck today?
Me, obviously, yes. I love shutting my opponent down. It's exactly the kind of cards I would play. Maybe 3. I'd have to really play test the list myself and see how much you can spare with, but I think it's a good enough card that it's probably a 4 of.
It's so good. It's an imbue 2 cost, 1/2 or 1/3, and the not being able to play more than 2 cards in a turn is really scary because your materialization is so important in these games. When you're playing Exia, you need to be getting cards out. When you're playing Vanitas, you don't need to materialize cards as much. It's a little bit more flexible in that regard, but I think this one's just super, super important. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The Quicksilver Grail. Did we see response? Do we see response of the Diablerie? Did he put it on the bottom? I really, really hope he's doing
Something that would be very, very funny to do would be to Zephyr the Quicksilver Grail right now. Well, because if you actually use the Quicksilver Grail to play the card underneath, that's your second card played for the turn. So Zephyr here
Huh.
kills his whole turn.
Interesting. So if you Zephyr the Quicksilver Grail, when it returns an end step, it's still on your turn, so it gets played a second.
No, I mean, if Kadus pops the Quicksilver Grail to cast the thing underneath,
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
that would be
So he's looking
card
to
one. Card one for Blessed Clergy is Quicksilver Grail. Card two would be the card that was put
I
underneath
will
that you
Zephyr
play
Sage
for.
the Quicksilver.
Exactly.
He's actually doing it exactly what you said. You called it out exactly just like that, Carl. And he has to think about it. So it's getting
also
banished for the
good.
turn. And then 1 damage from Razor Gill.
Oh wait, he did it in response to the Unenter.
He did it in response to the
Oh
Unenter.
no, I'm saying you let the Unenter resolve.
Oh.
So if he wants to pop the Grail, that would be his second card of the turn. And if he doesn't,
I think
that card is lost forever.
I think he did it now so that he cannot protect himself with a Safeguard Amulet in end step.
Yes.
Because he has 2/3 visits available, which is 6 damage raw right there, right?
Yes.
And then he has 3 more cards in hand. So he actually might just find lethal in
True.
in his end step. So
True.
let's see. Quicksilver Grail is the first one, and then Mend Flesh, recover 8. That is the second card for the turn. And so Sean is wondering if he can kill him here. So he needs to deal 7 damage.
And he's got 6 plus. Does he have a card he can play in hand? He can play
He
Veiling
play
Breeze.
Veiling Breeze for 1, and that's enough.
Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good.
All right, he missed lethal there. It
So
seems.
Quicksilver Grail. Interesting. So interesting that he didn't go for it there. So what he could do is end step trigger in response to the suppression return aspect of the Quicksilver Grail. Activate 3 visits 6 times,
Even
and then Veiling Breeze once, right?
You can do it in main phase. You know, Kadus cannot play a single card anymore this turn.
True.
So
True.
you can deal lethal
Oh.
damage whenever.
Serene Spirit.
Oh yeah,
There's always a Serene Spirit.
always forget the Serene Spirit.
I need to put a Serene Spirit token in the middle of my caster desk. I always forget Serene exists, but yeah, +6. So he's a little bit short on the
And
+6
I've
there.
played Luxem. I should be better than this.
Go Saber.
I just haven't seen Serene Spirit in so long. I always forget that it exists. Like the only one I can remember it always in is Nico. But I guess we're gonna have to get used to seeing it again, which honestly is good. It's good to see the old spirits brought back and used, and a lot of the new spirits are seeing play too. So more damage coming in. Windmills 1 each. Blessed Clergy for 1. Ascent for 3.
Kill this.
Being chilling at
Going
34
come,
here.
Come with that damage. I'm just taking it. No answers.
Sean playing at a slow, calculated pace here. Wants to make sure he's doing everything correctly.
It's probably a polearm under the Grail, right?
Polearm under the grill. Polearm or Safeguard Amulet? Probably Polearm. He's been playing Polearm under the Grail because the reason it has to go under the Grail for this is because he doesn't want to. He doesn't have cards in it, right? So
yeah,
no flexibility there.
I'll grab back my Zephyr.
Ooh, Cyclical
Zephyr's pretty
Breeze
good.
bringing back Zephyr. He's gonna threaten to Zephyr the Breastplate. Zephyring the Breastplate in your end step is really good too.
I think you keep it for the Shang-Chi.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely keep it, but I like it's an option for other matchups. In this matchup, you want it so you live.
Yes.
But in other matchups, if you just need to find a different way to get to lethal on the non-immortality end phase, like doing it in your end phase really isn't that bad because he doesn't get the draw.
Yep.
As well in his recollection. Slow, calculated match here from both sides. The Vanitas Turbo not quite killing in the 13 minutes that we saw in other matches.
Yeah,
but
we see the amulet there in the material deck, so that is clearly the polearm under the Grail.
Sacrifice.
Yep, that's correct.
Bringing back the Zephyr is so painful though. You're just sitting there. You're like, so what do I do now?
Any responses?
He's gonna go for the
No,
Safeguard
that's
Amulet here. No response to Safeguard Amulet. Take
What?
the 3 damage. Draw a card.
What lines? I guess. Do we see a Proof of Life in there? I don't see a Proof of Life. I saw a Meltdown.
Yeah.
Is he running Proof of Life in the in the deck list?
3 proof of
He
life
is running
main board.
proof of life on the. Wow, that's crazy. Interesting. I guess it's just for the like absolute last stand chance I need to survive to maybe find this lethal.
You do the same thing as, but I don't see a proof of life in hand. I think, but if he does the same thing as he did the other game, the get polearm from under the grail, proof of life, take 20.
Sean just got really confused. He said, "How many cards do you have in hand?" He realized he had 11 total. Outburst, relentless outburst. So relentless outburst is gonna clear the whole board, I think.
Yes.
Thing, right?
Is
So
poison
for every
dagger and
6
then one.
damage, so he would deal 12 to face and clear the
No
board.
response to this? Okay, I'll safeguard amulet.
All right, so the board will be cleared, but no damage on Vanitas himself.
So Safeguard Amulet comes out. He's going to take damage on everything else. All of the allies will go away. So what do we see here? What do we want to find over Kadus? So one of the other neat combos I was thinking about, because you talked about Seize Fate, right?
Yes.
And Seize Fate is one of those ones where I believe you go the other way with your health.
Yeah, the damage now removes damage counters from you.
Yeah, so one of the cool things you can do is if you play Seize Fate and you don't have other ways to kind of stop it, you can actually play Bloodsworn, and then you can play Relentless Outburst,
pretty
right?
good.
Because it deals damage to your Bloodsworns as well, which will give you damage counters again.
No, the damage counter would also be removal.
When you take damage... true, it would, yeah.
Potion of Healing is interesting. It's enough for now, depending on how much damage Lustrous can get. There's still a Serene.
Still the Serene. So Serene will be for 6, bringing it down to 32. Potion of Healing is Recover 5.
Recover 5, yes.
So 11, so it goes down to 27, which puts him 7 off lethal. I mean, it still puts him on lethal if you lose the breastplate, right?
Well, you do know you lose the breastplate. You know there's Zephyr in hand.
Yeah.
Sure.
So he's going to activate. Okay. Bringing him down to 33, which lets him live through this current end phase. He wasn't expecting the Potion of Healing. It's a neat concept. I think Potion of Healing is actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's a great card. It's a great card.
I mean, if you're going to stay in this life range over and over, you need to have like enough to get there, right?
But I don't think there's a real way to survive here. I think you had to go for a kill some way. Maybe you really had nothing in hand.
On your plate.
So he's going to Zephyr the Berserker's Plate. Does Kadus have a respawn for this? With Razor Gale on the stack too.
I'm gonna respond to it.
Yeah.
The 33. So the response will be the lineage release.
All lineage release to resolve, yeah.
Yeah, so go to 27, then 28 back because of the damage from Razor Gale from Zephyr.
So still waiting on the resolution of Zephyr. So it'll be Zephyr on top of the stack, on top of the Razor Gale.
There should be a Razor Gale on top, yes.
Yeah. He's trying to figure out. I think he's trying to figure out if he has anything for it.
He's thinking about getting a polearm out, maybe? But then why
Polearm to draw a card to play. I don't think he can fast cure, so it's going to be too difficult. I think the only answer would be if he had the Safeguard Amulet underneath the Grail, right? Because that would keep him alive.
Well, the Safeguard Amulet is right there in the field.
Oh,
He's probably thinking about cracking that.
you're totally right. I missed it on top of the plate.
Activate.
Yeah, so he's going to activate the Sacred Amulet.
Yeah, I'll respond. Sure.
Sure.
Sorry, Fairy Whispers, pay 1.
Yep.
So there's
Yeah, so
one
Fairy
Razor Gale
Whispers
attached
pay
to this,
1.
One Razor Gale before the
One Razor Gale is going to go before that.
And your amulet goes here.
You know it's a nice board state when you start to actually put the stack into place.
Yup. So the order here is going to be Fairy Whispers.
So take
Fairy Whispers activation puts on the Razor Gale, so it's going to put him to 28. Then he's going to Safeguard Amulet. Then the Razor Gale from the
Yeah, take 1.
from the Zephyr will activate, deals 0 damage, but the Zephyr will remove the breastplate. He'll die at 28.
Yes, at end of turn.
I'll show you
Yep.
Cyclical.
He's gonna
And then
reveal the
other two on
Cyclical.
bottom.
Other cards on the bottom. This will go back to hand. Fairy Whispers resolves. The banishment of the Safeguard Amulet should
3
resolve.
visits,
And we go for the 3 visits just to be sure
Oh.
for lethal.
1 damage.
Just to be sure.
I will heal nothing, I guess. Glimpse 2.
Is sacri-
3 visits.
He's
one
just
30.
pumping the 3
3
visits
visits.
onto him.
You need to make sure the opponent can't heal
Yeah.
back.
231, and then
He's
32.
just gonna put him over. He's gonna 3 visits 6 times, I think, right? Because there's no
and
reason
now
not
I
to.
will allow your safeguard to resolve.
Maybe,
So
maybe.
he does it 3 times there.
No, 4 cards left in hand. I don't think there's a way for Jin to win.
And then he got it. So he's explaining it to his opponent or to the judge. I can't quite tell, but he definitely has it.
If you had like some crazy
Definitely
tech
has
cards.
it.
Okay.
I think the reason Sean went for that is because he wasn't sure what Kadus had available.
Yep.
Because Kadus could have had
Well, I
other
also
like
have,
fast
I also
recovery
have,
or like
zero
options, and he just
replicate,
was like,
so it's like, it's very
I don't know what you
hard
have, so I'm just gonna overkill
Yeah,
you and hope it
maybe-
works.
Maybe you have
You've got, like,
3
some
other
weird
man flesh in
options, you
hand.
have no
Yeah.
freaking clue. It's
And
probably
if you're not
sort of like,
familiar
you know,
with the cards as well, you don't
Yeah.
know if they're fast or slow. So like you're just like, okay, well I guess to be safe, let me overkill him by like 5, and surely that's enough, right? And it was exactly like that. Maybe he's thinking like there's some fast potion of healing or something.
Let's see what is in the sideboard. We do have Blanche from Jin.
Holy Blanche. It's
Heavenly
so
Guide
big.
will not be useful here. Verdant Protective Trinket will not be useful here. 4 Mystic Purifier in the sideboard. That's clearly
That's
coming in.
so spicy. I actually think Crimson Prescience is actually not bad either.
Yeah,
you
it's also pretty good. You can
you
negate
can use it on
Razor Gale
Gale,
Calling,
right? Yeah, negating Razor Gale Calling is kind of cool.
From the
4
Jin,
Mystic Purifier is so base though.
from the Vanitas, what do we see? Escape the Wreckage is okay. It's good value. Dominating Strike, probably not useful. Dream Fairy, there's nothing really to bounce.
It is what it is.
Eternal
not-
Magistrate.
You're not too worried about the Bloodborne, so I don't think you need to go with
Eternal
Dream Fairies.
Magistrate beats Dungeon Guide. It's probably worth just to put in, just to have it.
Just slow down.
Slow
for
down a turn.
What do you take out for the Eternal Magistrates if you do that though? Dematerialize? No, you want to dematerialize for the plate.
Yeah.
Force them to take it out again.
Do you remove Diablerie? You can
No, it's too good to have Diablo, especially against a Quicksilver Girl user. Taking away their Quicksilver Girl is like really, really good value.
You could remove Escape the Wreckage. It's
could,
value,
you
but
could.
it doesn't proc Razor Gale, so you don't. Normally, in this kind of deck, usually, like, if this was Tristan, I would be cutting maybe a Fairy Whispers or Scatterland or something, just because, yeah, it's good having more consistency, more cycling through the deck, but it's an answer more you can fit in the deck. So normally I'd be cutting those cycling cards, but the cycling cards are the goal of the Vanitas deck, so you can cut them here.
Yeah, I think looking at this deck, the only thing I would actually put in is maybe the 1 Zephyr.
I think you cut the Tempest Downfalls. They're not really useful.
True. Tempest Downfall is not too important here, so maybe bring in 2...
You cut the Tempest Downfall and you put in Magistrates, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you could bring in the Magistrates. The thing with allies is like the allies do swing for 1 each, and they do activate Razor Gale, and
Yeah.
they're useful in that sense, but it's still just -1 overall influence. You do get one body on the field, and I don't think this Jin build really effectively deals with it. So, Sean might side into the more like ally beatdown kind of thing, where you just ping for 1 a lot. But I do think that 1 Zephyr is really important to bring in this matchup.
Yes, the extra Zephyr is very important. Scatter Essence?
You don't need Scatter Essence for anything. There's no Fantasias. Well, actually, that's incorrect. There are Fractals, but I don't think you'd want to use that on a Fractal
no.
of Insight.
Hey, it's a floating memory.
How are we doing on time? 27? Ooh, okay.
So that was a half-hour first game.
It's cool and calculated. I mean, Sean didn't quite know what Kadus had available to him, so he played it very safe.
Again, Vanitas is, yes, like making its debut at the tournament here, but it's also the deck that every team was practicing, so they kind of know about it. Jin is more of an unknown. There's probably different builds. No one, we were talking like maybe you could go more into allies, maybe you're running Seize Fate. So
The Jin might actually be like considered the rogue deck,
maybe, yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
because it really just depends on how Jin's matchup is into Vanitas as like a consistent game. I think it's decent. I don't know if it's. I don't know if I would say it's good. per
better
se.
than other things.
The thing is, it really comes down to, are you playing Blessed Clergy? Because I think that those 2 Blessed Clergies made a massive difference in this game.
Very
If he
much so.
didn't play those, he very well could have lost.
Go first again.
I wonder, so one of the things that Sean didn't see in the last game was the Blazing Lunge. So he might not know that the Nullifying Lantern he has in his deck is actually extremely valuable to him.
But he has no other material deck card in his sideboard, so he will keep it in because there's just nothing else to
Yeah,
remove,
I just mean
so
he
it's
won't
always there. Yeah.
bring it out early on. So the other thing though is you can push Jin to a point where he needs to lineage release early on, and it's like you don't have to worry too much about it in that sense, and you're just playing against all the Exia cards.
True, that does negate all the Blazing Lunge.
Kadus is choosing to go. Oh no, I thought he was choosing to go second for a
No,
moment.
he
there. I
went
was like,
first.
there's
He
no
went
way.
first. He kept 2 Mystic Purifiers, I think.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
That's pretty good.
That's a good one.
I think that's game right there.
Is he
He's keeping Razor Gale and Reclaim, putting down...
losing your Razor Gale this early is going to be so sad, though?
Do you think that's a turn 1 Razor Gale and gets Mystic Purifier turn 2?
It depends on what he has available to him.
Yeah, what else
Because
will draw?
ideally you don't want to turn 1 Razor Gale, right? You
I
want to do
see a
that when
baby
you're...
green and Escape the Wreckage, a Slime Shield.
Yeah, because ideally you would want to do it when you're...
Baby Gray.
Baby Gray, okay.
Ooh.
So you would want to do it when
So,
you're
Slime
Cleric,
Shield
so you get the
Baby
class bonus. Slime Shield Baby Green.
Well, the class bonus is just it being cheaper. It's still a decent turn 1.
Took one.
Pass you.
I think all your better turn 1s are pretty much anything that draws. You're happy with
Yeah.
anything that draws.
Yeah, always,
Because you also
every
have
time.
like decently controlled
Very good.
management within that too. So the Creative Shock. What are we going to see? Discarded. Fast here.
Yeah, level up.
Level up on that. Go to Gen 1. That's not Gen 1 on the top of the deck.
Reflect.
It's interesting. There's so many things in this matchup that I think. Oh, he has another fast here.
Two
He
other
has
fast
two
Cures, I
Mystic Purifiers. He actually has a very, very good starting hand.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to slow the game down to his pace this
Is
time.
that last card a Pierce the Heaven? Maybe?
I believe so.
Do you just play it here?
Savage Swing.
Savage Swing.
Oh, Savage Swing. Oh,
Oh, so
okay,
it's not
okay.
Pierce that, it's a Savage Swing. Savage Swing for the floating is really
in
nice.
Response, I will escape the wreckage.
Oh, yeah, there's no Pierce the Heaven in the list. Yeah, that's Savage Swing.
Escape the Wreckage, good.
Goes in
Escape the
here,
Wreckage, really good here.
Pass.
Not being able to punish that Escape the Wreckage is rough. Punishing Escape the Wreckage is probably one of the most important things you can do against people who have Baby Gray Slime.
Yeah, but there's nothing in the Gen deck to punish that play.
Yep, it's very tough in this situation. So we're going to see Grand Crusader's Ring. He's going to banish that for Recollection, draw for that, and then we'll move to Recollect and draw for card. Draw for turn, sorry.
I'm a big fan of the Fang of Dragon's Breath, the Enchant Polearm, but I don't know if there will be any deck today that runs it.
I would be shocked if we saw more Exia Jin decks. But I believe we're going to see a Baby Gray again.
Yep. Why not?
Trade the same.
Always show the same cards.
True. Show the same, it's always good. One more damage in the face here.
The only case where you want to show different cards is when you
Oh,
have
he's
like
doing
I
it
had
again.
to double take. I'm like,
Oh.
is that thing? I don't.
He's hitting it with the raccoon into the floating memory again.
Yep. Pay with
And then the
these
funny
two.
part is he can reclaim it again too.
yeah.
Pass you.
He's gonna chill past turn here. But what he doesn't know is the Killit is holding on to that Mystic Purifier, and Mystic Purifier
Oh,
is
and a
gonna,
Blanche.
gonna go crazy. And a Blanche?
I see a Blanche in hand.
He's got it. He's got the nuts.
And Blanche is also very good because it can actually clear off all those 1/1s.
Yeeting the Relentless
Ready.
Outburst. Judge.
Send it.
Send it. Not Exia yet. Can't activate this card.
What's the judge penalty for flicking a card at your opponent?
You get -1 to your respect. It's the friendly match here. These guys are doing. These guys are chilling. But yeah, don't do that. Don't show people your cards. It's definitely not something you're allowed to do. Two Fractal of Insights. See that Blanche, like you said, Relentless Outburst.
Is Fractals the thing we're seeing played now? That might make
Probably
sense. There's nothing
Fractal.
else that's really worth it to play.
Be interested to see if we see Fractal into another Fractal. Glimpse 2.
I also just realized that Vanitas has only played norm cards this game. Baby Gray, Raccoon, Escape. All norm.
True. The only norm cards on the deck, basically, right?
Yep.
It's pretty nice. So, I mean, they're just so good, right? The value on them is so good.
Oh, reclaim. Target baby.
He's going to reclaim the Baby Gray.
All right, it's not threatening the floating memory. You
The
said
question
that's
is, does he
that was
reclaim
enough.
the
I want to
Scavenging
draw.
Raccoon? Oh, I guess he's just going to leave it there for now.
Back up.
Backup
Oh,
Charter.
not leveling up.
3 down.
3 down for Backup Charter. Yup, that's some crazy value.
Recollect draw.
Holy influence of 12, I think. Is that 12? Baby
Seven.
Baby Gray again. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's no reason to
Yeah.
not play it, right?
Baby Gray go crazy. And then Baby Gray, 3 damage so far on the field. Is good. Baby Green in hand. Is that 2 escapes or 1 escape?
That's
On
to
the
escape.
left. Whoa. Escape to Baby Gray is good. And the reclaims. Sean kind of lacking in the damage department right now. Like, he has just a lot of value-based cards. He's going to be able to draw a lot of cards, but
Well, at some
not
point
gonna
you
get
go.
there.
At some point you go Razor Gale, 3 visit, and just win from that.
yep. The fast cure will most likely resolve for
Yeah.
Altair. Sean's like, influence
Yeah,
count. He's like,
the influence count is yes.
He's like, yeah, you're good. Hand wave, you're good. You're good. Don't you worry. So Kilidus is going to go down to 1. He's going to banish up.
The outburst.
It's gonna go to Jin level 2, the
flip,
Zealous Maverick.
I don't remember seeing a dungeon guide.
draw for turn.
I was really hoping it's a dungeon guide off the top, just because you said that would be crazy. Creative Shock's not bad.
Everyone knows when you're level 2, you don't have a way to dungeon guide. You're forced to go to level 3, and then the first card you draw is a dungeon guide every single time.
It's really, really true.
Anything?
This Blanche is also really cool and good. One of the bigger problems with it, though, is like until later on, Kadus isn't really going to have like a large influence. But I guess you really just need it for blocking the Razor Gales, right? So it's just like
At the end.
one, repeat one.
And so you need to start
Venice?
keeping track,
Mine is
maybe digging for your Blade Sworns to be able to kill the Ascent Protector. I guess that's the only thing that really threatens
for
your
sure.
Blanche. Blanche is also really good because the Vanitas deck is full of 1/1s, the Raccoons, the baby of both green and gray, and Blanche is a 1/2 and kills all of those.
True. She actually does clear the board there. So we're going to see the level up with the Reclaim. Sean now has his baby Gray Slime for the 4th time. He's able to play that to draw 4
I'll
at
keep
this
3
game.
top and then 1 under.
It's kind of spicy. We're going to see 3 top, 1 bottom
Deciding
here.
over my 3 top.
So what do you want to see if you're lift yourself? You're looking for
Well, that 3 visit is pretty good.
true. You're looking for 3 visits and Razor Gale at this point, right? You don't really need
it's all,
anything
it's all you need.
Escape the Wreckage in Recollection, so he's going for
On
the,
the
super
Raccoon.
influence. Yeah, basically just wants to regain influence because the
Yeah,
Raccoon on the
yeah.
field dealing 1 is probably less valuable to him for damage than finding another Razor Gale or finding another 3 visits.
That would make sense. But at the same time, you could slow roll it and just get the baby Gray another time.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity here. So first Razor Gale's coming out, Escape's going down to pay for that, and a Veiling Breeze is going down as well.
Yeah, he's
It
not
looks
scared
like he
this
did
turn.
break. Did he bring out the Magistrate? Is that on the right?
Eternal Magistrate.
It is.
Ooh.
Yeah, 2 baby greens
take
for
1
Eternal
from the
Magistrate. The 1 from the Razor Gale.
I will play my baby Gray Slime.
The baby Gray
Pay
Slime.
2, and then
Paid
I mean,
2,
I already
holy.
revealed 2 Gray Slimes, yeah.
Reveal the baby greens again.
I will swing at you for 1,
Take 1.
and then I will swing at you for 1.
Take 1.
So
and I will pass 2.
with only 1 Razor Gale calling, obviously we're seeing the Mystic Purifier here. There's no,
That's good.
there's no. Did he side in the Lifelink traps? You think?
I don't think so. I
He-
think
he
went.
didn't
I
expect
think
the Purifier?
I think the Magistrate was more than enough for him.
Yeah.
He's like, I have a Magistrate. He can't Dungeon Guide. I'm being chilling.
Because Lifelink trap is the answer to Mystic Purifier.
But we are going to see the Banishment.
5. Keep that one.
That's keeping the 5th one. So we're going to lose one of the Purifiers.
Oh.
Sean saw it, but no reaction.
Huh.
So maybe he's not worried about a Mystic Purifier.
Seems not. Or he's got a good poker face.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Be interesting. Surely you know if your opponent banishes a Mystic Purifier that you have another one, right?
5.
Is that another one? That's a 3rd Mystic Purifier.
Third
And
Mystic
there's also 2
Purifier.
Blanche.
Oh, holy. So maybe he's going to play on the stack. He's just going to have 3 visits. Mystic Purifier.
Huh, what a fancy card.
Sean just says, oh,
That's
what a
that's why
fancy
he did
card.
not.
He knew.
That
He
is
he
a
looked
lot.
at it. He said, "This guy hates me," and he's like, "It's okay. I hate me too."
Yep. No answer. No 2 visits in response.
Oh, goodbye, Razor Gill.
I will Ferris Spurs. Okay.
Goodbye, Razor Gill. Can you You can cyclical breeze it back, right?
Yes.
It's a spell,
It's a spell. I think
so you can.
Yeah, I think you
cyclical-
can.
That's actually kind of crazy. So they Mystic Purifier you, and you're just like, yeah, cyclical breeze.
Yeah, I think you can.
Huh. That's crazy. Oh, so he's gonna see another Veiling Breeze. He's probably gonna put the Veiling Breeze away. I don't think he needs
I
that
think he
right
puts
now.
it away. He's keeping
I will
it.
show you Veiling Breeze.
Oh, do you keep all 3 on top?
Yes, he did.
Was one of them a
And
turbo
then
charge?
I will Slime Shield my.
I did not see the other
Or
cards.
Gray Slime, sorry.
Slime Shield
And
his
it'll also
baby
give a buff.
gray.
Good.
Keeps it alive, gets the buff counter. Slowing down that Razor Gale. The thing here with the matchup is
Ventus.
Sean's kind of in a position where, you know, if he plays very safe and
Yeah.
controlled, he'll still win 1-0.
15 minutes?
I'll send my 2
I
attack
think
slime
it'd be
to the
very
Purifier.
hard to prevent Kadus to kill you in for 15 minutes.
No cry for help. True.
1.
I guess the best thing you can do is just keep playing Interceptors.
Damn, actually,
Yeah,
I like my
interceptors
Mystic
are pretty
Purifier.
good.
That's wild.
You just keep playing Interceptors, not a lot he can do. He's talking about the Mystic Purifier. He's like, that's wild. And honestly, it is. I mean, I said at the
truly,
beginning of the stream,
nobody
but the
expects it.
Boogeyman deck
Alright,
is Vanitas. It's a scary, it's a really
Yeah.
scary deck to play against. So, like, if you don't tech and respect it, like, you're going to lose. So it's great to see Kadus has a fantastic sideboard available for this.
Do you think Purifier is a better choice than Dust Like Communion?
Oh, for sure. For sure. Dustlike Community requires you to utilize one of your material deck spaces, and I don't think that that's a good idea in a lot of these decks.
But if you have the room, like in Vanitas, like, well, Vanitas is better options. But if you run like wind allies, you only go level 1. You have a lot of rooms in your material deck. You could run Dust
If
like
you
Communion.
go Wind Allies, you just play Scatter Essence or Verdigris Decree.
Yeah.
Because Verdigris
So
Decree gives you the value of
Water allies,
imbue.
let's say, or Fire Zander, or something that has room in the material deck. It usually like runs Bubble or something.
I think if you're playing like Fire Zander aggro, you're not really worried about it. You're just trying to kill them fast enough. If you're playing Water,
Veiling Breeze.
I mean, you have to just hope they don't have it, or you sideboard it in caps and play it
Maybe,
on the
yeah.
Veiling Breeze.
Realizing 18 layers of defense. Sorry.
It's kind of different. It's like
I
it's
will escape
it's
the wreckage.
really up to what you have
Maybe
available
right.
to you.
Is that the
And then draw one in.
4th Escape the Wreckage? No, that's the 3rd one.
The third one.
Yeah,
That's the
that's
third
the-
escape the
red flag
wreckage.
draw.
Sean materializing his 18,000th defensive card. We do see Safeguard Amulet, Ventus. A lot of flexibility here. I mean, he's playing it right. Look, he doesn't,
yeah,
he doesn't
exactly
have
what
the
you're
Razor
supposed
Gale
to
on
do.
the field. He's like, I need to live until I find a Razor Gale. The sad part is when he finds his next Razor Gale,
Slime here somewhere.
Kadus is just gonna go. So yeah, Mystic Purifier again.
1.
Damage slowly coming in, one at a time. We're chipping down Kadus. Chipping down Jin, the raid boss.
Sure.
Turbocharge, indeed.
3 down for the turbocharge. He's going to draw cards. Does he have it?
Yeah.
Ascent Protector.
Sure.
Ascent Protector. Imbued with a piece of paper.
The perfect counter.
Yep, the
3.
perfect imbued counter. Ascent takes 3. Or Ascent deals 3, sorry. And Sean is going to pass with 2 cards in hand, I believe. 4
cards.
cards.
You
That's
want
a-
to do more? You
Oh,
don't
that's
want to?
a lot. It's like 4 or 5 cards in
Bro,
hand.
My-
I have
probably
no
5.
more- I have
As
no
a
more
Veiling
Five.
Breed, yeah,
allies.
that's a lot of cards.
That's all I have, bro.
It's, that's a lot of
And-
influence.
Is that 9 cards
Expectations
down?
in here too high.
It's looking like influence of 14 right now.
Yeah, that is a lot.
Influence of 14 is spooky, but
Like, see, you think I have like
also
15 baby grades,
he
but
can't
no,
just
it's the
kill
same
him
baby grade
with
played
these cards.
15
It's just,
times.
Yeah, the 2/2 Baby Grey Slime will do it at some point.
I would like to mention that's the 5th time he's played the Baby Gray Slime.
Yeah.
I will grab chop.
That
The-
specific Baby Gray Slime.
Yes.
It's the 5th time.
Take
At
three.
Nats, we used to talk about this with Tactical Sergeant.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
Tactful Sergeant, sorry.
Did you get
Now
that?
it's Baby Gray.
Yeah, okay,
Baby
cool.
Gray is the new Tactful Sergeant, but better.
It's much better.
It's 2 cost instead of a 4 cost draw into memory. This is a 2 cost draw into hand. And it's not wind only. It's pretty
Yep.
good. It's a pretty good card.
1, 2.
I'm a big fan.
It's so good it's even splashable into non-slime decks.
It's true. This is, in fact, not a slime deck, guys. We are actually playing Vanitas with
Yep.
Potion of Healing. Potion of Healing. Will Sean be able to survive 12 and a half minutes
Potion
against
pass. Okay.
the Exiogin? Doesn't seem
All
like
three
it.
whispers?
Fairy Whispers. Interesting. Killadus, Potion of Healing, pass
One
turn.
top, 2 bottom.
Yeah, just chilling.
Yeah,
Well,
we'll
you
go
don't want to
use
crack
Cyclical
it now
Breeze.
because obviously you want to draw from the Chalice of
And
Blood.
then gain a
I just mean
counter
like
here.
not playing
Technically
anything else
supposed to
in
be
your
the
turn.
other
Just
order,
straight
What
chilling.
would you play? You have like your kill cards that are not online yet because your HP's too low. You have
Yeah.
Mystic Purifier. You have Blanche. 2
Uh,
Blanche.
I thought he had one more Fractal of Insight, but it looks like it's. I think I mistook it for the Blanche.
This is probably yes. I will
Just chill at this
transfer
point, right?
Counter over to Vanitas. And then if you're still ending your turn, I will take my turn. Right.
Yep, so end step, it's going to be the Vanitas getting the, I believe, Enlightenment counter from
The
Ventus.
very first Enlightenment counter.
Yep, Terrafring comes. Safeguard Amulet, Terrafring, Ventus.
Recollect all.
Very, very good here. Look at the recollection.
Do
and
you think
draw.
we're gonna see a card draw from Enlightenment counters?
Surely we do.
One, yes.
Surely,
You think
surely,
we're seeing
surely.
2? 6 mage spells.
He's just
Baby.
the baby
Baby
grays.
grays.
2 baby grays.
1.
1.
1. 1.
He's going to take the 1. He's taking the 1.
All the little cuts
3.
and the slightly
Take 3.
bigger
It goes to
cuts.
27. And he is just
And
chilling
then I
now.
will play a.
That was an escape the wreckage, right?
This,
Do you escape the wreckage, the baby
There's
gray, and then
no
just play it
way.
again and deal 1?
this for a cyclical breeze.
Targeting.
He's gonna
Will
return.
target my Razor Girl Falling.
He's going to return the Razor Gale Calling.
And then this is also a mage spell, so I get 1 on Ventus.
1 on Ventus. Ventus is activating. Ventus is a cool card. Not a lot of people know what Ventus does. 'cause
It's
an
very
FPV card.
fun, but it was much too slow for what decks were trying to do. But it's always been a very fun card.
But
People
now
have tried it.
this card's spicy now. It's very, very nice. All the mage spells are good. Sean knowing not to play the Razor Gale unless he's going to use it immediately, is actually very, very heads up from him. He's like, surely Kadus. So I saw one played. I saw one banished. Surely he has another one. And he's actually respecting that so much.
You already basically have lethal on board. There's no reason to play it. And at this point, at 27 damage, you kind of have to keep defensive options up.
So I believe we have not lineage released. We've also not used the potion of healing. So we're at 20, or we're at 16 life right now. 16 damage counters total if everything resolves. And then safeguard amulets up as well.
I don't remember seeing a Zephyr in Shansan.
I don't think he hit the Zephyr yet. I haven't seen that. But Kadus is getting a lot of influence. That Berserker plate getting its super value. It's like the Exia Neos or the Exia Alchemical Scripture. You just draw a card every turn.
And it draws its start of turn and not after.
It is the Merlin 3. The Merlin 3 of Exia. Fantastic thing. So we're going to see the attempted Relentless Outburst.
5?
Hitting everything on the field for 5.
Yeah, so board wide, that's pretty good. You don't even pop the...
Ooh, we're going to see an Escape the Wreckage and most likely a Veiling Breeze.
What do you think that goes on?
The Baby Gray.
Yeah, I think
he's
the
grabbing
Ascent
his
Detector
Ascent.
is right, yeah.
Yep.
And
can let the Baby Grays die.
Like would pop me in theory also, right? Like.
Is
Poison
there
Dagger
any
plus 10?
allies we know left in Shansan?
Okay, so it's just 5 to me then.
5 to the board.
Sure, I'll take the 5. Yeah. And then
Yeah,
board
so
wide.
not worth to pop the Safeguard Amulet here because there's no 35 damage on Jin, so there's only 5 damage.
Yeah, he's just going to take the 5 damage. It's pretty smart taking the 5 damage, right?
Yeah.
If you don't take the Poison Dagger effect of extra damage on each hit, like, just take it, right? There's no reason to,
Yeah, and
show any of
because
your defense as well.
you know you have to revisit, so you'll just heal that 5.
Yep. You're also in a position now where you can just comfortably... If he plays in Rage, you can just play around in Rage.
Yeah,
Right.
you can just heal around it or just like prevent 3 damage with Slime Shield.
You can just Veiling Breeze him. It's pretty good.
See what is left in that hand.
Yeah, imagine if Ventus could suppress Regalia.
It would be very strong.
It'd be crazy.
It would
as
be
a
very
card.
strong.
That'd be a crazy card.
My hard work.
It would indeed be a crazy card.
That's another outburst.
Play Gloomspire.
Yeah, Glow
Glow Spire.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Interesting.
7, 8.
And I will pass.
1,
2,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. 7.
Okay, yeah, that one is just, yeah, I see that.
That one card looks like 2 cards.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just 1 card.
It's placed weirdly.
We're going to see 3 visits
tap this to
activated.
Transfer a counter.
It's transferring the enlightenment
And
counters.
then I
Goes
will
to 2 enlightenment
recollect and
counters.
take my turn.
Whoa.
Or start to take my turn. Sorry. Wake up everything.
So he's going to get that draw, I think, that you were talking about. He just needs one more Wind Element Mage spell, and he'll get it. Wind Resonance Bauble against the Fire Serene Exogen.
Recollect draw.
The Recollection draw influence of 1/3 of my deck.
Wait, he put the...
Show you 2 baby greens.
You know, he has it by default.
Or a Windmill
Yeah.
Engineer.
Windmill.
Windmill Engineer is good here.
Yeah,
I
and
do
that
like the Windmill Engineer.
pings for
Engineer
1, and
for
then
1.
you play some Protector, get the Windmill back.
One at you.
I'll take 1.
Take 1. Here comes Aeson Protectorate. It's such a nice way to get cards down as well, right? Because the Veiling Breeze can protect you from this point.
Blessed Clergy.
Ooh, Blessed
Blessed
Clergy.
With Magistrate and Slime Shield.
Ooh, Magistrate Slime. Yeah, that's
I mean,
pretty good.
it's
And
not
you
a
have
one
enough
for
cards
you,
to
right?
bring the
So
Clergy
it's
back
kind
so
of
you know you
like
can
one
do it again next turn.
Pretty good.
Hit you for 1.
Take 1.
Now he's going to... Now he Aesons, right?
Yeah, clearly. On the
Aeson.
Clergy. You already have enough cards, so might as well hit the Clergy.
Yeah, being able to replay the Clergy next turn and then set up for kill is like super, super strong. Kadus is going to have to be really careful of what cards he materializes here because he knows he could die really easily.
6.
I also just thought there's always the option if you're playing Vanitas. You can always play Razor Get Calling, and then once you've done enough lethals, you can send the other ones that... The trigger is forced, but you can always choose to send them at yourself just to not pop up the Jin more.
Yeah, if you're afraid of Jin hitting like a certain threshold, the thing is Jin can give himself 8 damage in a turn fairly easily. Shang-Chi sacrifice for on enter 5 and then taking 3 from the breastplate already.
Yeah.
So right now he's looking at 35, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like Shang-Chi sacrifice for 35 is very viable, right?
There's still the 11 healing on board.
On the stack, the Diablery's coming out.
The Quicksilver Grail.
Quicksilver.
He's taking the Quicksilver. Kadus just handed it to him immediately. Didn't even look at it. He's just like, here you go. Diablery's a good one. It's the funny.
Yep.
So there it is. The floating memory here for Vanitas. Vanitas bonus.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, order your triggers for beginning of our collection.
I don't think there's anything left that costs 1 in Vanitas.
Yep. It's funny though. Very funny.
Very, very funny.
So he did his trigger. All of his triggers are good. In the order.
No, it does trigger. The actual check is a trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to get the Gloom
So
Spire
you
and
only
the
check
Shang-Chi
whatever's on.
sacrifice.
Yeah.
And he's going to recollect and draw. So order of triggers, he chose to do the upkeep based on the cards for Gloom Spire requirements, and then the Shang-Chi sacrifice to draw a card.
Berserker Plate, but yeah.
Berserker Plate, thank you. My apologies. Getting a little cooked. I'm getting a little cooked here.
1, 2.
Yep.
So he only has 1 card available to play. It's got to be Men Flash, right? Actually, it might not be Men Flash. He might be able to survive through it, but I feel like playing Men Flash here is like very safe.
I
Right?
think you can afford to play Man Flesh next. No, you can't play next turn because he's just
It's
going
that-
to replay the Clergy, so I think you have to
It's
cast
that
it
or
this turn.
Potion of Healing. He could play the Potion of Healing instead. If he
Yeah,
wants
I
to.
think you Man Flesh here.
4, 5.
And you hope the Blessed Clergy run out at some point.
I mean, he played 3 Escaped Wreckages. Has 2 Asins used. And 2 Reclaim
Yeah,
used.
2 Asins used, 2 Reclaims
And 2
used.
Reclaims. Oh, so he's going to play the Potion of Healing. Okay, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
The Potion of Healing is nice because you can do things on the stack in different
Yep.
orders. Having 2 separate is really good. It makes Sean play around a lot of different things. Because he has 3
Yeah.
separate
During your
on the
end phase,
stack
I will
healing
Fairy
options.
What
And Step Fairy
are we
Whispers.
getting from that Fairy Whispers?
Ventus going to get that available counter. He's going to
Card
tap
draw?
that
Card draw?
before and then get the card draw for the 3 Enlightenment counters. That's actually really cool.
Or 2 top, 1 bottom. Show you Razor Girl calling.
Razor
I
Gale
will
calling.
spend
Oh no,
triggers,
here it
check
comes.
3, and then I will draw.
Yeah.
I'll draw from that.
I
got both
think
cards you
we're
wanted?
seeing Razor Gale, a couple of
Yeah.
3 visits.
I think he's going for lethal now. Oh, he has the Crimson Protective Trinket for the mirror matchup.
Oh, he's not getting the Lantern out? He should have gotten the Lantern out.
Yep. If he gets punished for not taking the Lantern
That
out there,
would be
that's going to
very
be
funny.
so tragic.
Very, very funny.
That's going to be unbelievably tragic for him. He's like, I don't need to. I think he's going to try to force him to Serene here. But the thing is, he can just Serene in his, like, at the end of his main phase, he can do all of his healing triggers. If
Yeah,
the-
you,
well,
you
actually,
just
the Blessed
play the
Clergy
Razor
comes out.
Gale, and
Yeah.
then hold everything else for the end of
Razor
the
Gale.
Gen turn.
Double Razor Gale.
Take 1.
He's going to take 1 from the first one, so because activating the Razor Gale
I will
after the
show
first one's
you
out.
Slime
playing-
Shield
yeah, he's playing
and
Blessed Clergy.
Baby
Slime
Green
Shield and
for
Baby
Blessed
Green
Clergy.
for a Blessed
Razor Gale on
Clergy.
stack.
2 Razor Gales on the stack.
That's fine.
Okay, so 2.
Take 2, go to
And
33.
then I will send it 1,
1,
1,
2,
3.
3. He's going to put him at 38.
And I will
That's interesting. I think.
pass to you.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of healing on board.
Didn't pass the turn.
No, you have so much damage from your 3 visits. I think honestly you don't send the allies out. Ooh,
You're gonna block.
He's going to Blanche.
End of turn.
Thank
Very reasonable. There's a reclaim left, so we
Interesting.
can get the Blessed Clergy back.
Irresponsible block.
Reclaim.
Okay.
I think he has to do the Blessed Clergy,
2
right?
down. Target clergy.
Yeah.
That was the 3 visits in memory?
Yeah, he put a 3 visits down. He wants to hold both his Veiling Breeze, that's why.
That would make sense.
Because
yeah.
double Veiling Breeze will really protect you through almost anything.
5 cards up.
1, 2,
Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Um,
9, 10. That's blocking 20 damage.
He still has a Safeguard Amulet, and he can Terrafring on the turn too if he wants to.
Blocking 20 damage. Is there a way you can kill through that this gen? With Proof of Life, yes.
Unpreventable damage.
With Proof of Life, yes. Also, he has the Blazing Lunge, too.
He does have the Blazing Lunge. The Blazing Lunge is like the only way he can
And
go
I
through
think,
it, right?
I think he's got one in hand.
go to 43.
But he can only play 1 card. Because
Yes.
he has to materialize Shang-Chi of Sacrifice.
Yes.
Which is funny because if Sean didn't Diablerie.
Oh, he's
the
healing.
Quicksilver
So
Grail.
he's healing, so he's not going for the damage play.
I will.
Yeah.
But that would have been 45,
Top.
10, 14, 15. 15 damage is not enough since there's still Serene Spirit.
Yep. But it would put him in a position where he's like a little bit afraid of it, right? He's gonna go Sword of Seeking.
Sure, yeah.
I think honestly the
Sean's
play here.
like, sure.
I think the play here was skip Materialize. That way you can play 2 cards.
I agree. If you're not gonna play the Shrunky of Sacrifice and go for the damage, you just skip Materialize, have the ability to play 2 cards, and kind of chill. You might even hold one of those cards for your end phase, depending on what it is.
Maybe. So what do we see here? Mystic Purifier?
Draw for turn.
Nah, surely he doesn't Mystic Purifier. He just plays Men Flesh.
He kind of has to.
You have to play Men Flesh here. You don't have enough healing. The nice thing is though, because the reason that Kadus played the Blanche at end step was so that it's on the field to protect from the Razor Gale Callings during Kadus' end phase, which is actually genius. It's phenomenal gameplay. It's very heads up from him.
It's very required because the Blessed Clergy would prevent you from playing it otherwise.
It's just super heads up to know to do that early on.
Yeah, we see the Mystic Purifier.
Mystic Purifier. Oh man. Sean's like, hold up, wait a minute.
You're under clergy, right? And then this is your first card and your second card.
Yes.
So we are in overtime here.
All right, let's see what we have.
Yep, let's see if we're gonna get that gameplay going through. Sean realizing that is the second card of the turn.
He's wondering if he can do enough damage somehow. Can you just...
You're paying 2 with trigger on the stack.
Healing 6 puts him back to 27, so there's no...
Target one of these. In response to that, I will...
Oh, he's gonna Zephyr.
Yeah, but the lineage release is enough to save the... Oh no, he's Zephyring the Blanche, that way
He's
he can
Zephyring
kill
the Blanche.
Yeah.
He's gonna lineage release in response, I think. Or Safeguard Amulet?
Safeguard Amulet
He's thinking
in
about it.
response?
He's thinking about it.
He has to do it now, yes, before the Zephyr resolves.
Yeah. So the Safeguard Amulet's going to be really, really good here.
No.
Will protect him from the Razor Gale Callings. Wait, is he not? So he is. He's doing it. So the banishment of the Safeguard Amulet. Blanche is now suppressed until end step. Mystic Purifier will resolve and deal 1 damage. If it resolves, he can deal 1 damage.
He's not paying the... He's not paying the 2.
I believe. I thought he did with the... Yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah, he did with the Fractals, yes.
Yeah. So they're just resolving it now.
Yeah.
Making sure it's all resolved, all good. End step, Blanche comes back.
That's really inconvenient.
And Sean calling it inconvenient. I mean, it is inconvenient. It's really not a lot you can do about that. It's figure out a way.
It's great playing Blanche.
Sorry.
It's great playing Blanche with protection for Blanche.
He is going to be able to materialize the Nullifying Lantern now.
Yes.
So he can no longer play the Blazing Lunge.
He skipped Materialize.
There's no way.
He
There's
skipped
no
Materialize.
way. There's no way he skipped the Nullifying Lantern. Okay, so the reason he skipped the Nullifying Lantern is because he can't use Cyclical Breeze to bring back wind spells. But even then, it's like, is it worth it?
Yeah.
Is it worth doing that?
Yeah.
He doesn't know that Blazing Lunge is there, and that's the reason why he chose not to do it, because he doesn't want to nerf his own Cyclical Breeze.
Does he even have one in hand?
No, he does not have one in hand. That's why it's funny.
Clergy.
But the Clergy is like good no matter
Yeah,
what.
the Clergy is amazing.
Clergy forces him to play around, so the Ace of Protector can come in to kill the... I guess
Blanche.
Clergy and Blanche can come in to kill, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's going to take 3, go to 36, and then go to 41 with the Shrunky of Sacrifice. It's going to unlock almost everything available for him. That's pretty good, pretty comfortable.
One at Blanche.
Yeah, so Blanche dies, so now the single Razor Gale Calling can do damage again.
Yep, 2-3 visits available? Or is it 3?
There's 2?
And 1 in the banishment, right?
There might be 1 in Vanish.
We're just
Are
gonna pass
we
turn just like
getting Shang-Chi?
I'm
We
kinda
are
surprised.
skipping Materialize?
One more
We are
chance.
I can probably
It's just looking at our cards in hand and deciding what we do.
Probably.
Okay.
I can heal 14.
You can heal 14?
Yeah.
Jesus.
So, player saying I can heal 14, being
Yeah.
Bent Flesh and the
Ben Flesh and
lineage
the
release.
lineage release. So 8 and 6.
Yep.
Makes
Lone
sense.
Fire Chucks dies. Take 3.
Loam Spire check fails. So he actually did skip materialization. He's going to draw for the plate, go to
That
36.
is a proof of life.
14 you said.
Yeah.
Jeez. Oh, Men Flesh plus that?
Yeah, Chun realizing it's the Men Flesh as well. And then he's going to have the Recollection here, draw for turn. I believe this is turn... I think this is turn 3 of overtime. Isn't it? Or is it turn 2?
They started very late, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I can see it at the top of the screen.
Oh, yeah,
So this is turn 2, which means this is the last turn for Kadus. Sean can attempt to kill him on this turn. If he heals for 14, it puts him at 22. No Zephyr available for the plate means that Sean needs to deal 13 damage in end phase.
Well, Sean needs to kill him this turn.
Yeah, in this turn he needs to kill him for 13 damage in Kadus' end phase.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, recollect.
Which is pretty crazy.
What do we draw? Oh yeah, that's why he skipped Materialize, because
he wanted to try to draw into another healing spell. But
well,
the thing is,
it's useful to it's useless to heal because you're already down 1 game. So if you don't win here, you have to go for the win. So
what's your win condition? You know.
What is your win condition?
Outburst. He has a Safeguard Amulet.
Boink. Okay.
Yeah, Safeguard Amulet's not gonna do anything. So Safeguard Amulet on the Outburst. And then Men Flesh for 8. Lineage Release right now.
And then that is all your cards for the turn, right?
Yep. And I'll heal 6.
Yeah, so he's going to go down to 22.
Yep.
And that's game.
Yeah, that's just the 1-0.
Because I can Quicksilver Grail into...
it's tough.
Into a Reclaim?
Okay.
Wait, I just realized. Is it the...
I just need to do 13,
is it
right?
the... What was under the Quicksilver Grill?
That's a very good question.
Was it the Nullifying Lantern?
No, I saw it in the Material deck.
That's something else, right?
You have 13 points in your hand?
Yeah, I actually had 13 in my hand. It doesn't matter for the Tide then.
Oh, he did have 13 damage in hand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
10, 11 from the one in my grave. 12, 13.
He actually had exact lethal
13.
in his hand, yeah. So it made sense. He had 3 visits, and then he had the 2 Veiling Breezes available. Yeah, so it was a good one. I mean, these players showing a lot of respect for each other. That was a really, really well-calculated game between these guys. It was very long, but, I mean, I'm glad we saw it, right?
Yeah, it was a great game.
I love the Exia deck. Huge fan of the Exia
It's very,
deck.
very, very fun.
And I'm also a huge fan of Sean, so getting him to see that. Oh, it's a Tithe underneath the grill. That's what it was.
Oh, yeah, tight. I see.
Tithe Proclamation. But, I mean, Blessed Clergy just did all the answers for that kind of stuff anyway. So it's
yeah,
like,
Blessed Clergy.
at the end of the day, it doesn't
amazing
really
card.
matter that much, right? It's like, overall, I still can't believe it. They barely finished 2 games.
Yeah.
First game took 23 minutes.
20. No, 30.
Was that the other 33 minutes?
Yeah, it was.
Second game went
left.
all the way to the end. That's crazy. That's crazy. But it was a big one. So thank you guys so much. That was the end of round 4. We're going to take a quick break here and then bring it back to you for round 5.
See you guys real soon.
Hello again. We are back for the next round of this Ascent Toronto. We are in round 5.
Yep.
We will be going pretty much right into the gameplay. The matchups are already up. Our feature match for this round will be Far Sylvie, so a bit more aggressive build than the usual Spirit of Slime build, into Vanitas again. Let's see what the deck lists are. We have, so on Fire Sylvie, what is the deck playing? We have Slime Sovereign, obviously, it's a slime deck. We have the usual slime package, Ethereal, Lustrous, Storm. Is there anything spicy in the deck list? Kind Bee Scholar is something you don't always see in Sylvie decks.
Yeah, no, you definitely don't see that in Sylvie decks. Is that the new Blissful Calling with a body attached?
The Kind Bee Scholar? Yes, that is.
Oh, okay.
We'll see how that plays. There's a 4-off, so we'll definitely see it. It's also great Cremation Ritual fodder, which is maybe the reason it's playing in the deck.
Okay.
We see, because of that, only 2 Blissful Callings, only 2 Forest Cake. Forest Cake is not as good if you don't have the baby green, because you're playing fire. We do have Mystic Purifiers in the sideboard, and Blanche.
Yeah.
So the tech is definitely there. There's a reason
Yeah, they are so ready for that Vanitas matchup.
we are Pearl. And then let's see what the Vanitas deck is cooking with. We have, let's see, from our player Bayleaf, we are actually running the level 2. This is a first for today. We are seeing Vanitas level 2. Crimson Protective Trinket main board won't be useful here. Staff of Zephyr again. Again with the slime package, the raccoons, clergy, escape the wreckage. Stifling traps are main board. Tempest Downfall are main board. Tempest Downfall might be very useful in the slime matchup. We can do some more damage than, killing the big slimes is sometimes very hard to do.
Exactly, yeah, as in, sometimes you need a way to cut through an ethereal slime, maybe just a oddly sized lustrous slime as well if you stack it with some other removal option.
Oh, we are having a Reaper. We might be changing what this matchup here. All right, we are keeping the Fire Slime. You will definitely see Fire Slime here today.
He didn't stop the time.
Well, I was seeing some very interesting. All right. Let's see. Fire Slime. Have you played against Fire Slime before?
I have played against Fire Slimes before. It's what took me off the 3-0 at Chicago.
All right. I have news that the Reaper affected probably the lower ends of the brackets because this pairing will stay the same. So I see a Cloudstone Orb in the sideboard for Vanitas, along with Nascent Blast, Mnemonic Charm. Probably a way of clearing small allies. It's interesting.
Yeah, and it is interesting in a sense because the nice thing about Nascent Blast is if you empower, or like you have, it's sort of slower, but you have a little engine in there that gives you a bit of an edge over other Vanitas decks.
Yeah.
If you're willing to grind it out for the value.
The only sad part about Nascent Blast, obviously it's Norm, so it's not triggering the Razor Gear Callings, but
yeah, exactly. But like it gives you something to do, or like an additional game action, so to speak.
So very, very standard starts from both players here. We have the
5 in memory.
The Baby Gray. We have the Windmill Engineer into Reclaim.
Yep. Both.
More Baby Grays.
More Baby Gray gaming.
So yeah, Fire Slime, as we mentioned, is very much so the turbo version of the slime deck. You don't get as much value, you don't get the bigger allies that you usually see.
Right.
You don't get some of the good card value, the gather slimes, the protections.
Oh yeah, you lose a lot of defensive tools, but you
go fast.
You go extremely fast. Like you get more dig than Fire normally has with like the slimes package too. So
I've seen some 10 damage storm slimes on turn 3.
Yeah. Exactly.
Let's see what
will happen this game. Obviously, the being able to release the Seeing Spirit helps a little bit in toughing the matchup out for the Vanitas side, but it's still a lot of damage in one shot, so Veiling Breeze is not as good as blocking it.
Yep, correct.
Razor Gale Calling is used to imbue the Windmill Engineer, so we're not playing that right now.
No. Yep.
Killing a Baby Gray. It is quite risky to start killing off Baby Gray so fast. Yes, you kind of need it to protect your board, but that just means fueling the Gaia's Blessing.
Yep, and there we see like the sequence of Windmill into Ascent, one of my favorites. But that damage isn't going face this time. Too much Baby Gray on the board.
I don't think, unless you get really lucky with your Razor Gale into 3 visits, I don't think you're racing the Slime deck. You need to go for the long game, so this makes a lot of sense.
This does.
And any damage you can prevent on yourself.
Yeah.
Before level 3, Sylvie has very few ways of dealing with that Ascent Protector. At level 1, if we see the... Oh, that is not the Baby Red.
That's not a Baby Red. If anything, he's probably trying to look for a Baby Red. Is what that tells me.
Let's see what we can find. So, like Blissful Calling, this is a look, not a reveal, and we do get Baby Red, and we get the buff countered. We have a fire. We do have a Fire Slime to discard.
Fire Slime. Okay, just had it. So
there is the only way that Sylvie can clear the Ascent Protector at level 1.
Yep.
You have 1 card in hand. Sorry. 1 card in hand. Yep.
So, now, what is the play? Do you think you start putting the Razor Gale Calling down this early?
That's a... Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty safe play to put the Razor Gale or deploy out the Razor Gale, because if you really need to hit that break point, it does give you 4, which is enough to wall off one big attack from the Slime player.
Level up is very important here. Raises your HP, allows you to lineage release. Obviously, if you're still level 0, you can't release the spirit.
I
So.
mean, both are arguable, given that like some games you all go for a setup, but here like you don't probably just want to find more consistency, get some of those nice class bonuses online.
That seems like keeping 4 on top from the Vanitas limbs. I saw a Diablerie there. I'm not sure I agree in keeping it.
Okay.
I think it's a bit too slow for the matchup.
It might be, but like being able to, being able to kidnap a Grail is always feels great, as we saw last round.
Razor Gale Calling. We see a Stifling Trap in hand. Now we'll have to see if that goes for a Dungeon Guide or if it's going to be kept for maybe Storm Slime.
Right.
Stifling Trap. What else can we see in there? Is that Raccoon? That might be Raccoon. That's a Fairy Whispers. Yes, I see Raccoon. I see Baby Gray.
Raccoon, Baby Gray, both
showing some Baby Green and Baby Gray. I think I see in memory.
Green, Baby Gray.
We'll see what is available while we're trying to keep up. I think the Raccoon will be played too. Oh, Reclaim in response.
Very good.
That does 1 T.
All right, so we're getting the baby right back. Then the baby trigger will resolve, showing. I see. He only had 2 slimes, so he had to reclaim the baby gray to be able to show it. That is a very decent play, but also means you have nothing on board to contest whatever slime is doing.
Correct. Yep.
Draw. Yeah.
Level up, draw 1. Baby red is an animal. We haven't really seen the hand. Do we have a dungeon guide? Let's see.
Oh,
3 down.
3 down.
Could be a dungeon guide.
There is dungeon guide. Yep.
Then I saw an ethereal in hand, ready to be. Two adult red slimes is something you're not sad about losing.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
We're already starting to count the slimes. We're at 5. So not trailing lethal this turn. What are we banishing? It's always an interesting choice to see what the Sylvie players are banishing for the ethereal slime. What is their lower priority?
I feel like, this is the classic. It's almost always the horn.
Oftentimes I go boot first, but obviously this is the kind of matchup where you want to keep the boots.
Oh, the boots are premium in this matchup, so.
I find myself using Stone Scale Band less and less since the errata.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's usually, yeah, the two most popular choices I typically see are the horn and the and Stone Scale Band.
I sometimes go for Gaia's Blessing if I know I'm not going to get it soon. Like if my graveyard is completely empty and I'm trying to rush for more damage.
I mean, that makes sense too. It's that line's a bit more uncommon, but no, I agree with you there.
We have a floating memory to discard. That's always good. There's always something to pay for floating memory for in this LV deck. All of your good Terra cards cost 1. We do still have a Lustrous in there, a Cake, an Escape the Wreckage, and Cremation Ritual. Could be a Cremation this turn. I actually think Cremation is probably the right play. You don't really need the Lustrous right now. Oh no, I think I've heard that some people like keeping the Lustrous for the Cremation Ritual. That way you have a guaranteed heal because it's the only way you can interact with the Razor Guy calling damage.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, it is a scalable heal too, as in like, if you know you're not going to die, you could take a turn off to make a really, really big Lustrous. Then just have kind of pog a heal for 5 or something.
Tide Proclamation, however, will come and put a stop to that Cremation Ritual.
Ooh, yep.
Sylvie is a deck that can draw a lot of cards per turn if they want to, especially fire ones.
Absolutely.
It's also a great target for the baby green slime in his hand right now. It's something you can blink, like Forest Cake, to draw 1 card.
Yep. Draw a card, deal a damage. Not bad.
Which might even be what, yeah, exactly what he's doing right now.
Yep.
On Imperial target type.
Then, I think you're still keeping. I think it is the phase of the game where, as Vanitas, you start to have to keep your answers in hand all the time.
Right.
So we probably won't see any other play. And yeah, exactly. End of turn. Tide Proclamation comes back. Draw and pass the turn. That's another baby green slime. So that's another the next turn guaranteed.
Yep.
What's your next materialize as Sylvie here?
That's an interesting question. What's he got available to him? He's got. Oh, okay.
Well, backup charger.
Looks
Card
like
draw is always good.
Does he have 3 in hand?
He does. Yeah, he had 4 left. So
All
yeah,
right,
he
yep.
paid 3.
Perfect. So he goes back up to 7 influence this
And
one.
we have the Sylvie Bucks as the Power Cell token.
Yeah. Pay to win.
Yeah.
All right, so we have 5,
Yep.
8, maybe 9,
Yep,
10,
and
11 damage on board.
Yep, and Henke still has 1 draw available.
So we'll probably see a Veiling Breeze here. Maybe something else before so you can, like, escape the wreckage, the baby green. Oh, scout the land
Scout's
into
not bad,
Veiling
yeah.
Breeze is enough. That makes sense.
Yep.
Let's see what we see in there. That's a Fairy Whispers, a Windmill Engineer, Turbocharge, and I did not see the last card.
Alright, let's see what I picked up here.
He drew the Fairy Whispers.
Okay. Yep.
All right, Fairy Whispers. Again, we're still, during all that, stacking the Razor Gear calling damage. We're very, very far from a kill, but it will help someday, sometime.
Yeah, I mean, every little bit of chip adds up in this matchup, so just holding up hand, doing 1 ping at a time, and just getting deeper and deeper in.
Again, I guess so. There's the big reason to do all of those Fairy Whispers and Scatterland and everything here is you probably want to make sure that your Veiling Breeze is big enough to cover maybe a bigger Storm Slime later in the turn.
Oh yeah, as in like most of these, or like generally when you get to this point in the matchup, or the big appeal about Veiling Breeze is always kind of being able to min-max it, like just take enough game actions but leave big enough of a back row to where if they go for you, you're always protected.
Storm Slime is currently at 5. We have 2 slimes in the graveyard, so no Gaia's Blessing anytime soon, I think. So we'll probably, well, clear the baby green here and then have to pass the turn, I think.
Yeah, more than likely.
If we're keeping the Cremation Ritual, and we have to, because the Tide Proclamation is on board.
Kill the baby green?
Yeah.
Yeah, we kill the baby green.
Yep.
And then do we play anything else? I might be worth it to just drop the Lustrous Slime right now.
Yeah, because if we don't see the lustrous slime right now, like there may not be another good opening to play it, right? So
You could drop both the ethereal and then the lustrous to make sure your lustrous is bigger.
usually, yeah.
Drawing cards is still good.
Drawing cards is definitely still good.
Oh, that's an interesting play. Yeah, the limitless, even though it deals no damage,
Mm-hmm.
it can still attack and it can still start growing.
Correct.
And eventually
Yeah.
be a threat.
Yep, and eventually it might be big enough to like check availing all by itself, right? So,
Yeah, at some point, if the game goes long enough, it will
Yeah.
really depend on how many Razor Gear calling the Vanitas is able to play.
Yeah, and for now we just see the lone Razor Gale on board, but that's all going to. Yeah, it's all
We
going to
also
ship.
did not see any in the all the digging that Vanitas have been
No,
doing.
yeah, and yeah, Bayleaf has done no shortage of digging through his deck. He's seen a lot of cards, and yet,
And has a lot of cards in hand.
yep, and yet, still waiting on that second Razor Gale, right?
And as always, we just go and get out all the defensive options. This turn, it's a Tariff Ring.
Yep.
The influence on the Sylvie is not that high. Can't go all that high either because of Tide Proclamation.
Right.
So there will be maybe 3 attacks next turn. So
Okay.
maybe not even any need to use Availing Breeze.
Yep.
If ever.
Okay, so here we see Baby Gray just to flicker out the Tithe again, get some more card draw going.
What are we casting here? Are we going for the windmill? No.
Nope.
What is the play?
That's the option.
Cyclical Breeze. on the side.
Getting back the Veiling
Play
Breeze.
dip,
Okay.
Veiling
Obviously.
Breeze.
Yep.
So how do you get your things fast enough? Is there... I guess you are at 3 slimes in the grave, so you could honestly just Cremation Ritual just to make sure you have Gaia's Blessing. Yes, you are losing out on the card draw, but it makes for a very big Storm Slime,
Yeah.
and then alongs the top of your deck, which is always very, very strong.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of options that don't necessarily appear to have immediate results,
Yeah.
but we'll get to some. So what do you eat here? Do you go for the bigger things? Eating the
Oh.
Limitless.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice for sure.
I would. Interesting. I've kept it to grow. That's very interesting.
I think maybe in Henke's mind, right? Like yes, the Limitless does scale, but maybe it doesn't scale quite fast enough for him to want to keep it around.
I think I would have gone for the baby red.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
So
This
there's
side is
3
an
counters on
interesting
there.
that is an interesting choice for sure, and like, yeah, the slime also gets. He also loses out on a float, right?
He does lose out on a float. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that is an interesting choice.
Let's see. What is he going for next? So again, the Cremation Ritual to unlock the Gaia's Blessing is a possible play. It's not necessarily good because you're losing out on all of that card draw from the Tide
And-
Proclamation.
Yep, and here we see a Blissful Calling, so okay. I believe we see both interesting illustrious slime.
Yep. Skipping an Ethereal for that, but the Lustrous is probably right.
Yeah.
It means it's cutting the damage of Vanitas essentially by half, since it's Death of the Thousand Cuts by both the Razor Gear Calling and
Right.
small allies attacking, but now the small allies all are blocked by the Lustrous.
Yeah. And I guess Lustrous is technically more cremation fodder, if you all look at it like that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. There, another Veiling Breeze gets fired off by Bailey.
Yeah, pretty much required at this point. The Storm Slime board is threatening enough.
It's a little ridiculous.
And there's nothing like a board wipe in the Vanitas list. We also still haven't seen a Storm Slime coming from the Slime player. Alright, we are cremating the Lustrous, and thus healing for 4.
Heal 4?
So I guess the using the Scepter this turn could be considered a misplay. One of the advantage of being able to use the Scepter at fast speed is that you can draw on the opponent's step to circumvent the Tide Proclamation.
Kill
Yep.
the baby girl?
You have one in hand, right?
Yeah, 1 now.
Maybe he really wanted the extra 1 point of healing, but we'll see how that shapes out.
Yeah.
More cycling cards with the Escape the Wreckage. We're getting back to Baby Green. We'll be able to play it next turn and bounce the...
Yeah.
Safeguard.
I guess there's an option in
wow.
using it to bounce the the scepter
And,
on the opponent's side.
Yep, and here Bailey has opted to take Safeguard Amulet as his materialization for turn.
It will help whenever Storm Slime comes into play.
Yep.
So yeah, blinking the scepter on the opponent's side is essentially removal. Yes, you're resetting the counters on them, but it forces them to sacrifice a slime basically every turn if you can keep bringing back the baby green.
Oh.
Second Razor Gale Calling, we're starting to get into dangerous damage range.
Dangerous damage range for sure.
Though we don't see any 3 visits in Bailey's hand. Right, baby green, 2 damage. We're going for the Tide Proclamation to draw a card again.
Yep, got a 9.
Again, without the 3 visits, it's some damage, but it's not threatening. Not yet. There's still time for the Storm Slime to come in and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, there's yep. Henke's still got a pretty big window to just sink in one big hit.
I feel like Stone Scale Band might be the best choice next turn. Since you don't see any Storm Slime yet, you need to really start digging for them.
Yeah.
So whatever you have in hand, you need to dig for those Storm Slimes. We'll see what he actually chooses.
Cards done? Huh? Cards 6.
Still 6 cards in hand from the Vanitas player.
Yep.
We get the boots. Interesting. Defensive options instead.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of defensive options come out over the past 2 turns for both players.
After we spent the start of the stream saying all about how Fire Sylvie was the turbo deck, now we're in the defensive options.
Yeah.
What are we playing? Okay, we are getting the Gaia's Blessing, which means the slime count in the banish is at 11. Storm Slime will be very big.
Yeah, that's usually a huge danger point for a Storm Slime. And yeah, it's very at 11. It's very difficult, even with Bailey's huge influence, to veil.
It's blockable this turn, but it probably means sacrificing your Safeguard Amulet and being a bit more open next turn.
Oh, 100%, yeah. And the scary thing about that is with Storm Slime, that problem only gets worse and worse because the more and more you see, you have the on death trigger to deal with. You've also got random bits of floating memory interaction like slime eruption that also scale up the damage from Storm Slime. And as you said, that trigger on Scepter, that's not a May, right?
It is not a May.
It is not a May, so yeah, you will have to you'll add a slime to the banished pile or the ghost pile every time, and eventually you'll hit the point where that Storm Slime is going to be hitting for 14, 15 off of the spell damage trigger.
So Bayleaf is currently considering if he should Veiling Breeze. I think he did put more cards down using Scouted Land. Are we going to see that Veiling Breeze? Probably. There's not really any choice here.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, no.
The Ethereal is swinging for 7 at this point. It kept growing and growing from the Scepter triggers.
Yeah, I mean, that Ethereal has at this point, I don't think it's possible for Bailey to deal with that Ethereal outside.
Well, we do see right now in that Scout the Land a Verdigris Decree, which will both could bounce an ally, reset the buff counters on it.
Yes, it's yeah, it can suppress an ally and also
give +3 attack. So the
+2,
+2, yes.
Yeah.
Veiling Breeze. There we go. We see it as expected. So 13. Nothing else really useful can be done this turn from the Slime player. We're blocking 6. Oh, we're only blocking 6, so there will actually be a damage passing through.
Blessed Clergy, I can only activate 1 card.
Yes, 2.
Yeah, it's not often where you see
play 2 cards.
The Storm Slime get, or not Storm Slime, Ethereal Slime get to the size that it is, being a 7/7 and soaking up all those counters from the Scepter.
Okay.
So 1 damage passing through.
So how many? 6?
Yeah.
Should I take 1?
Is anything else going to be played?
Yeah. I think with what we said about earlier, where he elected to He elected to feed the Limitless Slime as opposed to the Baby Red.
Yep.
To the Scepter. Yeah, it's coming back to bite him now. A little bit, because let's just think about how big that Limitless would have been by now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been 3 turns since then?
Yep, and if you want to think about it another way too, say if Bayleaf does find a Dream Fairy to answer one of these gigantic slimes, or like just the Ethereal Slime, it could have been the Limitless Slime, and you would still have the Ethereal Slime out, dealing like big damage.
Is he not? He is not actually playing any Dream Fairies.
Oh, that's crazy.
Not even in the sideboard.
Not even
that
in
is,
the side.
That is very interesting, actually.
Oh, okay, so wow, this Limitless Slime, or like this Limitless Slime, which could have been on the board, would have gotten in for like so much extra chip damage. I mean, like, we're talking about maybe about 3 or 4 points between the Veilings, but it adds up.
The slime would have been at 5 bars. I don't think it would have passed damage through yet.
Yeah, but it would become a problem eventually once you start running low on both Veilings and Cyclicals. So.
And you have limited numbers of answers. You know, if you answer the Limitless, that means you're not answering the Ethereal.
Correct.
That is currently very big.
I mean, you have defensive options, but like generally, once you run out, you run out. So then you just need to go for it.
However, the damage is starting to really cramp up on the Sylvie. 2 Razor Gear Calling is very, very scary.
Oh yeah, I mean, basically kind of every baby green loop, or like basically every micro interaction, or
every card play is 2 damage.
Every card play does 2 damage. Like Fairy Whispers is 2 damage cycle.
And then we imbue Blessed Clergy, another 2 damage, and we could still see there's...
What materialize options do we have left for Henki? Because if he materializes...
There's Stone Scale Band.
There's Stone Scale Band, but if he materializes something, he's down to 1 action for the turn, right? So.
Yes, but Stone Scale Band would allow him to cast another card at fast speeds during Belief's turn.
Yep, that is true.
So we're drawing to memory and seeing another Escape the Wreckage on top.
Wow, yeah.
I have 3.
Let's see what he goes for. There's still the Quicksilver Grail. You can get your Covenant of Thorns that way. You could Covenant of Thorns your... if you Covenant of Thorns your Lustrous Slime, you're blocking a lot of Razor Gear Calling damage.
Yeah, and honestly, there's some value in using the counters from your Scepter and just plugging 1 extra onto that big Lustrous Slime over there.
For now, I don't think it's that required. 10 damage is not something that will be passed easily by Vanitas, and you don't want to waste counters on it if it's getting Zephyred.
Yeah, you can win 1 more card.
Oh, that's true too. But I mean, I guess at the same time, it is also protecting your face, and you have to make them have the Zephyr. So.
All right.
If I kill it, doesn't matter, right?
So we had the swing from the Ethereal.
Okay,
so Intercept Trigger on the stack. He wants to answer that. He is saying he could very well kill the... Alright, he decides to let us pass, so swinging face with the Dungeon Guide. Small misplay here. Okay, not face killing the baby green.
3.
Face?
Yep.
Discarding, digging for those Storm Slimes again.
Yep. At this point, it's just...
Face.
Yeah, at this point,
and we get the first Storm Slime. Which might very well be the spell cast this turn. Force an answer out of Bayleaf. Ventus has also been played and not gotten much value over the past turn.
No, I mean, yeah, he's just mostly been setting up to, or just setting his hand down into memory to keep himself alive.
So the Sylvie had not seen any Storm Slime, but meanwhile the Vanitas had not seen any 3 visits. So both players lacking their big win condition.
Exactly. Both players have like dug super deep into their decks, and okay, we see a Stifling Trap out.
Yep. And there is no way to answer that. Since
actually there is. Is that I'm pretty sure that's not Escape the Wreckage in his hand, is it? Or
No, but he is under Blessed Clergy, and so he.
Oh, yeah,
That's his 2 cards played this turn: the Quicksilver Grail and the Storm Slam.
that is true. Yeah. I did just say that.
And then you took the 2 right from this.
All right, we're digging deeper from the Death Trigger from the Storm Slam. We know one of those cards is the Red Slime on top. What is the other one? Another Storm Slam.
All right.
Or did he draw 2 without showing the second one? That's possible. That's probably what happened.
Possible.
All right, pass the turn. Let's see what Vanitas will be doing here. Backup Charger, because you never have enough cards. We are cracking the boots at the beginning of the turn before we collect, so we can be sure to not take damage. But that means he will be open next turn. Obviously, there's the probably Quicksilver, the Covenant of Thorns under Quicksilver Grail.
Yeah, that's the most likely option at this point in the matchup. You can't really afford to like take random bits of damage. Like even say like 2 to 3 damage slipping through gives you so much less of a threshold to work with in terms of staying alive.
Thinking here, sorry.
How many defensive cards do we have left in the... I don't see anything left in the Vanitas player's hand. That is pretty scary.
Yeah. And we've already exhausted like a decent number of our Veilings and Cyclicals too, so.
There's 11 damage on board. 13 technically, because you can always use the Scepter.
Yep.
So you need something good, or you're dead as the Vanitas player. Well, there's still the Lineage release, obviously.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course.
He does have a Slime Shield in hand. That's blocking 3 damage. It's not enough, but it's a start.
It's something, yeah.
And so we'll dig deeper. Is that Baby Gray coming out? Very, very important decisions. The game is being decided here. Counting all your cards, what play you can make.
Yeah.
Doing all the math.
You need to, you need to make sure that you, in this case, you're trying to find those last bits of damage for lethal here. Every single card counts.
Yeah, probably considering if I can't live, can I kill?
Yeah, and that question is made a lot harder by the fact you don't have 3 visits in your hand, or something like basically more like your density of good cantrips. He's also played a lot of Fairy Whispers and
already, yes.
Yeah, and most of his fast draw spells or cycles. So.
All right, we go Baby Gray, Escape the Wreckage, so we have the 2 slimes to show.
Yep.
However, we have an answer. Slimer option. Both punishes the Escape the Wreckage and means you don't have 2 slimes to show to the Baby Gray trigger.
Correct.
It's negating not only 1 card, but 2.
Yeah.
And that might honestly be game.
2 cards in hand?
Yes.
I think that is game. Sylvie will probably take this match. I don't see... There's a Slime Shield, so there's 3 damage and 6 healing from the Vanitas player from the Lineage release.
That's not, that's not enough to outscale what's on the board, so. Either or just,
Can I see your banish real quick? Sorry.
Sure.
How many slimes do we have in bit?
I think we're at 14. That is 3 dice I see next to the Vanish pile.
Yeah,
that's yeah, no. It's
Yeah.
really rare that you
And
get to see
yeah,
all the
that
slimes up in Banish.
Yeah.
That's a concede.
There it
Concede.
is.
All right.
Too late. Is this
Covenant.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Covenant and Thorn under the Quicksilver Grail, as we guess. All right, let's look at the sideboards. What do you bring as each player? So Slime has Raccoon, Mystic Purifiers, Blanche. Blanche is obviously very good.
Yeah. Oops.
The Raccoon's probably not.
No. Yeah.
It's completely useless. What do we have in the Vanitas? So, do you think he will bring in the Cloudstone Orb Nascent Blast package?
I mean,
I'd be very interested in seeing it. I'm not sure it's right playing against Slimes, though. It's probably something that's there for, like, allies matchup if you're going into, like,
I think so.
wind allies.
Just because, yeah, Nascent Blast, ideally you want to hit pretty meaty allies, right? But I mean, it's also serviceable on hitting something in the mid game, like.
It can still pretty much always kill the baby red slime.
Yeah, it can always kill baby red, or like a baby red with a buff counter it on, or like a buffed up baby gray if they get like the double cake start or something like that.
The extra stifling trap in the sideboard is probably coming in. Always useful.
Oh, always, yeah.
Which still only brings him up to 3. He had 2 main boards.
Yeah. Stifling trap. Let's see.
But yeah, mostly the purifiers from
I thought I had lost it again.
the slime sideboard will be the most important card here. That and
I-
maybe
if
the
I
blanche.
saw any 3 visits,
Yeah.
then yeah.
How
I think
many?
we would have-
How many dominating strike? Strike. Is
should've,
Bailey running his list? Or
There's none in the main board. There's a single one in the sideboard.
there's a single one in the sideboard. I guess that it doesn't really do anything per se, but that could be an interesting option to like try and sneak in some damage as well.
It
Is-
would maybe help in sneaking some damage. I don't
Yeah.
think it's right for this matchup because
I don't
it,
think so
it does
either.
nothing against if there's a lustrous slime on board. It's a
Yeah.
dead card in hand.
It's a dead
So
card.
I don't think it will come in.
Yeah, I mean, only in the event that there's no lustrous slime on board and there's like 1 or 2 Razor Gale Callings out, it can represent 6 damage for free sometimes.
Sometimes, but there's also like baby gray to contend with and everything. So
Oh, that's true. Yeah, just too many interceptors and taunts.
so I don't think you put it in. Disorienting wins
Probably
though.
not.
There's a single one of. I guess you fit that in.
I think.
Bouncing an ally, drawing a card.
Oh, I think that's pretty good because yeah, you basically imbue a clergy, right? You swing with it, and then you have the clergy ready to go again for next turn.
Yeah.
It's not bad either.
You definitely put in the Eternal Magistrates.
Yeah.
It blocks Dungeon Guides. It blocks Gaia's Blessing from being activated at in main phase.
Yeah, it kind of blocks a lot of fun stuff the Sylvia player wants to do.
So Focus Flames in Sylvie is not useful because there's no... I mean, there's Ascent Protector. Do you think it's worth it to put in Focus Flames for Ascent Protector? I think not.
And when I saw that blessed
For
clergy, I was
Ascent
like,
specifically,
"Oh,
not particularly, no. Since Ascent Protector is...
I needed 3 visits.
Ascent
That's
Protector
not
should pretty
really
much be the
Just 3
only
visits?
large body to speak of in
Nope.
that deck.
Yes, it is
Yeah,
the only large body.
I didn't see
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I wouldn't... I don't think I'd board that
Collected
in
most
just
of my
for
deck.
Ascent.
Nope.
Do you think
Nope.
it
Well, I
lowers
took
your
them
slime
out
counts a
before I
little bit,
saw
so your
Storm
storm
Slime.
slimes will be
Yeah.
smaller, but there's an extra guy Songbird
When I
in the
did,
storm
then
slime
it-
and the fire slime sideboard.
Okay.
Do you think that's worth putting in
Didn't
for
you see it
something?
from,
Maybe
your
the
kind
the red
beast
slime?
You already had one in your hand.
just so you have an easier time. The big problem in this game was not finding the storm slimes. So do you think you want to be able to dig for that storm slime a little bit easier at the risk of your slime pile being smaller?
I think so. I think so just because of how easy it is for this deck to turbo to 3. Having more options once you get there is generally pretty good, or like just being able to pick out your best options. Say, for whatever reason, if you can't find the ethereal slime either, like it gives you an option to like pay 1. You usually have the cards for it. Like pay 1,
You can go first.
go find that ethereal slime to like play as your discounted slime or your value slime off of your slime sovereign trigger, and yeah, you kind of just get rolling from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes very, very useful to be able to have a dig card that you can play already at level 3
All right.
and find a free slime.
Okay. And it looks like Henke's got a pretty solid opener. I see both
It's
like a shock and
Very interesting that Bailey decided to go second.
yeah.
You do not want usually to let the Sylvie player level up faster than you do.
No, especially on like especially when you see fire across from you. I think the eternal story of fire is if you can do whatever you can to avoid the fire player like going first. You're always going to like shock.
We do already have a 3 visits, so that's a better start than last game.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I drew for 10.
Turn 2.
Huh?
Going second, right?
Yeah, I'm going second.
All right, so 2.
3, 4, 5.
Even the judge here was
You're the
confused that
second opponent that does
Bailey
something.
decided to go second.
Thank you.
Like my last opponent did the exact same thing.
All right, so
All right.
it looks like yeah, Baby Gray's coming out.
Yeah, and
not
do we
worth
have
it
the 2 slimes, or do we
playing
need to
against
do
Oh, no,
some
I guess
shenanigans? We
that's
do
2
have the 2
greens.
slimes.
Whoa. No setup required this time.
2 baby grains.
One half
Fucking
ace.
Who's the slime player now?
Pass to you.
Discarding Star's Shieldmate is obviously a Merlin player play, right?
Continent 3.
Oh, always, yeah.
5.
Slime's just plagiarizing plays from every other deck.
Let's see if this start from the slime deck will be faster than the previous one. So there's not that many big early plays. You probably always want to put the counter from Sylvie level 1 on a baby red. It's probably your best play.
Okay, so we see a lustrous slime off the top. Kind Beast Caller.
I'm not sure how good Beast Caller would end up being. So obviously it's being tried here because the card pool is slightly more limited if you're playing Fire Sylvie, Fire Slime. I don't think most of the usual Spirit of Slime Sylvies use the card.
They don't want this card because I think it requires them to commit too many cards up front. And honestly, they really like their controlled banishes if their hand is ideal.
Okay.
So.
Using the decree to suppress the baby red slime, the baby gray slime is very interesting here. It's saying that you won't need this piece of removal later in the game. You prefer drawing a card now. Showing the two same slimes again. Do you think putting that many cards down, does that mean he's not leveling up this turn?
Putting this many cards down. There's a decent chance he might try and stay on Spirit using that, but I mean, it's hard to say. In this position, you might just level up and hope you just hit something irrelevant.
Well, that is a very, very rough hand from the Sylvie player, though. Well, first off, not having an animal to get the buff counter on your turn 2 is always rough. But I see a lot of advanced element slimes in his hand, so he might be bricking or close to it in the following turns.
And speaking of which, we see a very early Tithe Proclamation coming out of Bayleaf.
Yeah, because we know there's the two baby greens, so he's probably aiming to get value from that.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess it's not a bad play at all. I'm just kind of surprised he's going for this early in the game. So.
Oh, escape the wreckage on the Beast Scholar, so you can level up next turn and play the Beast Scholar to have your 3 cards to level up again. So that fixes your brick.
Oh yeah.
So he's not in too bad a position, and then after that he can start playing all of those advanced element slimes that we saw.
Yeah, sometimes when you get a bunch of bricks in your hand, you just have to take your time, but when you unload them, it feels pretty good.
Yet again, though, the Vanitas player seems to be in a better board position. Not swinging, that's interesting.
Not swing with Ascent. That's new.
I guess you want to save the 2 damage. You're knowing mainly that the Beast Collar will be the play next turn, if it doesn't get banished here, obviously.
That's true, and you're not exactly aiming to go fast with this deck either, so you don't mind taking your
So
time.
we see a Raccoon and a Luster Slime being banished. That is the first slime in the banish pile. Not going as fast as the other game either. So, yeah, like I said, I think the Beast Color here will be the play.
Yeah, there's a decent chance you might see that.
There's a Limitless, which is also very decent.
Oh yeah, no, Limitless is a perfectly fine play here. Like tucks 3 in, gives you another threat on board, which can like trade into the baby gray, take some damage, or the baby green takes some damage away. Pardon me.
Yeah.
All right, what do we get here?
Oh.
Storm Slime. Storm Slime would literally be the choice.
Yeah, I think that's an easy.
No need for the Ethereals because you already have 2 in hands.
Yeah. So
Storm
pretty
Slime.
nice snap pick Storm Slime.
But again, not quite a threat yet because there's only 1 slime in the banish.
Yeah. Save it for later.
5.
Is that a sec? Oh, that's a Mystic Purifier we see in the hand. That will be useful.
Oh, for sure.
And there's even, not for this turn, but there's an Escape the Wreckage left. So you can possibly, if there's a Stifling Trap waiting in the Vanitas player's hand, that can be used not on the Storm Slime, but simply on the Mystic Purifier.
Yeah.
Because it's definitely possible to starve the Vanitas deck out of ways to win.
It definitely is.
And you can afford to play slow here since you're up 1-0 and you're already very far into the round time.
Yeah, just take your time, think about your plays, get all the value you can.
Even more.
Okay, all right.
We're playing
Baby
slimes,
Ray
my
returns.
guy.
There we go.
Right. Do you think we're
Oh,
staying
wait,
the...
hold on. Yeah, it looks
Yes?
like he did board in that Nascent Blast we were talking about.
He did, indeed. I see it there.
Yeah.
Third card.
All right. Now the question is, are we going to see the Cloudstone Stone Orb this game as well?
That would be very, very interesting.
Again.
All right, we're escaping the Kindly Beast Scholar again.
Yep. Now I guess the question is, does Henki have any real reason to just like try and raw level this turn for?
I think he does. He's
think
got
so,
so many
yeah.
advanced element slimes. It's what the deck is about, right? You just
Yeah.
want to drop that big ethereal, that way you can clear off the Ascent Protector.
Yeah, and he's got like a decent amount of cards he doesn't care about there down there either. Like as in just your pre-level 3 cards.
Oh, wait. This is
That like even banishing 3.
He does need to hit... Oh, that's 2
That's-
ethereals and then escape the wreckage. So we're at 3 slimes and banish.
3 slimes and banish. It ups the account, but I will say that that's a little bit unlucky.
That is indeed quite unlucky.
Yeah.
let me check one second.
All right, let's see what slime will inherit the big buff from Sylvie level 3. There's still a third ethereal slime in there.
Yep.
So that will be the play. 5/5 clears pretty much everything.
Yeah, that's good.
Now are we banishing the same card?
So there'll be
I
my
did not
second
see
draw.
which one that was. I
Didn't
think
see
that was
that
the
which-
horn.
Probably the horn.
Now I
Like
draw the
horn.
fucking dungeon gun.
Dungeon Guide, always the draw as soon as you level up. Every single time.
Dungeon Guide wants to be your best friend when you don't need them anymore. Tale as old as time.
So, Vanitas is still on Spirit here. Do you think it's worth it to push face damage, or do you try and clear the Ascent Protector?
Honestly, I think at this point, Henki's looking pretty healthy in terms of in terms of his damage counters, and yeah, you may as well press that damage in while Bayleaf can't do
Find it
much
first.
about it. I mean,
He does choose to aim face.
You have no
Yeah.
intercepts, right?
We have 3.
it's not like he has an easy answer to this ethereal slime either. He has to have like specifically something like Zephyr.
Oh, we are immediately playing the Storm Slime. We do have the second one in hand. Where is 3 damage aimed? Probably at phase 2. There's no use in clearing the small.
Yeah,
Small
and,
allies.
you're completely fine if one of the small allies trades into it. You get to like banish more and up your.
So maybe he's hoping that there's no Veiling Breeze in hand because it hasn't been showed yet after the first 5 damage.
Yeah.
And with the 2 Storm Slimes, that would technically be lethal if there's no interaction.
Correct.
No interaction would be surprising, but
I'll take it.
it's always worth to push that damage and see if that is the case.
Yep. Takes
got
away
this?
3.
Yep.
Alright,
Yes.
what do we see in the hand for Bayleaf? Ascent Blast, okay.
Yeah,
We
there's
do
the
see
there's the
that.
Veiling Breeze. We know that is not lethal. That's
Face.
second Storm Slime.
We see a Razor Gale calling. I do believe we see like a Dominating Strike as well.
That is possible. I didn't spot it, but that could be.
We're playing Baby Gray.
Reclaim Baby Gray to have more cards down, just so it's not killed by the attacking Storm Slime.
Right.
Yeah. You can never run out of value.
And we get the Veiling Breeze.
Big value.
Probably should have been played earlier,
Yeah.
but at the same time, it's necessary to not die here, and you can't fall to the sunk cost fallacy of
Yeah.
well, I'm Veiling, I should not do it again.
Two Razor Gale.
Yeah, I will say like yeah, that
Baby Grand, what's
the
below
double
Baby
Razor
Grand?
Gale is
Cyclical
out
Beast.
out of Baylor's side is pretty scary, but it has lost a little bit of its impact given that Henki has rushed to 3 so fast.
Yes, we are.
Baby Green.
What is it? So double 3 visits, double Razor Gale is 12 damage.
Yep.
Yep.
Then we have 3 from the Ascent Protector. We're at
True.
15, plus the 4 that's already there, 19.
Yep.
Can we find 6 damage? That would be 3 other cards. I guess if you're lucky and you find a third 3 visits, that is it. But otherwise, you probably need to just stay on the defensive. And
Basically, I think yeah, I think Bayleaf is going to be just hanging back for a little bit, doing a little bit of chip before going all in.
Let's see what he... That's a cyclical breeze he just drew?
That is a cyclical breeze he just drew. Okay,
So
that's
that
a
will
very good pickup.
get back the Veiling Breeze,
Yep.
save his life for another turn.
That's true.
Right until we find another Storm Slime.
Right. That's always how it is, buddy. Find another storm slime. Life is easy.
But he does need to start pressing the damage. If he doesn't play the Razor Gale Callings here, at some point, you'll be way too slow, because you do need to, yes, play Veiling Breeze every turn, but if you don't start chipping in for that damage, you're never actually getting that that kill fast enough while you're digging for the storm for the Veiling Breezes.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, we cast the first 3 visits, so we'll probably slow rolling these two, just using the glimpse, using the healing every turn.
Yep. Just space it out this time. I mean, yeah. Bailey really can't rush this because not going to.
Oh, he's using them all for damage, it seems.
Oh.
3 visits.
All right. The new chant of 3 visits, 3 visits, 3 visits coming from Bayleaf.
3 visits.
It's enough run.
Yeah.
Oh, he did draw the third one.
Oh my.
So that is a kill
That
from
is
the
a kill.
Vanitas player. We are at 1-1.
Wow. We were 1-1.
And 10 minutes for the last game of the round, probably not enough.
No, probably not enough.
Unless either of the player gets really lucky again with a fast kill, either big Storm Slimes, big 3 visits into Razor Gate Calling. Let's see what will happen, but possibly a draw.
More than likely a draw.
And thus not the kind of game where the Cloudstormer would be able to shine.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, like we both said earlier, Bayleaf was on the clock, and he just managed to dig and
find the answers.
And in this case, he found lethal, so that's a pretty good answer.
There you go.
All right, so obviously Sylvie will choose to start.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Like, basically, that option to leave the ace and stand in actually ended up mattering.
No, Sylvie decided to go second.
Hmm.
Well, you chose to go second. Obviously, you want to go second, so I'll let you go first. What do we have in there? What are we scrying away? We are keeping Windmill, Engineer, Veiling Breeze. That is Zephyr? Or is that Tempest Downfall?
I think that's probably a Tempest Downfall.
I think that's Tempest Downfall.
Yeah.
All right.
Would make sense as an answer for the larger slimes you see.
That is a Mnemonic Charm.
Okay.
Interesting.
Not bad. Just cantrip, build out your
Yep,
influence.
it's the Vanitas answer to the Forest Cake. You know, you can always just blink it with the Baby Green, and you can use it if the Nascent Blast ever get drawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, there's nothing that scales with level in the list.
Yeah.
So we're not getting value that way.
Yeah.
But it's still a cantrip. It's something you can play turn 1 just to be able to level up.
It's a cake / gray, so those are always good.
Take one. President?
6.
Right, so we see a Storm Slime, a Limitless. Getting the Limitless out early and starting to grow could be the way to victory here. We see a Blanche to prevent some quick kills.
Yeah, I mean, Blanche is going to be pretty key in this matchup.
Is that 2 Razor Gale Callings from that Fairy Whispers? I think it is.
Oh, I didn't quite catch that. Oh, okay.
So we might have the quick kill from the Vanitas player.
Definitely, yeah. Does he have enough card? No, I don't think
He did not level up this turn, so
Okay.
probably not going for the Razor Gale.
Let's see.
So probably slow rolling that. There is a Nascent Blast in hand, so he's able to kill something with the Empower. So you go Windmill here, probably. Just get your influence up.
Yeah.
Paying with the Veiling Breeze is interesting.
You got 3.
playing with the double Veiling Breeze is interesting.
I think part of this, or like part of this, is just showing Henke he has in hand. Maybe just changing his line of plays. Like, yeah, don't bother.
Could be, could be.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes, sometimes in like most card games, if you show your opponent a piece of information, you want it to be something that warps their play pretty significantly or makes it less than optimal.
I got baited. I'll pass.
All right.
Pick one.
So, Sylvie always leveling up turn 1.
Recollect.
Yeah.
Let's see
what's a
if he's
draw?
able to find some quick lines. Because the Razor Callings can
This is
get there.
Yep.
Kindly, all right.
Yep.
Are we finding a small slime to be able to get that buff counter?
Okay, there's
We are.
a baby red. That's good.
And the baby gray too. Do you take the gray or do you take the red here? Damage or card?
Damage or card? I think you probably have to go for baby red here if you're trying to fish for a win at this point, because baby red is just more damage.
The baby red does help you in putting cards in your grave so you can Gaia's Blessing.
Yep, that too.
So that's probably the right choice.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Was that baby gray from hand or did he pick that up?
I think he picked that up.
Oh, okay. I mean, can't really fault him for choosing this here either. Card draw is always good.
Do you clear the Windmill Engineer or do you go face?
I think from this position.
You do have 2 Storm Slimes in hand?
Yeah, I think I go face.
Oh, Tempest Downfall on the baby gray.
Okay.
Yeah, but still get draw, right?
Yeah, he'll still get the draw.
All right. So does that change your line? Do you still go face or do you kill the ally there
I think
after it's
I think I personally still would have gone face, but like in Henke's case, he cleared the ally, so.
It is quite scary to know the amount of damage that a double Razor Culling can put out. So
yeah,
preventing every amount of damage you can is very, very useful.
It is, and I mean, like with the rest of Henke's hand, I guess technically you could say
Go for level 1 here.
if he bursts fast enough and gets enough slimes in banish, like this 2 damage kind of looks, or that 1 damage, this 2 damage kind of looks irrelevant versus that stacking up.
Also, we do see a Razor Culling banished for dematerialization here, which is very, very rough for the Vanitas player.
Oh yeah, that is super unlucky.
Cuts your damage potential by a lot.
Yeah, at this point you might be looking at more setup. I don't think a quick kill is in the cards for you anymore.
With 4 minutes left, yeah, you're probably aiming for the draw here.
Yeah, 100%.
Which at round 5 of 8, 401 is still a very, very good score.
Yeah, this is still a super strong position to be in, like trying to go into day 2.
We see a Magistrate get drawn. That would stop most Sylvie shenanigans. And we're probably imbuing it? Yeah, we are imbuing the Magistrate.
Yep.
Is there anything left in hand to clear the Beast Collar?
One at base.
I honestly would have probably gambled. You play the Windmill. You play the Windmill and the Magistrate. Wait, no, you don't even need to gamble. It's all... There's 2 more wins. I think you had enough to imbue both. And I think you should.
Hold on. Is that Nascent Blast in his hand?
That is
cards in
Nascent
hand?
Blast, yes.
Let's see. So, is that Windmill? Yeah. I guess he would just show the 2 Veilings again, right? If there was a Windmill in hand? I'm not...
No, he kept the 2 Veilings in hand. He showed the Windmill. And
he showed the Windmill. Okay. Yeah. I think I agree with you there. I might have gambled and just tried to clear off the 2-2.
Yeah.
Or you just put the 2... If you put the 2 Veiling, yeah, you need to hit the win card, but I think you gamble for it and clear the 2-2.
Basically, yeah.
Because you know Fire Sylvie is running Cremation Ritual, running Escape the Wreckage.
Pretty much. They they don't really care what happens to this 2-2 body exactly, but they can. You don't check it. They can use it for more resources.
Is a 1-1, right?
1-1.
Yeah, it takes the 1. Popping on it.
All right, we are clearing off the Beast Collar with a Nascent Blast.
Kill this?
Yeah.
Pause.
It's also very, very slow from the Sylvie that chose to not level up. Obviously, you're not drawing any cards, and you don't want to go too down in influence. But if you don't level up, you're not getting to do those advanced slimes, and time is going very fast into the round. There's only 2 minutes left.
Exactly. Like at this point, like the clock isn't really on either player's side in terms of fighting for a win. Most likely to settle out in a draw. So.
On enter.
Yeah.
Showing the Razor Gecko again, so there's no not even a pretense of trying to go for lethal from the Vanitas player here.
Nope.
I'll slow the game down, make sure you can dungeon guide, so you're still 3 turns away from maybe doing anything really useful.
Yeah.
You know I have 2 Veiling Breezes.
True. Yeah, because at this point, like in the event of a potential like power spike, the slime player's spike is going to come online much faster.
That is a fact.
Yeah.
And face.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Slime Eruption
Slime
for
Eruption
nothing just so you can level up?
Yep.
Looks like it, yeah.
Or is he actually banishing something? Does he want to kill something? Can he kill something? Well, the windmill, obviously, but is there any fire slimes in there? There are not, so he cannot kill the magistrate, even if he wanted to.
Absolutely not.
That's good.
That is three normal slimes. He cannot do that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Wait.
Yeah, we might need to... Can't do that.
You're good. I'll pop it.
Yeah. Sure.
Pick 2.
Yeah. You bash 3 norm slimes. Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So we'll see how that shapes up. Obviously, being able to dungeon guide here seems to be an issue here.
Me for one?
Yeah.
Not this, right?
No.
I think one.
You just banished 2 limitless.
6.
Thinking.
We'll see how that gets resolved.
How many cards I have?
4.
All right.
Yeah, I mean...
We're going for the reclaim windmill.
Windmill?
I had 2. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, the judge has been notified, trying to resolve the situation.
No. 2 baby gray and a limitless.
You can't do that. Slime eruption, you can only pick 2 non.
So we are communicating with the player. So
Yeah, that's
the
true.
slime eruption, we can only banish 2 non-fire elements. So the 2 normal element slimes. Any number of fires.
Yeah, you have to. It's like fire and not. Yeah, you're right.
Any amount of fire and 2 non-fire.
So we'll have to walk that back a little bit, it seems.
Yeah, we'll have to
Yeah,
walk that
banish
back a
this.
little bit. I mean...
Or can it be walked back? We'll see. We'll see how the judge solves the
I thought you
situation.
could banish 2 fire, 2
No.
non-fire.
It's just any
Oh,
amount of fire,
in this
but
case,
only
it seems
up
like
to 2
both players didn't know.
Yeah. Neither player noticed, obviously. Because you don't want your magistrate to die as the Vanitas player.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, at the same time, this kind of situation doesn't come up all the time. Where you...
Yeah, usually slime eruption is there to be discarded to baby red. and-
Exactly, yeah. As in, half the time you don't actually cast it as removal.
Or you cast it and you banish 0 and that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
And storm slimes.
And most of the time it's just used for float.
And he wouldn't have been able to DG if he didn't kill this, so...
Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to DG. Okay, let's see. We haven't taken any damage yet.
Yep. So
Yeah.
we are currently trying to see how the situation will resolve. It seems like the judge is trying to rewind the game.
I just played the reclaim.
Yeah.
So has there been, usually in situations like this, you want to know what kind of hidden information has been revealed.
Right.
You're trying to walk back step by step every action that's been taken.
Yeah, you have to basically revert the game state as far back as possible, and we'll see if it's fixable and they can continue as is without some sort of maybe with just a warning or like nothing serious happening. Hopefully.
All right. Still,
I was
so
focused on getting
anyway,
rid
the game
of
was
it.
probably
On that,
I was like, oh, this
aiming
thing's gonna
towards the draw.
die 'cause
Yeah.
of the slime eruption.
because in my head it was like,
so.
okay, I'm just gonna replace the floating with this. So
Yeah.
I
Overall,
still
do you
have two
feel
lives.
any
I
of the two deck is favored in the matchup from what we've seen from those two 2.5 games?
I think out of the two decks in the matchup, I would
It's okay. It's okay.
I would honestly say like Slimes gets its engine online faster and generally has like more residual just board pressure.
Yeah, so obviously, yeah, you need to be able to find the answers. Overall, the thread density is much higher in the slime deck.
Yeah, yeah.
I agree with you on that. So yeah, I think you are correct in saying that slime is probably favored.
Yeah. By how much though is the real
Probably not by
question.
much.
No, I think it's a close matchup. I won't say it's probably not a coin flip. It's closer to like maybe a 60-40. That maybe shifts as soon as enough Razor Gale calling.
Players are both saying how both having not too well, obviously being bothered by the situation, but you know it's all in good fun. You know, both of the players saying, yeah, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's important. It's important to keep a cool head in this situation.
And we are already more than 5 hours into this tournament. It's a lot of brain drain on everyone. You know, you start to get tired. You start to go through the motions, and you just forget interactions here and there.
Exactly. At this point in the day, the fatigue definitely starts to show a bit.
You also have the food coma. We just came from lunch break.
Yes, yes. And yeah, it was a pretty nice lunch given to us
What was
by.
your play after this though? I guess if it was
So,
legally, like.
yeah. So
What do you
the
Like if
slime
this
eruption, the
was
dungeon guide, the storm slimes were the only
played,
play on the
would banish
Sylvie player side. We had the reclaim, and that is it on the
No, I don't have to banish anything.
on the Vanitas.
Sorry, game state's unrepairable. So
Oh no.
All right, we have the call from the judge, so that will be a game loss towards the slime player because the game state is not repairable. There's too much information that's been revealed. Too many actions have been taken, so that will unfortunately be a loss for the slime player. And that is how the round will end. Vanitas will advance to be one of the 5-0 players in this tournament.
Yep, and yeah, I mean,
I think it would have been a draw.
Yeah, I think it would have been.
But I.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
So it's always sad to see a game end this way. It's never something you want either as either player. You know, you want to win your games in a normal way, not because an error like this happened, but at the same time, you know, you're probably feeling a little bit relieved that you don't have to go for a draw here. You know, a win is a win. It betters your odd making day two.
Oh yeah, I mean, wins are wins here. It's kind of unfortunate the round had to end in that manner because you don't see this type of gameplay infraction come up too often with like this specific card.
Very rarely.
Yeah.
And it's also very anticlimactic for everyone watching the game.
Yeah, I guess just let this be a lesson to you at or a lesson to you at like every level. Just it's okay to like slow down and just like play the card properly.
Yep.
Don't
make
just
sure you understand how all your cards are working.
Yeah, just pace it out. Like if it results in a draw because you took too long to find the line, so be it. It's better than taking a game loss.
Yep. Very important to be able. Also, a reminder to everyone that the judge test on Omnidex is open to everyone. You can take it every week. And even if you're not doing it to actually be a judge, it's a really great way to brush up on your knowledge, make sure you know how interactions work. And it's honestly, you could say it's fun to do.
Yeah. I mean, myself, I still need to brush up on my rulings, knowledge, and interactions. It's Grand Archive is a super deep game.
Very deep, yes. And there's a lot of interactions. Hopefully we'll see some interesting things happen later in the day.
And like say for those of you that play other well-known card games like Magic, Flesh and Blood, like these games all share a lot of elements in common. Like basically how it
Yeah, it's all very similar to programming in a way. You know, the goal of a good, well-made rule system is that every question can be answered. So you need some very solid rule base for it to work. So
honestly, that's pretty much the perfect analogy for this. Just think of it as a like a well-built system. Every question has an answer, and every.
So we're seeing more and more Vanitas going on to the higher brackets. Do you think any decks is good enough to cut through the pile of Vanitas and make it to day 2? Maybe make it to top 8 after that? What do you think has a good matchup into it from what you've seen?
Well, I mean, Slimes has a decent matchup into it, given the pilot is good enough.
Yep.
I'm not sure because I didn't quite catch the end result of last round. But it looks like where Killy just put on a pretty good showing with his Fire Djinn.
Yeah, the Djinn matchup is very, very interesting. It's in a way one of the most interesting matchup for the Vanitas player because, well, on one side, you never overkill the Djinn player.
Right.
A lot of the Djinn damage relies on having very high damage numbers, and so you need to be able to take some damage, maybe take some extra damage.
Yeah.
Force the opponent to do that extra damage so you can go for your kill. And since the Vanitas player, it's all 1 damage every time, you always get that exact lethal that doesn't give a lot of openings for the Djinn. But at the same time, since you always go for very small damage numbers, the very, very important, very big amount of healing that the Djinn player can put out means that it's very hard to actually find that lethal. You know, you have Manflesh that heals for 8. You can run potions of healing like we saw.
Yeah.
And we will be going to the player interview with Once in Love with the players for this round.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined here with player TM32 Bayleaf. So congratulations on your win. Sorry it was a little bit of an unfortunate situation there, but the game does have to be maintained at a certain level of integrity. I just wanted to grab your thoughts on basically how that matchup works, how it feels. Because a lot of people are playing Vanitas here, and quite a few less people are actually playing Slimes, right? In Chicago, Slimes were super dominant. How do you feel about the Vanitas versus Slime matchup?
So his deck was actually a little bit different than your standard Slime list, so it doesn't have like Gather Slimes or Slime Shield. It's more aggro-y, so I don't have to worry about defenses as much as I would as a normal Slime matchup. But the scary thing is that it goes a lot faster, and it's very hard to clear all of his allies, and he can just get a major advantage. And if I don't have the Veiling Breezes turn after turn, I'm just going to die. And also if I don't draw 3 visits, I also just can't really kill him. Like, game 1, I looked maybe 30 cards in, and I still didn't see a 3 visits, and I just died after that.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough situation. So looking at his deck, I also saw that there were Mystic Purifiers in there. He's playing the Mystic Purifiers to deal with the Razor Gale calling, since those are Fantasias. He also plays Escape the Wreckage to kind of immediately bring that back, making it harder to use things like Tempest Downfall to take them off the field. Do you feel like that's like a very, very impactful part of his sideboard?
I think Mystic Purifier is really good for people who are not actually prepared for it. People who are not running Stifling Trap will have a harder time with it. But yeah, Escape the Wreckage is also something that's very hard to deal with. So keeping in mind the Mystic Purifier, moving forward, people just should be able to play around it more, maybe not put out the Razor Gales too soon if you suspect it, but if you do suspect it, Stifling Trap is also pretty good.
And then, so one last question before we let you go here. What are you most afraid of playing today here? For the rest of day 1 specifically, not into day 2, because in day 2 you do get to look at everyone's deck list. But for today, what are you afraid of playing while trying to get into top 32?
I don't want to play against any more mirrors. I might have to, but it's just like it can go either way, and if both players are really skilled at it, it just becomes very, very hard to like advance the game state too far, and it gets really hard to like kill because both players have to respect each other.
Yeah, I totally understand you. Thank you so much for your time. That was really, really, really insightful, and we appreciate your time. But that was TM32 Bayleaf, and thank you guys so much for joining us here at Ascent Toronto.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. We are just about to lead into, I believe, round 6 of Ascent Toronto here. Back with Mr. Genghis Kwan.
Hello.
So we just saw Hanky the Goat, TM32 Bayleaf. I believe it was a... Oh yeah, I say I believe it was. I know it. I was there. It was another Razor Gale Vanitas. So Razor Gale Vanitas versus Fire Slimes. Fire Slimes being something we don't see very often. It's I don't want to say it's a unique deck, but it's definitely not a popular deck. Hanky showed it was pretty good. There was an illegal game action that was made, resulting in a game loss. So he did not, take the game overall, but he had a really good showing into that in the first game. And honestly, even a decent showing into the second game. Overall, between those two, do you feel like it could have been leaned more towards Hanky? Do you think he could have found that third game?
Absolutely. Absolutely, I do, yeah.
Yeah, so between those games, I talked about it with my interview with Bailey. Basically, he said the aggressive nature of the deck was really, really hard for him to deal with, right? Even though he had Veiling Breeze, Cyclical Breeze, or it just ways to get the back to defend himself, if he didn't have it every single turn, it was too much. The aggro was overwhelming against him, and he just wasn't able to kind of deal with that. Plus, he needed to find either the 3 visits or the Razor Rail calling every game,
right.
And without it, you just don't deal enough damage.
Right, because when looking at Bailey's list, right, one interesting thing we noted is there were no Dream Fairies, so basically anything that sticks to the board that doesn't get Zephyred, say large ethereal slime or constantly scaling limitless slime, that is just something that's getting bigger and bigger, and your only answer to it is delete your opponent. At some point, so.
In some regards, I would almost say that the deck list is a little bit more greedy on that side. It does play more Ascents. It doesn't have the Dream Fairies, so it's more for damage, intercept, and then opportunity.
Yeah.
But we do have that unique card. I do see the Whirlwind Vizier in the deck list.
Yep.
Did that see any actual impact or gameplay?
Oh, I don't think it came out, to be honest. That one is has a class bonus where it's a 2/3 and you can sack it to destroy a Fantasia, I believe, right?
Yeah. So that looks like it's more of a. I guess in the mirror card, so it's a main board card for the mirror. It's a more effective version of a Mystic Purifier in that regard.
In that sense, it is.
But yeah, looking at those matchups, I still want to see more Slimes. I think more Slimes as an opportunity into these, all of these Vanitas decks. not even the Vanitas decks, because some of them are Kongming. Some people are playing Kongming as a Razor Gale focus because it gives Mage bonus. So you'll see people playing Suppress an Ally, triple Tempest Downfall for free, go for extra damage in that regard. Yeah. Tempest Downfall is going to come in for 3. It's also going to trigger Razor Gale for an extra damage. Those are a little bit more on the aggressive, greedy sides, whereas the Vanitas allows you to play the Serene Spirit where you can protect yourself.
Yeah.
So I want to see more matchups where we get to see different variations of this deck. I know probably not everyone wants to see the same deck over and over and over. Right. I would happily watch, Exia Jin again, but that's probably unlikely a thing. But we're going to be looking at Chef Zach, well-known player here from Noximus, also ran a store for a long time. And these guys are on table 8. He's going to be playing against True Champion Isaac. So I have the True Champion team. Fantastic guys. You guys know them up here because they do come up and travel for the events up here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah.
Without even looking at the deck list, what are your thoughts?
This is going to be a spicy one. I mean, Zach, both Zach and Isaac, very well-known players, and Isaac is not one to shy away from. Not one to shy away from some really good cooking and tech. So I look forward to see what Isaac's gonna bring to the table.
So I believe Isaac is playing Vanitas because that's what I saw Eli on, and True Champion Gaming as a team plays the same deck there. I saw Caven play a couple interesting games. It's actually some very disciplined gameplay I saw from him earlier today. So we have Zach on the Nico, actually. So he's going to play Nico. I think Nico has a fantastic matchup into Vanitas. So you have, I've talked about it with Carl a couple times, but we have Vapor Jet Shield and Mage Main Lash, two things that are very, very difficult for you to deal with.
Yep, and from the looks of it, it looks like this is going to be a turtle Nico.
Oh, the Sylvie into Nico. True,
yes.
true. It does have the Rippleback Terrapins with the Seaside Ringleaders. This deck is probably very similar to what Brightwing was running because they're on the same team. They're both on Noximus.
Okay.
So it actually makes quite a bit of sense there.
Yeah.
The sideboard looks almost the same, but I do see the Revitalizing Cleanse and one of Torrential Blast in there as well.
That's a spicy inclusion.
I do like the Crimson Protective Trinket. I think Crimson Protective Trinket's like a really good answer for...
Yeah.
Maybe not even just like this deck, but the concept of like having Imbue, there's so much wind focus, being able to use that Crimson Protective Trinket to remove cards when people try to imbue, like you
Oh,
know
yeah.
they're getting ripped out, right?
Exactly, and like that, like basically whatever you hit, like they have to be careful putting their Gale Claws down there if they don't want to deploy them, or just even defensive cards, right? Like you have to be careful putting a Veiling down because it could get sniped out, and then you've basically lost a defensive option.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I'm a really big fan of this Stratagem setup in here. I think Stratagem of Myriad Ice is a fantastic finisher, being able to banish all of these floating cards, deal 3 damage to target unit per 1. Also, it being a reflexive trigger means that it is, like, there are ways to play around it. After you banish and target, you can, like, respond with a Safeguard Amulet, you can respond to the Veiling Breeze, other options.
Yeah, and then we also saw Brightwing go all in during a game on the Stratagem line, and it almost worked out for him, but yeah, Frostbind's a card.
Yeah, for sure. So looking at the True Champion list here, we actually were running all 3 baubles, something that I'm not used to seeing and is a little bit different on kind of what I would expect. And also Claire Groves. Claire Groves is a pretty neat card to see in there. It's going to be, I believe Claire Groves is the recover card, right?
Claire Groves,
or damage reduction?
Prevention. Damage reduction by 1.
Yeah, single damage reduction is pretty effective there. But everything else seems kind of pretty standard. Numbers are always different here. Overall, I don't see any cards that are like completely out of the blue. The 1 Scatter Essence in the main is probably the biggest difference, just to give a little bit more option for the mirror, like right off the bat. But other than that, sideboard cards, Cleansing Reunion is definitely an interesting one. I'm a big fan of the Cleansing Reunion. It's actually very good against these decks where you're trying to like return cards from your graveyard. Well, we're going to be jumping right into it right now. It's going to be Chef Zach versus True Champion Isaac. Chef Zach on the 4-1, True Champion Isaac on the 4-1 as well. Table 8's going to be opening. Chef Zach is the start here. So Spirit Water Pass.
Yeah. Oh, we saw a little refurbish on the screen. Shout out to Noximus and Mr. Sherble.
True, Mr. Sherble himself. True Champion Isaac's going to be taking a 6. He's going to be returning, I believe, 3 cards?
Bottom 5.
He's bottoming 5 cards.
5.
Wants to find those good starter opens. Maybe he's unsure of what he's playing against. He doesn't quite know he's playing Nico, but he does have to play pretty aggressively in this deck to find the early win.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the 6 cards available to him. So he does have 2, I believe, was it 2 Zephyrs, a Veiling Breeze?
No, that's 2. Is that a second Diablerie in his hand?
They do actually. Yeah, it is. They have 2 Diableries in the deck.
Wow. See both of them in the opener.
Yeah, early Fairy Whisper is pretty nice. Being able to dig really, really quickly here. Ooh, the 3 visits off the top.
Not bad.
He's going to pass the turn there. So we will have cards to level up with.
All right.
Go backup charger? Yeah.
Backup charger.
1,
And
2,
what do we see in Chef Zach's hand?
3 down. Banish pre-rec, draw into memory.
Good old pre-recollection backup charger here.
That's good.
Power Cell plus the card into memory. He's going to be able to recollect, draw for turn. I see a Fractal of Rain in hand.
Yep. There is a Fractal.
Sorry, math time. Gotta think real hard. All good. All right, I was right.
I think he's trying to think if he can Fractal of Rain and then Icebound Slam, potentially?
Yeah. Looks like the line, because I think I just saw him flash a slam in hand. Oh, okay.
Icebound Slam. Just a raw Icebound Slam, 7 down.
Yep, go for it.
And he's good for it, so he's going to take all 5.
Very good. Just the full send. Okay.
Oh, 5 floating memory, 4 and a class bonus is the craziest Icebound Slam I have ever seen in this game.
Nice
round. Man.
Go ahead.
That is unbelievable.
I'd almost think he was Xenadrill wearing a disguise, because he's the only other player I've seen rip 5 floats off.
4 floats and a class bonus float. That's a Stratagem kill right now.
Yeah.
Next turn, Stratagem would get to 12.
Are we going to see the...
Throw a card, apparently.
Oh,
I'll take it.
I guess so.
You don't need that influence anyway.
If it weren't for the Veiling in Isaac's hand, so...
I mean, even with the Veiling in hand, like, he doesn't have a lot of cards to put down, a lot of targets available to him, so it's going to be in a rough position, right? Triple Veiling for 2 each doesn't stop an entire Icebound Slam. It'll stop the Stratagem, but the damage that's done is pretty significant here, and Isaac's playing from behind.
Isaac is playing from behind. Yeah.
It's a very, very tough position to be in. So the backup charger's coming through. He's not going to be able to level up. So no level up means he isn't going to be able to lineage release Spirit for any form of recovery.
Yep.
He's You know, honestly, maybe I'm overselling it. Triple Veiling Breeze is pretty good. He's going to be able to fog a
Triple
decent
Veiling
amount of damage at least.
It's pretty good, but like in the event of triple veiling, that is like 3 defensive options you've exhausted. So
It just feels bad to get rid of so much. I believe that's the 4th Veiling Breeze in that he just grabbed off the top there.
oh man,
2 to the bottom.
Bottom 2, top 1.
Is it going to be the Reclaim?
All right.
Oh, it's a Zephyr. My apologies.
Holy moly.
And yeah, it's a lot of interactive cards. No Razor Gills. It's not a great position to be in right now.
I'm gonna level up.
Chef Zach gonna level up here. He's gonna go into Sylvie 1.
On enter trigger.
Sylvie 1 CUR specifically,
that's a flex.
There we go.
I believe.
1 card. There we go.
Wait, is that a CUR or is it just painted over? I can't tell.
It's really difficult.
No, I think it's just painted. I can't tell at all actually, just because of the sleeve.
You know what?
But I know Zach has them,
leaders.
which is interesting. So okay, so we're gonna see the Fractal of Rain. He's not gonna go for the attempted kill on this
What do
turn.
we know?
So no Icebound Slam in hand. Fractal of Rain, very, very good here though.
1, 2.
So the interesting thing with Fractal of Rain is because Fractal of Rain targets a player,
4.
I would be interested to see whether or not Chef Zach chooses to mill Isaac on his turns instead of himself because he has so much floating available to him, right?
Yeah, that would be an interesting line, but I mean,
Swing for 3 at you.
I guess oh, true.
And
That is something to think about because, like, say if he catches on or gets an inkling that Isaac's got like a bunch of Veilings trapped in his hand, he can potentially take out his re-roast for those.
I just make sure that way we don't forget.
Yeah. I do like the Rippleback Terrapin, so 4 down for that. He's going to be able to banish the floating, get a buff counter, swing in for 2. In response to the attack, we see the 3 visits, so he's going to resolve the Glimpse and then recover 2 on rest, leveling up into the
wouldn't it be
Vanitas.
Wouldn't it be 3? Like he just leveled to silver.
Oh, it's also, you're right, it is for 3. It is for 3, so that puts Isaac at 9 right now. He's going to level up into Vanitas, banishing the Escape the Wreckage. It's Glimpse 4 here. 2 bottom, 2 top.
Yeah, that Glimpse 10 we talked about earlier in the day.
So Isaac going to Influence of 8 here off of the draw. And picked up the Turbocharge. It's actually pretty effective. He's going to be able to put down a lot of cards here. Turbocharge, very, very good get-out-of-jail-free card here for him.
That's true. And I think
Stifling Trap?
Stifling Trap.
Stifling Trap is all right. In this matchup, I don't think it does that much. But
no, you don't have a ton of good targets.
Oh, Scatter Essence targeting the Fractal of Rain. He's going to get the Floating Memory and remove the Fractal of Rain. It's pretty effective, actually.
Yeah,
very, very good against Chef Zach.
I mean, especially off that crazy Icebound, you don't need him getting any more values.
Yeah, Isaac's actually in a position where he's coming back here. Chef Zach taking it a little on the slower side, wanting to go for the value gameplay.
Thinking on materialization here real quick.
He's thinking about his materialization. Does have, I believe, Influence of 8, maybe Influence of 9. Yeah. Losing that Fractal of Rain is kind of triggering. That Scatter Essence, the I believe one of Scatter Essence in the main board.
Oh.
Is hitting a little bit of a dream come true here for Isaac. He's going to bring himself back. Now has more life available to him too, right? With the release of the Serene Spirit.
Yep, he's working with the effective 25 health bar.
It's a pretty comfortable health bar to be dealing with right now.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're gonna see materialization of Nico. Wants to go straight into it. Is gonna banish 2 floating. Has a floating available.
Yep, not messing around.
Yeah, do we see the Veiling Breeze here from Isaac? Veiling Breeze. No, he's gonna take the 2. Veiling Breeze, interesting.
3 down. Frostborn.
Ooh, 3 down Frostborn Paladin. Ooh, that's gonna be good. Does Isaac? Actually, I think he put down the Stifling Trap, so he can't even use it to stop the unentered draw here.
Yep.
So he's gonna 3 visits.
Yeah.
He's gonna rest it, champion.
I can't tell from here.
Glimpse 2, bottom.
I'm pretty sure that Frostborn is foil, or is it altered of some kind?
So
I think it's
probably
just a regular Frostborn Paladin.
Really? Okay.
It might be altered. It might be altered to look more like a full art.
Maybe, yeah.
And the lineage release already.
Oh wow, okay.
So going down to 4 here. Isaac doesn't want to do anything too risky. Get killed on the stack, of course.
Yeah.
You know.
Chef Zach's gonna banish his last floating. 0 cards in graveyard, or sorry, 2 cards in graveyard for water.
Yep.
Frostborn Paladin comes in for 4, leaving Isaac at 7.
Yeah, not a lot of room to work with.
That's pretty scary. Chef Zach has, I believe, 6 damage on the board, putting Isaac at 13. 13 puts him 6 off lethal. There's 1 Ravishing Finale for lethal. Icebound Slam for lethal.
Icebound Slam for lethal.
it's not a lot of flexibility here for Isaac. Game 2 might be pretty quick.
Yeah. And like I guess the other issue is with the amount of veilings he has in hand. Like the issue is like veilings are good, but when you have to stack them together to survive off of one attack, not so good. You exhaust a lot of your survivability.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one. It also depends when he plays the when he goes to play the Veiling Breeze. If he plays the Veiling Breeze in response to one of the attacks of the allies, the Song of Frost is a very good timing because it only stops 3 damage from him, but it stops you from being able to use the Veiling Breeze.
Right.
So that's a very good usage of the banishment. Plus, because it goes to banish, he's unable to use cyclical. Oh, actually, he can't use cyclical anyways. It's a skill, not a spell.
Exactly. That is true.
Actually, yeah, I think it. No, I think you still can. Pretty sure you can cyclical breeze return return a Veiling Breeze. I'm fairly certain you can.
Oh yeah. Cyclical.
Draw for turn. Yeah. Attempt to swing 3 at face.
So we're going to see 3 to face here from the Rippleback Terrapin. Does he go for the Veiling Breeze? Stop the damage. It's a good time to put it down. I believe Chef's Act does not have a Song of Frost in hand.
Yeah, you are in fact right. Cyclical Breeze can bring back a Veiling Breeze, but like, yeah, it'll cost you a turn to do so, or you gotta do it on your turn at slow speed.
So he's going to return the. He's gonna use the 3 visits. Rest, Glimpse 2. Looks like he wants to put them on the bottom, I think. He's just unsure this is not good enough, so might as well. And then 3 visits will resolve and go to the bottom here.
Yeah.
I'll swing 3.
Man, could you imagine how crazy 3 visits would be if it had the spell tag on too?
Play the cow.
That would be way too good.
Yeah, I mean initially, like a lot of our playgroup said, was like we think this card is good, but it could be better with the spell tag. But like we're glad to be proven wrong with the spell tag.
He's playing the Tidestone Bovine, so it's gonna attack on attack. He's gonna mill 2. It was a Give Bath, and I believe it was a Give Bath and one other card for the Tamer setup here. It might have been another Bovine.
It might have been another Bovine, yeah. I mean, we've also seen like this Bovine do so much work earlier in the day, just like help churn through so much of the deck, add a ton of floating. It really is just like a bigger, slower, hasty messenger that's all like stacked on the back, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's definitely helpful. So we are going to see Necklace of Foresight come out. It's going to allow him to glimpse 4 there. We do find the Razor Gale calling. Razor Gale. Hopefully, Isaac's thinking maybe I get a chance to push back here, but it's going to be difficult. 25 health is a lot to overcome.
Yeah.
Target for the Razor Gale?
Thank you. You.
I will take 1 and recover 2.
I can't recall. I don't think we've seen anyone play a Fractal or Polar deck.
So we're going to see a Baby Gray, or Baby Green, and it's going to target the Cleric Robes, I believe.
Oh, yeah, that does cantrip.
So he's going to take 1 from the Razor Gale and then recover because of the Mage Vein Lash.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the Stonewall side of this this matchup here. Like Mage Vein Lash is so good. If he also takes out the Vapor Jet Shield at this point, it's gonna be very difficult for Isaac to play around that.
Yep, and I mean,
Safeguard. Beautiful. Go to
extra protection. The Safeguard's coming out from Chef Zach's side.
Oh wow, okay. Not messing around at all.
Swing into the
Yep,
Baby
it's
Green
gonna
with the
swing
Bovine
early on.
trigger.
Baby Green damage.
Attack on the stack. Couple 1 down and Veiling.
Sure.
Trigger 1.
Interesting. So he's gonna Veiling Breeze here.
All right.
Reveal 5. 2 Veiling Breeze. Verdigris Decree. Interesting that he goes for 5 and also shows both of the Veiling
Give
Breezes.
Bath and Refracting.
Yeah, I mean,
And then still 1 into Baby Green.
didn't he show? Didn't he show these Veiling Breezes earlier? Or?
Yep. It was also, I think, a mistake from Isaac's part. I don't think he realized that Zach had said 1 into the Baby Green when he played the Veiling Breeze. In response, he said, "Oh, oops." Yeah. It's an unfortunate one. It's a tough time. Long day, around 6.
Long day around 6. Sometimes, your brain is just a bit too fast, and your hands act before your mouth does, and you're caught in this situation where.
Another Frostborn Paladin is going to come in. On enter trigger, going to be banishing that Refracting Missile. So we're going to have what looks like 10 damage on the field for each turn, not including the Mage Vein Lash there, but 4 Lash counters on the Nico puts Nico in a very comfortable position to potentially mill out True Champion Isaac here later on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the ongoing thing is if you have 3 visits in your deck, are you really ever milled out?
Yeah, in end step.
It depends because the on-champion hit effects are technically two different triggers. So as the player who receives them, you could put the 3 visits on the bottom afterwards,
Bottom 2.
but you would have to resolve it so that both things do not mill you out.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Or you'd have to have 2 sets of 3 visits at least available for play.
Okay, so yeah, a single 3 visits is not going to save you.
Depends. It just depends because of the lash counters on him. So if he mills you out with the Ravishing Finale, I guess actually, how do you take it? You take the mill and then you stop milling and then you play the 3 visits. So it should be fine because you can take the mill on.
Must be nice not to have to worry about me Diablo.
Yeah. I guess I should have checked if you're a wind spirit first. No.
I don't actually know if it's enough against this. I don't know if it's enough against. I have to think about the ordering for it, but it does work. I don't know if it'll work in this matchup with how many cards he's thrown down already.
Yeah.
Because even if he anti mills with 3 visits, how does he win the game?
That's a good point. I mean,
this targets you.
yeah.
Bring back the Fairy Whispers. Choose to target you with the Chef Zach with the Razor Gale. Do nothing with that. Mage Vein heals. Triggers goes in the stack.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess if he mills you up, you're just kind of stripped down to whatever's left in your hand, right? You got to like deal with this Mage Vein Lash. You got to get through like all that protection to kill Chef Zach. That's probably not happening. So.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why this matchup is difficult, right? Once the Mage Vein Lash comes out, like you need to be able to kill on the turn that you're Zephyring the Mage Vein Lash, right? In this case, there's also a Safeguard Amulet on the field. So how do you deal with all this? You have 10 damage coming in for Chip every single turn, so you have to use Veiling to deal with that.
Yeah. I mean,
it's just a really, really tough position to be in if you're Isaac, right? He wasn't able to get a lot of things, had to lineage release early, so doesn't have the extra health, doesn't have anything else to protect himself against. The board state's getting really wide. He is unable to use something like a Tempest Downfall to deal with the Rippleback Terrapin. He can use it for other things, like the Frostmourne Paladins, but it's kind of like a little bit too late at this point. But I believe they actually don't run Tempest Downfall. They actually don't run Tempest Downfall, so it's like they're basically trying to kill you to face, and this is like a really, really hard matchup if they don't have an answer to the Mage Vein Lash.
I'll skip Materialize. Go to Recollect.
Yeah, so skip Materialization here for Chef Zach. He's going to go to Recollection, draw for turn, and then he's just going to start pumping damage.
Yeah.
So 1 comes in. He's going to mill a Primordial Ritual Fractal Rain. 1 floating available for him again.
Yep.
Isaac thinking before the damage. Does he want to Veiling Breeze here?
I feel you. I just had to play this matchup.
I'll attempt a Veiling.
So it looks like Veiling, attempt to Veiling. It's going to resolve.
Yep.
Veiling for 6. So Veiling for 6 will reduce all the damage from Ravishing Finale, but it won't be enough to deal with the Mage Vein Lash damage either.
Icebound Slam with the Mage Vein Lash.
Ooh.
I'll mill myself 5.
Icebound Slam with the Mage Vein Lash with 4 counters.
Touch title lock. So that's coming in for 8 and 4 is 12.
Yeah, so it's going to be 12 damage minus the 6, so it'll come in for 6.
Okay.
All right. I'll 3 visits first, I guess.
He's going to 3 visits first before the damage.
Ascent 2, bottom 1, top 1.
Cover 2.
Heal 2.
And then this goes to 3.
Here.
I just don't quite see how the comeback here is for Isaac. It's just in such a rough position.
Yeah, I really don't see it either at this point.
I think before the Safeguard Amulet came out, it was actually very possible for him to find the lethal here, but he's being pressured too much to keep playing. Like, he's losing influence because he has to play the Veiling Breeze to survive, and it's just really, really rough for him in this position.
Yeah, basically.
Recollect.
Yep. Basically, I guess if you were to compare this to chess, like Isaac's got all of his key pieces locked down pretty hard by just too many layers of protection, or like too many things too many pieces keeping the king in check.
So second Razor Gale. It's going to be for 1. He's going to recover back to 0 due to the Mage Vein Lash yet again. I think he's just trying to figure out what other card Chef Zach has available so that he can sideboard more efficiently for the next matchup.
Both of these are great.
Yeah.
They're very exciting. When
That's a good way to put it. At this point, Isaac is just doing a bit of research while he can.
Yeah, he's just here for the information.
Yeah.
Sure.
Baby Green targeting the Cleric Robes. Interesting. He's going to continue doing the Baby Green on the Cleric Robes. End phase, the Cleric Robes are going to return. He loves those Cleric Robes.
He loves those Cleric Robes.
Really, really, really big fan of those robes.
I mean, he does get incidental.
So,
It's not too much, but like he does
materialization, I get 2
every time he
counters, and then this
suppresses,
comes in,
get
response to
a refresh
materialization.
on the ability to rest the robes and prevent another damage.
Materialization is fine.
Yeah, it's interesting because like in some cases you would probably want to use it on the mage bane lash and then attempt to like actually force damage. But I mean, no response to the materialization of Vapor Jet Shield, so Chef Zach's gonna be stopping all damage of one instance as well as having the mage bane lash. So
yeah, does Isaac actually have any? I don't believe he has any hard answers to like basically either the shield or the lash.
Baby Green and Zephyrs can take the mage bane lash and the shield technically off the field temporarily.
Yeah, but no real answer. So
we're gonna see the Cleric robes get activated, Veiling Breeze again for the third time.
Take heal. Actually, technically, I'm not healing anything. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, so he's gonna be
Revealing.
revealing 6.
Heal 6.
Yep.
Yep. So he's gonna Veiling for 6 again. He has one more Veiling to deny install. So he does have like 2 Zephyrs. But where is he gonna find the damage outside of that? He's gonna need. So 3 visits will come in for.
Maybe. There we go.
Only, I mean, each 3 visits only comes in for 6, right? I mean, only 6.
Only 6.
But like, even then he has to get through the safeguard amulet as well. So it's like there are so many things you have to remove from the field. You force the safeguard amulet, you force the Vapor Jet Shield, and you have to force the Mage Bane Lash.
Right, and not to mention on top of all that, Chef Zach is at 0 right now, and he hasn't even released. Oh wait, no, he started on base waters.
He's playing base water. He's playing Sylvie, the Sylvie variation. The third Frostborn Paladin for the game. We're going to see Frostborn Paladin number 3 with the buff counter come out. We now have, I believe, 13 damage on board without the Mage Bane Lash.
That's probably one of the biggest water boards of all time.
Nico's going to 7 lash counters. 7 lash counters is pretty big.
You'd almost think this, he was playing water allies.
It honestly looks like he's playing water allies, but at this point in a water allies deck, like I would be so scared to play against this board state. Someone would walk by and be like, "Bro, scoop." It's Jover.
Scoop.
But the thing is, even if Isaac does resolve another Veiling Breeze here for 6, what else does he do after that? He's going to be in a position where it's just so awkward. So he's going to go for a Nullifying Lantern, which is a little bit unfortunate because he won't be able to use Cyclical Breeze to pull cards back now.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one of the rare times the Nullifying Lantern does come back to hose you as the Vanitas player. You can't pull back your own defensive tools.
Yeah, we talked about that when, as well in the game where Sean was playing against Kadus, was we were like, how come Sean's not bringing out the Nullifying Lantern? He is not as afraid of the Blazing Lunge as he is about not being able to use his own Cyclical Breezes.
There you go. Yeah, I guess this is when you know it's really gone bad. You're turning off.
I did instantly.
You're turning off some of your recursion tools.
I shuffled one time, but you know, who cares? I'm drawing it.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those. So the nice thing with being able to like baby green your Cleric robes is like you get the draw from it, but you also like are not using your baby greens on like potential kill turns. Triple Razor Gale Calling. Okay, so triple Razor Gale Calling actually does put Chef Zach in a position where lethal can present itself.
Oh yeah. Okay, I guess that's true because like all the damage happens at once, so you don't effectively heal through it anymore, right?
Definitely love it. Love the
Yeah, so if you'd want to remove the Mage Bane Lash for the heal triggers, the only problem with that is that you need to remove the Mage or the Vapor Jet Shield, or they don't do any damage at all, so it doesn't even trigger the Mage Bane Lash. And then again, third place we have Safeguard Amulet, just stops all damage of 4 instances or less on a single turn.
What materializations does Chef Zach, or what material deck options does he have left?
Chef Zach still has Smoke Bomb, Scepter of Lumina. Wait, does he have? I think he might have used the Scepter of Lumina. Smoke Bomb, Scepter of Lumina, Blinding Orb, and I think that's it. I feel like he's used most of it, but he's been opting to skip most of his materializations at this point.
Yeah. Response my own Veiling. I'll put another one down. But
I'm gonna put another card down here. He's gonna Veiling Breeze, the Tidestone Bovine.
Actually, you know what?
Song of Frost?
Do you have how many down? 6?
Yeah.
Song of Frost? Song of Frost would be like crazy good lethal here because he stopped the Veiling Breeze. I think he just put the Veiling Breeze down too.
I started strong. We're slowly not.
Oh, it's just 3 Zephyrs.
Six again.
Alrighty.
And then a Veiling Breeze for 6.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
block 1 extra with the cleric
I'm
robes
assuming
there.
the Veiling's blocking it, and you still have the cleric on the stack.
Yeah. I think I can.
You get to layer them.
choose,
Yeah. That's why I said you
Yep.
get to.
Oh yeah, for this damage.
Yes.
Specifically this.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep,
please.
so it's going to be 0 damage here
You
again
said
for the
6 and
third
then
Veiling
1,
Breeze
so
of the
I'm
game for
assuming you mean
6.
one, like, 'cause you didn't say 1.
But
All
Isaac
right.
did find his triple.
Big
So he
Brain
has
here. Let
3
me think.
Razor Gale Callings. He also has 3 Zephyrs.
Yeah. It's
So all the damage from each of the Zephyrs actually can come out.
Can I see
The
your
problem is he needs to Zephyr the Safeguard
Oh, I know where
Amulet
you're good. Yeah.
on Chef Zach's turn specifically,
Yep.
so that he is forced to either banish it or wait for it to come back.
Yeah, I mean it's still gonna be tough because you still have to like if you Zephyr the Safeguard Amulet, great, you can deal more
down.
damage, but the Mage Bane Lash is still there,
There it is.
and then
Attempt
I
to
guess it's a
Primordial Ritual
question
Bovine.
of
The
Like,
additional
Primordial
cost.
Ritual into the
Would you like to
Bovine's interesting.
Target myself on mill 2.
Oh.
Seaside
Okay.
Song
Mill
of
2
Frost.
there.
There it is.
Oh, the Song of Frost he was looking for
This is
earlier
great.
just got milled.
I will attempt to
Oh,
play
I
Lost in
mean
Thoughts for free.
that's perfectly fine. He can banish a
Oh.
float to use it. So.
Oh, Lost in Thought for 3 is going to Ravishing him
And
for game.
then I will
Ravishing
3 down.
for
Ravishing, additional cost, banish 2
10,
float,
16?
2.
Ravishing
With
for
the Mage
16.
Bane
Ravishing for
Lash,
10
for
is
15
straight
minus
lethal.
7
Straight lethal.
would be 8.
Yep. It should be. It should be 9
think that's
plus 6 plus 1.
I'm just double checking. I don't have something weird.
He has 9 lash counters from the activation of the additional cost activation of Ravishing Finale. So Mage Bane Lash with 9 counters goes to 10.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so it's going to
No,
be
wait,
Ravishing for
we gotta make sure
16,
before you, like,
minus
okay,
the
jump
6,
up.
10 damage,
Oh,
24, and that's going to be game. So Chef Zach's going to take the first one
right now, I'm
here
like, all right, I think
against true champion Isaac.
I'm like, I think that-
So looking at the sideboard options here, definitely going to see that Crimson Protective Trinket. I think that one has to come in on Chef Zach's side.
Oh yeah, that's just kind of free, honestly. You make so much float,
And I was like,
just like
okay.
eating
And I was
2
like,
cards,
Zephyr. I was like,
shutting down some
please,
of that Veiling
something,
value.
like, anything.
I also really like that he has 4 Storm of Thorns available to him.
Oh my
Storm of
God.
Thorns is a card that's actually going to stop all the damage from Razor Gale Calling.
Also, I
Oh,
because
yeah,
it's
that's-
single instances of 1. So
That's-
Storm of Thorns just turns it off.
Yeah, that's something I completely
Yeah, I
forgot
was like, I saw
about.
Lantern, I'm like, and there's 4 Veiling?
That's a lot of
Oh,
self
that will
damage if you're
drown
trying
him.
to
I had
play
to.
through that.
I had to do it.
Yeah, so Storm of Thorns is
Yeah.
good there. So the nice thing is it doesn't reflect because the source is the Fantasia, not the champion.
Yeah, I was like, oh, man, I can
So
get some
it's
full-
basically
oh,
just a way to
I'm like,
stop
all
the
right,
damage.
Yeah.
But then when you're looking at the
Primordial
other side,
Ritual, 'cause I'm like, I do have the
we
one.
also have to look at what Isaac has available to him. So 2 Scavenging Raccoons are definitely coming in the match. They're going to be useful against the mills. Maybe not against a 5 floating Icebound Slam, but it is one of those things. Viridian Protective Trinket will also be fantastic. It'll help him, maybe save him potentially from things like a Song of Frost, etc.
Yeah.
And then, other than that, I think Cleansing Reunion is an option, but I don't know how efficient it'll be for him against Nico. I think it's a lot better in the
I'd be
Vanitas
like, that is fair.
mirror.
Like,
I get it.
Yeah. I mean, I can say
oh, no, this
I've
matchup is
I've cleansed a
absolute
Nico
worst
for
because
6
it's
before.
always a slow play match because
Feels
you
pretty
have to
good.
give your opponent in a response in
yeah.
every single window.
Yeah, the Cleansing Reunion can be good. I just think it depends on the opener here for
Yeah,
Chef
it's
Zach.
just
So if
not
he
fun.
opens with like double Fractal Rain or like 2 Fractals of Rain in the first 2 turns, Icebound Slam right off the bat,
end up drawing, like,
he's not
two
really
swing,
going to be
because
too
I'm like, how am I gonna
worried
use
about
this?
it.
I'm
If
like,
you're
how am I
expending cards to get that forward, like
Oh,
you're also
yeah.
not progressing your own game plan, so he's kind of
Exactly.
chilling in that
I
regard.
mean,
Please
it's
don't.
only
I always
kind
give
of
my
a bit of
opponent
a
great
panic
cards, and I
moment if
show
you
them that.
only have the
That makes
Icebound
better than
Slam. Like you,
So I have a
like
notorious
you see
curse
the
in
beautiful
my-
river,
in,
and then it gets
our
eaten
group.
by Cleansing Reunion, and then
It is so
it's like,
clunky
oh no,
with
okay,
myself.
I guess I have to play the game like other people and banish cards to level.
My opponent will shuffle or cut.
Yeah, sometimes you're in an awkward
It
position where
doesn't matter.
you just
I don't
don't have
know what
anything
my
to keep
issue
going
is.
with, right?
Yeah.
But
exactly.
one thing I'm interested in is this one of Torrential Blast. So one of Torrential Blast, I feel like it's maybe built for Geldis or like some
that was the worst
really
idea
big
ever.
slime,
Holy,
like a
it was-
lustrous slime
it was,
or
it
like a
was
king
rough
slime.
in this
Because the way Torrential Blast works is it deals damage up
but it
to
was- the
the
driving here
number
was- I was like,
of
wow, and I
water
thought,
cards you have in your
my city
graveyard,
was
but it
bad
only
drivers.
targets allies.
Yep.
Which I find really strange that it's a one of specifically in the deck.
Dude, the-
Like, I like the
the
concept of
amount of
using
car
things that
accidents
have like
and
spot
people
removal
almost hit
because
me,
one of the biggest
coming
issues
here
for
was
Nico is a
absolutely
lot of
insane.
intercept, a lot of
Chicago
taunt,
feels
right?
scary,
But a one-of card in a deck that doesn't really dig that hard is interesting to me.
Okay, I'm gonna get cut off right now.
It is interesting in a sense because it's an answer to the large guy, but I guess it also, say for Nico specifically, I can kind of understand why it's in the deck because it gives you, it does give you the freedom and mobility to aim your big attacks elsewhere if needed, right?
Yeah, definitely. Something I was really hoping to see in that matchup, I really wanted to see Stratagem as a big finisher into Isaac. Like, I know he had the Veiling Breezes, so I guess maybe that's why it wasn't shown. Maybe he just didn't get one in his hand, but he had at one point he had like 5 or 6 floating memory in his deck, or in his graveyard, sorry, and it could have been lethal in one turn at like almost any point.
Right off the rip of that Icebound Slam, we saw 5 float suck in, one class lock being the Bovine. But yeah, I mean,
even if one was activated though, one activated to level up, play a beast, attack, especially if it's a Tidestone Bovine, right? You play a Tidestone Bovine, mill 2 if you get one floating, Stratagem next turn, attempt to kill.
Yeah.
And you can even test the Veiling by like banishing 2 instead of 3 or something like that. You can force him to Veiling or force him to take a decent amount of chip damage. Because like 6 or 9 damage is like enough to scare someone, but not enough to like present lethal a lot of the times. But it puts them in the range where they have to really think about what they want to expend and what they want to materialize in future turns.
True.
I deleted everything, then deleted the account. And then,
I really like it though. I love that these players are just having a good time chatting it out while shuffling, figuring out their sideboards, just getting ready for the match.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see how kind the GA community is to each other. There's a lot of patience involved with this, and it's a long day for a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you come out here to have fun, right? And that's the most important thing.
I'll go first.
All right.
No, the most important thing is making sure you win.
Good luck.
Thumb emoji. Nah, it really depends on what you're trying to do here. But I mean, if you're not trying to win, it's kind of a hard place to be.
Oh, I mean, like winning is great, but yeah, try and have fun at the same time too. You did come here to have a good time at the end of the day. So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Came here to play against Vanitas all day. Smile.
Glimpsing.
Yes.
It's true. That would be me right now if I were in the trenches with these brave souls.
Windmills. He's putting down a windmill.
Nothing that I can do, so the effect is just Glimpse 6, bottom 6, so it's one of those things where...
We're going to see the Serene Spirited win. I believe that's 3 bottom, 3 top here.
3 bottom, 3 top. Not too often do you see
Technically,
windmills
not really,
tucked
because
away.
it's written there.
Yeah, the windmill tucked away kind of makes sense. It doesn't quite need it early on the baby green. Oh, windmill and the reclaim. A decent open here. My favorite Sean opener, windmill reclaim.
Windmill,
Your favorite pizza place.
And since you are water,
Down, just reclaim it immediately. Yep. He's gonna bring it back. Pass the turn right there. Being it, chilling. Pretty good opener. This opener feels so much better if you're playing a regular Spirit and you go second, because you can just replay the Windmill Engineer again.
Yep.
Well, second verse, same as the
The
first.
value is pretty good here. Icebound Slam!
Oh, yeah.
He does
baby.
get it immediately, so we're gonna see it.
Myriad or
Myriad. Oh, Stratagem, Chilling Touch, Chilling Touch, and a Storm of Thorns. So it's only gonna be 2.
not the worst I've seen.
And
So we actually are gonna see those Storm of Thorns from the sideboard.
Okay.
need that health.
Yeah, Glimpse 4.
Very, very nice. So he's going to have access to potentially 3 floating memories in the future. Does have 2 for now. Is going to have to wait till Nico to get the Storm of Thorns.
You continue. I have no response. All of this is in memory. I just kind of saw like 3 cards. Saw the
Chef Zach just letting him know. Just do your thing, man. Like, all my cards are in memory. Just want to remind you, like, I just Icebound Slammed. You're all good. Just do what you need to do. Do the Vanitas things.
Yep.
Yeah.
Isaac's like, got you. So he's going to draw for turn here after glimpsing 4. And we're going to see how spicy it can get with this deck. So we're going to see a Racer Gale calling, so that's decent to open. And then he's going to pass turn, no windmill. Nothing quite yet. He's kind of just figuring it out. We're going to see a Safeguard Amulet immediately here from Chef Zach.
That's,
In response to the Safeguard Amulet, we were going to see a Fairy Whispers, targeting champion with the Razor Gale. So on the stack of that, we're going to get the Fairy Whispers first. Or damage first, sorry. Damage triggers, Fairy Whispers will resolve.
Yeah, I wasn't ready to see the Safeguard coming out that early at all.
Showing Fairy Whispers. Sure.
Showing another Fairy Whispers. Still in response to materialization, we're going to see another Fairy Whispers. He's going to take the 1. Then Fairy Whispers will resolve. Windmill.
Bottom 1, top
What, 3 visits?
Yep.
Show a Veiling.
He's going to show the Veiling.
Okay. I guess might as well. Nope.
He said he almost said might as well, and then he chose not to. I think he was thinking about playing at 3 visits there.
Make you play it. Slam. 5.
Yeah. thought better of it.
Yeah. So he is gonna do it again. He's gonna slam.
Yes, go for that. Yeah.
Fractal of Rain, Storm of Thorns, Fracturized,
Ooh.
Revitalize, Cleanse, Lost in Thoughts.
Lost, so 2 floating, and then another class
coming in
bonus
for
floating.
8.
So Icebound Slam in for
At
8 here.
Advantage top.
Is he going to take it? Is he going to Veiling Breeze? Icebound Slam. Second Icebound Slam is always a fun one. He just wants to make the game go through.
Yeah.
Shevzak could take a fast win here against true champion Isaac. Nico is pretty strong. Icebound Slam is scary.
Yeah. And Isaac's showing.
Isaac's showing.
Four
He's taking
cards
it.
in memory, so this.
He took the 8. He's up
wow.
at 16 now. He does have the Serene Spirit available to him,
does,
so
yeah.
he's going to have 9 available.
That's true. 9's not a lot of room to work with, though.
Yep, we're going to see end step 3 visits here.
Yeah.
Glimpse 2. Veiling Breeze and
Brain lag. 1 down, 1 top.
Veiling Breeze. We're going to see one bottom, 1 top here. 3 visits will resolve. Recover 2. Go down to 14.
Restand.
And wake up.
Go.
Also, I believe Shevzak should be at 3 for damage because of the 3 visits activation on the Razor Gale there. The damage should be 3 to 14 right now. We're going to have the Water Resonance Bauble here from True Champion Isaac. He's going to draw for that in his Recollection. He's going to activate the 3 visits again from the graveyard, put it in banishment. He's going to glimpse before he's able to draw for his turns. Fantastic setup. That's going to be the 4th damage comes in. The activation of 3 visits again will trigger the Razor Gale calling.
Banish.
Thank you, banish. Thank you.
Well, Zach with the good catch. Good catch, putting in the banishment.
There you go. So
I have nothing in my
Chef's
hand,
should
and
be
nothing
at
is coming
5
back
then,
above
because
the table.
you just had even.
Played too much competitive
4.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
4. 3 visits has been used twice, and Fairy Whispers was used twice.
Oh, okay. I thought there was a missed damage somewhere. No.
I believe we're gonna get a Windmill Engineer. So the missed damage was when it was at 2. Now he's gonna go to 5 for the activation of the Windmill Engineer.
Okay, there we go. Okay, we're good now.
Drawn to memory here. Windmill can swing for 1, go to 6. The slow death by a million paper cuts. Death by a million paper cuts. Isaac does have the potential to actually take it here. It's pretty interesting. Chef Zach can level up for free and then level up for free again. So a lot of health available to him. Plus he has the Safeguard Amulet out. So if he feels threatened at any point, he can go for it.
Yeah.
Isaac has to play pretty calm and collected. Just to really think about it. I believe there's a Diablerie in his hand.
That is a Diablerie.
I will wake up, and then I will take a second to think on materialization real quick.
He's thinking about the materialization,
I will level
debating
up
if he wants to go to
level
Sylvie.
1 with
We are going into Sylvia level 1 using Fracturize on the stack.
Go to Recollect.
Recollection.
In Recollection, is he going to Veiling Breeze and Recollection? He's going to Veiling Breeze and Recollection because he's afraid of an Icebound Slam. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I got
And
So he's going to reveal 4 there. Going to go to 7 from the Razor Gale calling as well. Interesting. So he does reveal the 3 visits, and I believe that's a Blessed Clergy.
yeah. Is that a stratagem I see in Chef Zach's hand? I can't quite tell from here.
Actually, I don't think it's a Blessed Clergy. He doesn't have Blessed Clergy.
That
So
is
he will be a 2/3 response to the unentered.
Maybe in Chaining Gale?
Or well,
Maybe,
technically,
yeah.
the response to swing into Windmill Engineer on attack trigger. Mill myself for 2.
Tidestone Bovine.
Title live.
Tidestone
Ripple back.
Bovine. Title Bovine and a
And
Ripple
then
back to
I
Rip. An
will
unfortunate mill, but it is what it is.
It is.
Not bad. A little
Yeah.
bit of damage coming in here for Chef Zach. He's going to push Isaac back again.
That's true. Yeah, this Tidestone Bovine, now with the help of handy dandy buff counter, it has a premium stat line, 2/3.
It's a pretty decent 3/2/3. A little bit of chip damage here is always nice.
Yeah.
Even though he won't be able to deal the damage from the Veiling Breeze, he will get the on-attack trigger.
Yep.
Isaac thinking about his materialization here, what he wants to go for.
Yeah, Chef Zach was so much floating in the drop that if this goes anything like last game,
I almost said what I called
yeah,
that.
we might see that Tidestone Bovine going at Isaac and taking cards off the top of his deck.
So pre-recollection, we're going to see the banishment of Necklace of Foresight. He's going to glimpse 4. All 4 to the bottom. Then he's going to recollect to draw for turn, I believe.
3 visits.
He's going to activate 3 visits.
All right, what do you think Isaac's looking for here?
Sounds good.
Also, in response to his activation, he's going to use the Safeguard.
Then you're good.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So Safeguard will block the damage from the Razor Gale calling, and then the 3 visits will finish resolving here. So he's going to glimpse the 2.
Thinking.
No worries.
Thinking about if he wants to put them on him. One of them might be another 3 visits. That's why.
Yeah.
He's calculating the damage in his head right now. For next turn, probably.
Next turn, yeah. Both players showing a lot of respect to each other here.
Yeah, Isaac has to play a little more calculated because he is down a game. Shevzak knows he's up in a decent advantage, right? 10 damage on the field is pretty impactful against Vanitas here, even though he does have the Serene Spirit available to him still for the lineage release.
No, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
Recollect.
Yep.
Draw.
So we're going to see Recollection and Draw. I believe that's a second Razor Gale calling.
1, 2.
That is a second Razor
Yeah,
Gale.
so Razor Gale will block. So the Safeguard Amulet will block the Razor Gale initial trigger. And he has the 3 visits. So 3 visits available on future turns. Pretty good here.
4 in hand.
4 in hand. Not a lot of damage to block. So I'd be interested to see whether or not Shevzak attempts to go for like a mill out here, or if he's just going for raw damage again.
Yeah.
Going for Nico right away and being able to get the Mage Bane Lash next turn is pretty spicy.
That was pretty good. Yeah.
In response to Materialization, we're going to see a 3 visits. He's going to take the 2 and go to 9.
Yep. Yep.
And then I'll play the 3 visits.
Go to 13.
Yeah, he's going to play the 3 visits 3 times, putting him to 13, 11, 13.
19,
He's going to play it again. Yep, and that's going to be that's going to be it. Yeah, so he's going to go he's going to take it again. He's going to take 6 and go to 19.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. The
Yep.
one thing was like a razor.
No.
Okay. Yep. Or
Yeah.
thorns.
No,
Yep, Storm of Thorns would have been the only thing that could stop that. Or you could, if he had a title lock, he could have title locked when it was going to the bottom of the deck, and it would go there, and the activation wouldn't happen, so there wouldn't be the Razor Gale damage. But he did not have any interaction in hand, so Isaac's going to take that game. So basically what happened was, after he passed the turn, in response to the Materialization that Shevzak put down, he said 3 visits 3 times, 3 visits 3 times again. You're going to take 6 and 6, putting him to exact lethal of 19 on Sylvie 1.
I could have done a lot of damage. with
Crazy.
Fairy Whispers and
All
stuff like
in
that.
response to Materialization to Nico too.
Yeah, Materialization and Ego 2 is a good time. You just needed to get around the Safeguard Amulet. So Shevzak had a really good idea with the Safeguard Amulet on that turn.
Yeah.
He may have wanted to play it a turn earlier just to get the little bit less damage, but either way, it's pretty close. So 1-1 so far in this matchup. Who do you have taken it? Nico or Vanitas?
I mean, we're playing at a reasonable pace, and like I
This
feel
is a
bad
really
because,
interesting
like,
matchup.
Both of us are going to have turns where it's like.
I mean, I'd still say
playing a
because
little
of
bit, 'cause you gotta think
the
about
fact
a lot
Nico
of things.
has so many answers
So
in main deck, like
friendly for
well, answer and material
hour.
being Mage Bane Lash, right? You got like several good defensive options: Mage Bane Lash, Safeguard Amulet,
No,
and in the main deck you have Storm of Thorns, which like kind of just shuts off the turn damage-wise from the Vanitas player.
if I'm not mistaken.
Although it's kind of interesting because that's the beauty of fast speed, right?
That's right,
It's
one
like,
piece.
Okay,
Yep. I know
you
it's a
deployed your
band-aid
answer.
game.
Let me just wait a turn.
I say untap.
Then I'll go in
or
again.
I just get them mixed up. I'll be playing this game.
Yeah,
so
it really
long, I
depends
won't
on.
back.
I think it really depends on the opener overall.
It does.
Because Shevzak did play things in like in a very appropriate way. We saw 2 Icebound Slams, a ton of floating available to go into the levels. He went Safeguard Amulet, level up, and it's like it's not like you can really go that much more aggressive. Like maybe he could have leveled up before going for the Safeguard Amulet, but at the same time, I think Isaac would have found that lethal against him because he found the second Razor Gale calling early enough.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess.
All right. Well, good luck.
What are you like?
And
Really,
this
what
is
are you
gonna be
going to
scary.
do against 3 visits? 3 visits. 3 visits.
This is another good example of those games. It's like, what do you do in water to deal with Razor Gale calling 3 visits? Like Storm of Thorns is great, but he milled 2 of them and never had the chance to hold one to play. So
There you go. Yeah.
in a weirder position. He's going to open the Fractal of Rain. It's a great setup. It's a freezing steel down there too.
Yep. I mean, yeah. I mean, sometimes in this case, like Isaac had information from those earlier mills to. It's like, hey, it could be a bit of a gamble, but I've got a decent shot at lethal here. And sometimes you just go for it.
All right.
Yeah, he played it pretty calm and collected.
He did, yeah.
He's going to hold on to the one Zephyr here, the Fairy Whispers. With the rest of the cards on the bottom, I believe it's 4 down. We're going to see the 4 down. Draw up to 6, and then 1 for turn. Go to 7, Veiling Breeze. Another Fairy Whispers. Cleansing Reunion. He does have Cleansing Reunion. I did see that drawn there off of the draw 6.
This could be trouble for Shevzak.
Another Fairy Whispers. Fairy Whispers is just so important here.
Yep.
You basically just have to continue to dig over and over and over.
Yeah.
So you'll be the Fairy Whispers. 2, 3.
Just dig.
Raccoon. So he's a lot of graveyard hate available to him.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Raccoon might go to the bottom strictly because he has a Cleansing Reunion.
Yeah, it could go to the bottom, but
Depends how much he feels like he needs to slow down Shevzak's gameplay versus speeding up his own. He's putting all 3 on top.
Yeah.
I think he's actually putting all 3 on top, so he's going to grab the Fairy Whispers.
Okay.
Interesting, and pass the turn there.
All right. I didn't quite catch where he positioned Raccoon. Was it second from top or third from top initially?
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
Level.
I wonder if he's trying to bait Isaac into, or Chef Zach into milling him based on his Fairy Whispers.
Oh, fractal. Oopsies. Shit.
He might be.
I know exactly which card it was, if that's okay, or do you want?
I trust you. So
I unfortunately drew the Cerulean.
So they're, yeah. So he's saying the card that was still in my hand is the one on top. Isaac said that's good with me, so he's gonna mill the Cerulean Decree and then draw for turn.
All right.
Yeah, I believe they're deliberating with the judge right now, if that's all right.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a pretty common dexterity error. Just go too fast sometimes. And,
I trust you.
It was Cerulean Decree. That is not what I want to
Yeah, we can verify that on stream. It was the Cerulean Decree that he drew that turn.
Yep.
But also,
And so,
Wait,
yeah, it works out.
we're switching
Isaac
it
trusts him.
Yeah.
Chef Zach's like, okay, as long as you're cool with it. And honestly, that's really what it comes down to. We can verify it on stream as well, so it's fine.
Verify it on stream. And,
Just need to be careful and not make that kind of gameplay error in the future.
Yep. Yeah.
You know what the worst
It does draw into the Tidestone Bovine.
True. I mean, we've come into round 6. We're like starting to wind down the day slowly. It's kind of showing, and it's easier to slip up, but like sometimes you gotta just take your time and do things properly.
I mean, you should always take your time and do things properly. People should play cleaner more often than not. There's really no excuse for not playing cleanly in Grand Archive, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, totally fine.
I think it's one of the things. So we're going to see 1 down for a Freezing Steel, and then all the cards full hands down for Rippleback Terrapin. He's going to come in with the 1 buff counter, and then he's going to banish for another buff counter, draw a card. Pretty good opener. So Rippleback Terrapin, 3/7 with Spell Shroud. He's going to come in for 3 here. Isaac is going to play at 3 visits. In response before damage. Interesting choice.
Interesting choice for
I think
sure.
you would probably want to play it after so you don't take the damage, or you take 2 less damage.
And I'm at 1 health.
Oh, I guess, okay, so he declared that it was after, that he took the 3, and then he's playing an end step. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it is. There's a verbal declaration there between the players.
Yep.
Oh.
All right, so worth knowing that Isaac doesn't have class bonus active.
No, 'cause I went
guess if we
first, and I did
look
fractal.
at Chef Zach's deck list, is he running is he
7,
running
8,
any sort of
9,
graveyard
10.
hate? Does he have raccoons or like
Chef Zach?
Yeah, or
That's
like
9.
a sea spray
No.
diver? No. Okay.
No raccoons, no CC Diver. It doesn't really work against 3 visits either because he's fast activated in response to the on-enter trigger.
Oh, I know, but like in this case, Isaac is still on Spirit, so
It's true, that's true.
that is a sneaky way to eat a 3 visits. But it
It's
won't
true.
Yeah.
I believe he's going to level up right now, though, into Vanitas level 1.
Am I scared? I don't think so.
Because he used it in end step. So he's trying to deliberate whether or not he's scared or if he can kind of play a little greedier. So I think we're going to see a backup charger instead of the level 1. Water Resonance Bauble.
No
Water Resonance Bauble. Okay.
I'll crack it. Draw.
Yep.
Water Bauble comes in. He's going to draw for that. Let's get the Zephyr.
Yep.
He's going to Fairy Whispers pre-recollection. Pretty good.
Lots of dig.
I believe I see a Scout there.
I think you're right. We do see a Scout there.
Bottom 2.
Yep.
Bottom 2 Scout on top.
On 2 Scout on top, hoping to.
It looked like a 1-up turbocharge. I wasn't quite sure on that either.
Yep.
Well, I'll just go 2 down scout.
Yep.
2 down for the Scout. It's too bad no Razor Gale calling out. If Razor Gale calling was out already, this would be pretty big.
Oh.
2 Cleansing Reunions.
Oh man.
And he's going to have to leave those on top so he gets to choose which ones.
Never floating memory.
Yuck.
He's going to draw the card here.
Scout.
And then what do we see? Another Scout. So we're going to look at the top 3 again. The 1 card difference is going to be a Diablerie. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting Diablerie. So he's going to have eventually 3 Cleansing Reunions. I believe 2 Diableries in his hand. Be interesting to see.
Yeah, I guess this is true win gaming, man. Just jam all the cycle spells.
Yeah, the flexibility here for Isaac to be able to just continue drawing cards is great. It's unfortunate he's missing out damage because no Razor Gale Callings on the field yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chef Zach is trying to turbo into his Nico so he has the health and then also has access to class bonus.
Yeah.
Class bonus to playing Storm of Thorns is like so much value when you're already Nico because then you can use it for things like your Mageman Lash, your Vapor Jet Shield. You can use it for your Tideholder Claymore if you need.
Yeah. How often do you think we see the Vertigo's Decree come out a bit early here to shut down that fractal value?
Vertigo's Decree into the Fractal Domain is actually extremely good. I would play it right now if you have nothing better to play. I think he's doing it right now.
Yep.
Vertigus Degree will
Okay.
suppress this and destroy that.
Yep.
Is Verdigris Decree a skill or a spell?
Oh,
Yeah,
spell shroud. Spell shroud.
Yeah, okay, so they just
Okay,
caught
they
it as
caught
well.
it.
Yeah, they
Good.
just caught it as well. But I was pretty sure it's a spell.
I think you're right on
Okay.
that. I do believe it's a spell. So.
Yeah. Verdigris Decree. I believe all the decrees are spells, so it can't actually target that.
Game 3's been a little.
So you can destroy up to one, and then the other everything else is up to. So like it doesn't really matter. You're basically strictly using it as the destroy. In this case, you probably wouldn't even imbue it, just so you don't show your opponent what you have available to you.
Yep.
GCR. We're gonna see the Diablerie come out. He's gonna take the GCR. I believe that's also a foil first at GCR. Yeah, so the
you're
banishment of the foil first at GCR there. True champion Isaac. Diablerie the most expensive card on the field so far today.
I want to see it because I was like, I just need to try for it, and if you have it, you have it.
Yeah, he respected it. Chef Zach said, I got to do it. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it.
Yeah.
And Isaac's a haver.
3 down.
He's a haver today.
I mean,
swing one at you on a
like
tank trigger myself.
knowing you were playing into Glen Williams specifically, you would always play more than 2 Diablerie because you get Diablerie and Apotheosis, right?
True, for sure. We're going to see the Tidesnow Bovine milling, a Tidal Lock, and a Chilling Touch. So another floating available for Chef Zach. Vanitas level up. He's going to choose to banish one from memory. Here's the roll. So he's banishing number 4. It's going to be a Zephyr. Going to get that on-enter Glimpse 4 due to the spirit lineage being wind. Well, there's a Razor Gale calling.
Bad stuff.
There we go.
It's activated the Razor Gale calling.
2 in hand.
It's time.
It is time.
3, 4.
4 water, 2 floating, I believe.
This is hand. These are the things I'm bottom decking.
Yes.
Sorry.
No worries.
So he's trying to separate his cards to make sure he doesn't make a mistake here. The Razor Gale calling very, very good.
Think about these 4 or these 2 as well. Still
Debating whether or not the Razor Gale calling definitely goes at the top, but the question is, what is the other card in that he's checking there? I can't quite tell what it is, but it's good enough that he's deliberating very hard over it.
Bottom deck 3, top.
Okay, so bottom 3, top 1. So the Razor Gale calling's on top.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch what the other cards were either.
So we see Recollect and Draw.
I believe one looked like a Cyclical Breeze. Could be wrong.
Oh, it might have been a Cyclical Breeze. Cyclical Breeze is pretty good for that.
Yeah.
Razor Gale.
Yep.
1-2 for Razor Gale. Let's go.
Yeah.
Now he can start. I mean, he's online now, right? Razor Gale is the online card. We can start dealing damage. We can start pushing face.
You're good. This matchup just takes a while. Wake
So
up.
it's a tough one, but 10 minutes left in round 6 here. 1-1 so far between Chef Zach and True Champion Isaac. It's going to be a tough one.
Oh, yeah.
Chef Zach, does he go into Nico 2 here? Or does he bring out the Safeguard Amulet again?
I'm just gonna do that. We're gonna go safeguard.
Yeah, in response.
Yeah.
Goes for the safety. He's going to take Safeguard. In response to Materialization, we're going to see 3 visits activated.
Glimpse 2.
Rest.
Gonna Glimpse 2 here.
Have to
Paying cost as rest. Not paying cost, sorry. Resolving the card, so he's resting. Then he's going to Glimpse 2 and Recover 2. I believe, was that an Innervate Agility?
It certainly looks like.
I think it is an Innervate Agility, and it's probably for stealth to fuck damage.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. It's Innervate Agility and Turbocharge, I think.
Oh, wow.
1 top, 1 bottom.
Yeah.
I think he's keeping the Innervate?
Guilty.
Yep.
That would make sense, yeah.
And then banish.
So he's Recover 2. Card's going to go to Banishment. Response, so Chef Zach will take the 1. Is he going to activate it a second time?
Yep.
You are good.
No frack.
Oh, just the 1 time. That's all he's looking for.
Draw for turn.
Only need the 1.
Swing
Safeguard
at you on
Amulet's
a
out.
trigger, mill 2. Myself.
All good.
Swing for turn. Immediate mill 2.
Icebound slam.
Oh, that's
Frostborn Paladin Icebound Slam might be the worst possible options he could have milled, and he suffered it. You can see the laughter there. It's a definitely a tough one. It's very, very unfortunate to be hitting those.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
You really do hate to see it, especially the Frostborn Paladin. The Frostborn Paladin is so good value in this matchup because it's difficult for like ally removal, and the TCG deck specifically doesn't run spot removal like Tempest Downfall. So you being able to chip in repeatedly is based on how many Veiling Breeze they have available to them.
That's true.
Also, he plays the Frostborn Paladin regardless, though.
I will.
I mean, yeah, this Frostborn Paladin, like, it's a good Veiling Breeze check sometimes when you get them high enough. So.
Yeah, the Veiling Breeze check is good. Chilling Touch. Ooh, Chilling Touch is good.
That is also a
He's gonna
great
remove
Veiling
one.
Breeze check.
Remove 1 temporary. Pretty good.
All right.
Even.
Yep.
Odds, evens. He's going to remove a Cleansing Reunion.
Okay.
Or, sorry,
yeah, I think
reserve cost.
so.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, sure. Like this.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I
I
just
think
did
we
that
might
way
have
it's
seen
like
another
easy
in
to
Isaac's hand, possibly. So.
Well, he glimpsed,
Plus that
he
way
scouted
people
into
get,
2 of them,
here,
so
here,
3 of them
face
should
down.
be in his hand
we'll go back
soon,
to
or they
the-
already were.
Put
Yeah.
3 down.
Yep.
Yep, 3 and after the backup
Bracket.
charge. Off the top of the deck should be the turbo charge, I assume.
This.
Yeah.
In
Oh wait, didn't he
recollection
bottom one when he
still,
was looking at
I will
both
pass
turbo
it 3 visits,
turbo
targeting
charge
you.
and
I will take one.
Yeah,
innervate?
it depends if he
One,
it depends if he bottomed. We don't know which one he bottomed between the innervate agility and the turbo charge. So we'll find out shortly here when he recollects. But it looks like in recollection we're going to see 3 visits activated from banishment.
Heal 2, and then bottom.
Yeah, so he's going to glimpse 2, put those to the bottom, recover 2, and then 3 visits will resolve, go to the bottom of the deck, draw for turn. I think he kept the turbo charge, unless it was an escape the wreckage.
2, 3.
It could have been a. Okay.
He is going to turbo charge. Yeah, so he did keep the turbo charge on top.
Yep.
3 down to turbo charge.
Yeah, no, you're good.
By power cell, draw 2.
Yep.
Does he hit another Razor Gale? Nope, no Razor
Nope.
Gale.
Okay, that is a slime shield and a. Oh wait.
Oh, he did get a Razor Gale. Yeah, it's a fist.
Just covered it up
yeah.
enough so we can tell.
5? No. 6. 1 float.
Yeah, so he's got 6 water cards in graveyard,
9.
1 floating memory.
Probably, yes. My count is correct.
He's debating if he can greed or if he wants to cleansing reunion all the cards in the graveyard right now.
Fair take.
If he activates the cleansing reunion, he can't put down the Razor Gale calling, but he really wants to put down the Razor Gale calling right now. Like, you can feel how much he wants to play it.
Oh yeah.
Cleansing reunion.
Yeah.
Sure.
So cleansing reunion, all cards are going to vanish here.
And you have 2 in hand?
2 in hand.
All 6, 2 cards in hand means a Veiling Breeze available, and it, usually the
And
Trigger.
step.
Also, there was a trigger
Yes,
from that.
there was a trigger.
Yeah.
And also at end step, cleansing
yeah.
comes back.
So he's going to take 1 damage from the Razor Gale trigger on the cleansing reunion,
Alright.
and then end step
We're
the
good.
second cleansing reunion that was banished from the Chilling Touch is going to return.
Yeah.
It's calculated. Cleansing reunion, good. Chef Zach has to just debate whether or not he wants to.
Yeah.
He has to debate whether or not he wants to go for this.
Wake up.
True.
Banish.
All right.
Think we are going to see the level up here.
Oh no.
Whoa!
Spicy choice.
Whoa! Oh, this is really spicy. Crimson Protective Trinket is going to banish 2 win cards here. Isaac is not in a happy position seeing that.
I swing at you for 1 on attack trigger target myself.
He's going to attempt to attack. So he's
Primordial
going to mill
Ritual.
2 floating. So now he has 2 more floating available to him.
All right.
Level up into the
All
Nico.
right. No.
Take 3.
Whoa. So the Crimson Protective Trinket's going to be really good against the Veiling Breeze when he goes for it. When he attempts to Veiling Breeze, he's going to use it to banish.
Oh,
I will
okay.
banish.
He's going to banish it now.
No, honestly I like this a bit more. Like just get it out of the way.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And
Oh, okay. Well then.
6 cards.
Yeah, you want to
2
roll?
at random. Let's see what we get.
Just roll 2.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Roll 2. So we're going to see 2 and 2
Can we
and
get 2 and 5.
2 and 5. What do we see banished here? So we're going to see Cleansing Reunion
Alright,
and a
pretty cool.
Slime Shield. Slime Shield not as useful. Cleansing Reunion is decent to take away, considering you have 3 floating in your bin right now. But he's going to see another turtle.
Okay.
Nom nom.
He's going to banish that Primordial Ritual. Get the buff counter.
And then 2 at you.
So we have 1, 3, 3, 2
And
damage
you
on
know
board.
what?
So we
We're
have
gonna go
9
3.
damage on board.
Yep.
It's
And
actually
banish.
pretty good.
It's not bad.
Tapped out, but you do have the Safeguard Amulet. You're in a pretty comfortable position here as Chef Zach.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
And the
No
Crimson
3
Protective
visits
Trinket,
grave or
actually a
damage.
fantastic sideboard card to bring in here.
Yeah.
Not a lot of time left in the round. Only, I believe, 4 minutes here between these players. Isaac trying to think as fast as he can to get through this round.
Yeah, and I mean those allies are sticking, man. Like you got a 3/6, a 2/5, a 3/4, and a 1/2 that just continues fueling the float.
Go my turn.
Yep.
Yeah, Isaac doesn't really have any like ally removal, so it's just like these things hurt every turn. So if you don't have access to Veiling Breeze, it's tough.
And I guess like just like the raw ravishing off the top, right? Just eating 2 floats.
In our collection.
Also something you got to respect a little. So.
Yeah, it would be difficult for Isaac to come back from that. But the big thing is like losing 2 cards out of your total influence immediately based on that Crimson Protective Trinket is just really crippling.
Yeah.
Veiling Breeze protects you so much, but when you don't have as many cards, it's much, much more punishing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The medical, the sideboard, the trinket paying off big time for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to see a Scout there. So Scout, we know we have a Scout, 3 visits. We have 2 Veiling Breeze. One of the Veiling Breeze goes down for a Razor Gale Calling. So Razor Gale Calling will trigger for 1 on the activation of the other Razor Gale Calling. Chef Zach goes to 4 here. He's going to just pass the turn, just chill. So he's got the 3 visits available. He's got the Veiling Breeze available in hand as well. Escape the Wreckage would be pretty useless, so he's just holding onto it for no reason. Holding onto it not to put it down.
Yep. Let's see what Chef Zach opts to go for in his material.
Chef Zach definitely going to Nico here. Ooh, backup Charger is
Yes.
kind of greedy.
That's very greedy.
That's a little too greedy. So 2 down, scout the land.
Scout. Hit you for 2.
I'll take 2.
So the 2, he's going to take 2 from the Razorgale Callings, 1 each. Scout the land will resolve. Ooh, those top 4 actually not that useful for Isaacs. His baby Gray. Gonna draw the card. But he is going to be able to activate the Veiling Breeze.
Sure. Take 2.
Okay. So he'll take 2 damage from that. Go to 8. And the Veiling will be 4. 4, showing 2 other Veiling Breeze. So unless Zach has a good answer here, it's going to be kind of tough for him to push through Isaac. So all those allies not going to be dealing a lot.
So I'm going to swing at you for.
I think I see a revitalizing cleanse in Zach's hand right now, which is.
Ooh, Lost and Thought Fracturize off the Tide Stone Bovine's pretty good. Revitalizing Cleanse would be pretty nice. Being able to heal for a decent amount of damage is very good.
Yeah, I mean,
no,
he's got.
It's not my
He's
hand.
got what, an
it's
influence
the,
of
it's the villain. Got it.
6,
Got
7
it.
right now,
Okay.
so it's a decent sized heal.
Yep, decent heals available here.
Yeah, that's good enough to
Revitalizing
block
Cleanse?
3 wind card or 3 wind
So you
activations.
Icebound Slam? Icebound Slam?
Yep, so he's going to reveal everything. 2
Another
Icebound
Revitalize.
Slams,
Okay, so
Turtle,
5.
and the other Revitalizing. So he gets to draw the
Random
card
card.
for it too.
Okay.
Recover
And
5.
then I will
All right.
pass to you.
It is the game of Stallies.
Okay.
Well, the funny thing is he'll be able to Revitalize and Cleanse a second time here and not have to use the Safeguard Amulet, right? So he's actually in a pretty comfortable place with those sideboard Revitalizing Cleanses.
Technically 6.
There you go. Like, you're basically trading a Veiling Breeze for a Revitalizing Cleanse, except one of them cycles.
Ooh, Nullifying Lantern, because he knows the Icebound Slams are there, so Nullifying Lantern comes through.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
It's interesting.
Interesting choice for sure. And
Isaac playing it safe. Knows he has the other Veiling Breeze, so he's
Oh,
not
I
too
guess,
worried about the,
I'm not
the
sure.
allies.
I'm not sure if it's in main anymore, but like this also does pinch the Tideholder Claymore.
It does turn off Tideholder Claymore. I don't know if Isaac needs to be playing Nullifying Lantern right now. I think he could go a little bit more. I would honestly play Viridian Protector Trinket right now, so that it forces Zach to play things on his turn.
Let me pick off.
Yeah,
2
same.
float.
I agree with
Obviously.
that. Interesting.
So we're going to see 2 float for
Time to go
Nico.
Nico too.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh, he does have a Storm of Thorns in his hand.
Okay.
All good.
Storm of Thorns in his hand is going to be really, really good here.
Oh, for sure. It'll allow him
we
to
will,
take some
in
more
response,
aggressive lines than normal.
First
So.
lineage release.
Yep.
Ooh, okay, interesting. In response to Nico on the stack,
Release.
Materialization is going to release the Serene Spear, go to 11, and then he's going to 3 visits to rest. So 2 damage to Zach,
With a Safeguard Amulet.
and Zach's going to Safeguard Amulet this turn.
That is
Oh, well.
So we are now in
Oh,
overtime.
no, 'cause
Turn
it was
1
talking
going
about,
to
activation
True Champion
not
Isaac.
wrestling champion just yet.
yes, correct.
Yes.
I will
Safeguard Amulet.
put 2 down, and I will Zephyr the Frostsworn.
I will take 2.
Take 2. Yep, from activation.
Okay, so he's going to Zephyr the Frostborn. He's going to take 2 from this this Razorgale Calling. And then in response to that, he's also going to put down for the Veiling Breeze.
Now we got this.
So we'll take 2 from the Veiling Breeze, take 2 from the Zephyr, puts him at 4.
Now you get your 3 visits.
4 damage from the turn. Now the 3 visits will resolve, but the 3 visits damage is blocked because the Safeguard Amulet has resolved now. So the order was basically, he played Veiling at the top of it. It's resolved the 2 Razorgales from the Veiling Breeze. It's resolved. Now it's resolved the 2 Razorgales from the,
All right.
I want to say Scout, but
Attack for
I believe it was the Scout the land.
Yeah.
And then the Safeguard Amulet will resolve. And then after that, the 3 visits resolves with the 2 Razorgale on the stack from that too. So a lot of on the stack of the materialization things happening here.
Yeah,
Isaac is gonna recover and go down to 10 as well.
I forgot, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, this yeah, we've seen no shortage of like just on the stack
back
actions
on
between
enter trigger.
both players creating
nom,
like,
nom, nom.
these massive chains
For this draw.
as well. So
There's a lot of good opportunities here. Chef Zach needs to remember that he also just got a lash counter from the banishment of
I will respond.
the Frostborn Paladin.
yeah,
So I believe the on enter trigger here is gonna see the Revitalizing Cleanse.
Perfect.
Oh, Storm of Thorns.
very nice. Okay, so
Storm of Thorns. Nice. So he does that while no cards are available in hand. Everything's down in memory.
I will.
Storm of Thorns going to give him that floating memory as well, which is pretty good.
Perfect. We'll go 2 down for Windmill.
Lash counter, pretty important. Could make the difference on the damage of a Mage Vein Lash coming out here.
Yep. Draw the memory.
We're going to see Windmill Engineer.
All right.
No damage is going to be done from that Razor Gale Calling since they are 2 single instances of 1 damage. Storm of Thorns will block that.
All right.
But Nico is very good.
Nico, that's okay.
Nico
It's gonna
is
be a
good
draw
here.
anyway.
Nico's good.
Go for it.
Nico's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's there.
That's not going to do anything, though.
Yeah.
Go to my turn. I'll wake up.
Yep, so we're going to be looking at turn 2
Go
of
to
overtime
materialize.
here.
I will banish 2 and attempt to materialize Vapor Jet Shield.
So Vapor Jet Shield's going to come out. So Zach's actually playing to live and not to try to kill Isaac here because he knows that he has the other Veiling Breezes. So he's
Right.
basically trying to make sure there's no way he can die in this situation.
Yeah,
3.
just like kind of stall it out
All right.
before like he just bides his time for a kill,
Target
right?
Nico.
So
Yep.
Pre-rec, I will
Very
go
heads up
3
play
down,
by
banish
Zach.
to draw.
In response.
Yep.
3 down banish to draw. In response, he's going to Veiling Breeze.
Yep.
Okay.
Showing
So he'll take the 2 from the
All
Veiling
right.
Breeze,
Draw
and
into
he'll show
memory.
3.
He's got a power
He'll block
cell.
3.
Recollect.
Yeah.
Draw.
Well, not take 2 because the...
1 into
Yeah.
Windmill Engineer.
Because
and I
of,
will
Well, actually,
wake
it should
up.
be in response to the materialization of that, right? Wasn't that what it was?
And then
I think.
Or was it? No, it was in response to the backup charges. Yeah, he's going to take no damage from it.
Right.
Okay.
All right,
so-
He wanted to make sure that Chef Zach had all his cards down.
Prevent
Yeah.
3, I mean, yeah.
Yep. Prevent
Yep.
3.
But this is looking like a draw here. Unless
so.
Isaac has a Zephyr and he's able to kill over the Zephyr.
5.
That would be crazy if he could do that.
It's
Which is not enough
possible
dash.
if he has enough 3 visits, but I think it's going to be really difficult for him to find 18
Your
damage.
turn 3, yeah.
And also, Chef Zach has a Revitalize and Cleanse in his hand, so he can recover 5 more
But
on the stack somewhere.
On the stack somewhere, exactly.
Yeah, as damage is coming through. So Grand Crusader's Ring.
Grand Crusader's Ring.
In response, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Revitalizing.
Revitalize and Cleanse, yep, in response to the GCR.
3 Bovines, Icebound Slam, Ripple back. and
3
draw.
bovines? That's crazy.
L5, back to 2.
L5, he's going to go down to 2, so he needs to find 23 damage. Yeah, they're just going to call it a draw at this point.
Yeah.
But that was a pretty good example of why, like, Nico is a hard matchup for...
It's such a hard matchup.
Yeah, so, like, on top of not having the ability to remove allies from the field, like, we saw multiple Rippleback Terrapins, we saw multiple Frostborn Paladins, we saw multiple of these Tidestone Bovines. It's very difficult for Vanitas to get these things off the board unless you're running Tempest Downfall. And then that's why the Rippleback Terrapin is so good, because it has Spell Shroud.
Yeah.
Right? It's not something that's available for the Vanitas setups to deal with. So the chip damage comes in, and it kind of offsets the usage of 3 visits on each turn, right? If you're getting those 2 chip damages each turn, you don't have to deal with all these 3 visits recovering over and over and over.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, super interesting matchup. And I would say also super well played from both sides.
Very, very, very well calculated.
Yeah.
That first game was really unfortunate for Isaac. I think just looking at what he was able to draw and what he wasn't able to draw was like just tragic. But what was really cool to see was actually the comeback against Zach when Zach had the double Icebound Slam opener into him. Because, you know, you get double Icebound Slam, you look at it, you're like, I'm probably dead. And somehow Isaac made it, came back, and just took the victory against him. And it was a very, very good, well-played, clean game.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we're going to be going to break now. Thank you guys so much for joining us here at Ascent Toronto. This is the end of round 6. We have 2 more rounds for today. And just again, thanks for joining us, guys.
All right.
Hello, we are back for round 7. Mr. Bonnie Rain has come to join me, and I believe we are watching the deck we talked about earlier.
Yes, the so-called Park Ranger, Win Diana.
Yeah, so this is going to be table 12. So I'm very excited to see the deck list. You wanna walk us through this, kind of talk about what the deck list is kind of showing, and then I'll pull up the actual deck list and we can confirm
So
cards.
table 12, it's something like 4-1-1, I think I've heard. So still very, very high-ranking players, probably making it to D2, to day 2. So Park Ranger is mostly, compared to the Diana decks of the past that really turboed to level 3, tried to win using the Shadow's Twin. This Win Diana build, usually, if it's the type of deck I'm used to seeing, is more of an ally build. You play some very efficient allies. You got cards like I'm blanking on the name right now, but there's this ally with range 4. It's a 1/3 with range 4. So you have this whole suit of very efficient ranged something allies, and you use your cards efficiently to give them distant and try to push for big amounts of damage early on in the game. It's an ally aggro package, just with ranger cards.
So the most interesting thing to me about this deck list is actually not the deck list, but the person who's playing it.
Yes?
This is the winner of the Ascent Chicago Scrub-Out tournament who went 7-0.
Oh, that's
He,
nice.
he was playing Win
Right?
Diana with Academy Guide Dungeon Guide, and he was
Yes.
playing Displace Zephyr and something else to just always turbo to 3.
All
He was
right.
playing Win Diana turbo to 3 and just deleting people with Taser Shot. The unfortunate part is I think the person he's playing against is playing Hybrid Merlin.
That does seem like Hybrid Merlin, yes.
Well, let me just double check and verify this for you guys. I do like a lot of the different guns and kind of bullets you can play in Wind Diana. A lot of people really focus on Wind Piercer, but Turbulent Bullet is really, really good.
It
when
is
comes
very,
to
very
ally
good when you
matchups.
have an ally matchup, yes.
Yeah.
And so this deck has no Diana level 3, has not even the Blast Shot pump. So
Oh, it does have Blast Shot Pump.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's right. Okay, it's right up top there. So obviously no Diana level 3 means no Shadow Twins, so you're running still a certain amount of guns to be able to use those. The non-level 3, the non-Umbra guns have a lower amount of durability, so if the game goes long, you need more guns to be able to keep up your attacks.
I was incorrect. It is not Hybrid Merlin. It is pure Merlin on Fragmented.
All right, Fire?
Fire,
Yes.
Fire Merlin.
Still running the Ascension package, yes. So, Trent, I think I mentioned it earlier in the stream, some Merlin decks are shying away from the Ascension package. So it frees up a slot in the material deck. It breaks your hand less often because you tend to run fewer Crux cards. So you
Mhm.
have some better players early on. So let's see what is in this list. Brisk Trotter is interesting to me. It's a new addition to the deck compared to how the deck was built last set. Liu Bei, obviously.
So you got your classic good wind ally cards. You got the Shimmercloak Assassin. You got the Windmill Engineer, obviously. This is we're actually seeing the first equestrian card of the day in
Yongzo Cavalry. Yeah, Yongzo Cavalry is good. I'm actually surprised we don't see Purse Relentless Raptor in this deck list.
True, it's not in this. Like, yeah, it used to run it, but I guess
because I would have expected this to lean more into like unique ally stuff, but it's also like Dilu and Purse would be really good in this deck list over things like Shimmer
Yeah,
Cloak.
it could be running Dilu if it wanted to. I guess you need to build it a bit differently. But I see the plans.
You could even run like two. You could run like 2 Dilu
Yeah.
with like 3 Purse or like 4 Purse here, and it's decent.
I do also see in the sideboard the first Morgan Soul Guide of the day. So lots of cards we haven't seen before that have a lot of potential in this meta. So we'll see how they're able to.
All right,
to play
predictions.
out on the big screen.
Predictions. Match hasn't started yet. This is actually a good game to do a prediction on, because an ally aggressive like Rushdown is like kind of hard to deal with on Merlin when you're not playing a lot of removal.
So does this one have the full suite of like mnemonic charms and hidden spellcraft?
Yeah.
Only 2 items.
And they're also running Purge and Flames.
Yes.
So there is respect for allies.
I feel like this Park Ranger is actually easier to deal with for Fire Merlin than normal Diana would have been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's no level 3 for the taser lock.
Yeah,
if you were taser locking Merlin, you just win.
Yes.
Because the only real way that Merlin deals with your setup is either playing intercepts, taunts, which is not as common in these packages now because they're playing the Retold Fortune focus on spells, or you have Reduced to Ash and you break the taser shot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like you're just gonna get slapped around a lot.
Even 1 hit is usually too much. You know, some people played the meltdown to destroy the gun, but that was often too late.
Yeah, it's too late here. So Quake MS is going to be our Diana player here. Ty Guy is the Fragmented Merlin. We're going to see the owner of a Windmill Engineer showing a Windmill and a Shimmer Cloak.
So yes, the Diana player is starting.
And I'll pass.
He's going to pass there with the Windmill, holding cards in hand. Does have a lot of interaction in this deck. A lot of interaction. Evasive Maneuvers. We're going to see Reclaims, Skirting Steps, Stifling Traps.
Skirting Step, one of the great
Veil
new win
Dash?
cards. Yeah, Veil Dash is
Veil Dash is a card I rarely ever see anymore.
Yeah, because no one was playing Diana, but it's great. It's double Veiling Breeze.
It kind of is, but it also kind of requires... It doesn't cycle in the same way, so it's a little bit like riskier to use. I do like it as a card, but I think nowadays it might be like a little too greedy to play.
It's great when you also have allies you really want to protect. And it gives distance. It gives distance, which is really relevant. In this deck, giving distance to 2 allies and saving them is really, really important.
Kept the Mnemonic Charm as well as a Ghost of Pendragon, I believe. Dungeon Guide in hand as well. That's a pretty good opener. So Gentle Respite.
He also kept the Gentle Respite, yes.
That's a pretty good opener. I actually quite like that.
Yeah, that's a great hand. Any Merlin players would be happy to see that. That's a hidden spellcraft.
Respite, sorry?
Yep.
I have input 6.
Gentle Respite, very, very good here.
You have to have less than me, right? Yes, less.
He's thinking in response.
Is there anything? Is it worth wasting a card here? We'll see what they have.
Yeah, it's cool. Okay, draw to memory. Then I'll put down 2.
So you're going to draw that into memory. Demonic Charm goes down as well. Draw the card for that.
We're going to call backup charger on that.
Demonic Charm. Demonic Charm is actually such a good card. It's like a perfectly printed Empower focus card. It's great for mages.
Yeah.
Really, really
Yeah,
good
it's a
opportunity
great
there.
card. So again, this Diana is an ally deck, so backup charger turn 1 is the normal play. Everyone just does that. It's great to draw an extra card.
Yep, and because they don't play around the Gildus, they don't have to like worry about balance too much. So 1 damage comes in here from the Windmill Engineer.
And they do have at least 1 automaton in the list to benefit from it. It's not just turbo
Shimmer
Charge
Cloak good.
Fighter.
Actually, they have 2, right?
And
Windbless
Charge
Windfinder.
There's also the Charge Hunter at the top there.
True, Charge Hunter. I think Windbless Rangefinder is also one, right?
I think that's a human.
It's an automaton.
Oh, it is an automaton.
Floating memory automaton. Pretty good.
You're right. So wait, are we not saying the range 4 ally? I think that's a different... Yeah, we're not seeing it. I guess they replaced it with the Liu Bei.
Liu Bei is pretty good. It's a good card. Ooh, Ace and Protector, and then replay the Windmill Engineer. You get pretty good value.
It's exactly how you want to start. 5 damage in, you have big ally on board, you have a lot of cards left. Everything you could ever need. Let's just see how fast the Merlin is able to either level up or deal with that.
It's really nice to see Gentle Respite being played so much now. It's always been like a cool card conceptually, but just not played as much. So we're gonna see another Demonic Charm here. It does have a Purge in Flames available.
That's cool. Okay.
One into the Windmill. Windmill's gonna take one. We have a Fast Cure and a Demonic Charm here. Crux Sight. I'd be interested to see
2 Pendragons? Yeah, 2 Pendragons.
Pendragons. Honestly, you could probably put down the Heightened Spellcraft unless you're really confident that you're going for the like a very fast Incarnate Majesty.
Yeah, you don't have the Incarnate Majesty yet, so you probably.
Wake up.
Interesting, interesting. I wonder what that card he drew into memory was. I can't quite see that.
Yeah, we didn't have a good peek.
Level up into Diana 1 here.
I'll choose. I think it's too much to roll. Yeah, I would say.
Oh, too many cards to roll, so he's going to choose. The banishment is going to be a Reclaim.
All right, Reclaim is all right.
On enter Diana 1 nothing, because Diana 1 apparently does nothing.
Yeah. Who doesn't love a champion that does nothing?
Diana 1 on enter nothing.
Hey, that's the same value as Sylvie 2, right?
Well, that's crazy. Sylvie 2 on enter nothing. Draw nothing. Ooh, Magistrate. Magistrate is really, really good here.
And Merlin right now has nothing to clear it until it goes with Pendragon.
Yeah, Purge in Flames is 3 with class bonus, right?
3 with class bonus, yes.
So double in power. Yeah, it's still not going to be enough to kind of get through it. Purge in Flames costs 8.
8 base, yes.
Yeah, so you could sack twice, level up to 2, sack both the charms, and then Purge in Flames for 4, and then you can't even Dungeon Guide. Oh my god, he's going to show 2 more Eternal Magistrates.
The Persian Flame for 2, because you still have your 2 base level.
And one more. Take one.
Oh, wait.
End of your turn,
True. For some reason, I thought Demonic Charm's in Power 2, right?
In Power 2, yes.
Yeah, for some reason, I thought it was in Power 1 for some reason.
No.
That makes way more sense. It's actually not a bad play if he goes to Purge in Flames here with both the Demonic Charms, and then you level up, and then you just Dungeon Guide after, right?
We'll do that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Or he just loses the Purge in Flames.
Yeah.
On level up. Never mind. My concept here is just not it, apparently, against this Merlin setup.
Well, then recollect.
And no floating memory in the Diana player's graveyard, so no value there.
Oh, Gentle Respite.
You put that down to level up with Dungeon Guide.
He can't.
We do have the Incarnate
Imbued Eternal Magistrate. Imbued Eternal Magistrate means he cannot play the Dungeon Guide.
You need to clear it.
So he has to actually play the Gentle Respite. Put 3 down. Draw a card into memory.
Do you have enough cards to level up? I guess you can play Dungeon. You can play Ghost of Pendragon next turn. Yeah, I guess the Gentle Respite.
You also get to draw from the...
Gentle Respite doesn't draw here, though,
fragments.
right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 he's at?
It should be influence of 6 versus influence of 7, right?
Yeah, I guess the Gentle Respite does draw, yeah.
He values the Crux Sight over the... Interesting. Values the Crux Sight over the...
Yeah, I like that, because maybe the ally player is able to kill 1 Incarnate. Can they kill 2?
It's true. So he's banking on the Incarnate here.
Yeah. I think that's usually the right line of play if you're playing against ally. You rush Incarnate, you drop it down, and the game is pretty much over from there.
Yeah, it's a pretty good position to be in. Are we going to see Diana level 2, though?
Grab GCR.
Oh, GCR. You going to play for the allies?
Yeah, you want to push as much damage as you can, as early as you can.
Yeah, so we're going to be going in here. We have Power Cell onto the Eternal Magistrates. That's going to be swinging in for 4 this turn.
He's going for big damage.
So we got 8 damage this turn.
And absolutely no answer in Merlin's hand.
Well, okay. So the only answer chance is you activate Merlin's ability, banish your Gentle Respite, crack the Spirit Fragment, draw a Resolute Stand.
True.
He has Resolute Stand, so like it's an option.
Resolute Stand, yeah. No fast.
Also has Sparkleite. Oh, another Imbued Magistrate.
That is very rough. Yeah.
Imbued Magistrate also good because Ascension. You can't Ascension without out either.
So there's no longer any way of clearing the Magistrates and casting the Incarnate Majesty. So you're going... You can't even go...
Take one.
I guess you...
We'll go 1 at Merlin. Take one.
Wait,
that's weird.
You can't even play Incarnate with the Magistrates on the field.
No, and you can't clear both. You'd have to lose value playing a Ghost of Pendragon while bouncing anything.
Take 3.
That's rough. That's rough.
Very rough.
You're in a weird position right now.
And is there any kind of protection from Magistrate? That would feel really bad.
I don't see anything. I see maybe 1 reclaim. But that's not like true protection in this case.
Yeah. Are we seeing the other Ascent?
The other Ascent. Bounce the windmill.
Yeah, that's the other Ascent.
Yep.
Windmill. Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty good. He's just, just punch damage in,
Take
right?
3, go to 17.
Goes to 17.
Okay.
He's in a position where it's going to be really hard to come back.
Very, very hard.
So pay 1 and then.
Oh, he's not cracking for the level counter. Interesting. He wants to lose less cards from his influence. Because he's afraid of losing the second Pendragon, I think, that he has down.
But that also means he's not drawing, and he
lost the second Pendragon anyways. That's unfortunate.
Grab Merlin 3.
Yep, so he's going to level up to Merlin Kingslayer here. No level counters. He's going to get 1 from this turn. Pre-recollection.
Spirit Fragment, draw card.
Spirit Fragment, draw a card.
Other Incarn is not a draw you wanted to see here.
I think right now you just play the Cruxite raw. Draw a card. Find something better.
Interesting.
Because if you draw Purgeon Flames, you're probably in a happier place, right?
Purgeon Flames or maybe... Oh, Stratus Cards is nice because then you can set up your top deck and draw the card you want.
You can find a lot more things here.
I
You
think
definitely
start
want...
with Scry the stars here. Scry the skies here.
Yeah, you scry, you put one of the Incarnates down, you scry, and then you play the Pendragon so you can draw the 2 off the top that you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
You could low-key even pop one of the Demonic Charms for the scry just to give yourself more of a chance if you're like not confident in what you have here. As weird as that sounds, it is a possibility.
Yeah, that could work.
Actually, wait, is scry a spell or a skill?
It's a... wait, I think it's
a skill.
Yeah, it's a skill.
It's a mage skill, right? It is a mage skill, yeah.
okay.
So Mnemonic Charm does not work on that, sadly. Empower not working on skills is one of the biggest balancing things it has. Because if it did, it would be crazy.
No, balancing Empower working on skill would actually be downgrade.
I guess
you
it
couldn't hide
downgrade,
spell
yeah.
crafts.
You can't spam the heightened spellcrafts. No scribe early on before this is interesting to me. So he draws 2. He's a Pendragon and a Purge Flame. So I guess just off the top, he had it. Does he want to go for it? So he can clear both Magistrates.
Definitely go for it.
And one of the Ascent Protectors here. It's pretty good.
7, 8. He could cast it for free, but that's kind of useless.
He can cast it for free and then just play the Pendragon anyways.
I'm trying to see, but I don't. There's not any way you can cast the Incarn this turn.
Okay. Only power 3? Yeah.
Oh, heightened spellcraft. So he's going to get the Drawn Blade next turn, which is nice.
Yeah, very good with
power
the other
3
Pendragon.
goes to 6.
7, he's got the level counter from...
Oh, true, 7, so he's going to crack this. It's going to be 9.
Currently casting at 4/9.
Is he trying to get the
level
Incarnate
9?
Majesty? Oh, that feels bad.
Oh,
yeah,
Incarnate Majesty is unfortunate, so he's not going to be able to take the Majestic Spirit out, so that's going to be really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that he played the Incarnate Majesty because it is now completely used and useless.
Well, he does still have the Cruxite in hand. There you go. That's
He has the Cruxite to bring it back, but like if he just Purge Flames there and didn't greed, it was going to be huge. Oh, and Veiled Dash is going to be crazy here.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Revealed a billion win cards.
You can look at him if you want to see him. Yeah, can I see? Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah, just go ahead.
That is a big pain.
Zephyr, Verdigris, another Eternal Magistrate.
That's a big sad. Big sad. Not remembering how Eternal Magistrate works. That is probably... Actually, that is the game loss.
Yeah, that
is actually just straight up the game loss. He needed to play the Purge Flames and then clear the other allies.
Yeah.
There was no other way for him to do that. The Heightened Spellcraft was really good. It did give him, so he could pay 1 for Purge Flames and then save both the Demonic Charms, and he gets the floating for next turn for the Drawn
and then
Blade.
he casts, the Scry Skies.
No, you just
probably. After the Purge.
I would unironically just
play
put
the other
down
ghost?
the second Ghost, clear the board, so you take 0 damage.
Yeah, probably.
Early on, because you're at 17. You're not in a place where you can comfortably play around being low health, especially against a Diana, right? Because you don't know that it's not a Diana potential level 3. So if he Dungeon Guides here and then hits you with a Creeping Torment, you're going to die next turn, right?
That is right.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. Turbulent Bullet, too strong.
Yeah.
The damage's going to be really big, so these are going to swing in for way too much.
Yeah, that is
yeah, and then that's game.
All right, what's in the sideboard?
What's in the sideboard? So Merlin sideboard first. Let's talk about this. More relevant cards here. Resolute Stand, Sparkle Lights are going to be pretty good.
Sparks are great.
And maybe the one Purging Flames. I think everything else is kind
Probably
of
put it in.
whatever. You don't
Yeah.
really need the Mystic Purifiers because you're not playing against Vanitas.
In cap is interesting. I don't think it's worth it to put it in, but there's a consideration of saying like Veil Dash, it's distant to two things. If you in cap that, you negate a lot of damage. I don't think I would put it in, but like at least think about it.
I think it's good in not this matchup specifically.
Yeah.
It's just too niche of a specific thing. Like, sure, he's running 4 Veil Dashes, but you're not really as afraid of the Veil Dash. Like, 'cause even if he Veil Dash protects 2 there with on the Purge and Flames, you still kill half his board, right?
But it's less to prevent the damage, though sometimes that could work. It's really for the negating the double distant. Because a lot of the damage potential of the deck comes from distant.
Sure. In that case, though, distant didn't matter for him.
Yeah.
he was literally just using it to protect for
Here,
damage.
yeah. I'm not saying in this situation, but like I can see lines where the in cap would be useful. And he's got. Does he run the? I see the freezing steel there for the sword package. So
He does. He has 2 water, 2 wind.
Yeah. So the wind can come out. You're playing against wind. So that's
So 2 wind out for the Purge and Flames and the Resolute Stand.
Yeah.
And then 2 Sparkle Lights probably for the 2 Sudden Steals. You
Yeah,
probably
I
don't
could
need the
see-
Sudden
Could
Steals.
see sudden steals going out. Gentle Respite is good because allies of the deck draws a lot of cards.
Nowadays, Allies used to be a deck that constantly sat at like 6-7 influence, but
Yeah, if
backup
you're
charger and
running
everything.
Gildas.
There's so many cards that draw cards now that it just feels so good to have Ally decks with like 9-10 cards.
All right, what comes in the... So the trinkets are not against fire. Morgan is not useful because Merlin's not healing. The Raccoon is funny.
You bring in the
know.
4th Eternal Magistrate 100%.
Yes. Yes.
The Eternal Magistrate comes in and the Youngzo Cavalry comes out. Like, that's the only change you make. You don't need anything else in this deck.
The
You,
Raccoon?
you can honestly leave all the cards exactly the same and it wouldn't feel that different either.
Yeah, yeah. Like
I just wanted to
Raccoon
hit by it, bro. I don't know
eating
what
the
to say.
floating out of Merlin. It seems to be a floating heavy build. You know, if you're playing Gentle Respite.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate because like if there were more opportunities for that, like in that matchup, missing the Eternal Magistrate is like tragic. Like there's no
Yes,
other way to
yes.
say it, but that is just really tragic because he had a good answer in his hand, even with the Veil, like us knowing that the Veil Dash was available.
Yes.
He could have found a way better way to protect himself, even though the Turbulent Bullet we knew was going to come out for a lot, right? Turbulent Bullet. Both allies are going to get +1 until end of turn, so they're going to swing for 4 each. Goes to 8, puts him at 25. The damage from Diana plus Distant is like not enough for him to overcome. He knew he needed the Incarnate Majesty to take all the damage for him. The problem was it wasn't it wasn't in the cards. It wasn't in the cards. Eternal Magistrate imbued, revealing 2 of Eternal Magistrates is like
Yeah.
the most scary thing when you're playing Merlin.
Oh, yeah. So we're keeping a Mnemonic Charm and Dungeon Guides, very great keeps. And then we find Virgin Flame, we find another Mnemonic, and we find an Incarnate Majesty. Everything we need.
Down for a Mnemonic Charm.
Ooh.
Pretty good. Pass.
Well, all the Mnemonic Charms just going straight down.
Honestly, I feel like that's a little greedy. I think sometimes you want to keep the second one to go to your level 2.
I actually agree, and putting the Dungeon Guide down is, I think, a very risky mistake. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, sure, I have 6 cards. It'll be fine until you lose the Dungeon Guide and you lose the game.
Or you hit the Incarnate Majesty, and then you can't beat out the allies.
Yeah, because the 2 cards you wanted to keep there were the Incarnate Majesty and the Dungeon Guide. But we're gonna see on the other side here, Windmill Engineer. It was an Ascent Protector and a Shimmer Cloak.
Sounds about right.
I believe so.
Take 1.
Windmill comes in for 1. First Blood. Damage on the field. But I like having 2 Mnemonic Charms. I think it's fantastic to have that. I just don't think you want to open it immediately.
Yeah, you wait a turn to play it.
Right. Because you're just sitting there with 4 in memory, and then you have 2 in hand. You know you're never going to banish the Dungeon Guide, right?
It's like Sylvie. Sometimes they go like turn 1, cake, baby gray. If you got nothing else,
That's
man,
what
you
I'm
could play
talking
it.
about right there. Right there. That is the
Yeah.
most painful thing. That is so
Dungeon Guide.
unfortunate. And that's such an easily avoidable mistake. If this doesn't come out on the field, all you have to do is play 1. You play 1, you banish comfortably into the 3-card pool. Then the next turn you play the second one, 3-card pool again. You're able to hold this Dungeon Guide. You're able to hold the Incarnate Majesty, which I think is right here.
Yep.
And you'll just be in a position that's so much more commanding. Like, there's no need to take these unnecessary risks just because you feel pressured by aggressive allies.
And it's kind of a curse of the value decks like Merlin. You see value and you want to play value. Sometimes it's not the right play.
It really is. I mean, drawing cards is just like the crux value engine. You want to draw a million cards, but sometimes you can't. So we're going to see the 1 damage here. It's going to take out the Windmill Engineer.
I'm actually surprised that hasn't been a single answer. No,
Oh, it's not. It's going to get
been
reclaimed. Oh, my
reclaimed.
apology. It is reclaimed. I missed that when I was too busy talking about Dungeon Guide. Dungeon Pain. Dungeon Pain. Okay, so now that we know the Dungeon Guide's gone, Eternal Magistrate's going to come out here imbued. What do we do if we're Tie Guy? What are we looking for as kind of our way to get to level 3? Because we need to find it.
Going to 2 is going to be very rough, and then I think Persian Flame is your play to get to level 3 after that. You let Diana build a little board, and then you wipe it all. You wipe the Magistrate.
So you go Merlin 2, and then you sacrifice a Mnemonic Charm, you pay 4 for Persian Flames for 3.
What's that card on the left?
A card on the left in his hand?
The 2 on the left. I see Creative.
One of them's, I think one of them's a Creative Shock, and the other one's a Sparkle.
Okay, Creative Shock is your key to leveling to 2.
GCR here.
Having to slow down your level up like that is also very painful for Merlin.
It's really, really rough. There's also no backup charger in this. So he has to just go for the GCRs. He gets another Mnemonic Charm, so there's no punishment on that, which is actually fantastic.
Oh, no, that's a new Fireball. That's a new Fireball. That's why I didn't.
Ah, the new Fireball. I see. Putting down the Sudden Steel's okay here. 2 down for the Mnemonic Charms. So we have that giant group of Mnemonic Charms. What are we going to see? I wish I could see what that memory was. See the management for level 2.
And there's a Sparklight.
Ooh, the Sparklight. Yes, I was right. It was a Sparklight.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what Quake's doing here. So he's playing a little bit on the slower side. We're not seeing as much of the ally rushdown coming out on this deck. He did level up into Diana level 1 pretty quick there.
Seems to have a handful of interaction.
That's probably drawn to card. The skirting stuff could be useful, but nothing to benefit from that distant immediate. Recollect draw here.
That's a lot of charms.
It's a lot of charms, he says. I mean, it is quite a lot of charms.
Yeah.
This could be the we play Incarnate very, very quickly the moment we get there. Shimmer Cloak's coming out.
Is also something that dies to Persian Flame.
Yep, Shimmer Cloak dying to Persian Flame. You can hold on to this Sparklight too, because you don't really need to force it. Having 2 Persian Flames available means that there's a lot of flexibility. Or maybe it's just 1 Persian Flames and 1 Fireball. I mistook that. I thought he had 2 Persian Flames.
I thought I saw 2 Persian Flames too, but
might be 1 down in memory.
Yeah, he put 1 down.
Ooh, Windblast Rangefinder. So Windblast Rangefinder is interesting. This card says, on enter, target unit becomes distant. If it's, if it's an automaton, it gets a buff counter.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so he targets the imbued Magistrate. So Magistrate actually is no longer in Persian Flames range.
You do still have the sword that can ping for the last 4.
Yeah, well, it is possible for the 1 extra damage there. 2 damage is coming in from the Shimmer Cloak. You're going to take the damage. Please don't play the Sparklight. You need the cards. You need the influence.
It's not worth it here.
Just take the damage this turn. It's worth it.
Attempt for 2 more. Take 2.
So Windblast Rangefinder, very, very good card in this situation.
Wake up, materialize.
Plus also an automaton, so it can utilize the power cell here.
Choose 2 to banish.
Banish 2 here for the level up into Merlin Memory Thief.
Maybe we'll see what was drawn into memory.
Incarnate Majesty and a Persian Flames goes.
That's all right. So I think that was an Incarnate that was drawn.
Most likely here. So Merlin level 2.
Nothing in the graveyards.
Prereq. I'll pay.
Pre-recollection, we're going to see the Creative Shock, I think? It's not a Creative Shock. It's a Fireball. It's a Fireball, yeah.
2 for a Sparklight, dealing 3 to the Eternal Magistrate.
Oh, he's going to 3 damage to the Eternal Magistrate. He's actually not going for the Persian Flames.
I will then recollect.
Going to recollect and draw, and then deal 1 damage.
Make sure he kills it, but
deal 1 damage with the sword, I guess. Interesting. How is he going to get enough cards now to level up?
Well, he's going to Persian Flame. He just wanted to deal enough damage to the match to kill it, I think, without using the sword.
Oh, I see. So he's going to pop the Mnemonic Charm, go to 4, pop another one, go to 6.
So you can pay
and then pay 2.
And then he's going to scry the stars after that? I think I would have just paid a little more and kept my charm.
I would have paid the 1 extra for sure. It's Crux Sight and Sudden Steel go down. Play the
2 for a Persian Flames.
Play the Persian Flames, yeah. So he's going to be able to clear everything off the board here.
All units except for my champion.
It's pretty good. It's good board clear here. So Persian Flames is going to come in for 2. Class bonus gives it the 1 extra, so deal 3 damage to all units except for your champion. So this includes enemy champion.
Yes.
Favorable wins. He's thinking about playing
Win
it.
saves the rangefinder, and that's it.
He's thinking about it.
My champion too.
Veil Dash could save.
Veil Dash
Skirting,
would save.
honestly, skirting step on the imbued magistrate is not horrible either. Keeping the magistrate on the field is not
save
bad.
it. Because he took,
Oh
took 3
yeah,
damage
because
from the
it took the
Sparklight.
damage.
That's why the
Sparklight
Sparklight was there.
True.
Yeah. Keep my float. Take your float. Get a level counter.
Yeah, he's gonna take the floating from the Windblast rangefinder.
Yep.
Draw the card. So I think the
Second
one mistake.
Sparklight.
I think the one mistake there is instead of banishing the one, or banishing the Spirit Fragment.
Yep.
Like so, he banished the Spirit Fragment here, immediately drew the card off the top, right? But what I wanted him to do in this case is I want him to play this. I want him to play the Scry the Skies first, right? He's level 3. You Scry the Skies for 3. You set up the card that you want to draw, and you put the other card that you want to banish into your memory here, right? It gives you more flexibility and more control over your deck.
Wait, he hasn't cast it, so he's not planning on leveling up? Because he's got no floating in his grave.
Most likely going to play the Sparklight in response to an ally coming out for the damage.
But you're going for Incarnate Majesty, so don't really care about ally. I think that's the wrong line.
I also agree. I think that I really do think that Scry the Skies was like the perfect situation here because you give yourself a more controlled banishment knowing what you put down, right?
Yeah.
Plus it helps you filter your deck too. So you just have a bunch of options, but we'll see. So Windmill Engineer.
Imbue her with a Dream Fairy.
Dream Fairy and Dream Fairy. Dream Fairy means that your Incarnate Majesty plans are now scarier. Gonna draw one into memory here. Windmill Engineer. Hopefully coming in for one.
Take one.
So you're hoping for your Pendragons and to get some value that way?
I guess it seems that way. He's probably hoping to draw off the even level counter, and then those 2 draws will be enough to kind of go forward from this.
He is running, obviously, backup charger, right?
No backup
not
charger in
running
Merlin. Backup charger in Merlin's not very common because it's very
Shard
difficult.
of Empowerment, Nothing Lantern in the main board.
Yeah, there's not a lot of space in there. Okay, so he is gonna Sparklight the Windmill Engineer.
Okay.
At end step though.
Realize.
Yep.
Oh, in response to the Ascent. So the Ascent goes back to his hand.
Yeah.
It's a good one. It's actually a pretty good one in that situation.
From memory.
No.
But that is results-based thinking. Like,
yeah.
you had to know he was going to do that. No Ascent was shown. So it's like a bit of a risk in that regard. So we're going to see 3 taken here from Merlin, keeping the card on the left.
Sunsteel, Incarnate, and Cruxite.
Ooh, lost the Incarnate and the Cruxite.
So he kept the Fireball?
Or the other Purge and Flames.
Pre-deck, give level counter, plus you attacks the turn, draw a card. You got it.
He kept the Scry the Stars, and then Fireball was also put down. So yeah, he decided the Incarnate wasn't that useful because
the Dream Fairy was there.
So he's hoping for Ghost of
Swing in for
Pendragons
3.
probably.
Scry for 5 is pretty good right now.
Do you ever pop the Charm? I think you popped the Charm.
For what?
For the Scry the Stars.
It's a skill.
We
talked
it
about
is
that.
a
Yeah, we talked. Because I was saying that. I was like, damn, that'd be so great. You could just pop it, look at 5 cards, and I was like, wait, it's a skill. Hold up.
Do you just Gentle Respite here?
Sure, Gentle Respite. Next turn you go Drawn Blade.
Yeah.
Draw an extra card. You have 20 damage counters available. Surely you're not going to die from there.
No way you die.
But he might be afraid, again, of Creeping Toxin. Or Creeping Torments, right? Like, because he doesn't know that Quake is not playing Diana level 3.
I guess it depends if he has experience facing Wind Diana.
Yeah. So he's going to play this Scry. Scry really good here.
Or goes 5, sorry.
Yeah, he's gonna Scry for 5. Ooh, Pendragon.
Retold Fortune probably goes away. Ascension is great. So you drop Pendragon here. You keep the Ascension on top.
You put Pendragon on the bottom.
Draw the top of the memory.
Wait, he put everything at the bottom. He doesn't value the Ascension at all in this matchup. Interesting. I think Ascension's really good in this matchup because it helps you deal with the Dream Fairy.
Yeah, with any ally. 3 damage and giving them -1 influence is pretty good.
It's pretty strong. So we're going to see Diana level 2 here.
We lose
Scavenging
Raccoon.
Raccoons.
And what is that?
Rangefinder.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
That's a bit of a strange position to be in. So I believe that one is the Wind Piercer.
Yes, that is Wind Piercer.
From this position, Merlin is actually stabilized pretty well. 20 damage counters still available. Diana has 16 damage counters available and the lineage release for a gun, but the gun you can pull out in this situation is...
I think it's just a prototype, right?
probably it's probably just the prototype, and then you take out Emerald Pistol in a future one. You could take out Seeker's Rifle if you want, but Seeker's Rifle's biggest benefit is either on kill, materialize a bullet, or the fact that you have Spell Shroud on it. So it's probably going to be
The True Sight is also very relevant sometimes.
True Sight. I forgot about that. It's probably going to be Prototype Pistol, and then the next one will be Emerald Pistol, because Emerald Pistol allows you to materialize a bullet with it. So it kind of keeps the tempo up well. So Eternal Magistrate is going to stop the Ascension. So, you know, in hindsight, pretty useful.
True. All right, we're getting
for
the gun.
The big ol' Prototype Pistola. On enter, that will get a plus bonus damage this turn.
Load.
It's going to load it.
We will swing at Merlin for 3.
Attempt to swing at Merlin for...
I'll take 3. On attack trigger.
What is the card on top?
Oh, for you? Yeah.
What does he have?
I was thinking of the other bullet.
Is he not distant? Oh, no, distance level 3.
Yeah, distance level 3. It only gives
Oh,
range
man,
2.
I haven't seen Merlin. I haven't seen Diana in so long. No one plays Diana anymore. I miss it.
So there was a normal on
Bottoms
top, and then we
reveals-
see...
So it's an extra +2.
It's a Trotter.
Oh, yeah.
Reveals the Trotter, so it gets +2. So this will be for 5.
Yeah.
Mark durability, and I'll pass to you.
Comes in 14. It's pretty good. Chilling here.
He drew the Pendragon.
Alright, so this is going to be Drawn Blade, paid with...
You don't have floating, so...
Oh, I for some reason, I thought he had played the Gentle Recite, but he
Just
didn't.
get the Terrafring, probably? Yeah.
Terrafring, or if you're feeling a little greedy, Shard of Empowerment.
Well then, recollect.
You do not have lethal this turn with 2 fireballs, so I think you wait a turn for Shard.
2 for ghosts.
2 for... Did he put down his Fireball as well?
He put on 1 fireball, yes.
He has 2 Fireballs, all right?
He's got Gentle Respite and Fireball in hand.
I see. I don't know about holding on to the Gentle Respite. I think you just put it down at this point. You can cycle by banishing it with for a Drawn Blade.
Yeah.
All right, what does he see off of the Ghost? Resolute.
Resolute
Resolute's
is
really getting a
great.
second Ghost.
Ghost
He's going to have
also.
fantastic pace. He can honestly, at this point, play the Ghost. He can play the Ghost.
Damage. Yeah, you
and
can
just
keep
send
the,
back the Terrafring.
You can keep the Resolute stand,
Yeah,
so
can
yeah,
you
you
hold
don't
the
care.
Resolute?
Yeah, I think you do that. You agreed for the extra Ghost.
I don't think it can matter. Probably not. I don't run that one lady. I'll pay...
Although the Ghost is also not killing anything, it's just for the card draw. I guess you go face.
He's
If
thinking
you
about
go
it. Oh,
face-
he's going to Gentle Respite.
That's interesting. I guess that works. Yeah, you get Round Blade, you cast Pendragon next turn.
So I
and
guess
then
he's going to use the Terrafring for this.
You double Fireball. Fireballs are, you'll be level
7.
7, so 8 damage.
You can also take out Shard of Empowerment to increase the damage of a Fireball. So lethal is pretty presentable here.
We already saw a Vanishing Step go away, so...
Recollection? In rec.
Veldash?
Veldash, yes.
And we'll recollect.
So the Terrafring's going to be active. This is pretty good here.
Alright, how many allies are we playing? Do we just swing with the gun? Do you try and kill the Ghost of Pendragon here? Probably not, because you are scared of the Crux Sight?
Dream Fairy on the
Dream
Ghost of
Fairy
Pendragon is
works.
pretty good.
But that opens up an Incarnate Majesty.
So the nice thing with Dream Fairy on the Ghost of Pendragon is he can just bring out Sword of Seeking next turn, swing into the Dream Fairy, and then immediately Ghosts.
Yeah.
So the value of Dream Fairy here is actually not as good as you want. So Dream Fairy targets the Ghost, right, and sends it back here. And then basically next turn you get your Sword of Seeking, you swing and kill this. Goodbye, Dream Fairy. And then you're like, cool, I have my Ghost here again, and then I play my second Ghost, and then I double Fireball you.
Sort of seeking.
Like, how do you deal with that? So this is exactly the play that's coming out. Sword of Seeking comes out, goes to 4, draws a card for even level counter.
Do we have a second dash in hand? It's pretty much the only thing that can save right now.
Draw for
Ghost of Pendragon.
Ghost of Pendragon.
Written there, yeah. So Merlin swings for 3.
No. I'll swing 3 at the Dream Fairy.
Yep.
Force him to play
Can
it. Force
he
him to
save?
play the protection.
Yeah, I get you.
Because the thing is, if he plays
Go Joe this.
something to protect his Dream Fairy.
Yeah.
What was that for the sword?
Zephyr the Sword. Interesting.
So he's got 2 cards left in hand. You
Zephyr
could
the
be scared
Sword.
of Veiling Breeze, but there's no Veiling Breeze in the list, right?
I believe there's no Veiling Breeze. Okay, Zephyr the Sword. So Merlin's level 7. So it's going to be 7 for this. The first Fireball is going to be 8 damage.
Yeah.
The second one's going to be 10 damage. So 18 damage into the 6 is going to put him at 24.
That's
Just 1 damage short.
No, he's level 2.
Was it a 2? 22. 22. You're right.
Double
You're right. I
fireball
keep
is
thinking
lethal.
Nico. So double fireball here is actually just straight lethal.
And there's 2 cards in hand, so you're not that scared.
Alternatively, pay 1, Purge in Flames, and then double fireball.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Go 1 for a Grab the Skies. Sure.
All right.
Maybe
we're going for the.
maybe does he does have double fireball, right? I'm not.
He
crazy.
does have a double fireball. Does he still have a Persian Flame?
He does have a Purge in Flames. There's a Purge in Flames in his hand.
I think you bought him
1 6,
everything
stop
here.
1. Got it.
Okay, he's keeping the Resolute.
Draw that top and the right.
Let's see. So I see 2 fireballs.
Yeah, there
and
is a
2
Purge in
and 2 Purge in Flames.
Yeah.
We'll go 1 for a Purge.
Yeah. So 1 for Purge is fine. It'll kill everything on the board and deal 3 damage to champion as well. So he's gonna go to 9.
Yep. You do not have the cards left for double fireball, but it's not really that bad.
Thinking, sorry? Yeah.
Gentle Respite for the Drawn Blade next
That'll
turn, I
pass.
guess, is fine. Return of Sword of Seeking.
What? Oh, yeah, end of turn. Seeking comes back, thanks.
Yeah, return the Sword of Seeking at end step because of the Zephyr.
Hard to answer.
5. 5. That's a lot.
You probably fireball in response to Materialize just so you do it when there's no cards to answer.
Doing 1 fireball in response to Materialization is good because then you check how much damage he can take that turn. Because if he takes it this time, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because it's either you play the second one in response to the Veiling Breeze or you play it. I mean, just playing them as separate turns I think is fine as well. It really just forces the opponent to see what they have. But he might be holding it because he's afraid of dying. He can use it on like an ally. He has the Pendragons,
14?
right?
At 14, I don't know.
Well, he's going to have 2 swords on the field, and he's going to have 2 Pendragons. So that comes at 6 each, so he's going to go to 15, plus the 1 from the Sword of Seeking, because you might as well swing for free, right? So he goes to 17, 5 damage off. He has 2 fireballs in his hand. He really should just play 1 of them. Like, the moment he puts his hand down, or in Recollection, he should have just hit him with the fireballs there. You need to pressure your opponent to the point where, like, they have to make a little bit more of a hasty decisions. Because, so Merlin as a deck here doesn't actually kill super fast. I know we still have 25 minutes on the clock, but you should be worried about getting stalled out by that. Like, there are ways to play around it so safe if you're like a very, very defensive-focused deck.
Windtrotter is very awkward as a play here. I get there's probably not much left in hand.
I think he's just running out of things to play.
Attack for 2. On attack trigger.
On attack trigger resolves. Okay.
Yeah, so the on-attack trigger will drop here. Glimpse Swan, bottom it, reveal.
Oh, yeah.
I have to reveal
through the
first,
top,
right?
yep. All good, all good, all good.
So, yeah.
Veldash?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like fully good.
It is Veldash.
That is Veldash,
It's just
yes.
reading how Veldash works.
Okay.
So if there's a card draw, you can get a Veldash here.
I'm gonna pay 3 for a Resolute.
Okay, so you take 1.
He's hard casting Resolute. That's why
Interesting.
he's choosing not to do it.
That'll go back.
Hard casting Resolute works. It works.
Okay.
There's
Wake
no
up,
super huge downside to this.
Grab
Just playing it
bubble.
slower and safer, really.
Yeah.
I think the impatience for me is just that, like, you have so much damage that you should check at some point, right? Whether he has the answer or not.
And you like you said earlier, you want to make sure you actually finish this as fast as you can. Just have time to play the last one.
Swing with the Sword of Seeking. Let's go. Oh, he's a another mnemonic charm too. Sword of Seeking for 1.
1, 2, ghosts.
Ghost on ghost. We're gonna attempt to reclaim my horse.
Reclaim.
Reclaim the horse is interesting.
Okay. On
So he's
resolution,
got another Veldash in hand?
Definitely tap ghost.
So he's gonna stifling trap the ghost.
And then you die to double fireball.
Yeah, it's fine.
You're at 12.
All right, well, he goes to
You can fireball
12.
me.
He quite literally just said it too. He said, "I'm just gonna fireball you."
I'll pop this to power 2.
Power
8,
2 is gonna be a
10,
fireball for 10,
11,
and that's lethal.
For a fireball. Yeah, cool.
Yep.
Game 3.
There you go.
Fireball for
11.
11. Sorry, more than lethal. Overkill. Fireball plus 1.
Clearly that was a misplay. You always go for the exact lethal when you can.
True, true. Okay, so why would... Is there a situation in that right there where you would not, first thing you do before you put any cards down to check what they have is to swing with the Sword of Seeking?
I did a sideboarding, shuffling elbow.
Because people argue this all the time, and I need to understand what the other side is. I feel like if you have every card in your hand, you should use any available option on the board to check what their answers are. Because he had 5 cards, 6 cards in his hand.
Yeah, I think he's sort of seeking.
I think that's why you kept Tom Vance. I was like, he's playing on Vandalize, isn't he?
It's like, I guess it's just a difficult. I mean, maybe these players know each other really well.
Maybe,
too, right?
maybe.
It's like maybe it's a bit of a mind game for them. But in this situation, I feel like you want to check for the Veiling Breeze. You want to check for the Veil Dash. Because then you can calculate lethal. If Quake is respecting Merlin's damage, knowing he's on 5th level counter, he basically sits there and he goes, okay, how much can I protect myself with on the Veil Dash? If he has double Fireball, am I dead? If he has a single Fireball, can I bait it out and kill him next turn?
But also, no matter what happens, you basically never... So he has the damage history, because I don't think you ever block the 1 damage from sort of seeking, right?
Oh, you just get 1 damage for free. But how many games have you seen or played where 1 damage makes a difference?
So yeah, definitely, as we're hearing the player, Tagai, the Merlin, has very little experience playing against Diana. He was very confused, he says, at the start about what his opponent was playing. Could it be Diana, as we've seen True Champion Cabin and Yeti the other week play Diana into Merlin to get the Framework sidearm.
Win Diana Crux. Sick.
Get the extra card draws with the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, win Diana Crux is pretty fun. So we're going to see Quake MS, the opener here. So the opener is a little rough when you go against this Fragmented Spirit Merlin, because you know that you get a Glimpse 6 and you draw into 7, so it's equal. But the Glimpse 6 is so unbelievably valuable in the matchup.
Swift Recruit is also not that useful in the matchup. Could maybe have been replaced. I know there's like extra Yonzo Cavalry in the sideboard or something, so maybe Swift Recruit could have been removed. It doesn't do much.
He's holding on to the Resolute Stand.
That seems very reasonable.
Let's put the 3 Crux cards on the bottom. So it was Crux Sight on the bottom, Incarnate Majesty, and a Spirit Blade Ascension. This is not bad.
Yeah, creative, afloat,
yeah, creative, the float, and then chill. Past turn, creative, ditch the Gentle Respite, level up for 1.
Next turn, the Scry the Stars puts 2 down so you can level up again.
Yep, Scry the Skies, level up again, chill. I guess it depends on what you draw off the top.
Yeah.
Because he has Gentle Respite and a Fast Cure, so instead of playing the Scry the Skies, he can actually just use the Fast Cure fast. And it would be fine. End step, Fast Speed, Fast Cure, pay 2. It's another easy way to level up. So Swift Recruit comes in for 1 on the board.
I don't see any Gentle. I think that's a Fireball and a Creative Shock.
I thought the Gentle was in the middle. Oh, maybe the Gentle Respite that I thought I saw is actually the Fast Cure.
Maybe.
So I guess it is going to be Creative Shock, discard the Fast
Cure. The first time we see Yubei this game.
Yubei, good. Oathkeeper, range 2. Whenever another unit you control becomes distant, Yubei also becomes distant. I do like that she's a 2-3. I was really worried she'd be a 2-2 when I read her effect. But very good, very good. And step shock.
Yeah.
Draw 2.
The
Incarnate and a Ghost. That's a pretty good draw.
3 Ghosts is a little too much here, I think. You would have preferred to get something like a Floating Memory here.
He has the floating, though, because he can just... There's no way.
And then any turn, pay 2 for a Fast Cure.
Yeah, I guess he values the 3 healing.
No way.
You're left ending, right?
I'm in Influence 6. So
okay. Oh, so we're even?
I'm at...
I'm 7,
6.
my bad. I can't count.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah.
So I'll recover.
Whoa, spicy. All right, so we'll recover from the Fast Cure.
Materialize, we'll go Lorraine 1.
Yeah, do it.
I think you can still wait that out. I probably would have played that.
If you were planning on doing the Fast Cure like that, you played the Fast Cure in response to the Creative Shock, so your influence is lower.
Yeah.
So you go down to influence of 5.
Drop a turn.
Because Fast Cure resolves on 5, and then you draw for the Creative Shock afterwards.
So I think you put the Pendragon here for the Scry the Stars?
Pay 1 for
yeah.
Scry the Skies.
Scry the Skies for 1.
Yeah.
That's Fast Cure.
That's a Fast Cure. Just put it right there.
Yeah, that's perfect.
We'll keep it on top and draw it in the memory.
Keep it on top, draw it into memory. Let's go. That's the way. And then you wait, and the next turn you play Resolute Stand for 3, Hardcast, and you level up with it. It's like a pretty standard flowchart here for this this Merlin.
Yeah.
He actually drew the flowchart. I do like it though. I don't know. There's people always talk about like the exact path. These newer decks with like Mnemonic Charms, Retold Fortunes, they're not quite as like standard cookie cutter. It's not going to be the Library Witch, Cremation Ritual, you know, Shieldmate, Cremation Ritual, Hasty Messenger, discard a float. It is a little bit more interactive in your choices, you do have to think a little bit more about what you want to get rid of between using like Creative Shock and your Retold Fortunes for discards.
And a little bit more gambling. Also, you always have a chance of banishing the card you just drew with Mnemonic Charm. So
also true. I mean, Mnemonic Charm does do that, but if you're a Gloamspire user like myself, you're very used to banishing the card you just drew that you didn't want to draw. But you know, it has to be done. It has to be done. We have to level up. Merlin 3 is the Kingslayer for a reason. She draws a card every other turn, and she's very, very strong for that reason. So we're going to see Quake here, shuffling through his cards, figuring out what's the next ally on board for him. Hopefully something that can be distant. We're going to see the Eternal Magistrate. Magistrate actually not going to make a big difference against Taiga because he doesn't have a Dungeon Guide this game.
Well, it still blocks the Incarnate, but
does for now until Ghost of Pendragon swings it away.
Might as well.
Yeah, what else do we see? Eternal Magistrate.
In hand. I think I saw Stifling Trap.
True, Stifling Trap would be good. Trying to figure out if there's a floating. Maybe there's a Scavenging Raccoon.
Was that? I don't remember.
It is.
It was in the sideboard.
It is in his main board.
In the main board?
He's got 3 in the main board,
yeah,
and 1 extra in the sideboard. He's thinking about it. Stifling Trap is in hand, though. So we're going to see a Windbless Rangefinder. On enter, distant to the... oh, interesting. So the Imbued Magistrate will get the buff counter, and then Louisville will become distant as well.
Yeah, so that swings for... So we could have 1, 2, 3,
1,
7, 8 damage on
4,
board?
5, 6, yeah, 7 damage.
Take one. We'll go 2.
It's 1, 1,
and 4.
2, 4. Right?
I'll end.
1, 1, 2, 4, yeah.
Yeah, so 8.
Yep.
Not bad. Not bad. The buff counter's pretty good.
We're going to go Merlin 2. Yeah. There's the Ghosts and the Fast Gear.
Wait, the Ghost of the Fast. Oh, yeah, he put the Ghost down
Wake
for this
was
guy.
down,
Yeah. I forgot about that. Because he had 3 Ghosts, right?
Thinking Prereq.
Thinking Prereq. What is there to play Prereq? Fireball?
Why would you Fireball here?
You would Fireball here if you had a Dungeon Guide you were trying to play. Maybe.
Yeah.
But then you might get punished with a Stifling Trap.
So you'd go like Fireball swing to kill the Magistrate? Because again, Fireball isn't killed here.
Fireball the Swift Recruit.
The Swift. Oh, he's fireballing the Swift. He wants the floating memory for the level.
Oh, that's
interesting.
Greedy.
I will then activate Merlin.
Activate Merlin's effect. Take the Swift Recruit, get a level counter.
That is greedy, but it could pay off. Could
pay off. What does he get for it?
Ooh, Persian Flame.
I will then.
All right.
Recollect. Drop a turn.
The Purge, however,
just
here
pass turn
doesn't kill the Magistrate yet.
Just pass turn and chill. Level up next turn, and you're feeling good. The only sad side to this is because you only have 1 Ghost of Pendragon left, because you discarded 1, you have to find a Crux-Site because he has the Stifling Trap.
Yeah.
It's going to slow down the plan, but it's still better to just play the Resolute Stand here, right?
Definitely.
Diana 1.
Resolute Stand means you go to Merlin with like 20 HP left, 19 maybe.
That doesn't roll, but it's faster
takes
than
longer.
This.
Yeah, so we're gonna, oh, wait, he put the Stifling Trap down.
Ooh,
wait, maybe he has 2.
Yeah,
maybe he has 2.
Yeah.
He does have 2. So I see the other one in his hand. I'll recollect and draw. There's a Stifling Trap there, right? I'm not crazy. Fairly certain I see the Stifling Trap on the far left. It's like right there. It's a Stifling Trap.
Not sure.
So it is going to be able to stop the ghosts, which is good. Oh, another rangefinder. It's going to give another level counter or another buff counter to the Imbued Magistrate.
That starts to be very, very hard to kill.
Yeah, so we're going to be dealing 3, 4,
I'll go Resolute.
1, 1. It's pretty good.
Thing on the 3.
Oh, that's a rough choice.
Keep the Persian Flames. Play the Resolute. No. Keep the Persian Flames.
If you keep the Purge, I think you put down the Ghost and you keep the Incarn.
Take 1.
You could. He has no Mnemonic Charms. Actually, maybe the Resolute Stand is better to hold on to, actually.
Wake up.
Hold the Ghost and the Resolute.
But you already have another Incarn at the bottom of the deck. You know you spread it that way at the start. So I think you keep the Incarn here.
It's hard. So 1 damage will come in from the Leve at least.
Yeah.
You are going to at least get the draw from even level counter, so it's not too bad. You'll lose 3. You'll go to Influence of 4.
So if you swing 3 into General Magistrate, and then you can't play Persian Flame because you'll be at 3 cards. You're level 5.
GCR.
You're 1.
Huh?
Why would you GCR here?
GCR and not a level up? Interesting.
Dungeon
Draws
guide.
the dungeon guide.
But
This is
it's
actually
useless.
a tragic draw too. I guess he's looking to find something so that he can play the. He can just play the Resolute Stand again this turn.
He doesn't have a float to discard here, so you go like dungeon guide. Something. Discard Sparkle. Do you discard Sparkle?
You can discard Incarnate Majesty because you can pick it back up again and you get the floating from it.
You can pick it back up if you find a Cruxite.
Yeah. So what you can either Resolute Stand here, hardcast for 3, or you can put down Dungeon Guide Sparkleite, play the Retold Fortune, discard the Incarnate Majesty or the Purge in Flames.
I think you Resolute Stand paying Dungeon, Spark, and Retold Fortune.
That's also fine. I don't know if I care that much for the Purge in Flames here.
I think
two
you
of
do.
these
It's a
allies
whiteboard.
Two of these allies are swinging for 1.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much you care about that.
But the Lupe is very.
Because even if he Stifling Traps the Ghost of Pendragon, right? Your Ghost of Pendragon still swings and kills Liu Bei, which is like the most important ally on Quake's side.
But you could Persian Flame, and then the Ghost kills the Magistrate.
Wake up. Yep.
Does he have enough cards to play both? I don't think so. I don't think he's close to playing both in the same turn. Stifling Trap's going to stop the draw, so he won't be able to play Persian Flames with the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yep.
Holy.
Life Essence Amulet?
Is that a Life Essence Amulet? It is a Life Essence Amulet. Holy. A and B Life Essence Amulet.
I'm going to crack the power cell.
Power Cell is going to go on to the Imbued Magistrate. So Magistrate will now be a
5
A
power.
5/5.
I'll go recollect. Yep.
5/5, kind of spicy.
Right, how much damage are we trying to push this turn?
I mean, there's a fair bit of damage potential here. Any other cards that can apply distance will make Liu Bei pretty strong. You can also use them just directly on the Wind Blast Rangefinder because due to the effect of Liu Bei.
Yes.
We'll go swing for 1.
Gonna come in chip here slowly.
Pay 3 for Resolute.
He's gonna pay 3 for the
Interesting.
Resolute.
He's keeping the Sparkleite, so he put down the Incarnate.
I'll take 2.
Gonna take the 2 from the Magistrate.
Okay.
Is Quake gonna pass here?
Okay. Wake up, materialize.
Yeah, there's
He's gonna
no,
pass.
there's
He's
no
hold
range,
everything.
So yeah, why not? Answers are good.
Merlin level 3.
Cost.
Gonna
Incarnate,
see Incarnate
Retold
Dungeon
Fortune,
Guide
Dungeon Guide.
and a Retold Fortune.
Prereq, get a level counter, pass up +2, draw a card.
Yeah.
Recollection will draw the Sudden Steal.
Thinking prereq.
Thinking prereq. He's gonna Sparkleite the Eternal Magistrate and then swing the sword into it.
Move through recollection, draw a turn.
There,
He
there's-
didn't
there-
go
there's
for it.
Persian
Other
Flame,
Gentle
so-
Respite. Okay, interesting. So we have level 5 right now. 3 down for Purge and Flames and then swing. It's doable. Probably swing first, right? But you're afraid of the
Do you
Reclaim
have
is the
enough
thing.
Put
Cards.
2 down for a. Oh shit! Hold on.
What does he want to do? The Ghost of Pendragon. He's thinking about swinging first. He needs to swing first.
Yeah, he
That's the
needs
most
to swing
important.
first.
This has 2 durability. This is so important.
Never lose that value.
Never lose the value.
Magistrate.
3 into Magistrate. Yes, this is the correct one. So Magistrate will now be 2 out of 5 health left.
Skirting step.
Skirting Step
So
puts it
we'll
at
prevent 1 of
3.
it. So she'll take 2, and I'll draw a card.
Yep.
That's cool.
This will put it at 3, which
Still
means
dies
Purge and
to
Flame
Ghost.
still can kill.
I'm gonna pay
Or Ghost.
that. It's this. And
This technically lost a durability counter as well. This should be at 1.
I'll pay 2
It
for.
didn't matter this time.
Pay 2 for a ghost.
Pay 2 for a Ghost. Here comes the...
Okay.
Here it comes.
Ghost on enter.
Yep.
Ghost on Enter Stifling Trap.
Two cards
If he
again.
Stifling Traps it, it's really important that that sword gets changed to 1 durability.
Yes.
Stifle.
We
So
do see
Stifling
a
Trap
Stifling.
comes in.
I'll swing. Oh, sword should be a 1. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sword durability of
So
1,
you
very
get the
important. Magistrate dies.
Yeah.
Cool. MO Life Essence. I don't know why that got there.
Yep,
Oh, yeah,
that
draw
makes
a card
sense.
on
All the
the
tokens are now gone, so Life Essence Amulet, he'll crack, draw a card.
Then I'll pass.
And that's the pass on the turn.
So you only Persian Flame if something really big gets played next turn. Do you?
I really wanted the Purge and Flames that turn.
I'll hang on to it.
I think the right play as Wind Ally here is to swing for face. I think. But there's something to be said about killing the Ghost.
2 Resolute stands made it really hard for Quake to get to the place where we wanted to be. I think he's going to level up here, and I really don't want him to.
Yeah, I don't think leveling is the right play.
He's going to level because he wants the gun to utilize Turbulent Bullet for both of his allies, to give them more damage and make it like a little bit more worthwhile, because he can only alternate cost to Resolute, which does slow down the game plan overall.
True.
Yeah, so he's going to level up. He's going to go for level 2. No floating, so he's going to lose 2 of these cards here.
Leveling up means that the floating memory on the rangefinders is more or less useless from now on.
Yup, so we're seeing a Scavenging Raccoons and a Stifling Trap. So the 3rd Stifling Trap of the game was shown.
Right.
Yep. He's going to get Turbulent Bullets. So these are both going to get +1, which means he's coming in for 2, 2, 2 unless it's distant. Oh, it is distant because skirting
Yes,
stuff. So this
he
is going to come in
that's
for 4, sorry. So 8 damage on the field so far puts him at 19.
Don't forget the 2 damage from
Plus the
gun and,
damage from
3
the
damage
gun.
because probably prototype pistol, so 2 and 1.
Yep, so this will be 3 damage here. So he's going to see, what is
11.
it, 11?
20. I think you put the Merlin at 22.
Ooh, Charge Hunter.
Ooh, first time this game?
Charge Hunter is on the interesting side. I do like Charge Hunter. So it is range 2 on enter. If you control an automaton ally or a power cell, Charge Hunter becomes distant. So this will come in for 4 as well. It's a lot of damage here. So 4, 3.
Well, your Liu Bei is already distant, so I think it's overextending to cast that now. First you check for Resolute Stand, then you play it if...
Yep, go 6-2. And Merlin takes 2.
Yeah.
I'll take 2.
Yeah, you could.
On hit trigger.
2, 4, 8.
Oh wait, he got the shotgun instead.
Sure. We'll swing at Merlin for...
It's because the shotgun gets double on hits, so these actually go to 3.
Yeah.
So this is 3, 3, 4, 4, and 3. So that's actually a lot of damage. So we're going to see 17 damage. 17 damage to face is a lot.
Is that not murder?
I don't believe it's murder.
No, it's like 1 off.
It should be 1 off,
Yeah,
right?
so I guess we'll swing
Yeah,
6
he was at...
Ghosts dice.
You want to go 1 at Merlin?
Take 1.
And 1 more at Merlin.
Take 1.
Yeah.
And I will pass.
Okay. Oh god, Jesus. Wake up.
Oh, so he actually split the damage. He decided not to go for it because
Yes.
it wasn't exactly lethal. It's like kind of risky. The Purging Flame is going to be super value now because it'll kill everything on the board.
Might keep me alive.
Yeah, that seems like pretty good. I guess you then go Terrafring?
Shard of Empowerment. Oh, Terrafring to protect your
Yeah,
thing is really
on
good.
the crackback after that, because you do still need to be careful of the bullet. Bullet will be like 3 damage.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, because it doesn't have any floating memory, so Drawn Blade, not the ideal play. Prismatic Edge, whatever in this matchup. Shard of Empowerment's like good if you're very confident that you can get out the Incarnate Majesty, but I don't think he's at that place right now. So he needs to just go for a Terrafring. Purge and Flames, protect yourself. So Purge and Flames will cost 2. You'll deal 3 damage to the whole board, and then you can just chill and hold with the Terrafring. You crack the Terrafring, and then you crack the Terrafring to keep yourself alive.
Yeah, definitely.
Because he's going to be unable to play allies and attack in the same turn. So he'll play the ally, attack. You'll go to the 4th level counter and then clear whatever ally that is. You don't care about breaking your Sword of Seeking in this situation because if you don't, you're going to die.
Grab Terrifying.
There's nothing to really swing at.
Give level counter.
Oh, I mean, if he clears this whole board, right? This gets activated on the next turn. Whatever he chooses to play, he can now go to 4 counters on here and just kill that with the Sword of Seeking. Right, like he has the options to play around that way.
Pay 2 for a Purge and Flames.
Yeah, Purge and Flames is good. He's going to clear the whole board.
Yep. We'll take 3.
You get the 2 floating, not that it really matters that much. He can just hold on to the Sudden Seal. Doesn't even need to play it.
Yeah, you don't need that now, and you need to keep your influence up to be able
Pass
to
turn
cast
chill.
something.
Because I believe Quake only has 4 cards in hand. So Emerald Pistol comes out. On entry, he's going to bring out Wind Piercer.
Yeah.
Yep. Recollect. And Pop Terror.
Pop Terrafring here. Force him to pay. He's going to just try to brute force him with the Wind Piercer.
He's at 6 influence?
No.
5? 5.
I believe influence of 5. Maybe 6 if I missed 1 card, but that's kind of what it's looking like right now. So 3 minutes left here in the regular time of the round. It's going to go pretty close to overtime. But Tai Guy is stabilized. He's in a very, very comfortable position, in my opinion.
Yep. Now the only thing left is to play Incarnate Majesty.
Yep.
He's going to load, declare the attack, pay with Terror.
Attack trigger, glimpse.
Glimpse.
I think that's an Ascent.
I think it's an Ascent as well. He's going to reveal the Ascent.
Yep, take 4.
They come in for 4. He's going to go to 25.
And I will pass the turn.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's going to go to 25. The answer here is if does he have the Incarnate in his hand still? He doesn't have one, right?
I think he does have one, right?
Shard of Empowerment?
Wait, no, it was Gentle and what was the other thing I saw put down?
I know he has a Sudden Steal in his hand.
Yes.
And a Purge. I don't know what he put down, though, to pay for costs.
No, he doesn't have the Purge anymore. He has a Sparklight in hand left.
Oh, I see. That's what it is. And then there's a fire card there. Don't you just have to go Shard of Empowerment and hope you hit a Cruxite on even level counter or something? I mean, I guess if what the cards you have down that are not very good, you could just Drawn Blade, right? Drawn Blade, you draw.
Drawn Blade would work.
You have 3 cards in hand. You go to 4 cards in hand on even influence. So you'll be at level 7. You can break your sword if you need to.
Yeah.
And then you'll be like pseudo level 8. So you just pay 4. He's gonna draw Blade. Here we go. Here's the Gamba. He's gonna lose the General Respite. That's totally fine.
Yeah,
On enter, he'll draw.
Yeah.
Recollection.
Level counter, Kai's level 2, draw a card.
2
Double
mnemonic
Charm
charms.
is pretty unlucky.
Oh, that was 2 Gentle. I see.
Oh, he got the Crux. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. But I don't think he has it.
This turn, right? So you're 7.
I think it's
with
only
the
in his
swords.
banishment. I think his Incarnates are only in banishment.
Yeah.
So the answer is you.
No, didn't he discard one early with the Creative Shock? Or was that the other game?
That was the other game.
That was the other
And
game.
he discarded a Ghost.
Oh, yeah, he did discard a Ghost.
So I guess he can Cruxite a Ghost back. Pay
Yeah.
2, Cruxite the Ghost back, draw a card from that. Pay
And-
2 more, grab the Ghost, and just hope you have something in hand available to play.
Pay 2 for a Cruxite?
Yeah.
Pay 2 for a Cruxite. Return Ghost of Pendragon. Draw a card.
Yeah.
Then you keep Sparklight to kill an ally?
Yep. Hold Sparklight in your hand.
No, that's not enough to protect you from the gun,
Oh,
though.
benefit. Thanks.
Yep. There's the banishment. Pay 2 for Ghost.
Need
Hold
to
the Spark.
deal 19.
Pay
But the
2
Spark
for
is not enough. The gun will just kill you.
Ghosts. Turn, draw blade, draw 2.
You have to draw something here that fogs damage.
1, 2.
Game's over.
Yep, that is not it.
Game's over. 1, 2, 3. Yep. I mean, there's the tiniest chance in the world he whiffs the Wind Piercer, but
True, that could
it's
be.
extremely low. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's it. There's 9 cards that he can whiff on.
And we've already saw at least one, right? He glimpsed at least one at
Wait,
the bottom.
doesn't he just have it with Fireball? Wait a minute. It's exact. He
That
sudden
is
he
exact.
sudden
Oh,
he
yeah,
sudden
that
stealed
is.
him for
Yeah.
free with the sword for 9.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then the 3,
Oh my
which is
God.
12. Yeah, and then he fireballs him for no 1 off 1. How much was
Wait,
it? 1 over?
It's 8 for Sudden Steal?
That game
No. It's 8. It's 9 because of the sword.
I was like, I got these like,
Or 8
No,
because of
it's
the sword.
5,
Sorry,
7,
yeah.
8,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's 5, 7, 8, and then he has Fireball for 8, and the
Pendragon for 3.
Pendragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that
19
is-
damage.
Yeah,
19
that
damage.
is 19. Okay, yeah, that is it. Well,
Oh my God.
Merlin gets it.
That was good. That was a good game. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Yes.
That almost missed.
I'm pretty sure Merlin should now be pretty safe for day 2.
That was a lot closer than it should have been.
Yes.
It's a lot closer than it should have been. I can't believe I missed that. I can't tell the new fireballs, like the art from the fireball.
Yeah,
I actually can't tell that it's a fireball. So I'm like, what does he kill him with? Like he just put down the sparkle. I'm like, oh.
It's kind of
That's a
weird because the
fireball.
focus is a character unless the fireball itself.
Yeah.
So
I'm just so used to seeing the
Yeah.
SP1 arts because everyone plays the SP1 arts. So I look at the cards and I'm just like trying to figure out like, what is that? What is that? I also think he sideboarded out all of his water and wind cards.
he might have.
Oh, we never saw them in any of the games.
Yeah. Well, did he sideboard out the Ascensions?
I have no idea. No, because we saw him put one at the bottom.
Yeah, true. He put an Ascension at the bottom.
Yeah, put the
That is
Ascension at the
right,
bottom.
That is right. Oh,
Yeah.
there's only 2 water cards. He might have kept them.
Yeah, but that is the end of the 7th round. We're going to take a quick break here since it's pretty much the end of overtime, and we'll be back with the 8th round pretty soon, guys.
See you next round.
welcome back to just before the final round of day 1 of Ascent Toronto. A lot of people are right in there at the edge, where if they win, they make day 2. If they lose, they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, we've got a super exciting win it in matchup coming up for you guys in just a little bit.
In the meantime, while we finalize the pairings, we had again some very interesting match last round. Wind Ally versus Fire Merlin.
Yeah, super interesting. This is a matchup I haven't seen in a really, really, really long time.
Both of those that kind of fell out of favor towards the last meta. So, how do you usually feel about that matchup?
Oh, that matchup it is a little different because in this case like the player on allies was Quakeums and
yes,
yeah, Wind Diana does play a little bit different from atypical Wind allies, but like you also have the threat of just taser shotting them. I didn't see Quakeum's list specifically. If you could just like recap.
So it's honestly it was a bit less focused on the range mechanic than I've usually seen in the Wind Diana list. It didn't run the range for ally.
Oh yeah, it didn't run the marksman.
It was mostly replaced with the Dubé essentially.
Oh, Lube. Okay. Were they running like a full unique package or?
No full unique package, only Ube and then some good Wind allies. Windless Rangefinder, which usually was used to put a buff counter on the Eternal Magistrate while also giving distance to Lube.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Some efficient double dipping there.
Yeah, super efficient double dipping.
So yeah, it was very, very close games. Lethal, very close on both sides on pretty much every game. And that's what we want to see, right? We want close games where every player can show their skill, and show what makes the game good.
Yeah, I mean, having close games, just seeing lots of interaction, making it so every game action counts and it doesn't feel one-sided.
Of course, as a player, that's not what you want to see. You very much so like to just have some easy wins and make day 2, but
yeah, just gotta roll them every time, huh?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nothing, and also you want that extra time, calm down between rounds. It's very important for your mental as a player. You know, if you go to time every round, it gets very, very tiring.
It's super taxing. Yeah, I agree. That's why I've liked aggro deck so much. Gives me plenty of time to reset my mental.
Of course, sometimes there's some people who just take joy in going to time every round. I won't point at anyone except me, but
oh, I didn't know one of them was right next to me.
It's great. I love those really, really grindy games.
The really grindy games are also super fun, but like yeah, you don't want to be playing a best of one round all the time effectively.
As long as you don't tie.
As long as you don't tie, yeah, someone has to win.
So, are you sad? Is there a deck that you wanted to see today that perhaps didn't make it?
I basically really wanted to see. Honestly, it's super off the radar. I want to see like some random list with Intangible Geist and Imperial Seal make it.
Yeah, true. We have not seen any Imperial Seal played today.
Yeah,
in part because we haven't seen the other elements of Merlin, who are the main candidates in playing that. I've heard some rumors that Vanitas sometimes is citing Imperial Seal.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
They're using Imperial Seal to play mostly Fracturized to deal with those really annoying regalias. Mostly, I think the main culprit I've heard thought about is for the Nico matchup. Fracturized is really great at dealing with the Vapor Jet shields that prevents one from everything, essentially negating all your Razor Gear Calling, and the Major Pain Lash, which makes them heal every time they take non-combat damage.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense because that deck is so hinged around Razor Gale Calling as its primary win condition that like if you like stop one or two of them, it becomes really, really difficult for them to close the game because essentially all they're relying on now is a bunch of
allies.
Yeah, a bunch of 1/1 allies, like a bunch of baby cantrip units, and maybe the one odd ASIN that hangs around for a little too long.
And of course, for myself, I'm very saddened we didn't see any Gongming in stream, but also I don't think any of them did really, really well today.
Yep. Oh.
So
we will be going very slowly to
14.
our matchup. We can start looking at deck lists.
All right.
Let's see what we have. I've heard rumor of perhaps another Wind Arisana after our matchup from. It is not.
Okay.
Doesn't seem to be Arisana. Let's see what we have.
Table 14. Oh.
So yeah, I'm still holding out hope for a Kongming, but I don't think that's going to happen. I will work myself trying to make a viable list. Hopefully, if you see some tournament results later on this season, you'll see my name with a Kongming in there. If all goes well. But in the meantime, there's high possibility in this matchup that we'll see some of the popular decks of today, be it Vanitas, be it Slime.
Yeah, very high possibility.
So, let's see what we have. We are starting to play. We have... Let's see.
Let's see.
We have the name of our players. We have Boy Boy and Kurano. One of them being from the main deck team. Yep. So, as a team, we're probably expecting Vanitas. Let's see what we have. Players are setting up. Always important to do all the deck checking. So, have the deck list?
Oh. Still working on it.
So, again, we reiterate, this is a very high-stake game. Both players probably make it in if they win. Most probably don't make it in if they lose. There's always that scary part where you're in the somewhat higher tables at the end of the day. And, you know, even if you win, maybe you're nervously checking all your tiebreakers to see.
So I have one of the deck lists here, and it turns out, wow, this is really interesting.
Ooh, there's some nice things there. So
there's
we do have a Merlin.
Here. Yeah,
we do have a Merlin.
We have a Merlin, and you have the hybrid option of either starting on Kongming 1 or Lorraine.
I'm curious to see what they use that Kongming for, what the shifting currents will be. And all right.
Yeah. Okay. So interesting. So
what is in there? We have a one of Mystic Purifier to deal with the Razorgate Callings.
Okay, Harmonious Mantra is an interesting choice.
Oh, that is very, very interesting, and that's the only win cards in there. Yeah. So there is Harmonious Mantra, a starter deck card from the Kongming starter deck that says if you're north, so the player will start Kongming stay north in probably the more grindier matchups, and at some point when they need to, they'll heal for 3+ level, which it is being Merlin, is a lot of healing.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. So this is
otherwise very, very standard deck list. You got the Incarnate Majesty, your Pendragons,
Ascensions,
and the usual leveling up package of Hasties, Flaming Swordsman, Creation Rituals, Creative Shocks. It's a Merlin. It's a very popular list. Everyone has played it, seen it.
Yeah, I mean, you have your off-color floats as well in like Freezing Steel. So you get the full triple scoop off the Prismatic, which is always awesome.
Again, it's Merlin. The name of the game is all of the value.
All the value, none of the value for your opponent. So,
anything interesting in the sideboard? Sprint to Ash is always useful. Blanche, more Mystic.
Heavenly Guide is interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I think Merlin is the kind of deck that can really play a Heavenly Guide.
True.
It's very much of we have not seen any played on stream today. Heavenly Guide is a card that was hyped but controversial. Some people were saying that
this is really interesting. There's an Excoriate, or there's a 2 of Excoriate in the side. That's a card we really haven't seen in a while. So
indeed, I do know some Merlins like to play it because it's good removal.
True. It hits. Remind me. It hits.
Most of the big slimes, I think, are the main targets.
Yeah. It destroys allies, right?
An ally with memory cost 4 or less.
4 or less. So basically, you can hit a reasonable.
Basically everything.
Basically everything.
It's not hitting Incarn in the mirror. It's not hitting like Geldus for Sylvie decks. That tends to be about it.
Yeah. All right. Let's try and get a look at our second.
So yeah, Heavenly Guide. Have you playtested Heavenly Guide yourself? Have you tried the card out?
Not at all, no. I mean, I haven't exactly found a good home for it yet. I've been like toying around with the idea of like running Heavenly Guide and things like.
The consensus seems to be it's definitely a sideboard card.
Yeah.
it's something you place if you know you're facing a deck that will always dungeon guide to 3. It's probably good against Slime. It's probably good in like Merlin mirror matchups, that kind of thing. But otherwise, there's really it's a very high, let's say, deck building cost. You know, it feels really bad to draw a Heavenly Guide if you're playing against, say, an ally deck. It's not just dead value, but dilutes heavily your card pool. So we will see what we have here.
Yep.
The game should be starting very, very soon. As soon as they get the go-ahead. I don't think time has started yet.
Time has what?
All right.
Okay.
Did we have the other deck list?
Fragmented and Glimpse 6.
Okay.
So Merlin starts off on Fragmented. We will try to get the best starting hand that we can. Resolute is a weird keep in the
Put 4 on the bottom,
opening
2 on
hand.
top.
In game 1, you never know what the opponent is playing, so
Yeah.
Let's see, draw 6.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then
let's see what gets wrong here.
Spirit Fragment.
Yeah.
And
Nice Alter Spirit Fragment of Merlin.
Yep.
Kind of showing what deck you're playing here.
Showing showing exactly what your deck you're playing. Just yeah, uncontrollable mega.
play Shield Mate and pass.
Ooh, 2 dungeon guides, so you always will try to get rid of one.
Spirit of Water.
Spirit of Water, normal Spirit of Water. No Serene, no Fragmented.
Yeah.
What type of deck do we have here? Do you think it's Water Allies?
All right, let's see what we got.
Could be. We'll just. Oh.
I see a Fractal, but most decks play self-mill these days anyway.
Okay. Like yeah.
Oh, I see the
look at the
Seaside
opening
Ring Leader,
hand.
so it's the
Oh, this could be
Sylvian to Nico deck that we've
Sylvian
seen
to
go
Nico, yeah.
earlier, I think.
I think so. Yeah, we've been.
It seems to be having some popularity.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
It's
slam
actually
Shield
been
Mate.
putting up pretty decent results all day.
And the turn 1 Icebound Slam.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's mill 5.
Sure. It kills off a shield mate, you don't get the damage, but
Yeah.
well, you mostly do it for a self-mill.
Exactly. That is the world's deadest shield mate, but you're just doing it for a setup turn here.
I see Stratagem, another Icebound Slam, a Frostburn Paladin. Not very good mills.
No. But at least this way you guarantee your next Icebound Slam.
Yep.
Not the start.
I don't know if the deck plays any norm
Go
cards.
to Coming level 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
We do
then,
see the Coming one.
On enter, Shifting Currents.
I guess if you're expecting the Nico, the healing is pretty good. Healing is one of the best answers to Nico.
Healing's a great answer to Nico in general. Yeah.
Pass.
No play turn 1. I think there was a Creative Shock. So we'll see how he chooses to level up.
GCR.
Yep.
So the Sylvie Nico deck, I feel, plays a bit more water allies than the usual Nico does. You know, you actually
Yes.
build a good board. Nico usually only plays fractals and keeps up a big influence.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this plays very
Maybe this
very
should be better
contrarian to
instead.
typical Nico, where
I
building
I
up-
honestly had not seen a Dewdrop Hair in forever.
yeah, I forgot that was a card.
Imbue,
Well, no, because
Yeah.
there's someone on the main Discord, the main Grand Archive Discord that collects Dewdrops Hair, but apart from that, I don't think I've seen it played anywhere.
No. I mean, I think this is the. Yeah, you're right. This is probably like the first time we've seen this card played in competitive in a while, anyways.
It is a great Primordial Ritual target, though.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Homing.
All right, so
I'm also happy to see that the Ringleader has a home now. It's a very, very good card, a lot of value. It just did not have the niche for it before.
yeah,
It's also nice to see people experimenting. You know,
Yeah.
the nice thing about the Lineage Break champions is you can do some weird build where you change champion in the middle.
Mhm.
Crusader turn.
Usually, all the builds I hear about is like going more into level 2 just because all the warrior cards are good.
Draw for turn.
Not really caring about the specific champion.
yeah.
But here, it actually makes very good use of both the Sylvie part of the deck and the Nico part of the deck.
Yeah, it makes excellent use of both halves, and
Yeah, so.
I mean, honestly, say into a straight Nico mirror, right? If they're playing more of the traditional builds you saw before Tamer Nico became a thing.
Yeah.
Dungeon Guide.
It's a pretty good way to scam another Nico player because they're not very good at dealing with multiple units that are chipping in big damage.
Indeed, indeed. Big
Yeah.
units are one of Nico's main weakness.
Exactly. I mean, that's why like versus Wind Allies, it's kind of such a 50-50.
Banish
It
Seaside
like
Ringleader.
basically it boils down to whether they can stick a
Tap Spirit for
Frostborn
one.
in protected. or like the allies player builds big enough of a board while Frostborn like fails to eat off a couple of units, because that's the primary use of Frostborn in that matchup.
So again, Merlin showing how removing things from the graveyard is very, very good.
Yep.
We get rid of Ringleader so it doesn't get more value later on.
Yeah, I mean, denying that extra card is pretty big, and also denying that basically Ringleader reads as kind of a pseudo-attune for that turn for any animal or beast coming in, right?
And it draws a card.
And it draws a card. Yeah, as in I should specify by saying it's a harmonized attune.
Yes. This triggers at Recollection, though, first.
Because, yeah, attune does draw a card when you harmonize.
Very important to remind your opponent of their trigger.
Yep.
Yes.
And then you can respond to it.
Oh yeah, in response to this, I'll banish backup charger.
Yep, perfect.
All right.
Okay.
Always, it does not matter because you never know the value of the deck, but it's always a nice little decision of saying, do I draw first or do I mill first?
Yes.
You don't know, but you'll feel bad if you mill the wrong thing.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
All right, refracting missile is always good, even though very small fractal for now.
Yeah, yeah. Refracting missile is always like a great way to chip in more damage, and I mean 2 doesn't seem like a lot, but it does add up.
I think Hair and Primordial on end step is the right play here, probably.
Imbue.
More fractals. More fractals also very good. I had not spotted that in that hand, but yes, milling more is exactly what the deck wants to do. The only problem you have here, and one of the advantage of Nico in the usual build, is against some of the slower decks like Merlin, it plays a bit like Diana used to play it. You know, you can play Nico as a very fast rush combo kind of deck, where you go like Icebound, Icebound, Ravishing Finale, and the opponent is milled out.
Yeah, I mean basically with Nico, I've seen. Like basically at my own locals, I've seen Icebound Slam, and sometimes they'll think it's like, yeah, there's not a decent chance you have the Icebound Slam, where I can like prep for other Icebound Slam or have some preparation to fade it out. It's like surely you don't have it because like say they slam, and then you see 2 slams milled into the bin, right? And then they slam you again. It's like, well.
We do see the Alcahest from the Merlin, which is always a card I've loved. I've said many more Merlins need to try. There's no potions in the deck. I don't think I've seen any in the deck list. But it's still a destroy target item or weapon in the material deck. And that's very, very reliable.
About this. We're gonna go.
I'm not sure if the Merlin just is not happy with their level of play, or if I think they're intentionally slow playing this to get floating memory for the levels out of the mill player.
Yeah, no, I mean I think that seems like a pretty sensible line, because if the Nico player is willing to go a bit slower, Merlin doesn't mind soaking up a bit of extra float just to make their big cards like their end game that cares about levels a bit more scary when they do spike to 3 or when they do spike to Kingslayer.
Of course, it's in a way lost value because you're leveling up anyway if you get to Merlin earlier. But if you can afford to slow play it, maybe you get some of your materialize out of the way.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a nice relaxed space and
true. It allows you
a good way to play the deck.
Yeah, it allows you a bit more safety if you can afford it, right? But yeah, again, you don't want to get too greedy.
Okay, go for it.
Do you think we're going to see the other dungeon guide? Do you think the Merlin player will try to find a more organic way of leveling to Merlin?
That's a good question. Whether they...
Here, ideally, you'd want to level up naturally by paying, because you do get your level 2 instantly.
Yeah. Hard to agree on that one.
Wake up. Vanish.
We do see the first level up for Sylvie.
Yeah.
Trigger.
How do you think this new Nico or like this Tamer Nico variant fares into Fire Merlin versus traditional Nico? Because
I do think traditional Nico is better into the deck. As I mentioned, Merlin is kind of weak to that very fast rushdown combo like Diana and old Nico used to be. You care a bit less about like the big turtle or the bunnies.
Interesting.
Again, it's about like it's slower, so it lets you time to set up your Incarnate Majesty and your big fireballs. It's probably running fewer answers because it's running more threats.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Merlin prefers this matchup than the usual Nico one.
Really? I mean, I haven't talked about with our local Nico players. I haven't really talked about this much with them specifically because I think for a long time they've been on the traditional variant, but
It seems to still be on that today, from what I've seen.
End of
Yeah.
turn.
And I'm not even sure. I think Sylvie Nico is the brainchild of one particular team. I don't think that it really has been spread yet. We'll see how that goes.
oh yeah, I think I know which team you're talking about.
My turn.
And we do see the extra dungeon guide being discarded to the creative shot because we didn't find any floating.
Yep.
No floating memory.
And
Okay,
we
just,
are going to pay. I think I would have.
Charm, charm.
Oh, there were 2 dungeon guides. in
Okay,
hand.
I think that's fine then.
Yeah, that's fine. That's very fine.
Yeah, in this case, like it's more than okay to raw level here.
Yeah, and the Outcast was important to get out because since we played Kongming,
Yeah.
we don't have the sword for the early
I
Pendragon.
will recollect and draw.
I think Pendragon is probably the right play here. Is there any way? I don't think you want to kill the hare here, right? It's a 2/4. It's not threatening in any way to Merlin. I think you just keep it there.
Yeah, you just keep it there.
And if you can keep it alive until they get to Nico, well, it loses the floating memory.
Ghost of Pendragon.
Ghost is okay. Yeah.
Okay. Return this.
Of course, we know there's the Primordial Ritual and the Sylvie player's hand, so you can always get rid of the bunny, but
Yeah, you can always get rid of the bunny. Try and like sink in more float. Just make leveling easier. Just give yourself a lot more tools for like when you do go for the lash, so you can just generate extra lashes.
we do have the equivalent cremation ritual in the Merlin's player's hand, who, well, it's probably going to be aimed at the dungeon guide. I'm actually surprised he didn't do it this turn. I'm not sure why he's holding a fireball, probably.
Yeah,
It's what's left in his hand, but I
Is he
don't
just
see why he would.
respecting counter magic here? Or?
Might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's
Because
decent to do.
yeah, if you put 3 down, like you still have to sacrifice as part of cost. But I mean, it's just a dungeon guide, right? It's not
Yeah,
like
losing the draw 2 is worse for you than losing the dungeon guide.
oh, 100%. But like yeah, as in if it gets countered, it just gets countered, right? So
Yeah. Now, what are we materializing here? Do you think it's time to go to Nico? It's way
Negated.
too late to go into Scepter Illumina. That's usually more a play that will be for drawing 2 cards later in the game.
yeah.
Safeguard Amulet?
Safeguard Amulet
Safeguard
is pretty required. Remember, you're still at 20 HP on
Yeah,
Sylvie. So if there is a double fireball hiding in that hand, you're dead.
Yeah, you do have to respect it.
There's a turtle.
There is a turtle.
I don't think there's a floating memory in there, is there? Probably milled from one of the fractals.
Yeah, probably. That graveyard's looking
I
pretty big.
don't see any
Oh,
floating memory in
no.
there. There's no floating
Wow,
at all.
no
So
floating memory in the
the
draw.
turtle is kind of dead play here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 1/4.
I mean, no,
is-
there should be the bunny, right? Where was it?
Where what? Good question. Where
I
is
didn't see the bunny in the graveyard, but
We're
Nope.
gonna go.
Me neither.
3. What is cast? 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Turtle.
Turtle. Okay. So just 1/4 turtle.
That seems to be the play for turtle. So there's
Yeah.
there is the rabbit. Draw card, buff counter. That is now a 2/5 with Spell Shroud as long as you're not Nico.
Yeah, but I think yeah, I think the Merlin player is currently in a position where they don't really care too
Yeah,
much about the
two
card.
damage return is nothing to a Merlin.
It's pretty inconsequential. Yeah, I mean, even a Stalwart Shield mate can eat that.
Alcahest again, that's interesting. Do you think that's just going to destroy the Safeguard Amulet?
Probably, yeah. That seems like the most ideal target. Like just forces use of the amulet before they so they can't leave it up for protection on the turn you will go in.
Gotcha. 7.
I think there's a single fireball in the Merlin's hand.
I think you're right on that. We'll see in a bit once
Let's see. That's
Taylor pans his hand up.
Is that a Thunderclap? That could be a Thunderclap. Thunderclap, new card from AMB. It's 4 damage at fast speed on an ally and costs less if you're higher level, which Merlin always is.
True. I'm pretty sure you're right. That's a Thunderclap, but I think at this point there's not too much There's not too much Taylor's worried about, and maybe the Thunderclap can take out a stray Frostborn Paladin that makes it to the board.
Yeah, nothing very scary for now. I don't think you're even scared of the Paladin. I think you're just, as Merlin, you're just aiming towards your lethal here.
Yeah, as in, like, if you're Merlin, you're chilling here.
Let's see. I think Kurono pretty much has to go to Nico now. It's starting.
Yeah.
You need the extra HP.
You do.
You not?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, untap first, obviously.
Untap first.
One float.
Oh, there was a float in there. I didn't quite catch what it was. Is that? Can you tell?
You only see the bottom.
Yeah. It looks like it has class bonus.
It does have a class bonus float.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that's tied like a tied spout bovine, or it's the bull.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I can't quite make out the card from here, but
I think we milled another fractal.
That does look like another fractal.
All right, let's see what we do now that we are a different class altogether. All Frostborn Paladin.
Frostborn Paladin, yeah. There we go.
Always reliable. Pretty much every single water deck out there is running Frostborn Paladin.
Mm. Okay.
On it to trigger?
Trigger results.
Banish?
All right.
All right. Just a roll resolves.
Oh, that's why we weren't seeing the floating memory. I think they're off to the side.
Oh, yeah.
He mills into 2 piles for convenience, so you can easily see what is it and isn't floating.
Oh, that makes sense. But like, it would be nice if we could see.
So we have Chilling Touch, Rabbit, Primordial Ritual, nothing. Is that another Paladin? I think that's another Paladin.
I do believe you're correct. That looks like.
So nothing that's very threatening to Merlin yet again.
No. I mean, at this point, like, you just don't have a critical mass of bodies on the board pressing the Merlin player, so.
Yeah. You're not threatening any big, like, Ravishing Finale, because the Merlin's still fairly low HP.
Yep.
So, yeah, Merlin, once you let Merlin get to very high levels, you need to have a very, very solid game plan to deal with that, or you're just...
Yeah, you're just gone.
It's over.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Healing Mantra in hand. We see a Creative Shock.
Okay.
That can be counterspelled if there's... I don't see any negates in hand.
Neither do I, so looks like this one is resolving. Oh, wait, hold on.
So discard the floating, probably getting a Drown Blade from that.
Oh, wait.
Again, the usual Merlin value engines.
Yeah. I might be wrong. Maybe I saw a Frostbind in
enter,
there.
draw a card.
Yep.
Can't quite tell.
Let's see, Recollection trigger.
Is that a Frostbite? I think that's just a Chilling Touch.
Or
Maybe, I think there's 2 arts of Chilling Touch in there, like the normal
Oh,
one and
yeah.
the Worlds one.
Yeah. I mean, they do, or the Worlds one does, they do share, like, somewhat similar color schemes, so.
Oh, actually, no. Actually, that might have been the Frostbind, yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll see how that plays out. Obviously, a Frostbind will be cast if something needs to be countered.
Exactly, yeah. Frostbind.
Recollect and draw?
Yep.
So we have a potential 3 damage from Merlin here.
Yeah.
Let's counter damage.
Let's count damage.
We need to do 13. We have 3 here, 1 from the sword. We have 1 fireball, that's 8. So we're at 14.
14.
Which is lethal if there's no answer.
Yes.
There's a lot of cards in hand, so Frostbind is useless.
Yep.
I don't see any other answer. I think that is just game if the Merlin wants to try for it. Obviously, you're scared of answers.
Oh, I mean, like...
Ghost also works.
Ghost also works. Like, just...
You lose this 3 damage, but you get the other 3.
No target for Ghost.
Oh, no target for Ghost. Only a big 3/4. Always happy playing that, but...
Okay.
Response to the on-enter
I see.
trigger.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I guess he's... I guess Taylor is looking to max damage here.
I am going
Oh.
to respond to Fracturize.
Ooh, are we saying...
Oh,
Ascension.
the big brain Ascension.
Spirit Blade resolves.
Nice.
Spirit Blade does resolve.
Prismatic Edge.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're dealing 3 damage, probably drawing a card.
Yep.
Everything is water in the Nico deck.
And I have
Yep.
Fire.
Yep.
So I'm going to deal 3 to Nico, put you at 15, and I'll draw a card.
Yep.
Right, so 15,
15.
21. Fireball is lethal.
Fireball's lethal, and
Yep.
That should be game.
Yeah.
We'll
So
see.
Ghost Trigger is still on the
Obviously,
stack.
you need to
Yep.
keep
that's
looking
pretty
at
good.
your opponents, see if they think they have interaction. But
in this case,
as the Merlin player, you pretty much feel safe that It's
Oh, okay.
Spirit Blade and draw a card.
Yep.
that's another
Interesting.
3 damage.
Another 3 damage.
So you don't even need the fireball. So you do 3 with Ascension again.
Yeah, I think.
So that's 18. You have 6 damage from your Pendragons, and then
Yes.
you have 5 damage from Merlin if you want.
And
Yeah,
bring it
5
back
damage
up.
from your sword.
Trigger again.
Yeah, correct.
More
3
reveals.
more to Nico.
You
Back to
show
18, and draw a card.
that's a focus flame. There's a thunderclap and then the creative shock.
And then I'll do it one more time.
Yep.
Another
So
Ascension.
re-reveal.
Another one.
The Merlin experience.
The full Merlin experience, yeah.
Yeah.
Ascension into Ascension into Crocside into
Uh,
Ascension.
Ghost Trigger finally
Yeah.
resolves.
Don't you don't you just love Merlin?
Got you.
It's very fun to play. Sometimes it's less fun to play against.
Yeah,
Get Nico
yeah. I
to,
mean,
let's see.
true.
24.
Drawing cards and just
And
like
3 more?
flicking your
Yeah.
swords. It's pretty
And
good.
That
Game 2.
will be game. Let's see
Ooh.
what is the ideal sideboard here.
Okay.
So as Merlin, from what we saw, nothing is that interesting. You know, you're very happy about your game plan. The Nico is not doing much about it.
Yeah.
As the Nico, what kind of card really helps against Merlin?
As a Nico, you'd probably want to see things like
So you have let's see. Honestly, I feel like sometimes you could even remove counter spells from the Nico list. Like if
I
you're
think
playing against
so,
Merlin,
yeah,
they
yeah.
always have so many cards in hand.
yeah.
Like yes, it can feel good to like say maybe negate the dungeon guide or something
Right.
if they go greedy for it. But otherwise, your opportunities to use Frostbind or any other. I'm not sure how many of the water list have migrated from Frostbind to what is it called, Waterlock?
Yeah. Oh, Tidal.
Tidal
Lock,
Tidal
yeah.
Lock. The 3 costs Frostbind,
I
but
think-
if you have 4 water cards, it costs only
Right.
1.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure I've seen some lists that play both. Oh.
Playing both is also an option, yes. Sometimes having a lot of counter spells can be really fun. I've played this with some lists in the past that are all counter spells.
Pretty decent. Probably just want those, I guess.
So let's see what the players seem to be looking at. What are we removing from the Merlin list? He seems to be searching for something in particular. Is that the Flame Rune? Is that a Thunderclap? I don't think Thunderclap is that useful in the current matchup. We will probably see that go out. There's no really... You're not scared of the ally plan, I think.
No,
as
you're
Merlin.
not scared at all. Definitely not scared at all. So.
But in the same way, I feel like in some ways, Sylvie might want to go for more allies. You know, there is a lot of value in having that split game plan. But at the same time, because you have a split game plan, you're watering down both portions.
Oh, you definitely are, yeah.
So sometimes focusing more on one can give you victory.
Oh, yeah.
I was not expecting the Alcus. That's really smart.
So obviously, this is the kind of matchup where you want to start. There's no weird ally versus ally shenanigan where going second is preferred. There's no like.
Basically, yeah.
There's no Serene Spirit that will make you want the other card.
I've seen Feng Mings
Yeah.
Actually, there is one argument for it. If you go second as Sylvie, you can do the turn 1 Icebound Slam.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. If you go, if you take the turn off as Sylvie, you can go Icebound Slam, but you're also giving up opportunity in the sense that if you go second, your opponent gets to do whatever they want while you have no counter spells. So.
Yes, but you're probably not counter spelling the one later than turn 1, be it the
Oh,
Creative
that's
Shock
true,
or Stalwart
that's true.
Shieldmate.
Yeah, I mean, granted, like if they're running,
No, I did not. Not
if they're running, what's it called again? Cerulean Decree. Yeah,
Yes,
Cerulean Decree.
yes.
Maybe I should have.
Yeah, that's that's a counter spell that also does double duty in the sense that at least it
True,
gives
it
you a card
does
draw.
stay influence neutral.
It does
which
stay influence
is very
neutral,
good.
Yeah, and technically, if you really want to go all in on it, well, not that I'd recommend it. You could like line up 2 counter spells if you really want something countered, but you don't.
Yes, but for the turn 1 play, it's rarely
the case. Yeah.
Let's see what is in that Sylvie opening hand. We have Frostwurn, we have Fractals. Fractals will be the turn 1 play. 99% sure. What else we see? The Turtle, Fractal. That's Fractal of Polar Depths, right? Is that... Wait, what? Is that not just cleric class bonus? Is there a reason to play that? Did I miss see the fractal?
I didn't quite catch that either.
All right, so Chilling Touch into Paladin, even if you're not banishing any cards from your opponent's memory, it's still a very, very great turn 1 play. 3/4 on board. Opponent can't really play any ally.
Yeah.
Let's see what gets glimpse at the bottom and what stays.
All right. So
Hasty is probably a keep. I think Resolute can go here.
Resolute goes, yeah. Resolute goes for sure. Is he
Seems to be thinking about putting the Ghost of Pendragon in the bottom, which
Interesting choice.
Oh no, he's keeping the Ghost of Pendragon.
Keeping
I
it,
see.
okay.
Getting rid of Hasty is interesting. I think I would have kept Hasty there.
Yeah.
In how I usually play my Merlins.
Mm-hmm.
So if he has it, Creative Shock will be the first play. I think that's going to be Stalwart. Oh, focus killing the Pendragon here.
Yep.
I guess that's good. Early on, you want to prevent the Pendragon from accruing a lot of damage over the course of the game. This could easily be a 15 damage Pendragon.
Yep. Okay.
And Mnemonic Charm, again, like happened in the last round, I had mentioned 2 Once in Love. I think the Mnemonic Charm here is a misplay. You want to keep it for, like, when you're level 1, you can play something, and basically, your influence neutral cards, if you can, if you don't have anything else in hand, you stagger them. That way you always have something to level up with.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. It's also interesting how, like, we haven't seen, or I guess I want to know your thoughts on this. We haven't seen anyone playing any copies of Indolent Leisure.
We have seen Indolent Leisure earlier on.
Really?
On the Arizona matchup.
Oh, okay. I didn't get to see that that deck list specifically.
But yeah, it's a very greedy card in a way.
Oh, okay.
Merlin can play it. I think I've seen some Merlins run it, not on stream. But yeah, it's a very, very good card. Like, it's as good as Turbocharge in a way.
Really? Okay.
But
that's pretty
different requirements.
different requirements.
It's just a draw too, but you need to play around it, and it's essentially a bit too slow and greedy card for the current meta.
Yeah. So basically, in terms of stuff that Corono could have sided in for this matchup, basically, the only real tool you see here might be like another Frostborn Paladin, which is a great body.
Paladin is a great body. Turtle is an okay body.
Turtle's
It does cycle
okay.
throughout.
I guess yeah. Well, interesting that they play 3 Ravishings in the side, and traditionally with.
I think you put the Ravishings in. Like I said, it's the best tool that Merlin has.
Yeah, exactly. If you just like mill out all their win conditions, or, well, yeah.
And I mean, there's an argument for no flying lantern. It's always useful to shut off the Crux Sight from the Merlin.
Oh,
you're not
true.
getting a lot of value for it, but if you prevent that triple ascension, it helps a lot.
Oh, you could also, I guess, another tech you could do is you could also technically Song of Frost one of your own units, so you can break a Resolute stand when it matters.
That can work. That can work. Yes,
Yeah.
I don't think it's worth it in this situation.
No,
but
no.
Snow Fairy is interesting. You can get the Incarn or the Ghosts. It can help you survive in the end turn. But Merlin does have a lot of way of dealing with a Snow Fairy.
Yeah, Snow Fairy's not great into Merlin. There's also, I guess, there's also Nullifying Lantern when you've exhausted enough of your like options that care about water to just hose down the Crux sites. If you really care about that enough, but I can't see that coming in necessarily.
So we get the Turtle.
Yep. All right. Classic big
thing, get value.
Big guy, get value, yep.
Would you kill the Flamesroot Sermon here?
Oh.
It is not yet a floating memory, so
it's true.
Here, it is killed.
It is killed, yeah.
But sometimes I feel like leaving it on the board and pushing for damage might be the right choice.
Yeah,
it depends how fast your hand seems to be, obviously.
Right.
I do really like playing decks with not one game plan, but that have to adapt their strategy to whatever their hand and their opponent is.
Yeah, I mean, decks like that are typically the most fun in a sense where if things go off the rails or like if you're forced to pivot, at least you have an angle to get back in. Maybe not the one you planned on, but if you don't have like sometimes the best plan is to have no plan.
Yeah. As long as you play good cards, who needs a plan, right?
That's a great life motto
You don't
right
have
there.
any Frostborn floating memory in there
Just
either?
be better.
Correct.
I do see a
There is no
Frostbind
floating
in Kono's hand. But again, Merlin has enough influence. If they don't get greedy with 2 spells, there's no no real thing that will be countered here.
Play Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, there's no real reason for Merlin to like try and really rush things because as you can see, the Nico player or like not the best opener. They're kind of forced to go slow here.
Trying to Frostbind the... So first off,
Oh,
I'm really
Frostbind.
curious about... Taylor seems to be really fond of using Dungeon Guide to go to level
So
2.
1 to 5.
Yep.
Which I don't necessarily agree with.
And 1 to 4.
It's losing a lot of influence for
Yeah.
the benefit you're getting.
I think so. I think the main idea is a lot of like a decent amount of Merlin players don't mind the DG line to 2 just to help.
Of
use
course,
the floating
it's good
setup.
if you know if you see floating in the opponent's graveyard.
Yes, it's great if you see floating in the opponent's graveyard, and
I will pass.
I guess it's also not so bad if you know you're. It's the type of game where you don't mind turboing to 3 because your hand is really not that good, or you've netted a bunch of extra cards through like creative shocks and just cremations, and you have the resources to expend just to, like, just to gain such a huge initiative lead.
I'm curious about this amulet. You're not yet scared of Fireball. I feel like you really want to level to Sylvia at some point. You have a lot of cards that are class bonus from the turtle, a lot of your floating memory too.
Yeah.
So I think I probably would have leveled to Sylvie there.
I think so too. Yeah.
There's nothing that you really want to keep in your hand either. From what we can see.
No, I mean looking at the Nico player's hand, really isn't ideal. Like you have a slam on one side, but you don't have all too much. You don't have all too much.
You are 1 card short of the slam, so probably this will be a backup charger.
I think so, but like I guess it isn't exactly too savory of an offer, like to set cards down for a backup charger, like feign a counterspell. Also, you can slam. I don't think that's really okay. Oh,
no, we are going. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I miscounted. yes, there is enough cards for the slam.
Did they just tap their spirit?
Do on attack.
Yes, for the attack.
Wait. Oh, sorry. I thought there wasn't the card missing. Yeah.
Is that 1 floating?
Yeah.
We do see the ringleader, which is kind of a float.
And I'll pass here.
Sure. End of turn, I'm going to eat the Fracturize out of your graveyard. Get a level counter.
Okay.
And draw a card.
Yep.
So let's see. So do you level here as Merlin? Probably, right?
I think so. Yeah, I definitely think you level in this case. And what's he got in memory?
I did not have time to see what he put down.
Yeah, if he does go, okay, he just does
Merlin.
it. Yeah.
Gonna pay 1 here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to keep.
There's probably another dungeon guide down there like last time.
Probably.
Yeah.
We are losing Incarnate Majesty and a win card that's there for the Ascension.
All right. I mean, I guess that's also fair. Incarnate's not going to be online for a while.
Yeah, that's okay.
Draw a card.
Yeah.
He does have a Ghost of Pendragon in hand, but no target for it.
Yeah.
Let's see what will be played now. Do you just ever drop that Shieldmate? I think that... do you have the Creative Shock? I think that's a Creative Shock in hand, so I think you just go Creative Shock.
I think so, yeah. You play the Creative Shock, you drop... You drop the Shieldmate because, or actually, there might be an argument to playing the Shieldmate because Taylor has
I think it's better off in the graveyard. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I personally think it's better in the graveyard.
That's true.
Let's see what can be done. There's also the Flame Swordsman in hand, so you can do
yeah.
2 damage
No,
with something.
You're right. I forgot that turtle. That turtle is like just a base 1/4 and doesn't have a stat modifiers on it. So.
Yeah, the turtle is the least threatening thing on the board right now.
Even less threatening than the bull next to it. It's a little sad.
You could kill the bull if you want to with the Flame Swordsman discard from Creative Shock.
Oh, you could, yeah.
It is filling memory, but also it means turning off the mill every turn.
It does mean turning off the mill every turn.
Tactical resolves.
Let's see what gets milled.
True.
Another stratagem.
Yeah, go 14.
How many were run in the list? The stratagem is at 4, so we've already seen 2.
Mm-hmm.
Swing 2 at Merlin.
Yep, 16.
No, the turtle does have a buff counter. Yeah, right. He did eat the the floating earlier. So that is a
yeah.
2 power.
Oh,
Which is
right,
still
yeah.
not that threatening, but damage has been stacking up for the past couple of turns.
Fractal
It
polar depths.
has been stacking up. Oh, okay. We see a fractal polar depths here, which is I think
It is class bonus.
it is
cleric and tamer.
It is class bonus cleric and tamer. I don't know if you and once saw this during your matches at all. I think this is my first time seeing the card today.
It is the first time I see it on the field today.
Yeah.
But it is a very interesting card.
It is a very interesting card. We'll talk about it a little bit.
I think I've mentioned it before, but again, it's a card that mills for the amount of water cards in your graveyard.
Yeah.
So the usual line of play is to target the first one at yourself.
Yep.
To fill up your graveyard even more, you double the size of your graveyard, you know all of your cards are water.
Yeah.
And then you end up playing the second one and milling the opponent for something like 40.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean...
Which, given the amount of cards that Merlin's drawing, is very, very close to lethal.
It's very, very close to lethal. And if you get cheeky with it, you can probably just, like, sneak a raw Nico attack without a weapon and then just, like, fish off the last few cards or get them to 1 card in deck.
Yeah, and even just turning off all of their card draw is also pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
If you can get them to, like, 5 cards left in deck, they will probably be much more cautious about what they draw because they need to pace out their damage.
Oh, exactly. And it also kind of puts a hard stop to anything the Majestic Spirit can pull because they might not have the levels or they'll have to like tap out to play it.
It's also one of the, since it's a fractal, it is not a spell, so it's one of the few win cons you have that can go through the Incarnate Majesty.
Yeah, yeah, it is. That's true too. I mean, it gets around Spell Shroud, and if it's a fractal, not a spell, it's pretty good. Like you don't need damage to win the game, right? You just need your opponent to disappear.
Exactly.
Let's
see.
Merlin passes. Let's see what Sylvie will get.
Yeah, we'll wake up.
Sure.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where the game goes in terms of exploring alternate win cons like Mill, and we also saw like with Final Stroke, if you hit a certain damage threshold and prepare it, you just blow up the enemy champion.
Indeed, Final Roll is a card that has not seen a lot of play, but is very, very fun.
Yeah.
We got the Scepter, which is no immediate value.
Nope.
Here we go.
Do you ever just Primordial Ritual this turn?
Swing.
Like you swing with the Bovine, and then you Ritual it?
I
well,
think
on
so.
the enemy turn, but...
I think so. Just like
it's more or less done its job.
It's more or less done its job, and honestly, I think the play here is just to try to get to Nico faster and try and race for a kill at this point.
I think the Fractal might be your better option here instead of Nico.
Oh, right, yeah.
We
you turn
do
off
not
your
know if
class
they sideboarded then the Ravishings.
Yeah, that's
but for
true.
now, if you can find, you do still need to find the second Fractal Floor Depth. But if you can, that's one of the few things you have that will pass right through Merlin.
That's true. Yeah, if you're a little patient and as we just talked about earlier, you stack both fractals together, you delete enough of Merlin's deck to where they can't draw cards anymore.
Right.
And it just becomes
Killing the ghost is
days.
also very reasonable.
Oh,
you
yeah.
do want to stay fairly healthy. Again, you're Sylvie, you only have 19 HP.
Recollection trigger.
Yep.
Yeah, 19.
Ghost swing for 3 every turn puts you very, very close to fireball range.
Yeah, 19 is indeed squishier than 20, and 20 is already 20 already isn't a lot of health.
Cruxite paying 2.
Yep, that's okay.
Crocside bringing the ghost. As always, killing a ghost is not always the end of the ghost.
No.
Still in recollection.
Yep.
Creative shock.
Creative shock's good.
So we're starting to get a lot of cards in hand for the Merlin. Again, if there is any, there's not right now, but if you're ever fearing that there's a Frostbind left in the opponent's hand, the best way to negate that is just to keep 10 cards up.
Yep.
Oh, no, it is 8. It's 2, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
So we will probably see the Ghost of Pendragon.
Creative shock only deals 2.
Again, we have the sword. We can swing with it for 3 damage. Do you go face here, or do you start clearing the
You have 4
paladin?
cards in hand?
5.
5 cards?
That's a good question. I think
Send,
here. I think
3 of
here, if I'm not sure if I have lethal, I would probably opt to clear off the paladin instead because you've still got a little bit of time left, but like 12 health isn't a lot to work with. sometimes you will get. Sometimes they do just go tall enough to
Ghost.
squeak one in.
With the
Yeah,
trigger on
you
the stack.
pretty much had lethal with Fireball if you go all face here. I think I would have gone all face.
Really? Okay.
Spirit Blade Ascension.
Oh, I mean,
Ooh, that is a lot of damage. So we are at.
Yep.
There's.
Yep.
Merlin is
Deal
level
fire.
4.
Yep.
So there's 5 on Merlin.
Draw one.
Okay.
and
There's 3
draw
on
three for
Ghost.
Sylvie.
all right. What was just revealed in
Got you
memory? So
at
Flame Rune Swordsman,
14.
Dungeon Guide.
The Harmon's Mantra, the healing spell we
Harvest
mentioned earlier.
Mantra, yeah.
So we have
Orange
9
Sylvie.
damage on board,
9 damage on.
which is pretty much lethal.
Yep.
If there is no answer from the Sylvie. And there's always the threat of a spell to finish it off. We know there's a Sparklight, which cannot be answered.
One more
Yep.
at Sylvie.
Can't be prevented, and
What's in hands?
5.
doesn't look like there's any. I don't believe I see any counter magic or
No, you
Okay.
can always play the
Gates in
Lost in
hand for
Thought and
Corona.
hope
Yeah.
you find something.
Yep.
But I don't think anything really does the trick here.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't need to be revealed anymore.
Fracture Your Eyes is cutting off no damage from the attack. Primordial
Sparklight
Ritual
for
is
3 damage
useless.
at Sylvie.
Sparklight is
Yep. Here
game.
comes the Sparklight. That is game.
Vanish Scepter, draw 2.
Oh, draw 2. What do you draw?
What'd you find?
Fractal, refracting missile, and that is game. We
That
see
is
the
game.
handshake, and
Pressure's too good.
main deck Taylor will pass on to day 2.
Those were-
Pretty much
Yeah,
certain.
pretty handily. Yep.
6-2 is a very good
Those
record
were some of
at
them.
the end of day 1.
Yep.
We never know in advance how far the bubble will be, but
True.
congratulations to main deck Taylor here,
Yeah. Congrats
making it
to
to
Main
day
Deck
2.
Taylor.
All right, and we will now pass straight to Once in Love once again to do an interview with our winner, probably very, very early tier to be able to pass on to day 2.
All right. So, let's see.
So you want to just hold the mic like this?
Yeah, that works.
Awesome. To you.
Yeah.
Green side up.
Green side up?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right.
Hey, so what's going on? So we're here with Main Deck Taylor. You just won your winning in, I believe, for
Yes.
top 32. So big congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I saw you were playing a pretty interesting deck. Not a lot of people are playing Kongming into Merlin, but Fire.
Yep, yes.
So do you want to talk a little bit about that? I saw
Yeah.
there's one specific card of your deck that looked pretty fantastic there.
So yeah, Harmonious Mantra is really cool, and when you go to Kongming 1, you get your Shifting Currents for the rest of the game, regardless of what you do afterwards. So you can use that to just gain a ton of life against a lot of decks that are getting kind of grindy. Against Merlins, it counters Fireballs. Excuse me. Against Nikos, gets you out of Finale range, so they don't melee you out. So the card is just great and turns that on. Actually, in that matchup too was really cool because I didn't have to get my sword out right away with Lorraine 1 and expose it to Fracture Eyes. But we are playing Lorraine 1 in the deck too.
Oh, so it's optional, so you can choose
yes.
between both. Is it in the main board or the sideboard?
They're both in main.
Both in main.
Yes.
Awesome. So
Yeah.
looking at that, not a lot of people know exactly what Harmonious Mantra does. I believe it's heal for it's if heal for level, heal equal to level, and then it's recover. It's recover 3, recover plus
3.
level.
Yeah,
if
so
you're
recover
north.
3, and if your Shifting Currents are north, recover 3 plus level.
Yeah, so on Merlin it's recover 10, recover.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of crazy. Is it also a spell?
Yes, I think it is.
So it does work with Empower in that case then
Yes.
as well.
Oh yeah, totally. Yep. Yes, exactly. Yep.
That's definitely a big one. So
Yeah.
today, you got all the way through to top 32. What would you say was your biggest struggle for the matchups for you?
Honestly, the Razor Gale deck that's going around is that one's kind of rough. You can high roll if you get to 3 and can get some Ascensions off and maybe banish some cards from their memory. But otherwise, they're just happy to just take game actions and put a Razor Gale out every once in a while and just deal damage passively while you try and accumulate enough cards to actually do something later on in the game. So that one's pretty rough, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So for tomorrow, hopefully not too many of the
There's
10 million
a ton
Razor
of
Gale
them
decks
up
out there.
here though, so it's gonna be a tough day too.
Yeah. So you're talking about how your Harmonious Mantra is useful into the Nico matchup as well.
Yep.
Do you feel very confident going into the Nico matchup then?
Yeah, I love playing into Nico as Merlin. I've talked to some players, they think it's closer to 50-50, but I think Merlin just has so much agency in that matchup that it's as long as you're not exposing yourself to too many things or you don't get hit with Icebound slams really early, you just have a lot of play in the matchup and it lets you play around a lot of their other stuff and and you're going to win the long game because like you're just going to scale and hit them with fireballs for 12 or 13 or whatever, and like you can heal 6 from Spirit. You can maybe prevent 1 or 2 with some other stuff that you've got going on as Nico, but you're going to throw a lot of damage down. So.
Yeah, but thank you so much again. Guys, this is Main Deck Taylor. Big congratulations on your winning in for top 32, and I look forward to casting your games tomorrow.
Excellent. Thanks.
Cheers. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow for Ascent Toronto Day 2. Oh, we're going to keep going. Okay. My apologies. I cut us early there. So the question I always have for everyone when they go to day 2, who are you most afraid to play against tomorrow?
Oh, man. That's a tough question because, like, there's so many good players.
And is it because of the player or the deck? Like, certain players are just, like, really good.
Man.
It's, like, scary.
Honestly, I'm gonna say deck because, like, there's just so many Vanitas decks out there that I'm a little afraid of that. But I mean,
what about the non-Vanitas versions of Razor Gale?
Those are a little bit better because like you can't turbo the Razor Gales out as much. But like those are still pretty threatening. Like you're still putting Razor Gales out, and like the only answer I have for it is Mystic Purifier, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
On enter where you can pay an extra to reserve and destroy a Fantasia. So that's kind of sweet. But all those decks are like wind, so they're running Stifling Traps. So you have to play around that as well. So like you just might not even get it off. And Mantra does a little bit of work in those matchups as well because it does like kind of get you back into a safe range again, so they're not like hitting you with 3 visits, triggering Gales all the time.
Yeah, definitely, especially when you see the third one out.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, cool. 3 visits, take 3, take 6, take 9.
Like that's just game over. Like you're not coming back from that.
Yeah, it's definitely on the more rough side.
So
I mean, a lot of people were also running like Imperial Seals and actually playing their Scatter Essences. I saw that. I thought that was kind of interesting.
We spent a lot of time looking at that, especially like in a Water Merlin list. And ultimately decided against it. Like getting 1 Scatter Essence or even 2 if it's like you can play 2 on that same turn is like might be enough to take the game, but it's just not like a good strategy to try. I think to like play long term over the course of a day just because it's not consistent.
Yeah, no, I totally get you on that one. So between the 3 elements for Merlin, what do you feel is going to be the strongest for the rest of this season?
Man. So the water fanboy in me wants to say water. Because like there's just so many cool water cards.
Burst Asunder is so cool.
Yeah, exactly. Like you get Burst Asunder, you get Fractal Rain,
Cone of Frost.
I was low on that card for a long time, but like Cone of Frost is insane.
The other thing is you can Cone of Frost and you can like Hallow Clean Scout. Like you have options now.
Exactly.
You got both Mage and Warrior.
Yeah. So I think water actually like has a lot of good play. I think fire will probably actually die down after this event because it's just really hard to play into a lot of these decks in the field. Like Sylvie's still a deck still, and that's a tough matchup for Merlin, Fire Merlin. So I got a lot of faith in Water Merlin. Wind Merlin does some really cool stuff too, and like Wind Merlin can probably play Razor Gale just fine. And do
watching Kaven's list and Yeti the other day was pretty fun. The Wind Diana Crux, the double framework.
Oh, dude, yeah, exactly. Like you just gotta do. There's a lot of like fun, weird things you can do with the material deck still that I think are gonna give it a lot of life, especially in the non-fire elements.
So let me ask you this: there's I don't know how many people have thought of this or played it. I want your opinions on it because I consider you a very good deck builder. I've seen you perform really well. You did fantastic at Worlds.
Well, thank you.
And so Arasana into Merlin, and the reason you do it is for the Polaris as a potential board wipe.
Oh,
Or
okay.
optionally, if you don't need the board wipe, you can return it with Pendragon.
Oh yeah, okay. That's actually kind of sick. I have not thought about that at all, but
because getting like 3 stacks on Polaris is not unrealistic.
Yeah, no.
And it only really requires 1 card. Like you have to play 1 card maybe to get the herbs.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. I kind of like that. That's kind of sick. And yeah, like
because you can fail to generate too, so you don't even like mess up your deck at all.
Exactly.
It's pretty comfortable.
You're just like whatever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is cool. I'm gonna start looking at this.
Yeah, okay. I'm excited. I'm excited to see this one.
Yeah.
This one's gonna be on a good podcast. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
Yes. Yep.
Pardon? Whoa.
Ooh.
Whoa. Okay.
That sounds spicy. I'm gonna go pack up.
Yeah. Definitely go get your cards. But thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yep. Thank you.
Guys, again, that was Main Deck Taylor making it in on his win it in for day 2. Hello, sir. Would you like to join us for an interview, Mr. Judge? You wanna be in an interview?
What?
Want to be in an interview?
Sure, why not?
Whoa, guys, I have Lee here. He was the winner at Ascent Singapore for silver. Also one of our best resident judges.
Thank you. No, if this was Japan, it'd be yeah.
So today, you judged for Ascent Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
But you mostly did table judging, right? At the feature match judging, right?
No, I just did 2. I only did 2
Oh, okay.
rounds
I see.
there, yeah.
What would you say was the most difficult judge call you had today?
Most difficult judge
in terms
call
of like
today?
technicality on the judge call?
I think today things weren't too bad, right? I think previous Ascents there have been some very awkward rollbacks. I think this time around, the big one would have really just been that one slime eruption on stream.
Slime eruption was rough.
That one was really rough. I think that was a really interesting incident because I think
he still made it in too. He's 6-2-1, I think. I'm pretty sure he's 6-2'd.
Henke?
Yeah, so he still made it.
He's a really good player.
He's very good.
I table judged for him and Noel at Chicago, and I think watching them play Slime Mirror taught me a lot about the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that can go on with that.
Yep.
They can go on with that. It's good to hear though. Like nothing was too complex for judging. I would have expected a lot more difficulty with the new A and B cards and the way interactions work, especially with people who are playing like Stratagem of Myriad Ice, not knowing it's a reflexive trigger and how that works. Like, if someone plays it into you and they're like, "Cool, I kill you," and you're like, "Well, actually, I'm going to respond with a Veiling Breeze," and they're like, "You can't," and then the judge call comes out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the interesting thing about that one, I actually got called once for that, and it was like by someone who already kind of knew how it worked. It was just more of a confirmation than anything else. So.
Definitely. I mean, it just goes to show the community is learning the rules better, and things are becoming more clean and clear for play overall.
I agree. And in the past, I remember previous judge calls at previous events. So it was always a lot of hands up, what's going on. But now it's just a judge call comes in and at least one of the players is pretty confident about how it should work, and surrounding players are usually willing to chime up, even though. Yeah. I don't necessarily want to encourage.
I feel you on
right?
that. I feel
it's confident, it inspires confidence.
Yeah, no, it's definitely on the good side. But thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully tomorrow will be clean, clear, ready to go, easy, and everything will be smooth.
Hopefully, that's always what we hope for.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, guys. This is Lee, the winner of Ascent Singapore Silver. Thank you so much for joining me, and thanks for judging for us. Always appreciate having you around.
It's been a lot of fun. I learned a lot every single time.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Time to find new people to interview.
Content. What am I doing?
Would you like to join an interview to prove you were here at Ascent Toronto?
Sure, man.
Hi. So I'm here with Ame Kudu. This is Yotin. He was, I believe, the only Wind Merlin in top 32.
Should be top 32.
Should be top 32. Okay. So how did you feel about your deck list today? You feel like Wind Merlin has a good place in the meta?
If the meta is just pure Razor Gale, then yes, because I think Merlin has a pretty good matchup into Razor Gale.
Specifically Wind, or Merlin in general, do you think?
Wind Merlin.
Wind Merlin. So mainly for Vertiger's Decree, Scatter Essence, stuff like that, being able to play those in the main deck on a regular build?
Yep.
I see. So what do you think is the hardest deck for you in the format right now to play against?
Slimes.
Really? Still Slimes?
Yeah.
Fire Slimes specifically, normal Slimes?
Any flavor of slime.
Any flavor of Slimes.
It's very aggressive, and you can't really deal with their board that early on until you stabilize with Pendragons and Incarnate.
Yeah, Wind Merlin seems to be very allies focused. I think it struggles. Its biggest struggle is the fact that there isn't very much spot removal in terms of spells. Tempest Downfall is pretty much all you have. Everything else kind of eventually returns into the field, or if you have maybe if you have a Dream Fairy, it's pretty much all you can do. Cool, sounds good. Yeah, so if you do make it to top 32, you make it into day 2, who are you most looking forward to playing against, and who are you least looking forward to playing against?
I am looking forward to playing against any Vanitas player because I think I have a really good matchup, and I hope to avoid every single slime because I think there's one fire slime.
Henke?
Yeah, but I don't know if there's any other slimes.
I have no idea. I'm actually not sure.
Wind allies might also be kind of a hard matchup too, depending how
specifically the unique ones with the Delu and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little on the spooky side. Yeah, thank you so much for joining.
I don't think I can Veiling enough to protect myself against this.
Honestly, when they go Oath of the Sakura and you're like, for 12?
Yep.
12? It's definitely on the rough side, but yeah, thank you so much for joining on the interview. I really appreciate you talking about your deck because it's different than what most people are playing here.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people are more interested in hearing confidence in different things, right? But yeah, thank you so much. I'm gonna go over, check out the artists, see how they are, and I'll get back to you guys soon.
All right.
Thanks, man. All right, let's go. We're going over to the artists. We're gonna go find Gyul and Hanchu. I'm on a mission. welcome. Do 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 do. It's my best friend. You want to do an interview?
Interview?
Yeah. We'll go back there. There's no way. There's no way. You got to do it. You got to do it for Shinja. Do it for Shinja. Hello, I'm joined here with Gyul. Gyul is one of the best artists I know. He's fantastic. He made
you're too
Rococo, actually the best. So a lot of people are wondering, what's your favorite character in GA? Favorite GA character?
Favorite GA character?
Yeah. It doesn't have to be one that you drew.
No, it's gotta be Rococo for me, man.
It's Rococo. Rococo for sure. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. If you could make any promo card with Rococo, what would it be?
A promo card?
Any promo card.
So you're like,
Any element.
What kind of theme? Oh.
Anything. You can make any card into like a Rococo themed card and it was a promo. What would it be?
I actually want to see a water Rococo.
A water Rococo?
Yep.
For what?
Or an Umbra.
Whoa.
One of
Umbra
those two.
Rococo would be cool. I like Umbra automatons.
I actually had a fan art that I had planned a while ago with a Rogue Rococo. And
Whoa.
I think that would have been pretty cool to follow through.
That's
It may or may not.
real
be,
spicy.
we'll see. If I have time. I'll try.
It's definitely a cool one.
Yep.
How was your day so far?
It's been great. Everyone,
Great.
as always, the GA community is so friendly. Everyone's so nice. We just get spoiled every time we come to an Ascent. So thank you guys. Big shout out. You guys are awesome.
Anything you want to say to your fans?
My fans.
You have so many fans, dude. What
Thank
do you
you
mean?
so much. You guys are all awesome. And I don't know. Like I feel like I was telling Jimmy at AX last time, and I don't always feel I deserve the love that you guys give me. And I don't know. You guys are way too nice about
Man, you're so
complimenting
cool.
us, spoiling us, and so we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for everything.
Yeah, we love you guys. We also love Miss Hanchu over there too.
Yeah, she's busy doing her commission right now, but
whoa, working hard. So much
she's
work.
working hard. It's been a long day. We drew a lot today actually, so feels good. Oh well.
Is there something cool to see?
No, well.
Oh, you got them
we
already,
had-
though, right?
Yeah, and
We showed them
do,
all?
do you have yours out, Han? Right up
They're all
there.
so cool. Whoa, so cool.
People have been picking them up already, but yeah, it's been great. Like this Ascent is in our hometown, Toronto, and it was very nice of GA to have us here.
If you could travel to any Ascent anywhere in the world, where would you want it to be?
I really enjoyed the experience at Worlds.
At Worlds in Vegas?
Yeah.
Vegas was really good.
Yeah,
Vegas was really fun.
was pretty chill, and there was a lot to do there too. So.
There was actually a lot. The venue's really nice too.
Yeah. Well, all the Ascents are great. Like every GA event I've been to have been awesome, but Worlds is just another level too, right? And
Yeah.
a lot more organized effort too. So.
Well, World's definitely the big one.
Yep.
Han, can I steal you for a couple minutes?
You want to do an interview, Han?
Want to join us for an interview? It's okay. It's okay. Hi, I'm here with Han Chu.
Hi.
Artist of World's Best Dungeon Guide.
Yeah.
My favorite dungeon guide.
Hi.
Do you have anything you want to say to your fans?
To my
at home?
fans, hey, thank you so much, guys. I'm gonna do my best. Thank you for always supporting me. I am really appreciate it. Like until now, after working for GA over 2 years, I'm always grateful every day. It helped me to improve the art because I want you guys love it and deserve it. Thank you.
And one question, because I'm curious.